Chapter 371. The battle was over, and the crisis was temporarily averted. The underground auditorium was a mess, but the suffocating madness and oppression had vanished, replaced by a post-disaster exhaustion and tranquility. Lin Yu put away the book of rules, pseudo, and glanced across the platform. Wang Tai and Zhou Wei helped each other to their feet. Although exhausted, their condition was better than expected thanks to the boost from the righteousness attribute. Li Sha and Sun Yu were still dazed, but the emptiness in their eyes had lessened somewhat. It seemed the purifying light had dispelled some of their mental pollution. Zhang Qian, however, remained curled up in the corner like a dead dog, her wrists strangely bent, her face deathly pale, avoiding Lin Yu's gaze. Lin Yu walked up to her, looking down at her with cold, devoid of warmth. "No, don't kill me." Zhang Qian trembled at the cold gaze, struggling to shrink back, pleading incoherently, "I was wrong, I never do it again, please." Lin Yu ignored her pleas, and said to Wang Tai, "Watch her." Wang Tai understood, carrying an iron pipe, and walked over, his eyes fiercely fixed on Zhang Qian, preventing her from playing any more tricks. Lin Yu then walked towards the newly appeared principal's office door. The door wasn't locked, and he gently pushed it open. The scene inside the office was completely different from the dilapidated exterior. It was neat, clean, even spotless. A mahogany desk, a leather swivel chair, bookshelves filled with neatly arranged books, and a plaque bearing the motto of Fengqiao Middle School hanging on the wall. Everything seemed so normal that it seemed out of place in this instance. On the desk lay several cards emitting a soft white light. School exit passes. Sure enough, they were here. Lin Yu picked up the passes and turned to leave the office. He handed 3 passes to Wang Tai, Zhou Wei, and Li Sha, who was in slightly better condition. Sun Yu still needed support. "This is a pass? We can leave?" Zhou Wei held a warm card in her hand, her voice choked with emotion. Wang Tai also breathed a long sigh of relief, a relieved smile on his face. Lin Yu took the last pass and walked to Zhang Qian. Zhang Qian's eyes instantly lit up with hope as she struggled to take it. "Give it to me. Give it to me quickly. I know I was wrong. Take me with you." However, Lin Yu did not hand her the pass. Under Zhang Qian's horrified gaze, Lin Yu crouched down and struck with lightning speed. Crack! 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 For sounds of bones cracking rang out in succession. Lin Yu, expressionless, used the most direct and brutal method to break Zhang Qian's 4 limb joints. The intense pain caused Zhang Qian to let out a pig-like scream, her entire body collapsing to the ground like a boneless mollusk, unable to move even a finger, only able to howl in agony. You demon!" Zhang Qian cried out in despair, tears streaming down her face. Lin Yu ignored her curse. He lifted the limp Zhang Qian, and said to Wang Tai and Zhou Wei, "Let's go." The group retraced their steps. Because the pollution had been purified, most of the fleshy cavities and strange pipes had withered and disappeared, making the path much clearer. They quickly returned to the underground level, and found the exit to the surface. When they breathed in the still dark, but no longer filled with the madness, air above ground, they felt a sense of déjà vu. Almost as they stepped out of the ground, a system notification appeared in their vision. Final evacuation point refreshed. Location: Central Plaza statue. Countdown: 29 minutes 58 seconds. The final escape route was right before them. They rushed to the Central Plaza. Along the way, the campus remained dilapidated, but the wandering faceless students and blue-clad staff had vanished, and the entire school seemed to have become a truly desolate, abandoned campus. Upon arriving at the Central Plaza, beneath the broken statue, a huge pillar of light emitting a soft white glow stood, the evacuation point. Lin Yu, carrying Zhang Qian, her limbs severed and lying like a dead dog, walked to a spot about 10 meters from the evacuation point's pillar of light, and threw her to the ground like trash. Then, he took the school exit pass that originally belonged to Zhang Qian, walked to the edge of the pillar of light, and gently placed the pass inside, in a clearly visible position. Having done this, he turned and nodded to Wang Tai, Zhou Wei, and the others. "No! Don't! Give me back my pass! Take me with you! Please! I know I was wrong." Zhang Qian looked at the life that was so close, but because her limbs were all severed, she couldn't even crawl. She could only let out heart-wrenching cries and pleas, her eyes filled with endless regret and despair. Wang Tai and Zhou Wei watched this scene. Although they felt a little cruel, considering Zhang Qian's previous betrayal and ambush, they felt no sympathy. If it weren't for Lin Yu's immense strength, they would be lying in pools of blood, groaning in agony. Li Sha and Sun Yu harbored absolutely no goodwill towards Zhang Qian. Brother Lin, thank you so much this time. Let's add each other as friends. Wang Tai said sincerely to Lin Yu, his eyes filled with admiration. Zhou Wei also nodded, looking at Lin Yu with complex emotions. Thank you, Lin Yu. After we get out, I hope we can keep in touch. Lin Yu nodded slightly, saying nothing more. The countdown ended. A soft white light enveloped Lin Yu, Wang Tai, Zhou Wei, Li Sha, and Sun Yu, who stood within the pillar of light. Under Zhang Qian's gaze, filled with endless regret and despair, the 5 figures gradually blurred, finally disappearing completely into the pillar of light. Only the exit pass left behind within the pillar of light, and the woman 10 meters outside, her limbs twisted, helplessly watching her life slip away, uttering a silent curse, spoke of the final cruelty of this instance. When consciousness returned, Lin Yu was back in his familiar and safe personal space in the central hall of the Realm Hub. Beneath his feet was a solid, smooth floor, and the air was filled with the ethereal aura unique to the Realm Hub. Instance World, X4689, Maple Bridge Middle School successfully cleared. Task evaluation in progress. Task summary. You survived to the end in a rule-based supernatural instance and successfully purified the core pollution source, disrupting the school anniversary ceremony. Personal performance rating, SS. Calculating experience points based on items obtained in the instance. Chapter 372. 6 white quality items equals 6 experience points. 8 blue quality items equals 80 experience points. 3 purple quality items equals 300 experience points. 1 gold quality item equals 1000 experience points. 1 red quality item equals 10,000 experience points. Your total base experience points are 6 plus 80 plus 300 plus 1000 plus 10,000 is equal to 11,386 points. Ding! Your Goddess of Fortune's dice effect has been triggered. You gain an additional 60% experience point bonus. Experience point bonus calculation. 11,386 asterisk 60% equals 6,831 experience points. Final experience points gained. 11,386 plus 6,831 is equal to 18,211 points. Ding! Your level has increased to LV.38. You have gained 1 free attribute point. Current experience. 15706/3900. Ding! Your level has increased to LV.39. You have gained 1 free attribute point. Current experience. 11806/4000. Ding! Your level has increased to LV.40. You have gained 1 free attribute point. Current experience. 7806/4100. Ding! Your level has increased to LV.41. You have gained 1 free attribute point. Current experience. 3706/4200. A series of golden flashes. The level directly increased from LV.37 to LV.41. An increase of 4 levels. Gained 4 free attribute points. Lin Yu did not hesitate, and according to habit, allocated the 4 attribute points, strength plus 3, agility plus 1. Name, Lin Yu. Level, LV.43, experience points 508/4400. Strength, 35, plus 11, equals 46. Agility, 25, plus 8, equals 33. Stamina, 20, plus 6, equals 26. The numbers in parentheses represent the 30% bonus from Undying Body, generating your final reward based on your SS level personal contribution. Generation complete. Congratulations. You have obtained a purple quality special item. The Sobering Pocket Watch. An old silver pocket watch appeared in his hand. Name, Sobering Pocket Watch. Quality, purple. Effect, active use greatly increases the resistance of yourself or the target to mental pollution, illusions, hypnosis, etc. for the next 10 minutes. Cooldown, 2 hours. Note, tick-tock, tick-tock, constantly reminding you to stay awake. After completing the settlement and feeling the surging power within him, Lin Yu didn't hesitate. He immediately opened his friend list and sent a communication request to Qin Shui. However, after sending the request, he received no response for a long time. System notification. The other party is in a special area and cannot be reached temporarily. Lin Yu's brows furrowed instantly. Special area? Unable to connect? Given Qin Shui's status as a member of Dragon Shield and their encrypted communication channels, this situation rarely occurred in ordinary mission areas. Unless something unexpected happened in her frontline city K77 area. Or she was in some extremely dangerous situation. An ominous premonition lingered in Lin Yu's heart. He needed to understand the situation as soon as possible. Without taking any more time to rest, Lin Yu immediately exited his personal space and went to the bustling central hall of the Realm Hub. He needed to go to the Dragon Shield Bureau's outpost to inquire about the latest news regarding Qin Shui and the K-77 area. The central hall of the Realm Hub was still bustling with activity, with various dungeon information, resource trading information, and team recruitment advertisements scrolling across the huge holographic screens. All sorts of survivors moved about among them, some hurrying, some talking loudly, and some with solemn expressions. This place was always filled with the aura of desire, opportunity, and danger. Lin Yu ignored the surrounding noise. His goal was clear, and he headed straight for the western area of the hall. That was the gathering place for various official organizations and large guilds. The Dragon Shield Bureau, as the official representative of Yin Kingdom, had a sizable office there. The Dragon Shield Bureau's office boasts a simple yet rugged design, primarily in silver gray and dark blue. 2 guards in black combat uniforms stand at the entrance, their sharp eyes radiating an aura of rigorous training and bloody combat. Lin Yu displayed the access token Qin Shui had previously granted him. After verifying his credentials, the guard saluted, indicating he could enter. The interior appeared more spacious than the exterior, divided into different functional areas: a mission issuance area, an intelligence inquiry area, an equipment maintenance area, and a rest area. Many survivors wearing Dragon Shield Bureau uniforms, or bearing the Bureau's insignia, were exchanging missions and intelligence, the atmosphere serious yet efficient. Lin Yu went directly to the intelligence inquiry counter. Behind it sat a serious-looking female staff member, around 30 years old. "Hello, I'd like to inquire about the latest situation regarding the frontline city in Area K-77, and Special Envoy Qin Shui," Lin Yu said directly. The staff member glanced at Lin Yu, seemingly confirming his authorization, then quickly began operating on the virtual screen in front of her. After a moment, she looked up, her brows slightly furrowed. "Regarding Area K-77, the intelligence level has been raised to B level. The energy fluctuations in the rifts within this area are continuously abnormal, accompanied by high-intensity interference, causing intermittent regular communications with headquarters. We have lost stable contact with all members of the 3rd Reconnaissance Team dispatched to this area, including Captain Qin Shui, for over 48 hours. Over 48 hours of lost contact. Intelligence level B level." Lin Yu's heart sank. B level meant there had been significant casualties, or an extremely dangerous situation, far exceeding ordinary Advent faction activities. What information did they send back during the last contact? Lin Yu pressed. The staff member hesitated, seemingly weighing the confidentiality regulations, but seeing the special encryption mark on Lin Yu's access token, lowered their voice and said, the last fragmented message mentioned. They discovered an unnatural structure near the rift, suspected to be a large summoning or stabilizing device, and encountered an attack by an unrecorded highly intelligent otherworldly being. The message ended there. An unnatural structure. A highly intelligent otherworldly being. This completely exceeds the scope of ordinary adventurers causing destruction. It's more like the prelude to a premeditated, large-scale invasion. Qin Shui and the others are likely in extremely dangerous circumstances, or even have already met with misfortune. What are Dragon Shield's follow-up plans? Lin Yu's voice was low. Headquarters has dispatched the Xuanwu Special Response Team to provide support, but due to severe interference, their arrival and deployment will take time. Currently, we can only wait for further news. The staff member's tone carried a hint of helplessness. Wait. Lin Yu's eyes turned slightly cold. He wasn't used to passively waiting. Although Qin Shui sometimes acted forcefully, she had always been helpful to him, both in terms of trading channels and information sharing. For both personal and practical reasons, he couldn't stand idly by. He needed more detailed intelligence. He needed to know the exact location where Qin Shui last disappeared, and he needed to understand the characteristics of that highly intelligent otherworldly creature. I need a more detailed map of the K-77 area, especially the area where Qin Shui's team last operated, as well as all known information about that unknown creature. Lin Yu looked at the staff member, his tone leaving no room for doubt. My clearance should allow me to access this information. The staff member met Lin Yu's gaze for a moment, seemingly intimidated by the determination in his eyes, and some invisible pressure, and then resumed operating the light screen. Data transmitted to your terminal. Please note that this is highly confidential information and must not be leaked. Lin Yu's personal terminal vibrated slightly, receiving the encrypted data packet. Thank you. He took the data, didn't linger, and turned to leave the Dragon Shield office. Standing in the bustling central hall, Lin Yu quickly scanned the information on his terminal. Map markings, energy readings, blurry sketches of biological outlines. A sense of danger permeated the air. Chapter 373. Back in his personal space, Lin Yu didn't rush to check the data. Instead, he immediately focused his attention on the chaotic-colored heart of God, pseudo, deep within his soul, and the newly acquired red item book of rules, pseudo. Right now, the more important thing was to digest the gains from Maple Bridge Middle School and improve his immediate combat power to deal with the imminent rescue mission and the unknown dungeon 15 days later. When he immersed his consciousness, attempting to sense both the heart of God and the book of rules simultaneously, a far stronger attraction and resonance than when he fused with the parasitic heart erupted. The book of rules, pseudo, seemed to sense the call of a higher-level origin. Its pages moved without wind, and the twisted runes on them seemed to come alive, transforming into streams of dark red light that broke free from the book's constraints, flowing like rivers into the sea, actively heading towards Lin Yu's chest and heart. Meanwhile, the heart of God, pseudo, became more active than ever before, its chaotic light blazing brightly, like a miniature cosmic vortex, greedily devouring the dark red streams of light representing the fragments of rules authority. This fusion was no longer a gentle complementarity, but rather a domineering annexation and analysis. Lin Yu could clearly sense that the heart of God was dismantling and absorbing the fragments of laws concerning limitation, binding, and judgment contained within the Book of Rules in an incomprehensible way, integrating them into its own system. The process was not smooth sailing. The power of the rules was unruly. Occasional conflicts brought subtle stings to the soul, as if countless cold needles were piercing it. But the essence of the heart of God was clearly higher. It remained firmly at the center, suppressing these restless fragments of rules with its absolute power, forcibly crushing, recombining, and absorbing them. After an unknown amount of time, when the last wisp of dark red light was completely swallowed by the chaotic color, the fusion was complete. Lin Yu immediately looked at the new attribute panel. Name, Heart of God pseudo. Quality, Orange Unique, 6 out of 10. Type, Special Core/World Wonder. Effect 1, Passive Divine Domain. When holding this item, you will gain the ability to fly freely in any environment without consuming resources. Effect 2, Passive Blessing of Life. When holding this item, you will gain the ability to breathe freely in any environment. Furthermore, your health and stamina will rapidly recover at a rate of 5% per minute. Effect 3, Passive Undying Body. When holding this item, all your attributes will be permanently increased by 30%. Furthermore, you will gain super regeneration based on stamina. Every 20 points of stamina provides 1% life recovery per second. Effect 4, Active Tidal Power. Summon surrounding water elements, creating a large-scale tsunami that causes devastating damage to the designated area. Limited to 1 use per dungeon world. Cooling down. Effect 5, Active Swarm Command. Consumes 10% of your own stamina to inflict absolute mental suppression on all non-leader level Zerd units within a specified range, causing them to fall into confusion and fear for 10 minutes, preventing them from attacking you. Limited to once per instance world. Effect 6, Passive Thousand Faces Disguise. You can perfectly simulate the biological information and appearance of a target by touching their biological tissues, including hair, skin fragments, etc., for 1 hour. Limited to 3 times per instance world. Effect 7, Active Rule Making. You can impose rule restrictions on targets within your line of sight, including but not limited to creatures, objects, and the environment, 3 times. Rules must be concise, logically sound, and cannot directly cause the target's death. If a target violates the rules, they will suffer a powerful mental shock and random negative status effects, such as dizziness, slowness, confusion, etc., based on their own attributes and the degree of rule violation. Limited to once per instance world. Note, you are evolving towards true godhood. However, you are still missing 4 more pieces of the puzzle. The newly added rulemaking ability, although it can only be used 3 times per instance and has many restrictions, such as not being able to kill directly and needing to conform to logic, has immeasurable strategic value. At crucial moments, a simple command like energy attacks are prohibited here or target must remain stationary could instantly turn the tide of battle, creating an opportunity for a fatal blow or a safe escape. The power of rules. Lin Yu murmured to himself, feeling the authority contained within his new ability, gaining more confidence for future challenges. Just as he was familiarizing himself with his new ability, the heart of God sent a familiar throbbing sound again, and the prompt for the next piece of the puzzle arrived as promised. Next Core Special Dungeon Preview. 15 days later, midnight. Dungeon type, Survival/defense. Difficulty, ? Hint, zombie horde approaching. Zombie horde approaching. Lin Yu's eyes narrowed. This was one of the most classic and dangerous apocalyptic scenarios. An endless horde of zombies could overwhelm any sturdy defense. It seemed that the dungeon 15 days from now would be a tough battle testing absolute firepower, endurance, and fortifications. He had to prepare in advance, especially with large-scale weapons of mass destruction and sustainable supplies. But before that, he had to resolve Qin Shui's problem. K77 area, the frontline city known as K-City, and the eerie wilderness instance that trapped Qin Shui's team, were places he had to reach immediately. He didn't delay any longer, quickly organizing all his equipment and supplies. Lin Yu didn't linger, returning directly to the real world. Destination, K-City. Through the directional teleportation of the Boundary Hub system, Lin Yu arrived directly at the area where K-City was located. Stepping out of the Boundary Hub teleportation hall built on the city's edge, an atmosphere completely different from the Boundary Hub itself and any instance he had experienced before rushed towards him. The air was filled with the complex smells of gunpowder, steel, and a faint mixture of blood and disinfectant. The sky was oppressive leaden gray, as if forever shrouded in a layer of lingering gloom. In the distance, towering, massive walls constructed of reinforced concrete and heavy alloy plates snaked like mountains, protecting the city's core area. The numerous automated turrets, energy emitters, and patrolling soldiers atop the ramparts testified to the highly tense military situation. This was K-City, a frontline city, a human fortress constantly on the brink of war. According to intelligence provided by Dragon Shield, the entrance to the wilderness instance, where Qin Shui's team lost contact, was located in an abandoned industrial area approximately 20 kilometers outside the K-City ramparts. That area was originally a frequent site of adventure activity, but it has now been jointly sealed off by the military and Dragon Shield. Chapter 374. Lin Yu didn't choose to use the military-provided transportation. It was too slow and would involve numerous interrogations. He directly activated Divine Domain, his figure silently ascending into the air, transforming into a blur too thin for the naked eye to detect, and speeding towards the coordinates. Looking down from thousands of meters above, the desolation and danger of this area were even more palpable. Beyond the barrier, the land was ravaged, abandoned vehicles, collapsed buildings, and scorched earth were everywhere. Occasionally, small groups of strange, otherworldly creatures could be seen wandering among the ruins, but they couldn't even detect Lin Yu soaring overhead. In less than 10 minutes, Lin Yu arrived at his target area. It was a massive abandoned factory. Rusted factory buildings and blast furnaces lay sprawled on the ground like the skeletons of giant beasts. The central area of the factory was now completely surrounded by a temporary military cordon. Heavily armed soldiers, operatives in Dragon Shield uniforms, and various detection devices and energy barrier generators formed a tight defensive perimeter. At the heart of the cordon was a dark purple energy vortex, suspended about 3 meters above the ground, constantly twisting and rotating. The vortex, about 5 meters in diameter, emitted unstable spatial fluctuations and an unsettlingly weak suction force, the entrance to the wilderness instance. Lin Yu landed on the outer edge of the cordon, immediately alerting the guards. Several soldiers raised their guns, and a Dragon Shield officer quickly stepped forward, raising his hand to stop him. Halt! Military control zone ahead. Unauthorized personnel are prohibited from approaching, the officer said sternly, his eyes scrutinizing. I am Lin Yu, a special escort for Dragon Shield. I'm here to learn about Qin Shui's team and request entry into this instance, Lin Yu calmly stated, simultaneously displaying the access token Qin Shui had previously granted him. The official checked the sign, his brow furrowed. Escort Lin? I've been notified. But I'm sorry, the entrance to this instance is extremely unstable, and the situation inside is completely unknown. Headquarters orders that no one is allowed to enter until the Xuanwu squad arrives and completes their assessment, to avoid further uncontrollable consequences. I can't wait for the Xuanwu squad, Lin Yu said, his tone unchanged but his attitude resolute. Qin Shui's squad has been out of contact for over 48 hours. Every minute of delay increases their danger. I must go in. That's an order. I can't let them through, the official retorted. The risks inside are not something you can bear alone. We already lost an elite squad. We can't make any more unnecessary sacrifices. The argument between the two drew the attention of those around them, and the atmosphere became tense for a moment. Just then, a deep, authoritative voice sounded from behind. What's going on? The crowd parted, and a middle-aged man in a crisp general's uniform, his epaulets indicating a very high rank, his face resolute, and his eyes sharp as an eagle, walked over. His steps were steady, radiating the oppressive aura and iron-blooded presence of someone long accustomed to a high position. The Dragon Shield officer immediately stood at attention and saluted. "General Qin. This escort, Lin, insists on entering the instance. I'm explaining the restrictions to him." "General Qin?" Lin Yu's heart skipped a beat. Looking at this imposing general, he vaguely saw a resemblance to Qin Shui in the man's features. General Qin's gaze fell on Lin Yu, scrutinizing him for a moment, his gaze seemingly piercing through to the heart. "You're Lin Yu? The Lone Ranger that Xiao Shui often mentions?" "That's me," Lin Yu replied neither humbly nor arrogantly. General Qin walked up to Lin Yu, scrutinizing him closely. His voice was lowered, carrying a hint of barely perceptible fatigue and worry. "It's dangerous inside. Even Xiao Shui and the others are trapped." "Are you confident?" "Not 100% confident," Lin Yu replied honestly. "But I have some special methods. Perhaps I can find them and bring them out. Staying here waiting isn't my style, and I believe it's not what Qin Shui wants either." General Qin stared at Lin Yu silently for a few seconds, his eyes complex, as if weighing something. Finally, he took a deep breath, patted Lin Yu's shoulder heavily, and made a decision. "Good. You got guts. Better than those hesitant guys under me. Xiao Shui didn't misjudge you." He turned to the official, who was blocking his way, and ordered, "Let him in." "General, this isn't proper procedure." The official tried to argue. "Procedure my ass. My daughter's in there," General Qin roared, interrupting the other man. "I take full responsibility for the consequences." He looked at Lin Yu again, his eyes filled with entrustment and determination. "Lin, I only have one daughter. Please, you must bring her back." Lin Yu looked at this man who now seemed more like a father worried about his daughter than a ruthless general, and solemnly nodded. "I will do my best." Without another word, under the complex gazes of the crowd, Lin Yu flashed through the blockade and plunged without hesitation into the constantly spinning, unknown dark purple energy vortex. After the familiar feeling of weightlessness from teleportation came the solid feeling of her feet landing. But the surrounding environment was completely different from any apocalyptic scene Lin Yu had imagined. A fresh, earthy scent of grass filled his lungs, accompanied by the chirping of birds and the rustling of leaves in the wind. Sunlight filtered through the dense foliage, casting dappled patterns on the ground. He found himself in an ancient forest, towering trees and tangled vines, brimming with primal and vibrant life. However, almost the instant he entered this world, the Level 4 survival radar alarm went off in his mind. Not malfunctioning, but unprecedentedly crowded. The radar map, with a radius of 9 kilometers, was densely covered with countless red dots. These dots varied in size, some as small as grains of rice, scattered throughout the forest. The larger ones, like candlelight or even the size of a fist, were concentrated in a few directions, especially in the far distance, where some dots were almost blindingly bright, like miniature red suns. Special Wilderness Instance detected, Z2330. Instance type, War History Extraordinary. Current survivors remaining in Instance, 16, including Lin Yu who just entered. Instance mission, arrive at the designated evacuation point on the day Konoha was founded. World Malice, cross-border hunters. As time goes by, powerful hunters will appear who specialize in hunting outsiders. Their strength and number will increase over time. Special note, the time-flow ratio in this instance is 2 to 1 compared to the main world. Z2330. Konoha was founded. Lin Yu looked at the system notification, his pupils suddenly contracting. Combining the rich atmosphere of the Warring States period and the keyword Konoha, he was almost certain that he had entered a world set in the Warring States period of Naruto. The radar map was covered with densely packed red dots. The size of the red dots directly reflected the strength of the energy, chakra, contained within each unit. Those beings, resembling miniature suns, were likely the world's top ninjas such as Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. To confront these monsters capable of piloting Gundams head-on? Lin Yu dismissed the idea without hesitation. His goal was to rescue people, and then survive until Konoha was re-established, and he could evacuate. In this Warring States period where Kaguya-level ninjas were commonplace and Jonin were practically worthless, keeping a low profile was the key. He quickly calmed down and began analyzing the radar information. Qin Shui's team originally consisted of 5 people, and they had been out of contact for 4 days, 2 days in reality, with 8 days already passed in the instance. The system showed 16 survivors remaining, including himself, meaning Qin Shui's team might still be alive, perhaps even all of them, but it could also include other Dragon Shield rescue personnel who entered later, or members of the Advent faction. The most urgent task was to find Qin Shui and the others. He concentrated, carefully examining the details on the radar map. Besides the large red dots representing powerful individuals, he also noticed some relatively concentrated clusters of red dots of moderate strength, which were likely ninja clans or villages. He chose a village not too far away, of medium size, and without any particularly large red dots as his initial reconnaissance target. In this chaotic world, the sudden appearance of strangely dressed outsiders could easily attract the attention of the locals, potentially leading to conflict. If Qin Shui and her companions were still alive, and hadn't revealed too many special abilities, their most likely option would be to hide in such a relatively remote and weak village to avoid trouble. Chapter 375. After locking on to the direction Lin Yu didn't fly, that would make him too conspicuous. He activated the A1456 optical camouflage suit, his figure seemingly melting into the air. Using the forest as cover, he stealthily made his way towards the village. Along the way, he avoided several groups of ninja squads engaged in fierce combat. On the radar, the red dots representing them moved rapidly, collided, and occasionally went out death. The fighting styles were diverse: fire release, water release, earth release, shuriken, explosive tags. A clash of various ninjutsu and taijutsu, a dazzling yet deadly spectacle. The cruelty of the Warring States period was evident. Leaving the edge of the forest, restless from the ninja battles, Lin Yu pushed the effects of the Divine Heart to their limit. He moved like a wisp of smoke merging into the wind, rapidly approaching the medium-sized village locked on the radar map at low altitude. The closer he got, the clearer the distribution of the dots representing the village became on the radar map. Aside from a few scattered red dots patrolling the perimeter, dozens of points of light clustered within the village, several of which were significantly larger than ordinary dots, presumably belonging to the village's elite or its leader. What caught his attention even more were the several points of light in the village's central area, their brightness noticeably exceeding that of their surroundings. While far less dazzling than the mini-suns he had glimpsed earlier, they were still exceptionally prominent within a village of this size. Moreover, the radar clearly marked these locations as emitting purple or even golden light. A symbol of high-quality resources. Looks like this village has some wealth, Lin Yu thought to himself, but he remained unmoved. On someone else's territory, especially in this extraordinary world with its unknown power system, recklessly stealing valuables would be tantamount to suicide. His goal remained clear: to find Qin Shui. He deactivated his optical camouflage in a dense thicket on the outskirts of the village, straightened his slightly disheveled clothes from his rapid stealth, and made himself look more like an ordinary traveler who had stumbled upon this place. Even though his attire was still out of place in this era. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yu strode towards the village entrance. Two wary eyes immediately fell upon the watchtower built of large logs at the village entrance. Two guards, dressed in simple leather armor, with strips of cloth tied around their foreheads and wearing leaf-shaped insignia, blocked his path, wielding kunai. "Halt! Who goes there? Which family do you come from?" One of the guards shouted sharply, his eyes scanning Lin Yu's unusual clothing. Lin Yu had already prepared his answer, his face subtly revealing a hint of fatigue and fear. The translation function built into the boundary system came in handy at this moment. He replied, "My lords, I am not a ninja, but a lost merchant. My caravan encountered bandits, and my goods and companions were scattered. I managed to escape, and have been wandering in the forest for several days." He deliberately blurred the concept of bandits, a common tragedy in the war-torn Warring States period. The other guard frowned, scrutinizing Lin Yu from head to toe. "A merchant? Your attire doesn't resemble that of merchants here." "I came from a distant continent across the sea," Lin Yu explained smoothly. "Our clothing is different from that of the locals. May I ask, have any other people dressed strangely? Unlike the locals, recently come to your village? Perhaps 3 men and 2 women, or even fewer." He described the possible composition of Qin Shui's team. The 2 guards exchanged a glance, their wariness lessening slightly, but not completely disappearing. The guard who had spoken first hesitated for a moment before saying, "Strange dressed outsiders? A few days ago, there was indeed a group of people, also dressed strangely, whom we discovered during our patrol. They were in bad shape, as if they had just been through a fierce battle. Later, they were taken back to their clan's territory by the adults of the Thousand Hands clan." The Thousand Hands clan. Lin Yu's heart trembled, but she tried to maintain a calm facade. It really was them. And they were actually rescued by the Thousand Hands clan? This luck. It was hard to say whether it was good or bad. The good thing was that Qin Shui and the others seemed safe and had found a powerful sanctuary. The bad thing was that the Thousand Hands clan's territory was undoubtedly a den of dragons and tigers, and those many sun-level beings on the radar were very likely there. The Thousand Hands clan. Lin Yu repeated, feigning ignorance, then revealed a grateful expression. That's wonderful. They're very likely my companions. Could you tell me how to get to the Thousand Hands clan's territory? I'd like to join them. The guard pointed in a direction. Follow this road north. It'd be about half a day's journey. You see a large settlement with tall wooden walls and watchtowers. That's the Thousand Hands clan's territory. However, outsiders can't approach freely. When you get close, it's best to report your presence and explain the situation. Thank you both for your guidance. Lin Yu thanked them sincerely, but his heart sank. Half a day's journey wasn't short, and going directly to the Thousand Hands clan's territory was too risky. Just as he was about to ask more about Qin Shui and the others, suddenly, the level 4 survival radar in his mind issued a sharp alarm. A red dot of light was hurtling towards his location from the southwest edge of the radar at incredible speed. Its speed far surpassed any ninja he had ever seen before, even rivaling his full-speed flight. Moreover, a label was clearly marked next to this red dot. Cross-boundary hunter. It's here so quickly. Lin Yu's heart skipped a beat. According to the system notification, this hunter was after them, the outsiders. He had only been here for less than an hour, and this first hunter had already come knocking. Was it a coincidence, or was there something special about him that had attracted it? The size of this hunter's dot of light was roughly the same as the few outstanding dots in the village, larger than an ordinary ninja, but far smaller than those mini-suns. Its strength was unknown, but judging by its speed alone, it was no easy opponent. He couldn't fight it head-on, at least not in the wild, without knowing its abilities. In a flash, Lin Yu made his decision. His face instantly contorted with extreme terror as he urgently pleaded with the two guards, Sirs! I think something terrifying is chasing me from the direction I came from. It's incredibly fast. Can I hide in the village for a bit? He didn't specify what it was, nor did he mention the pursuer's distance or specific characteristics. He simply expressed the raw fear of a refugee. Upon hearing this, the two guards' expressions immediately turned serious. They knew the dangers of this forest well, from hostile ninjas to various ferocious beasts, and even summoned creatures. Judging from Lin Yu's pale face, his fear was genuine. A terrifying thing? One guard immediately leaped onto the watchtower, peering intently in the direction Lin Yu had come from. The other guard gripped his kunai tightly, and shouted at Lin Yu, "You retreat behind the watchtower." Lin Yu obeyed, quickly hiding behind the large log watchtower, simultaneously concentrating his mental energy on the rapidly approaching cross-boundary hunter dot on the radar map. 3 kilometers. 2 kilometers. 1 kilometer. The guard on the watchtower seemed to have sensed something, and suddenly blew a sharp whistle. Enemy attack. High-speed target approaching from the southwest. Chapter 376. The piercing sound of a police siren instantly shattered the afternoon tranquility of the village. The villagers, who had been working or resting, immediately stirred. Women and children, led by the elderly and weak, quickly moved towards the designated refuge area in the village center, while many more figures rushed out of houses and training grounds. They moved nimbly, their auras sharp and powerful, most wearing leaf-shaped insignia on their foreheads, the same as those worn by the guards at the village entrance. These were ninjas belonging to this small clan affiliated with the Sinja clan. Lin Yu, hidden behind a watchtower, calmly observed. On the radar map, the dots within the village moved rapidly, the scattered red dots converging towards the village entrance, forming a preliminary defensive formation. The larger dots representing the village's elite forces also appeared at the forefront. He felt slightly reassured. This village's reaction speed was not slow, and it seemed quite organized. Using their strength to test this cross-border hunter was currently the best option. He naturally wouldn't reveal the hunter's exact location or abilities, as that would expose his own abnormality. He was merely a terrified merchant who had luckily escaped into the village. I see it. What's that? The guard on the watchtower cried out in alarm. Lin Yu also quietly peeked out. He saw a dark shadow rapidly approaching from the southwest treeline, flying close to the ground, leaving after images. As it drew closer, it became clear that it was a humanoid creature, but several sizes larger than a normal person. It was shrouded in an ominous dark red energy glow, and its four-limbed running posture resembled that of a wild beast, yet possessed a mechanical precision and coordination. Its face was blurred, only 2 points of crimson light visible, firmly locked onto the direction of the village. Or more precisely, onto Lin Yu's location. Such speed. Prepare to engage. A ninja who appeared to be a minor leader shouted sharply, his hands rapidly forming hand seals. Earth release, earth flow wall. Rumble. A thick earthen wall rose from the ground, blocking the only path to the village entrance. However, the cross-boundary hunter showed no sign of slowing down in the face of the obstruction. Just as it was about to crash into the earthen wall, its claws, covered in dark red energy, lashed out. Sizzle. Like a hot knife through butter, the solid earthen wall was easily torn open by the claws, leaving a huge gap. Amidst the flying debris, the hunter's figure passed through the wall unharmed, its crimson gaze instantly piercing through the crowd and landing on Lin Yu behind the watchtower. Its target is that outsider. A ninja noticed. Stop it! Wind release, great breakthrough. Fire release, great fireball technique. Several ninjas immediately unleashed their ninjutsu, wind blades and fireballs clashing as they attacked the hunter. The hunter let out an inhuman screech, like metal scraping against metal, neither dodging nor evading. A surge of dark red energy erupted around it, deflecting or annihilating all the wind blades and fireballs. Its speed only faltered slightly before it lunged at Lin Yu again. Ordinary ninjutsu had little effect on it. Such strong defense. The ninja leader's expression changed, seeing the hunter about to break through the first line of defense and reach Lin Yu. Just then, a steady voice rang out, would release, tree world wall. Boom! 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 The ground at the village entrance trembled violently, and countless thick tree branches burst forth from the earth, growing wildly and intertwining as if alive, instantly constructing an incredibly thick, life-filled wooden barrier between the hunter and Lin Yu. This barrier was not only incredibly hard, but its surface also shimmered with a faint green light. The hunter slammed into the tree barrier with a dull thud. Dark red energy clashed violently with the green light on the wooden barrier, producing a hissing sound. Its usually invincible claws failed to tear the barrier apart instantly this time, leaving only a few deep scratches, which were slowly healing at a visible speed. It's a Senju clan leader. The villagers cheered. Lin Yu looked up and saw a young ninja wearing layered red armor, with long black hair and a resolute, composed face, who had appeared on the rooftop at the village entrance. His hands were in a hand seal position, and he exuded a powerful yet gentle life aura. On the radar map, the dot representing him was clearly one of the largest in the village, not as prominent as the distant little sun, but still as conspicuous as a lighthouse. Would release? A member of the Senju clan? Lin Yu realized. It seemed this village had close ties to the Senju clan, perhaps even with Senju ninjas stationed or patrolling there. The Senju ninja frowned slightly, watching the hunter frantically attacking the tree release barrier, and said in a deep voice, "What kind of monster is this? I never seen one before. The energy within it is also strange. It doesn't seem like chakra." Seeing it couldn't break through the wood release defense instantly, the hunter became even more frenzied. It abandoned its claws, opened its mouth, and a highly condensed dark red energy beam began to gather within, radiating a terrifying destructive aura. Watch out. It's about to unleash a powerful attack. The Senju ninja shouted a warning, simultaneously forming hand seals again. We can't let it destroy the village. Would release, explosive spear tree? Even thicker, giant trees with spear-like sharp tips erupted from the ground like giant pythons, stabbing fiercely at the charging hunter from several directions. The hunter seemed to sense the threat, forced to interrupt the accumulation of its energy beams, its body twisting erratically in an attempt to dodge. But it was fast, and the explosive spear tree was even faster. Thud. Thud. Several muffled thuds of blades piercing flesh rang out as at least 3 wooden spears accurately pierced the hunter's body, shoulders, thighs, and sides. Dark red, viscous, oil-like liquid spurted from the wounds. The hunter let out a painful scream, struggling to break free. But how could it easily escape the powerful binding force of wood release? More wooden vines coiled around it, firmly pinning it to the ground. The 1,000-armed ninja leaped down from the rooftop, landing in front of the bound hunter. He observed it closely. Its vitality is tenacious, and it seems to be self-repairing? Lin Yu also looked intently. Sure enough, the muscles at the hunter's wounds were slowly twitching, attempting to heal, but the life energy contained within the wooden spear seemed to be suppressing this process. Looks like it's under control for now. The 1,000-armed ninja breathed a sigh of relief, then turned to Lin Yu, his gaze scrutinizing. You're its target? An outsider? Chapter 377. Faced with the Senju ninja's questioning, Lin Yu, still shaken, quickly nodded and explained using his prepared explanation. Yes, sir. I don't know why this thing is chasing me. I felt it was being watched while I was fleeing in the forest, but luckily I encountered your village's guards. The Sinjin ninja nodded, not suspecting anything further. The Warring States period was full of strange and unusual things. A merchant being chased by an unknown monster, despite his strange attire, wasn't impossible. He was more concerned about the monster itself. Fujiwara, seal it away, and take it back to the clan for careful study, the Sinjin ninja instructed a companion beside him, who also wore the Sinja clan crest. Yes, Lord Kashiwagi, the ninja named Fujiwara responded, stepping forward, taking out scrolls and talismans, and beginning to seal the still struggling pursuer. The Sinja ninja named Kashiwagi turned his gaze back to Linyu. You said you're a merchant who got separated from your companions? Were your companions also strangely dressed outsiders, like you? Lin Yu's heart skipped a beat. He knew the real question had come, and he immediately put on an eager expression. Yes. Sir, you seen them? They got separated about 4 or 5 days ago. Kashiwagi's face showed a hint of understanding, as expected. They're currently in our Sinja clan's territory. A few days ago, one of our patrols found them near the border. They were being besieged by a small group of Hagoromo and Uchiha, and they were in bad shape. We rescued them. They're safe now. Although he had already learned this from the guards, receiving confirmation from the Sinja clan members again truly relieved Linyu. Qin Shui and the others were alive, and in Sinja territory. Excellent. Thank you so much, sirs of the Sinja clan. Linyu's face showed genuine gratitude. May I go to the clan's territory to see them now? Kashiwagi hesitated for a moment, glancing at the hunter being sealed away, then at Linyu, and said, yes. However, this place is not safe to linger. No one knows if there are other similar monsters. I need to return to the clan's territory to report. You will come with me. Fujiwara, you stay here to assist the village in strengthening its defenses, and return as soon as you dealt with the aftermath. Yes. Thus, led by Kashiwagi, Linyu left the small village that had just experienced a brief turmoil and headed north towards the Sinja clan's territory. Kashiwagi moved quickly, but deliberately slowed his pace to accommodate the ordinary merchant Linyu. Linyu was happy to do so, discreetly observing the radar map as he traveled. The closer they got to the Sinja clan's territory, the denser the red dots on the map became, and their intensity generally increased. As the vast settlement came into view, Linyu's radar screen revealed several points of light, far brighter than Kashiwagi's, scattered throughout the clan's territory like small torches. At the very center of the clan's territory, one point of light reached a chilling brightness, though still not comparable to the sun's he had initially sensed. It was not far off. Is that Hashirama Senju? Or Tobarama Senju? Linyu thought to himself, firmly memorizing the coordinates of this area, reminding himself not to approach it lightly. With Kashiwagi leading the way, entering the Sinja clan's territory went smoothly. The clan's territory was orderly, with ninjas training everywhere, and a tense yet vibrant atmosphere permeated the air. Kashiwagi led Linyu to a relatively secluded but well-guarded courtyard. Your companions are inside. They have no chakra and are considered harmless civilians, so they have relatively free movement, but they can't stray too far from this courtyard, Kashiwagi explained. Go in yourself, I have something to report to the clan leader. Thank you, Lord Kashiwagi, Linyu said again. Kashiwagi waved and turned to leave. Linyu took a deep breath and pushed open the wooden gate to the courtyard. The courtyard wasn't large, but it was very clean. Qin Shui was sitting on a stone bench in the courtyard, wiping a military dagger. Her profile appeared somewhat pale in the afternoon sun, but her eyes remained sharp. The other two surviving team members, a burly male and a female who appeared to be a technical soldier, were talking quietly nearby, their expressions a mixture of exhaustion and vigilance. Linyu didn't see the Wang brothers or Su Mu. Hearing the door open, the three of them looked up simultaneously. When Qin Shui saw Linyu standing in the doorway, she was first stunned, then her eyes lit up with unbelievable joy. Linyu? She jumped to her feet, almost rushing over. How did you get in? The other two team members also looked surprised. A friend showed me the way. Linyu smiled, walked into the courtyard, closed the wooden door, and glanced at the three of them. Looks like you guys were lucky. Although you lost some members, at least you survived. Qin Shui's joy faded, replaced by a hint of sadness. We lost 2 people, and when we came in, we were caught in the middle of a battlefield between 2 ninja clans, mistaken for enemies by both sides. Luckily, the Sinja clan members were passing by. She briefly recounted her previous experience, which largely matched what Kashiwagi had said. This world is extremely dangerous, Qin Shui said in a low voice, her expression grave. The people here possess a supernatural energy called chakra, which allows them to unleash various powerful techniques known as ninjutsu. Their individual combat strength is immense, and wars between clans are constant. Our modern weapons will be of limited use against truly powerful individuals. She glanced at her waist. Where a pistol should have been, it was now empty, clearly confiscated or safely stored by the Sinja clan. Lin Yu nodded, indicating he understood. He had already witnessed this through radar. There's more bad news, Qin Shui continued. This wilderness instance has a special kind of world malice called cross-boundary hunters. The system warns that monsters will appear specifically to hunt us outsiders, and their strength and numbers will increase over time. We had a vague feeling of being watched before, but not as obviously as this time. Did you encounter them when you came in? Lin Yu didn't hide anything, briefly recounting the attack on the hunters at the village entrance, omitting the details of how he used radar to detect them in advance and guide the guard's response, only saying that he was lucky enough to escape into the village and be rescued. As expected, Qin Shui and the other two team members' expressions grew even more grim. It's only been 8 days, in game time, and the hunters are already able to directly attack a village guarded by ninjas. Although they were dealt with by the Sinja clan's Jonin, what about next time? We must find an evacuation point as soon as possible, the female tech-savvy team member said worriedly. The system mission says to arrive at the evacuation point on the day Konoha was founded, but what is Konoha? Where is it? When was it founded? We have absolutely no clue. Chapter 378. Lin Yu's heart stirred slightly. Konoha. He knew what it was, of course. It seemed the key to this instance lay in the establishment of that future ninja village. This meant they needed to survive in this perilous warring states period until that historical moment arrived. This would take time and also finding a sufficiently safe place to survive. Right now, the core territory of the Sinja clan seemed like a good choice, although risks and opportunities coexisted. What is the Sinja clan's attitude towards you? Lin Yu asked. They're fairly friendly, Qin Shui replied. Their clan leader, she's referring to Sinja Butsuma, met us once and inquired about our origins. We lied, saying we came from a secluded island overseas and were shipwrecked here. They didn't seem entirely convinced, but considering we had no chakra and posed no threat, they allowed us temporary refuge. We even traded some food and clean water we carried for local food and information, establishing a preliminary, well, a fairly peaceful relationship. The ninja who rescued us, the leader, was named Hashirama? He seemed a bit simple-minded, but he was very strong and kind. Hashirama. Lin Yu remained outwardly calm, but inwardly he understood. Who else could be described by Qin Shui as kind and foolish, yet possess such formidable strength, besides a young Hashirama Senju? Since we're safe for now, let's rest here and gather information about Konoha, Lin Yu decided. The Sinja clan is a major local clan, perhaps we can obtain relevant intelligence. As for the pursuers, he glanced outside the courtyard. With the Sinja clan here, they should be able to hold them off for a while. He didn't mention the powerful glowing spots his radar detected within the Thousand Hands territory, nor did he mention the possibility of even stronger hunters. Some information is best kept to a minimum. The immediate priority was to rely on the Thousand Hands as a shield until the evacuation point appeared. Just as they were talking, Lin Yu's mental radar issued another slight warning. He discreetly glanced at the area, and saw that on the edge of the Thousand Hands territory, a red dot representing a cross-boundary hunter had quietly reappeared, and this red dot seemed slightly larger than the one they had dealt with at the village entrance. It didn't immediately approach the core area, but instead hovered at the edge, as if searching for something. Lin Yu's heart sank. A second hunter arrived so quickly, and stronger? Was it because of the number of survivors gathered? The appearance of the second cross-boundary hunter was like an invisible thorn piercing Lin Yu's heart. It didn't immediately attack the heavily guarded core area of the Sinja clan's territory, but instead lingered on the periphery like a ghost, which only made things more unsettling. This meant that these hunters weren't mindless beasts. They knew how to scout, lie in wait, and might even be waiting for an opportunity, or calling for more of their kind. Lin Yu kept this discovery to himself, not telling Qin Shui and the others. Adding to the panic was pointless. It might even attract the attention of the Sinja ninjas due to emotional fluctuations. What he needed now was absolute calm and a low profile. For the next 2 days, Lin Yu also settled down in this small courtyard within the Sinja clan's territory, posing as a lost merchant. He and Qin Shui's team exchanged intelligence, primarily Lin Yu listening to Qin Shui recount their experiences during the 8 days, dungeon time, since entering the instance, including the fighting styles of the ninjas they encountered, the characteristics of several common clans such as the Uchiha's fan-shaped crest, the Hagoromo clan's distinctive attire, and some basic rules within the Senju clan's territory. As overseas remnants without chakra, their activities were confined to a small area around the courtyard. They were provided with food and water by designated personnel, which also served as a form of surveillance. The Senju clan displayed the decorum of a great clan, not mistreating them, but maintaining sufficient vigilance. Lin Yu was happy with this arrangement. He spent most of his time in the courtyard, seemingly resting or chatting with Qin Shui and the others, but in reality, his mental energy was highly concentrated, continuously monitoring the radar map. The Senju clan truly lived up to its reputation as one of the most powerful ninja clans of this era. On the radar map, tiny red dots representing ninjas were densely packed, patrolling and training in an endless stream. The brighter spots of light frequently moved within the clan's territory, clearly indicating they were elite jonin. The brightest spot of light in the center of the territory, aside from occasional movement, mostly remained in one fixed position, presumably the residence or office of the clan leader, Senju Butsuma. To Lin Yu's surprise, he didn't spot Senju Hashirama on the radar, the one Qin Shui had described as kind and approachable, yet somewhat foolish. Either was Hashirama not currently in the clan's territory, or he was intentionally concealing his aura, making it impossible for the radar to accurately determine his energy level. Lin Yu leaned towards the latter. As the future god of shinobi, it's not surprising that Hashirama possesses some means of concealing himself. Furthermore, the purple and gold dots marked on the radar map were making his mouth water. These high-quality supplies were scattered throughout the clan's territory. Some were in seemingly ordinary houses, some in heavily guarded warehouses, and some were even in the training grounds or the residence of an elder. He even discovered a dot emitting a soft golden light in a relatively secluded spot in a dense forest on the edge of the clan's territory. What could that be? Some kind of ninja tool? Or a hidden ninjutsu inheritance scroll? Lin Yu speculated, but forcibly suppressed the urge to investigate. Taking action within the Senju clan's territory was too risky. While the golden dot was tempting, there was another bright dot nearby, likely guarding an important location or a powerful individual. What he needed now was to lie low, wait for information on the escape route, and simultaneously use the Senju clan's strength to fend off the increasingly powerful pursuers. The following evening, the Senju clansman responsible for delivering their meals was replaced by a young man with a cheerful smile, spiky black hair, and simple ninja armor. He walked into the courtyard carrying a food box, his voice booming, "Yo! Dinner's ready. We have fresh grilled fish today." Qin Shui, seeing the newcomer, showed genuine relief and greeted him. "It's Lord Hashirama. Thank you for your help." The newcomer was indeed Senju Hashirama. Chapter 379. Lin Yu's heart skipped a beat, but outwardly, he displayed the same appropriate respect and curiosity as the other team members. He carefully observed Hashirama. At this time, Hashirama was still very young, with youthful vigor in his brows, clear eyes, and a sunny smile. He showed no trace of the future ninja god who would pacify the chaotic world. But on the radar map, the dot representing Hashirama was somewhat strange. It wasn't small, nor did it have the overt sharpness of other powerful figures. Strange, why is that? Lin Yu pondered silently. Hashirama put down the food box, sat naturally on the stone bench, looked at Qin Shui and the others, scratched his head, and smiled. "No need to be so polite, just call me Hashirama. Are you all settling in here? If you need anything, feel free to tell me." His attitude was very approachable, without any airs. Qin Shui smiled wryly. "It's not a matter of getting used to it, just surviving is good enough." "But, Hashirama, have you ever heard of Konoha?" "Konoha?" Hashirama looked clearly bewildered and shook his head. "Never heard of it. Is it the name of your hometown?" His reaction didn't seem feigned. Lin Yu understood. At this moment, Hashirama probably hadn't yet conceived the idea of establishing a ninja village, or perhaps it was still just a vague thought. The scene of Madara and Hashirama discussing their ideals and naming it Konoha hadn't yet occurred. "Maybe," Qin Shui chuckled, covering up the mistake. Hashirama didn't delve into it, instead enthusiastically asking Qin Shui about the customs and culture of their overseas island. Qin Shui had no choice but to bite the bullet and, drawing on some common sense from the real world, fabricate a story, half true and half false. Hashirama listened with rapt attention, occasionally letting out gasps of amazement, expressing a deep longing for that overseas island where there is no war, and children can grow up peacefully. Lin Yu listened silently, his heart filled with emotion. It was this very yearning for peace that ultimately led him to found Konoha. Just then, Hashirama seemed to casually mention something. Recently, the outskirts of the clan compound seem rather unsettled. Patrols have reported discovering some strange tracks, like some kind of ferocious beast, but their aura is very eerie. Father has increased patrols. Try not to leave the compound at night. Strange tracks? Lin Yu's heart skipped a beat, immediately thinking of the cross-boundary hunter lurking on the edge of the clan compound. The Senja clan had indeed noticed. Qin Shui and the others also looked worried. Seeing this, Hashirama patted his chest, revealing a reassuring smile. Don't worry. With the Senja clan here, nothing will harm you. I'm very strong. His smile was infectious, making everyone believe him. However, on Lin Yu's radar map, the red dot representing the second pursuer, after 2 days of silence, began to move slowly. No longer aimlessly wandering, it was now cautiously infiltrating the core area of the clan territory. It moved slowly, its trajectory extremely cunning, skillfully avoiding several patrolling ninja teams. Crisis was quietly approaching. As night deepened, the Senja clan territory fell into relative tranquility, broken only by the rhythmic footsteps of patrolling ninjas, and the occasional clanging of kunai from the distant training grounds. Lin Yu lay on his assigned makeshift bed, eyes slightly closed, breathing evenly, as if asleep. But his mental focus was intensely concentrated, like the most sophisticated radar, constantly monitoring every movement within a 9-kilometer radius of him. The red dot representing the second cross-boundary hunter had successfully infiltrated the inner area of the clan's territory. Using the shadows of buildings, the cover of trees, and the gaps between patrol shifts, it silently approached the courtyard where they were. It really is coming for us, Lin Yu thought coldly. These hunters seemed to be able to pinpoint the location of these outsiders. The first hunter had charged at him the moment he entered, and this second one was clearly targeting the people in this courtyard as well. It avoided several areas with strong chakra reactions and large dots on the radar. Its movement path demonstrated extremely high intelligence and a keen sense of danger. Its dot was indeed larger than the first one's. Less than a kilometer from the courtyard. 800 meters. 500 meters. Lin Yu could see a patrol of 1,000 hands just passing by the street in front of the courtyard. The next patrol interval was at least 5 minutes. The hunter moved, like a phantom in the night. Its speed suddenly exploded, transforming into an almost invisible black shadow, rushing straight towards the courtyard. They couldn't wait any longer. Lin Yu abruptly sat up in bed, a small movement, but enough to wake Qin Shui, who was already sleeping lightly beside him. What's wrong? Qin Shui instantly woke up, asking in a low voice, her hand already reaching for the dagger under her pillow. The other 2 team members also opened their eyes alertly. Something's approaching, Lin Yu said succinctly, his sharp gaze sweeping towards the courtyard wall. A strong sense of malice. He didn't explain how he sensed it, and Qin Shui and the others were already used to Lin Yu's extraordinary alertness. The 3 of them immediately stood up, quickly taking out their weapons from their backpacks, holding their breath, and staring intently at the courtyard wall. Almost the instant they were ready. Boom! The not-too-thick wooden courtyard wall exploded as if struck by a battering ram. Amidst the flying wood chips, the humanoid figure shrouded in dark red energy rushed in with a stench. Its scarlet eyes, like 2 will-o'-the-wisps in the darkness, instantly locked onto Lin Yu, who was closest to it, faster and stronger than the one at the village entrance. It didn't even utter a hiss. Its claws, whistling through the air, aimed straight for Lin Yu's throat. The speed was dazzling. Watch out! Qin Shui cried out, but she had no time to react effectively. At that critical moment, Lin Yu moved. He was prepared. He seemingly stumbled backward, his movements somewhat clumsy, but he narrowly avoided the deadly claw tip. The sharp wind from the claw grazed his nose, tearing a few strands of hair. At the same time, his right hand, hidden behind his back, gripped the hilt of the bloodletter's blade. But he didn't draw the sword immediately. Using a weapon clearly not from this world, here would have unpredictable consequences. Enemy attack. Almost at the same time the courtyard wall was breached. The shrill alarm of a patrolling ninja rang out in the distance. Clearly, the commotion had attracted attention. Chapter 380. The hunter, having missed its attack, didn't hesitate. With a twist of its body, its claws swept across, its target shifting to the female technical team member beside it. It seemed to prioritize eliminating seemingly weaker targets. Get out of the way! The burly male team member roared, grabbing a heavy stone bench and slamming it down on the hunter. The hunter neither dodged nor evaded. Its claws collided with the bench. Bang! The bench shattered instantly. The male team member was thrown back by the immense force of the impact. His hand split open, blood flowing freely. The hunter's attack only paused slightly. Its claws continued to sweep towards the female technical team member. It seemed the female technical team member was about to perish. Lin Yu was preparing to use the rules to restrain this overstepping hunter. Would release. Silent kill binding technique. A deep, powerful voice rang out. Countless resilient vines, as if alive, burst forth from the ground, instantly coiling around the hunter's limbs and torso, binding it firmly in midair. Its claws were less than 10 centimeters from the female team member's forehead. Hashirama Senju, seemingly teleported, had appeared in the courtyard. His expression was calm, his hands remaining in a hand-seal position. On the radar map, the subdued dot representing him now glowed slightly, indicating he was wielding power. It's that monster again. Hashirama frowned, watching the hunter struggle violently and emit a low roar. And it's stronger than the last one. The hunter writhed wildly, dark red energy constantly impacting the wood-release vines, producing a sizzling, corrosive sound, and fine cracks began to appear on the vines. Such powerful strength. Hashirama was slightly surprised, then increased his chakra output. I can't let it destroy anything more. Wood release, wood splinter technique. From within the bound hunter's body, countless sharp wooden spikes suddenly erupted. These spikes burst forth from the inside, instantly turning it into a pincushion. The hunter's struggle ceased abruptly, dark red blood gushing from the numerous holes, and the crimson light in its eyes quickly dimmed. It's over. From the hunter breaking through the wall to Hashirama's swift annihilation, the entire process took less than 10 seconds. A flurry of footsteps sounded outside the courtyard. More Sinjin ninja had arrived. Hashirama dispelled his wood release, looked at the lifeless monster's corpse on the ground, then at the still-shaken Qin Shui and the others, and finally at Lin Yu, who appeared disheveled but was actually unharmed. He said in a deep voice, "We can't stay here any longer. Their target is clear. You. I will arrange for you to move to a place closer to the center of the clan's territory." His tone was unquestionable. 2 consecutive precise attacks by the hunters had made the Sinja clan realize that these harmless outsiders were themselves a huge source of trouble. Lin Yu sighed inwardly, knowing that continuing to discreetly hide on the periphery was no longer possible. He nodded, "I leave it all to Lord Hashirama." Faced with overwhelming power and a real threat, they had no choice. However, moving to the center of the clan's territory, closer to the truly powerful figures, and seeing more alluring purple and gold dots on the radar map. Whether it was a blessing or a curse remained to be seen. And the golden dot in the dense forest seemed to be silently beckoning him. Under Hashirama Sinja's personal arrangement, Lin Yu and Qin Shui's team were transferred to a secluded courtyard in the core area of the Sinja clan's territory before dawn. Not far from the residence of clan leader Sinja Butsuma, the number and quality of patrolling ninjas had noticeably increased, and the chakra aura in the air was much denser. On the radar map, dots representing powerful individuals moved frequently nearby, like stars in the night sky. The new compound was more fortified, even equipped with some simple security barriers. The treatment seemed improved, but the invisible surveillance and control had also become more stringent. They were explicitly told not to leave the compound without permission, and that food and water would be delivered by designated personnel. "Are we under house arrest?" the female technical team member said worriedly, looking at the tightly closed gate and the faintly visible guards outside. "It's protection, and it's also control." Qin Shui seemed quite philosophical about it, wiping her palms, which were slightly sweaty from the tension. After being precisely attacked by those monsters twice in a row, the Thousand Hands clan can't help but suspect that we possess something that attracts them. The fact that they didn't arrest and interrogate us is already quite ethical. The burly male team member examined his cracked hand and muttered, "This hellhole is no place for humans. Those monsters are stronger than the last. If they come again, can we even hold out?" Lin Yu sat on the stone steps in the courtyard, silent, his gaze seemingly unfocused, but actually carefully browsing the radar map. The core area was indeed extraordinary. Besides the terrifyingly powerful glowing spots, there were also many more purple and gold glowing spots representing high-quality resources. Some were in the nearby warehouse area, some in buildings resembling libraries, and a few were even in the adjacent area, possibly the residence of an elder. These points of light, like beacons in the darkness, held a deadly allure for him, the king of scavengers. But he suppressed all impulses. Here, any rash action could lead to annihilation. The Sinja clan's survival during the Warring States period was no accident. The clan was full of talented individuals, and sensory-type ninjas were plentiful. His optical camouflage and stealth skills might not be enough against true powerhouses. His attention was focused more on the golden point of light still flickering in the dense forest at the edge of the clan's territory. The point of light was relatively isolated, and the intensity of the guarding lights nearby didn't seem particularly high compared to the center of the clan's territory. Perhaps that was an opportunity. A high-quality opportunity that might be the only safe place to reach before evacuation, but this thought only flashed through his mind. Now was not the time. They needed the Sinja clan's protection to deal with the increasingly powerful pursuers, and they also needed to utilize the Sinja clan's intelligence network to gather information about Konoha or anything that might point to their escape route. It would be unwise to cause trouble now. Lin Yu finally spoke, his voice calm. All we can do now is wait. Wait for the Sinja clan's investigation of those monsters. Wait for news about Konoha. Wait for the evacuation point indicated by the system to appear. Until then, focus on improving yourself and familiarizing yourself with the environment, but don't do anything out of line. He glanced at Qin Shui. You two had a good relationship with Hashirama after exchanging supplies. You can use this connection to try and gather some non-classified information, such as the surrounding geography, the distribution of powerful clans, or any rumors or ideas about future peace. He subtly hinted. Qin Shui nodded thoughtfully. I understand. Hashirama is a simple-minded person who yearns for peace. Perhaps we can hear something from him. The next few days seemed to return to their previous tranquility. But everyone knew that beneath this calm, undercurrents were surging. Chapter 381. Qin Shui, taking advantage of Hashirama's occasional visits, subtly inquired about news. Hashirama seemed quite willing to interact with these overseas visitors, often bringing fruit or recounting matters permitted by the clan, such as the conflicts between ninja clans. His words frequently revealed his weariness of the current chaotic world and his yearning for peace. However, he remained completely clueless about Konoha. No new cross-boundary hunters appeared on the radar map for the time being. But Lin Yu dared not relax in the slightest. He knew this was likely just the calm before the storm. According to the rules, the strength and number of hunters would increase over time. The next one to appear would likely not be a single hunter, or its strength would far surpass the previous ones. He had to prepare for the worst. On the 7th day, dungeon time, of entering this Naruto Sengoku period instance, a turning point seemed to appear. That afternoon, Hashirama came to the courtyard, his face bearing a mixture of excitement and mystery. Father and the elders have decided to organize a joint operation to clear out the border region, Hashirama said in a low voice. Recently, besides those strange monsters, we also discovered signs of Uchiha clan activity there. They seem to be searching for something. We suspect it might be related to you, or those monsters. Uchiha. Lin Yu's heart skipped a beat. The appearance of this familiar name meant the plot was progressing. A clearing operation? Qin Shui asked, puzzled. Yes. Hashirama nodded. I lead the team, and the clan will send several elite jonin to assist. If all goes well, we might be able to capture prisoners, find the source of those monsters, or even find a way for you to travel overseas. His gaze swept over Lin Yu and Qin Shui, his expression sincere. Don't worry, I will do my best to ensure your safety and help you find your way home. Looking at Hashirama's eyes, full of energy and hope, Lin Yu felt a sense of foreboding. A joint extermination? Involving the Uchiha clan? This water was probably deeper than he imagined. On his radar map, in the distant border direction, several extremely faint, yet strangely chilling red dots appeared and disappeared. A new storm seemed to be brewing. And they, these outsiders, had already been swept into the eye of this storm of the Warring States period. This courtyard in the core area of the Sinja clan's territory seemed to be a small, tranquil place in the eye of the storm. The outside world was turbulent due to the planning of the joint extermination operation. Inside the courtyard, Lin Yu and Qin Shui's team continued their seemingly monotonous, but actually nerve-wracking, prisoner life. The news Hashirama brought about the purge and the Uchiha clan was like a pebble thrown into a calm lake, creating ripples. Qin Shui and her team were filled with anxiety, hoping the operation would bring a turning point, yet fearing they might be drawn into an even more terrible conflict. Even without knowing the details, the name Uchiha, as Hashirama occasionally mentioned, conveyed a sense of power that they were formidable opponents no less formidable than the Senju. Lin Yu, however, thought even deeper. The Uchiha's appearance meant that the core plot of this instance was being triggered. The fated duel between Madara and Hashirama, the long-standing feud between the Uchiha and Senju, these were things that these outsiders could not easily meddle in. He became increasingly determined to survive, never actively seeking trouble, with his ultimate goal being to survive until the evacuation point appeared. Days passed. Qin Shui continued to maintain her connection with Hashirama. Hashirama seemed to genuinely consider them confidants, occasionally bringing news that wasn't top secret, such as the progress of the cleanup operation or amusing anecdotes about the training of the younger generation of ninjas within his clan. He also mentioned more and more frequently his aversion to war, and his longing for a paradise, where children could grow up peacefully, far from the battlefield. If one day, all ninja clans could put aside their hatred and live in peace, how wonderful that would be. Hashirama sat on a stone bench in the courtyard, gazing at the sky, his eyes filled with pure longing. Qin Shui and Lin Yu could only remain silent. They came from a relatively peaceful era and couldn't truly understand this blood feud ingrained in their blood, but precisely because they came from the future, they knew that Hashirama's dream would eventually be realized, albeit through thorns and sacrifices. This feeling of knowing the future yet being unable to express, it was quite subtle. However, beneath the calm surface, hidden dangers had already been sown. On Lin Yu's radar map, the purple and gold dots scattered throughout the clan's territory were like the forbidden fruit of Eden, constantly radiating temptation. His ability to suppress his impulses didn't mean everyone in the team could. The female technical team member, named Li Qingli, was a technical expert specializing in information processing and the operation of precision equipment. In this world lacking modern technology, her expertise was almost useless. A strong sense of loss and a yearning for power led her to turn her gaze to the ninjutsu scrolls that represented knowledge and power. She had repeatedly hinted to Qin Shui that obtaining some ninjutsu scrolls for research might help her find a way to deal with the pursuers, or find an escape point more quickly, but Qin Shui had always firmly forbade it. Qin Shui knew very well that touching the Senju clan's ninjutsu heritage was an absolute taboo. It would completely destroy the fragile trust they were currently maintaining. But Li Qingli didn't seem to have completely given up. Lin Yu occasionally noticed a barely perceptible eagerness flash in her eyes when she saw patrolling Senju ninjas performing exquisite ninjutsu. Although Lin Yu noticed it, he didn't pay much attention. In his view, Li Qingli didn't have the courage, and even if she had the idea, she didn't have the ability to succeed within the Senju clan's territory. He focused more on the potential pursuers outside and the powerful individuals within the clan, ignoring the subtle unrest within. Meanwhile, the atmosphere within the clan's territory grew increasingly tense. The number of patrolling ninjas increased, and they were even more silent during shift changes. Hashirama's visits became less frequent, and even when he did come, his brows betrayed an unyielding weariness and a hint of anger. Tobarama, on the other hand, came once, still with that icy demeanor. He merely conducted a routine check of the courtyard's barrier and their condition, his sharp, piercing gaze sweeping over everyone before leaving without uttering a word. That scrutinizing gaze made the three, except for Lin Yu, feel as if they were sitting on pins and needles. Lin Yu's radar could clearly see that the points of light representing the high-ranking members within the clan's territory were converging more frequently in the central area, seemingly engaged in frequent secret talks. On the border, the cold red dots representing Uchiha activity had also become clearer and more active. A storm was brewing. Chapter 382. The unexpected turn of events occurred on a seemingly ordinary afternoon. Lin Yu had just finished a round of physical training and was wiping himself down with water. Qin Shui was organizing her few remaining belongings. The burly male team member Li Dun was maintaining his weapon in a corner, and Li Qingli sat under the eaves, gazing absently into the courtyard. Suddenly, the courtyard gate was violently pushed open, the force so great that the door slammed against the wall with a loud thud. Everyone was startled and looked up to see Tobarama Senju standing coldly in the doorway, followed by four stern-faced Senju ninja. Even more chilling was the sight of two Senju ninja dragging in a mangled, bloodied figure, slamming it into the center of the courtyard like trash. The figure was curled up, groaning in pain, its limbs twisted unnaturally, clearly broken. When he lifted his face, contorted in agony, Qin Shui and Li Dun simultaneously gasped in shock. Li Qingli? Lin Yu's eyes sharpened instantly. The one thrown to the ground was none other than Li Qingli, who had been sitting under the eaves. He immediately looked towards the eaves. It was empty. When had this happened? Li Qingli on the ground was still wearing that somewhat incongruous modern outfit, but over it was a dark vest commonly worn by genin of the Senju clan, stained with mud and blood. What happened? Qin Shui stepped forward, her face deathly pale, her voice trembling. She instantly understood, a chill running from her feet to her head. Tobarama didn't look at Qin Shui. His icy gaze swept over Lin Yu and Li Dun like a scalpel, finally settling on the groaning Li Qingli on the ground. His voice was devoid of emotion. Explain? A jonin behind him stepped forward and said in a deep voice, Our men found her in the warehouse area near the training grounds. She was acting suspiciously, carrying a ninjutsu scroll stolen from the warehouse. Basic water release, water chaos technique. Caught red-handed, according to clan rules, she should have been executed on the spot. However, considering she's a stranger and Lord Hashirama gave instructions, we only broke her limbs and brought her here for you to handle. His words struck Qin Shui and Li Dun like a hammer blow. Stealing a ninjutsu scroll. This was an unforgivable crime in any ninja clan. Li Qingli. You? Li Dun was both shocked and furious, pointing at his comrade on the ground, too angry to speak. He never expected this usually quiet and gentle technician to do something so foolish and fatal. Qin Shui closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and when she opened them again, only exhaustion and despair remained. She knew it was over. All her previous efforts, the little trust Hashirama had painstakingly built up, had completely collapsed at this moment. Lin Yu watched all this in silence, his heart equally shaken. He had indeed been negligent. He underestimated the delusions a person might harbor in an extreme environment devoid of power and security, and overestimated Li Qingli's self-control. He assumed that without chakra, one couldn't use ninjutsu, but he hadn't considered that she might simply want to research or merely crave possession. Even more unexpected was that she would infiltrate the training ground warehouse, which wasn't heavily guarded. We knew nothing about it, Qin Shui said with difficulty, her voice dry. This was her personal action, and it has nothing to do with us. Enough, Tobarama coldly interrupted her, his eyes chilling enough to freeze a person. Personal action? You are a unit. Does her ability to infiltrate the warehouse mean that someone among you helped her? Or was this all part of your plan? Feigning allegiance, but actually coveting the secret techniques of my Senju clan? His words were like poison needles, each one piercing to the heart. For Jonin simultaneously emitted faint killing intent, locking onto the three people in the courtyard, except for Li Qingli on the ground. The air in the courtyard seemed to freeze. Li Dun gripped his battle blade tightly, his muscles tense. Although he knew resistance was futile, his survival instinct prepared him for a desperate fight. Qin Shui's face was deathly pale, her lips moving, but she didn't know how to defend herself. Lin Yu slowly moved his feet, seemingly unintentionally taking a position that could both protect Qin Shui and be ready to respond to any attack, his internal energy quietly flowing. The rift in trust had become an insurmountable chasm. Just then, a hurried voice came from outside the courtyard. Tobarama. Stop! Senju Hashirama quickly. He rushed in, and when he saw the scene in the courtyard, especially Li Qingli lying on the ground, her limbs severed and barely alive, a flicker of pity and heartache crossed his eyes. He stood between Tobarama and Qin Shui, facing his younger brother's icy gaze. Brother, are you still going to protect them? Tobarama's tone was filled with suppressed anger. They stole a clan's secret technique. The matter hasn't been investigated yet. Besides, she's the only one who made the mistake, others shouldn't be implicated. Hashirama tried to reason, but his voice sounded weak in the face of clan rules and undeniable facts. Investigate? Caught red-handed, what need is there for an investigation? Tobarama wouldn't budge. They're not from our clan, brother, you're too naive. These strangers, of unknown origin, are a huge threat in themselves. Now their greed and dishonesty have been confirmed. They must be expelled. Or dealt with according to clan rules. His last sentence was filled with chilling killing intent. Hashirama opened his mouth, looking at his brother's resolute eyes, then at the ashen-faced Qin Shui and the silent Lin Yu, and was momentarily speechless. He knew Tobarama was right. The clan rules were strict, and Li Qingli's actions had indeed crossed the line. But his inner yearning for peace, his belief that he no longer wanted to see bloodshed and sacrifice, prevented him from easily making the decision to expel or even execute her. The atmosphere in the courtyard reached a breaking point. Li Qingli, lying on the ground, seemed to be losing consciousness due to the excruciating pain and blood loss, uttering meaningless murmurs. The sanctuary had instantly become a place of conflict. Tobarama is indeed the most difficult to deal with. Lin Yu thought to himself. The standoff in the courtyard, temporarily averted by Hashirama's intervention, had not escalated into a bloody conflict, but the tense atmosphere was even more suffocating than the clash of swords. Tobarama's icy gaze swept past Hashirama's shoulder, landing on Qin Shui and Lin Yu, his disgust and suspicion undisguised. Brother, your mercy is misplaced. Their very existence is a mistake. This time it was stealing scrolls, next time, who knows if it will be spying, or even stabbing us in the back. Tobarama. Hashirama growled, his face showing rare anger. Things aren't as absolute as you think. The people they saved have always been under our surveillance, except this time. Except for her. He glanced heavily at Li Qingli on the ground. We can't condemn everyone because of one person's mistake. Chapter 383. Surveillance? Ha, Tobarama sneered. If they hadn't been discovered by chance, wouldn't they have already gotten their hands on this scroll? Who knows if they succeeded before? Brother, don't forget father's teachings. Any leniency towards potential enemies is irresponsible to the clan. The brothers' argument clearly reached Qin Shui and the others' ears, each word like a whip lashing at their hearts. Li Dun was filled with shame and anger, hating Li Qingli's foolishness for implicating everyone, and feeling resentful of the Sinja clan's hostility. Qin Shui, however, felt icy cold. She knew that no matter how Hashirama tried to protect them, the rift had already formed, and trust was gone. Staying here would only make things more difficult. Lin Yu remained silent, like an observer. He was quickly analyzing the current situation. Tobarama's attitude represented the mainstream voice of the Sinja clan, xenophobic, wary, and bound by clan rules. Hashirama's defense stemmed from his personal ideals and a sliver of camaraderie, but this defense proved fragile in the face of clan rules and established facts. Staying behind was extremely risky. They would not only face potentially stronger pursuers, but also constantly be wary of hostility from their protectors. But what about leaving? Outside lay the war-torn warring states period, the ever-present and increasingly powerful pursuers, and the ever-watchful Uchiha clan. Losing the Sinja clan's relatively safe stronghold would drastically reduce their chances of surviving until the evacuation point. Weighing the two evils, staying seemed to be the least bad option at the moment, despite the immense pressure and surveillance. Enough. Finally, Hashirama took a deep breath, interrupting Tobarama. He turned to face Qin Shui and Lin Yu, his eyes filled with complex emotions, apologies, but even more so with an undeniable resolve. Li Qingli has violated clan rules and must be punished. She will be placed under the care of the clan's enforcement team until you leave, or until a new decision is made. He didn't mention execution, which was already the biggest concession he could make. As for you, Hashirama's gaze swept over Qin Shui, Lin Yu, and Li Dun. You can remain here for now. However, your movements are limited to this courtyard. Any departure requires my permission and will be subject to double the guards. Also, hand over any items you may have for improper purposes. He phrased it tactfully, but his meaning was clear. He wanted to confiscate any modern equipment they might use for stealth, lock-picking, or attack. Qin Shui smiled bitterly and nodded without resistance. She gestured to Li Dun, then placed the dagger at her waist, the spare blade hidden in her boot, and some miscellaneous tools on the ground. Li Dun hesitated for a moment, then also put down his prized iron rod. Lin Yu remained silent, then, making a gesture as if reaching into his pocket, pulled out several military daggers and a few high-explosive grenades from his spatial backpack. He only handed over items that might raise suspicion outwardly as dangerous goods. Tobarama coldly watched them hand over their belongings, then waved his hand, signaling the ninjas behind him to step forward and collect them. He didn't seem entirely satisfied with the result, but due to Hashirama's insistence, he said nothing more. Keep an eye on them, Tobarama instructed the two elite jonin left to guard them, then gave Lin Yu a deep look, as if trying to see through him, before turning and leading the others, dragging the unconscious Li Qingli away from the courtyard. Hashirama stood there, looking at the courtyard, which now felt much emptier and more oppressive. He opened his mouth, as if wanting to say something comforting, but ultimately only let out a sigh. I'm sorry, but I must be responsible for the safety of my clan, he said softly, then turned and left. The courtyard gates slammed shut, and the increasingly clear footsteps of the guards echoed outside. Truss crumbled, the cage reinforced. Qin Shui leaned weakly against the wall, slid to the ground, and buried her face in her knees. Li Dun paced back and forth restlessly, his fists clenched so tightly they cracked. Lin Yu walked into the courtyard, gazing up at the patch of sky separated by the high wall, her eyes deep and unfathomable. On the radar map, the dot representing Li Qingli was being escorted to a heavily guarded area deep within the clan's territory. For the next few days, the small courtyard felt like an isolated island, cut off from the outside world. The food still arrived on time, but the ninjas responsible for delivering it were now expressionless strangers, who would simply place the food boxes down and leave without any interaction. The number of guards outside the courtyard increased to 4, their auras calm and sharp, clearly skilled members of the clan, constantly on high alert. The oppressive atmosphere was almost suffocating. Qin Shui sat silently most of the time, her eyes vacant. Clearly, Li Qingli's betrayal and her current predicament had dealt her a heavy blow. Li Dun, on the other hand, was like a trapped beast. His unvented anger and anxiety made him restless, and he could only numb himself through even more intense physical training. Lin Yu appeared to be the calmest of the three. He maintained his regular routine: training, meditation, and observation. He silently gathered information about the outside world using radar. He saw that patrols within the clan's territory were more frequent, and the security at important facilities such as warehouses, libraries, and the clan leader's residence was significantly strengthened. The points of light representing high-ranking members gathered more frequently and for longer periods. A tense atmosphere, like an impending storm, permeated the entire Thousand Hands clan territory. He also noticed the states of Hashirama and Tobarama. Hashirama's light point frequently moved rapidly within the clan's territory, appearing unusually busy, with a barely perceptible hint of anxiety in its aura. Tobarama's light point, on the other hand, lingered more in what resembled a laboratory or tactical research room, seemingly plotting something. As for Li Qingli, her light point had been imprisoned deep within the clan's territory. What concerned Lin Yu most was the movement towards the border. The activity of the surrounding red dots was becoming increasingly frequent, and several smaller clusters of red dots even began to deliberately and tentatively approach the Sinja clan's territory. Although they were quickly repelled by Sinja patrols, the provocative intent was quite obvious. He guessed they were Uchiha or other ninja. The friction between the two powerful clans was rapidly escalating. Late that night, Lin Yu suddenly sensed that Hashirama and Tobarama's light points had met not far from their courtyard and were engaged in a heated argument. Although he couldn't hear the specifics, he could see the agitation in both men's emotions, especially Tobarama's, whose face held a resolute, cold sternness. The argument didn't last long. Tobarama seemed to storm off, while Hashirama remained rooted to the spot for a long time, his face filled with pain and struggle. Lin Yu had a vague guess in his mind. It seemed the Sinja clan was about to respond forcefully to the Uchiha's provocation, and Tobarama was very likely the mastermind behind this operation. Chapter 384. Sure enough, the next day at noon, when the familiar, expressionless ninja delivered the food box, Qin Shui tentatively asked if anything had happened outside. The ninja hesitated for a moment, perhaps thinking the news would spread quickly, or perhaps feeling less apprehensive about these soon-to-be-expelled strangers, before coldly uttering, "Lord Tobarama led his elite troops and severely damaged an Uchiha patrol." It said, "He killed Uchiha Taijima's son." Uchiha Taijima's son? Lin Yu's heart trembled. Uchiha Taijima was the current head of the Uchiha clan, and his son. Wasn't that Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Azuna? Had the plot of Tobarama killing Uchiha Azuna begun? The news spread like wildfire throughout the clan compound. Even through the courtyard walls, Lin Yu could feel the suddenly heightened tension outside. The patrolling ninjas quickened their pace, their eyes sharpening, a chilling sense of impending battle enveloping everyone. Qin Shui and Li Dun realized the gravity of the situation, their expressions turning even more grim. Although they didn't know the specifics of the grudge, the murder of the clan leader's son, in any era and in any place, meant an all-out war. Shouldn't we try to leave?" Li Dun asked hoarsely, his voice filled with fear. Staying here would likely mean being crushed by the impending all-out war. Qin Shui looked at Lin Yu, her eyes also questioning. Lin Yu slowly shook his head, saying softly, "Leaving now will only hasten your death. The outside world must be in a state of panic. The Uchiha experts are probably already on their way. Going out now would greatly increase the chances of running into them. Staying in the Sinja clan territory, while dangerous, at least provides a layer of protection." His current concern was whether Madara, having awakened his Manjikyu Sharingan, would seek revenge. As if in response to his question, that evening, a vast, violent chakra, filled with endless resentment and sorrow, roared up from the distant horizon like a raging inferno. Even from a great distance, it sent a chill down the spines of every ninja within the Sinja clan's territory. That chakra was filled with an ominous chill and a destructive aura, completely different from the vibrant chakra of the Sinja clan. It was like karmic fire from hell. Lin Yu abruptly looked up, gazing in the direction from which the chakra was coming. On his radar screen, a red dot, already bright and representing the Uchiha faction, was now expanding and brightening at an unprecedented rate, its light even temporarily suppressing everything around it. This tangible malice carried a madness and pain that tore everything apart. This feeling. It's Uchiha Madara. Lin Yu was almost certain. Moreover, the quality and quantity of this chakra far surpassed any ninja he had ever sensed before. He awakened. The Manjikyu Sharingan. Almost simultaneously, in the center of the Sinja clan's territory, another vast, powerful, vibrant, and majestic chakra soared into the sky, like warm sunlight attempting to dispel the coldness and resentment from afar. This chakra carried a sense of inclusiveness and steadfastness, forming a stark contrast to the violent chakra. It was Senju Hashirama. The two powerful chakras collided and compressed invisibly in the sky, causing the wind and clouds to change color, and even the air seemed to tremble. Hashirama, Qin Shui, and Li Dun also felt these two soul-chilling powers, their faces ashen. Lin Yu took a deep breath, knowing the decisive moment was approaching. He whispered to Qin Shui and Li Dun, "Get ready. No matter what happens, stay close to me." His words had barely left his lips when they heard Hashirama's familiar, yet now heavy and resolute voice from outside the courtyard. The voice wasn't loud, but it carried clearly throughout the entire clan compound, reaching Lin Yu and the others' ears. "Madara, calm down." Immediately, a green figure shot out like a meteor from the center of the clan compound, rushing towards the direction from which the violent chakra had originated. The prelude to the Valley of the End might begin tonight, ahead of schedule. After Hashirama's departure, the Senju clan compound fell into a deathly silence. The violent chakra from afar, belonging to Uchiha Madara, did not diminish with Hashirama's departure. Instead, like an enraged beast, it became even more frenzied and destructive, casting a tangible shadow over everyone's hearts. All the ninjas within the clan's territory, regardless of rank, felt a chilling and oppressive aura emanating from the depths of their souls. They gripped their weapons tightly, nervously gazing outwards from the clan's perimeter. Inside the courtyard, Qin Shui and Li Dun dared not breathe, leaning against the wall, feeling the faint tremors beneath their feet and the buzzing of the two terrifying chakra clashing in the air. Li Dun could even hear his heart pounding wildly. Lin Yu, meanwhile, was completely focused on the radar map. He could see the warm, sun-like point of light representing Hashirama rushing at incredible speed towards the dark red point of light representing Madara, which was now expanding like a vortex in an abyss. The distance between the 2 points of light was rapidly decreasing. Finally, in an open valley several kilometers from the Senju clan's territory, the 2 points of light collided with a deafening roar. No sound was heard, but through radar sensing of the energy level, Lin Yu could see the energy conflict that erupted in that instant, like a supernova explosion. The dark red light representing Madara, like a boiling sea of blood, carrying a will to tear and destroy everything, frantically clashed with the green light representing Hashirama, as solid and vibrant as jade. "It's begun," Lin Yu murmured to himself. This was a battle beyond the comprehension of ordinary ninjas. It was a clash of two completely different powers, and two completely different ideologies. In the direction of the valley, the sky and earth lost their color. Even several kilometers away, the people of the Senju clan could see the flashes of lightning that occasionally lit up the horizon, and the faint, muffled roars that seemed to tear the earth apart. The aftershocks of the battle began to spread. A violent chakra storm swept in, causing the trees within the clan's territory to rustle, and sweeping away some unstable objects. An atmosphere of anxiety and unease permeated the air. While the Senju ninja within the clan's territory were confident in their patriarch's strength, the aura emanating from Uchiha Madara was simply too terrifying. It was a kind of resentment and power they had never felt before, as if it came from the deepest hell. Time ticked by in suffocating anticipation. The energy clash from the direction of the valley not only failed to subside but intensified. The dark red light representing Madara grew even deeper and more eerie, as if opening a forbidden gate filled with ominous intent. Meanwhile, the green light representing Hashirama, after its initial solid defense, began to emanate an even more ancient, majestic, and immense aura. Chapter 385. That's sage art? Or? Lin Yu stared intently at the radar. He saw something awakening within Hashirama's point of light. A power surpassing ordinary chakra, like that of a god or Buddha, was gathering. Finally, at a certain moment, when Madara Uchiha's chakra reached its peak, the dark red light condensed into a massive, strangely patterned phantom that seemed capable of devouring light itself. Hashirama's side responded. An indescribable, vast, star-sea-like life energy erupted. Hashirama's point of light instantly expanded countless times, and behind him, a colossal, majestic phantom of a 1,000-armed Buddha, composed of countless wooden structures, appeared, towering into the sky. The Buddha's 1,000 arms slowly unfolded, each palm containing terrifying power capable of shattering mountains and splitting the earth. Would release drew several thousand hands. Although he hadn't witnessed it firsthand, the name naturally came to Lin Yu's mind. This is the power of the god of shinobi that Hashirama can currently control. The two ultimate powers collided violently in the valley. Boom! This time, even from this distance, the enormous roar echoed like thunder across the Sinja clan's territory, causing a painful ache in the eardrums. The entire earth shook violently, stone benches and tables in the courtyard shifted, and fine cracks appeared on the walls. Qin Shui and Li Dun were thrown about, their faces drained of color, their eyes filled with terror. Is this the power of a top-tier expert in this world? It's like a natural disaster. Lin Yu steadied himself, staring intently at the radar chart. In the core of the collision, turbulent energy surged like a storm. Two enormous halos intertwined, compressed, and annihilated. Ultimately, the dark red light representing Madara, under the seemingly endless power of the thousand-armed Buddha statue, began to retreat steadily. Although it still struggled frantically, its momentum was clearly suppressed. Hashirama's voice, once again, traveled several kilometers, clearly reaching us, filled with pain, anger, but above all, an undeniable firmness and admonition. Madara! Stop! Hatred only breeds more hatred. Look at this land. Haven't we shed enough blood? His voice, amplified by chakra, resounded like a great bell in the night sky, reaching the ears of every Sinja clan member and, perhaps even the Uchiha clan members hidden in the shadows. On the other side of the valley, Madara's violent chakra fluctuation surged violently, as if Hashirama's words had touched a chord deep within him. The dark red light still burned fiercely, filled with resentment and bitterness, but its destructive, mad impulse seemed to have been forcibly suppressed. The intense clash gradually subsided, leaving only two powerful chakras confronting each other in the distance, filled with suppressed tension. Within the Sinja clan's territory, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, but their hearts remained heavy. No one knew whether Madara Uchiha, who had awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan in his rage, would truly heed Hashirama's words. In the courtyard, Lin Yu slowly exhaled a breath of stale air. Hashirama, relying on the increased power he had just attained, had temporarily gained the upper hand, and was attempting to quell Madara's anger with words. But he knew that the death of Madara's younger brother, Izuna, had deeply wounded him. The road ahead is destined to be even more arduous. And for these strangers trapped in the eye of the storm, their situation has become even more delicate and dangerous. They are surrounded by hostile powerful figures within, formidable enemies without, betrayed by their own comrades, and threatened by pursuers from afar. Survival seems to be an increasingly difficult test. The earth-shattering battle in the valley ultimately ended with Madara Uchiha's temporary retreat. That violent chakra, like the raging fire of the abyss, receded like a tide amidst the power of the Sinja Buddha statue and Hashirama's sorrowful cry, disappearing into the horizon with endless resentment and bitterness. Within the Sinja clan's territory, the oppressive atmosphere did not dissipate, instead, it became even heavier. The lingering power of the battle between Hashirama and Madara made everyone clearly aware of the terrifying nature of war between top-tier ninjas, and the terrifying power that Madara Uchiha awakened after losing his loved ones. Hashirama quickly returned to the clan compound. His breathing was somewhat disordered, and his layered red armor was stained with dust and minor damage. His brow was furrowed with exhaustion and deep worry. He went directly to the council hall in the center of the compound for an emergency meeting with his father, Senjubutsuma, and the elders. Dozens of miles northeast of the Sinja clan compound lay the Uchiha clan's temporary forward camp. Unlike the relatively orderly and lively settlement of the Sinja clan, the Uchiha camp resembled a highly guarded military fortress. The tents were arranged in a formation resembling a battle array, with visible and hidden sentries crisscrossing the area. The patrolling Uchiha ninjas had sharp eyes, their Sharingan swirling eerily in the darkness, exuding a cold and wary aura that kept everyone at arm's length. Deep within the camp, in a cave hastily carved from solid rock and shrouded in multiple barriers, the scene was starkly different from the grim atmosphere outside, exuding an eerie research ambience. A few chakra lamps provided dim light, illuminating the twisted and dancing shadows on the cave walls. For people, dressed in clothing incongruous with modern civilization, now tattered and filthy, were firmly bound to stone pillars by thick metal chains. Their eyes were unfocused, occasionally flashing with a struggle deep within their pupils, but more often empty, drool dripping from their mouths, like marionettes. These were the members of the Advent faction, who had tracked Qin Shui's team into this instance. Beside them stood two elderly men dressed in Uchiha clan robes, their eyes a mixture of fanaticism and composure. They were the Uchiha elders temporarily in charge of researching forbidden techniques and otherworldly powers, Uchiha Kagura and Uchiha Setsuna. Their Sharingan slowly rotated, inquiring about the origins of these individuals. Just as I expected. Uchiha Hiko spoke hoarsely, a knowing glint in his Sharingan. These visitors don't possess chakra, but their world's malice. These monsters called cross-boundary hunters will continuously strengthen over time and prioritize targeting them. The individuals who previously hunted down the Senju visitors were roughly between Special Jonin and Jonin level. And at this rate of increase, Uchiha Setsuna interjected, his eyes gleaming with calculation, the next wave will likely include elite Jonin level individuals, or even individuals approaching Kage level. Kage level. Hiko licked his slightly chapped lips, his eyes flashing with astonishing light. If we could control monsters of that level and deploy them on the battlefield against the Senju, the risk is immense. Setsuna was relatively cautious. These hunters' energy systems are completely different from ours. They are extremely difficult to control, and the slightest mistake could backfire. Chapter 386. Risk and reward go hand in hand. Fire Core exclaimed excitedly. That brat Tobarama Senju dared to kill Lord Izuna. This grudge must be avenged. We're no longer at an advantage in conventional warfare, and Hashirama's monster would release. We need new power. These otherworldly monsters are the key to breaking the balance. Through the mental control of their Sharingan, they had already extracted information about the hunters and the system's mechanics from these Adventists. The Adventists came to create chaos, so they didn't feel much guilt about leaking information, and even secretly hoped that the Uchiha could use this power to bring greater destruction to the world. How are the control experiments going? Fire Core looked towards a corner of the cave. There, several Uchiha ninjas were busy at the center of a complex sealing array. In the center of the array, imprisoned was a cross-boundary hunter, roughly at the Chunin level, which had just been captured by the Uchiha patrol. This hunter was small in size, but its ferocity was undiminished. It charged wildly within the sealing array, emitting silent roars. The basic spirit binding seal is complete, but its mental resistance is extremely strong. Conventional Sharingan Jinjutsu can hardly control it for long, a ninja reported. Use their blood. Fire Core coldly pointed to the bound Adventists. The aura of these visitors is key to attracting and controlling them. Use their life force as a medium to strengthen the seal, then forcibly brand it with the power of the Manjiku Sharingan. He looked towards the cave entrance. At the entrance, a figure stood silently in the shadows. It was Uchiha Madara, who had just returned from fighting Hashirama. He hadn't activated his Manjiku Sharingan, but the chilling, violent aura emanating from him was more terrifying than any Sharingan. Izuna's death, like a poisoned dagger, utterly shattered the last vestige of warmth in his heart, leaving only endless hatred for the Senju and for this world. He didn't speak, only nodded slightly, tacitly approving the elder's insane plan. To gain the power to avenge himself against the Senju, he didn't mind using anything, even these monsters and scum from another world. A member of the Advent faction was forcibly dragged to the sealing array. A ninja used a kunai to slash his wrist, dark red blood dripping into the array's key nodes. Accompanied by a piercing scream, he was quickly suppressed by Jinjutsu. The entire sealing array shone brightly, and the pursuers within struggled even more violently, but a hint of confusion and guidance began to appear in their eyes. It's working! The ninja exclaimed in delight. A cold, ruthless smile curled at the corner of Madara's lips. The engine of hatred has begun to be fueled by fuel from another world. Linyu, far away in the Senju clan's territory, is unaware of all this. Senju clan territory, core area, small courtyard. Several days have passed since the earth-shattering battle between Hashirama and Madara that night. The tense atmosphere within the clan's territory has not eased, on the contrary, it has become even more oppressive due to the possibility of a full-scale war breaking out at any moment. The air seems to be filled with the smell of gunpowder. The situation of Linyu and his companions has worsened with the increasing external pressure. Food supplies continue, but the quality has noticeably declined, barely enough to sustain them. The ninjas delivering food are even more hostile, their eyes filled with undisguised contempt and wariness, as if they were some kind of contagious source. The number of guards outside the courtyard had increased to 6, working in 2 shifts, watching their every move 24 hours a day. Any slightly larger movement would attract vigilant attention. Once, Li Dun simply broke a paving stone during training due to a slightly excessive movement, and was immediately and sternly stopped by the guards outside, almost sparking a conflict. Qin Shue's mental state was deteriorating. Li Qingli's betrayal, and their current desperate situation weighed heavily on her heart like 2 boulders. She tried to ask Hashirama for help, but he hadn't shown up since leaving that night. He seemed completely preoccupied with the clan's heavy war preparations, and the tense standoff with the Uchiha, having no time to attend to these outsiders, who were causing him trouble. Occasionally, the ninjas patrolling outside could be heard whispering among themselves. Those are the monsters they attracted, aren't they? I heard they even stole our ninjutsu? They're courting death. Lord Tobarama said long ago that they should be driven out. Lord Hashirama is just too soft-hearted. Once the war with the Uchiha begins, let's see who cares about them. These comments were like cold needles, piercing Qin Shui and Li Dun's hearts. They felt like abandoned burdens, trapped in a shrinking cage, awaiting an unknown fate. Li Dun's anxiety reached its peak. Like a truly trapped beast, his eyes were bloodshot. He often unconsciously bit his nails and punched the wall in the air. He began to doubt whether staying was the right thing to do, repeatedly suggesting to Linyu that they try to force a breakout. Even if it meant dying outside, it would be better than suffering this humiliation here. Linyu remained the calmest of the three. He continued his training, meditation, and observation methodically. He knew perfectly well that a forced breakout would be certain death. Outside, not only were there the ever-watchful Uchiha and increasingly powerful pursuers, but the Senju clan itself likely wouldn't let them leave easily. Who knew if they might defect to the Uchiha, or attract even more monsters? He spent most of his time studying the radar map and his own abilities. He noticed that the Senju clan's defensive focus seemed to be subtly shifting, with more forces deployed towards the Uchiha camp. And behind the clan's territory, near the dense forest area he had previously marked with a golden dot, the guards seemed to have lessened. That golden dot, like a mirage in the desert, held a natural attraction for him, the king of scavengers. With supplies being cut off and the future uncertain, obtaining the golden item discreetly could greatly increase their chances of survival. But he suppressed the impulse. The time wasn't right. Acting now was too risky. He needed to wait for a moment of chaos enough to draw everyone's attention. The impending full-scale conflict between the Uchiha and Senju might just be that opportunity. Bear with it a little longer, Linyu said to the anxiously Dun and the dejected Qin Shui. His voice was calm, carrying a strange, reassuring power. The situation is still changing, we're not without a chance. Conserve your energy, stay vigilant. His calmness infected the other two. Qin Shui forced herself to pull herself together, and began some conscious recovery exercises. Li Dun also forced himself to sit down and regulate his breathing. They were like ants huddled in a crevice before a storm, clinging tightly to each other, awaiting their fate or awaiting that faint glimmer of hope. What they didn't know was that hope, in a way they never expected, was slowly but surely approaching them, traversing the flames of war. Chapter 387. While Linyu and his companions were struggling to survive within the Thousand Hands clan's territory, an elite squad from the Dragon Shield Bureau, codenamed Black Tortoise, was cautiously infiltrating the Thousand Hands clan's territory, traversing the towering mountains along the Fire Kingdom's border. The Black Tortoise squad consisted of 4 members. The leader was a tall, resolute-looking middle-aged man codenamed Mountain, possessing rare Earth-based abilities and formidable defensive capabilities. The team members included Shadow, skilled in tracking and stealth, Green Bag, proficient in first aid and biotoxins, and Sky Pivot, the team strategist, responsible for intelligence analysis and electronic support. Their mission was extremely clear and arduous, to deliver a special item of red quality, called the Forced Evacuation Scroll, to the missing Special Envoy Qin Shui, at all costs. Forced Evacuation Scroll. Quality, red. Effect. Tear open the scroll to ignore instance rules and immediately forcefully initiate a single-person evacuation procedure, teleporting the user back to the central hall of the realm pivot. Note: a forbidden product of the Rift, extremely difficult to manufacture and incredibly rare. This is a last resort for survival. This is the highest level of rescue the Qin Shui family could offer after analyzing the anomalies in the K-77 area and the loss of contact with Qin Shui's team. Due to the highly unstable entrance to this wilderness instance and the unknown internal situation, a large-scale deployment was impractical. They could only send an elite team like Xuanwu to carry out an infiltration and delivery mission. Their operation did not go smoothly. Upon entering this warring states period, they immediately felt the malice of this world. Not only were there the elusive and ever-growing cross-boundary hunters, whom they had successfully evaded or killed with their superior equipment and teamwork, but the era itself was even more troublesome. Wars between ninja clans were commonplace, and these strangely dressed outsiders attracted suspicion and attacks wherever they went. They had to avoid main roads, traversing desolate mountains and wilderness, relying on Tianshu's detection of energy fluctuations, and Yu Ying's stealth abilities to painstakingly evade patrolling ninjas and occasional skirmishes. Captain, according to the energy residue analysis, Special Envoy Qin Shui's last stable signal source should be inside that huge chakra aggregate ahead. Tianshu pointed to the valley ahead displayed on the tactical tablet, which was in the direction of the Senju clan's territory. On the tablet, the area representing the Sinja clan's territory showed an energy reaction resembling a huge green orb. The Thousand Hands clan, based on information gathered from the surrounding civilians, is one of the most powerful clans in this world, relatively law-abiding, but recently they become very hostile towards outsiders, Mountain said in a deep voice. We can't force our way in, we can only try to infiltrate, or make contact with them. Contact is too risky, our identities and purposes are inexplicable, Shadow whispered, his figure appearing and disappearing in the shadows of the trees. Moreover, the perimeter of the clan's territory is heavily fortified with barriers and patrols, making infiltration extremely difficult. The hunter's activity is increasing, Green Nong warned, several red dots on a compass-like device in her hand moving irregularly in the surrounding area. We must act quickly. Mountain looked at the Thousand Hands territory in the distance, which resembled a crouching behemoth, his brow furrowed. Their supplies were limited. Every day they stayed in this dangerous world increased the risks exponentially. Tianshu, try to find weak points in the barrier or gaps in the patrol. Ying, go ahead and scout for possible infiltration routes. Qing Nong, prepare for any potential battles and casualties. Shan Yu quickly issued the orders. We must find Qin Shui before the next large-scale appearance of the hunters. Yes. The Xuanwu squad, like four ghosts, vanished silently into the dense forest, beginning their search for a breakthrough around the massive fortress of the Sinja clan's territory. Unbeknownst to them, on the other side of the Sinja clan's territory, within the Uchiha camp, a forbidden experiment targeting the hunters had achieved a dangerous initial success. An even larger, more violent hunter aura was being forcibly guided and nurtured by the Uchiha's blood and eye techniques. Deep within the Uchiha's temporary camp in the northeastern part of the Sinja clan's territory. Inside the cold, dark cave, the air seemed to freeze, broken only by the hissing sound of chakra flowing and suppressed, and human growls. The ceiling array, originally used for restraint, now flickered violently, its light erratic, as if on the verge of collapse. Within the array, 3 cross-boundary hunters, far larger than before, struggled frantically. Their forms were more humanoid, but their bones protruded, joints twisted, and they were covered in a dark red, almost black, keratinous layer. An ominous dark red energy mist, like burning karmic fire, emanated from their bodies. In their scarlet eyes, besides the inherent madness and destructive desire, there was also a twisted mark of obedience forcibly imprinted by the Sharingan. Uchiha Keiko and Uchiha Setsuna broke out in a cold sweat, their 3 Tomo Sharingan spinning rapidly, as they stared intently at the monsters in the formation. Suppress it! Increase the output of your eye power! Keiko roared, his voice trembling almost imperceptibly. He hadn't expected that controlling 3 hunters, whose strength was close to that of elite Jonin, would backfire so fiercely. The mental structures of these monsters were like a chaotic storm, and the Sharingan's Jinjutsu within them was like a small boat sailing in a raging sea, threatening to capsize at any moment. Uchiha Madara stood silently in the shadows, arms crossed, coldly observing everything. He didn't activate his Manjikyu Sharingan, but the chilling killing intent and imposing aura emanating from him were more oppressive than any other eye technique. Lord Madara, initial control is complete, but it's extremely unstable, requiring continuous consumption of eye power to maintain, and it can't be sustained, Setsuna reported breathlessly, a trace of blood even seeping from the edge of his Sharingan. Their aggressive desire is too strong, almost impossible to guide precisely. We can only define a general direction of attack. Madara's lips curled into a cold smile. It's alright. They weren't pawns requiring precise control to begin with. Deploy them towards the Sinja clan's territory. Let Sinja Butsuma and his sons taste the feeling of being torn apart by unknown monsters. He didn't need these monsters to win the war, he only needed them to create chaos, tear apart the Sinja's defenses, and deplete their power. Especially now that Hashirama had mastered that terrifying would release, any means that could weaken the Sinja were worth trying. According to the outsider's answers, this monster will grow stronger over time. Next time, let Sinja try an even stronger one. Yes! Fire Core and Setsuna responded in unison, simultaneously activating their eye power. Chapter 388. The ceiling array's light suddenly intensified, then abruptly contracted inward. The 3 hunters within the array let out a roar, a mixture of pain and rage, their figures gradually blurring in the distorted light. The next moment, they transformed into 3 dark red streaks of light, hurled out like stones by an invisible force, heading straight for the Thousand Hands clan's territory. Having done all this, Wahi and Shan Na were almost exhausted, staggering backward and quickly closing their eyes to alleviate the excessive consumption of their pupil power. Ban's gaze followed the 3 disappearing dark red streaks of light, his eyes devoid of any fluctuation, only a bottomless, icy pool. The Thousand Hands clan's territory, the core courtyard. Lin Yu suddenly awoke from his meditation. It wasn't that he heard anything, but rather his sixth sense was screaming in alarm. 3 enormous red dots, far brighter than any of the previous ones, were hurtling towards him from the northeast at an astonishing speed. Their energy reaction was almost on par with the top Jonin he had sensed within the Sinja clan. They're here. And 3 at once. Lin Yu's heart sank. These were definitely not naturally generated hunters. This intensity, this simultaneous appearance, was more like being guided or even induced by some force. Their trajectory wasn't aimless. They were heading straight for the Sinja clan's territory, their target terrifyingly clear. Almost the instant the radar alarm sounded, a piercing siren ripped through the night sky above the Sinja clan's territory. Enemy attack. Northeast. 3. The ninja on the watchtower's voice was filled with unprecedented panic. The entire Sinja clan territory instantly erupted in chaos. Countless figures leaped from the buildings, and well-trained ninjas rushed to their defensive positions. The barrier glowed, but everyone could sense that this attacking enemy was unlike any they had ever encountered before. The number of guards outside the courtyard instantly increased to 8. They stood with their backs to the courtyard, nervously staring northeast, their hands gripping their swords tightly, as if facing a formidable foe. Qin Shui and Li Dun were also startled by the sudden alarm and the tense atmosphere outside, rushing to Lin Yu's side. What's wrong? Another hunter? Qin Shui asked, her face pale. Lin Yu nodded, his gaze sharp. Yes, and very strong. Much stronger than the ones we encountered before. He didn't voice his suspicions, but the ominous premonition grew stronger. Just then, the 3 dark red streaks of light approached the outer perimeter of the Thousand Hands clan's territory. They didn't attempt to break through the barrier, but instead, upon approaching, suddenly dispersed, as if possessing intelligence, choosing 3 different, relatively weak points in the defenses, and launched simultaneous attacks. One of the hunters opened its massive maw, and a beam of dark red energy, condensed to its maximum, shot out with a deafening roar, slamming heavily into the barrier's light wall. Boom! The barrier trembled violently, and the light wall rippled violently from the point of impact, as if it might shatter at any moment. The other hunter brandished its sharp claws, dark red energy clinging to them, tearing at the barrier's edges like a hot knife through butter, emitting a teeth-grinding hissing sound. The third one was even more bizarre. It didn't attack the barrier directly, but instead landed on all fours, gathering dark red energy on its back. The next moment, countless energy rays, like sharp spikes, rained down on the interior of the barrier. Defend. Reinforce the barrier. The elder in charge of maintaining the barrier roared from within the Thousand Hands territory. More Sinja ninjas channeled their chakra into the barrier system, barely stabilizing the crumbling defenses. But everyone understood that passive defense was no long-term solution. First, third, and fifth combat squads. Follow me. Intercept them. A calm, collected voice rang out. It was Tobarama Senju. He had appeared at the front lines unnoticed, kunai in hand, his eyes as cold as knives. He quickly analyzed the situation, determining that they had to intercept them from the outside, otherwise, if the barrier broke, the civilians within the clan's territory would face annihilation. Dozens of elite Sinja ninjas followed Tobarama, like arrows released from a bow, bursting out from the pre-existing passages in the barrier, fiercely confronting the 3 hunters radiating terrifying auras. The battle erupted instantly on the outskirts of the Sinja clan's territory. The light of ninjutsu clashed wildly with dark red energy, explosions, roars, and the angry shouts of ninjas filling the air. Inside the courtyard, Lin Yu watched the fierce battle outside through the radar, his heart heavy. The 3 hunters possessed astonishing combat power and remarkable coordination, seemingly controlled by invisible threads. Upon contact, they caused considerable trouble for the Sinja clan's interception force. Something's wrong. The actions of these monsters. Lin Yu frowned deeply. He noticed that between attacks, a faint, almost Sharingan-like light occasionally flashed in the hunters' crimson eyes. It's the Uchiha. They actually controlled the hunters and deployed them as biological weapons on the battlefield. This discovery sent a chill down Lin Yu's spine. Had the Uchiha's mastery of the Sharingan reached such an unbelievable level? Or had they used some forbidden method? Just as the Thousand Hands clan's attention was completely drawn to the 3 powerful hunters on the outer perimeter, leaving their internal defenses somewhat weakened. On the edge of Lin Yu's radar, for faint but remarkably stable red dots were stealthily infiltrating the clan's territory from the cliff face behind the cliffs, following an extremely cunning path that avoided all patrol routes. The Xuanwu squad had finally seized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity amidst the chaos and successfully infiltrated the Thousand Hands clan's territory. Behind the Thousand Hands clan's territory, below the cliff near the hidden forest, Captain Mountain gave a hand signal, and the 4 members of the squad clung to the slippery rock face like geckos, using Shadow's subtle visual interference and Heavenly Pivot's precise calculations of the barrier's energy flow to avoid several concealed warning runes. The patrol density inside the barrier has significantly decreased. Most of the forces have been redeployed to the northeast. Tianshu lowered his voice, data flowing through his tactical goggles. Based on the energy residue, Special Envoy Qin Shui's signal source is about 1.5 kilometers ahead in the core area, within a secluded courtyard. The route has been planned. Utilize building shadows and vegetation cover as much as possible. Yu Ying's figure was almost indistinguishable in the darkness. But there are still fixed sentries in the core area. We need to be extra careful. Maintain silence and act quickly. Shan Yu succinctly stated, our objective is to deliver the scroll and then immediately withdraw. Avoid conflict as much as possible. The 4 moved like 4 true ghosts through the chaotic Thousand Hands territory. The sounds of fierce fighting and explosions outside became their best cover. They avoided the main roads, quickly approaching the courtyard where Lin Yu and the others were located along the optimal path calculated by Tianshu. Chapter 389. Inside the core courtyard, the sounds of battle outside grew increasingly intense. The calm commands of Tobarama and the frantic roars of the hunters could even be faintly heard. The 8 guards outside the courtyard remained steadfast at their posts, but their attention was inevitably drawn to the distant battle. Their expressions were tense, and they exchanged worried glances from time to time. Qin Shui clenched her fists so tightly that her nails almost dug into her flesh. She could feel the tremors beneath her feet, the aftershocks of powerful collisions. This feeling of being trapped, with her fate completely out of her control, was almost suffocating her. Li Dun paced anxiously back and forth, growling, are we just going to wait here? What if the barrier breaks, and those monsters rush in? Lin Yu remained silent, his attention still mostly focused on the radar. The 3 hunters controlled by the Uchiha clan possessed exceptional resilience, locked in a fierce battle with Tobarama's elite forces. What worried him even more was that the 4 red dots were approaching their location with astonishing speed. Damn it, they'd be mistaken for hunters attracted by us outsiders, Lin Yu thought to himself, but immediately became vigilant. At this critical juncture, any unexpected event could lead to unpredictable consequences. He had to be prepared. Just then, a sudden change occurred. A small explosion suddenly came from the direction of a warehouse not far from Lin Yu's courtyard, followed by flames. Oh no! The logistics warehouse. A guard outside the courtyard exclaimed in alarm. This sudden turn of events caused a slight commotion among the already tense guards. Their duty was to guard the compound, but the warehouse fire was equally serious. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the Xuanwu squad, which had already been lying in wait near the compound, moved. Shadow darted out of the shadows, like a ghost, its hands flashing, and several fine needles coated with a potent anesthetic silently shot towards the back of the necks of the 4 guards facing away from the compound. Enemy attack. Watch out. The guard captain reacted swiftly, sensing the whooshing sound behind him, turning sharply to block while shouting a warning. But Shadow was too fast. 2 guards collapsed to the ground. The other 2 guards, though avoiding fatal wounds, were also grazed by the needles, their movements momentarily halted. Mountain burly figure crashed through the compound gate like a tank, growling, Special Envoy Qin Shui. The Xuanwu squad of Dragon Shield Bureau, ordered to deliver evacuation orders. In his hand was a forced evacuation scroll emitting a soft white light. This sudden turn of events stunned Qin Shui, Li Dun inside the courtyard, and the remaining guards outside. Qin Shui, seeing Mountain rush in and the scroll in his hand, instantly gleamed with a desperate glimmer of hope. Stop them! The guard captain was both shocked and furious. He hadn't expected enemies to infiltrate. He immediately formed hand seals, earth release. However, before he could complete the seals, a device in Qin Nong's hand emitted a low-frequency vibration, interfering with his instantaneous chakra gathering. At the same time, Tianshu raised his hand and shot out a beam of traction, attempting to pull Qin Shui towards them. Go with them! Lin Yu decisively shouted to Qin Shui and Li Dun. This was their only chance. Li Dun roared, grabbing a training rock from the ground and hurling it at the guards trying to rush in, buying time for Qin Shui. Qin Shui gritted her teeth and charged towards Mountain. The scene instantly descended into chaos. The other 4 guards outside the courtyard, along with nearby patrolling ninjas, who had rushed to the scene, clashed fiercely with the Xuanwu squad and Li Dun, who was attempting to break through. Kunai, shuriken, taijutsu, and the Xuanwu squad specially made non-lethal weapons clash together. Don't linger. Take your men and leave. Mountain shoved the scroll into Qin Shui's hands, then turned and punched back a Sinjin ninja who lunged at him, the sheer power leaving his opponent terrified. Leave? Where do you think you're going? A cold voice swept across the courtyard like a chilling wind. Tobarama Senju. He had somehow escaped the front lines and appeared outside the courtyard. His clothes were stained with dust, clearly indicating he had just endured a fierce battle, but his eyes remained sharp as a hawk's, and dark red, and human blood dripped from the kunai in his hand. He had clearly sensed the commotion inside and rushed back immediately. Tobarama's gaze instantly locked onto Qin Shui, who held the strange scroll, and the members of the Jinbu squad, dressed in clothing clearly not belonging to this era. So there were accomplices after all. How dare they infiltrate my Sinja clan's territory? Tobarama's eyes blazed with killing intent. Take them all down. Powerful water release chakra condensed around him, and the temperature in the air plummeted. It's Sinja Tobarama. Run! Tenshu's expression changed drastically. He had clearly recognized this extremely dangerous powerhouse, who had been highlighted in the intelligence reports. Mountain roared, his muscles bulging, and an earthen yellow energy shield deployed, blocking the way for everyone. I hold him off. Yuying, break through with the others. Water release. Water dragon bullet technique. Without a word, Tobarama unleashed a gigantic water dragon that instantly materialized, carrying unstoppable power, charging towards Mountain. Thick earth barrier. Mountain slammed his palms into the ground, and a thick energy wall roared up. The water dragon collided violently with the energy wall, producing a deafening roar and splashing water everywhere. Mountain groaned, a trickle of blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. His defenses had been shattered by Tobarama's attack. The difference in power was too great. Blue Bag quickly injected Mountain with a stimulant, while simultaneously releasing a cloud of green smoke, attempting to obstruct the vision of Tobarama and the surrounding ninjas. Shadow seized the opportunity, moving with lightning speed, grabbing Qin Shui and rushing towards the planned escape route. Trying to leave? Tobarama sneered, his hands moving like after images. Water release. Water wall. For water walls instantly rose, sealing off the entire courtyard and surrounding area. Break through it. Mountain roared, gathering his power once more, and punched the water wall. The water wall continued to vibrate violently, but did not immediately shatter. More Sinjin ninjas were arriving, surrounding them completely. The Jinbu squad was in dire straits. Tobarama's strength far exceeded their expectations. Qin Shui watched the Jinbu members fighting valiantly to protect them, and saw the ever-increasing number of Sinjin ninjas around them. A flicker of despair crossed her eyes, quickly replaced by a resolute determination. She couldn't let her comrades, who had come to her rescue, be implicated. She took a deep breath, and with all her might, let out a piercing, clear cry towards the center of the clan's territory. Hashirama. Senju Hashirama. It must be the Uchiha controlling the beasts. Her voice pierced through the water barrier, carrying far through the chaotic night sky. At that moment, everyone paused for a split second. Tobarama's face darkened. Meanwhile, in the distance, Senju Hashirama, locked in combat with the last and most powerful of the pursuers, jolted awake, turning around in disbelief. Chapter 390. Qin Shui's cry, like ice water thrown into boiling oil, elicited a completely different reaction on the chaotic battlefield. Hashirama Senju, who was fiercely battling the exceptionally powerful pursuer, suddenly froze. He had just temporarily bound his opponent with a wood release, advent of a world of trees technique, and was preparing to deliver a fatal blow when he heard this earth-shattering news. The Uchiha controlled the monster? Hashirama's eyes were filled with disbelief. He knew the Uchiha clan was skilled in eye techniques, and the Sharingan possessed the ability to manipulate minds, but controlling such a crazed monster from another world with a completely different energy system? This was unheard of. However, Qin Shui's desperate yet clear cry, and the three pursuers before him whose movements were undeniably uncoordinated, as if pulled by invisible threads, forced him to harbor doubts. If this is true, then what dangerous and forbidden path has the Uchiha clan embarked on in their quest for revenge? The hunter fighting him seized the opportunity to struggle frantically, its dark red energy erupting and tearing apart some of the wooden restraints. Hashirama frowned, no longer hesitating, and clasped his hands together. Would release, advent of the flower tree world. An even greater surge of sage chakra flooded the earth, countless enormous trees bursting forth, instantly suppressing and devouring the hunter. The enormous flowers blooming at their tips released pollen with a powerful anesthetic effect, permeating the entire outer battlefield. The other two hunters, still entangled with the Sinja ninja, also visibly slowed and became chaotic, as if they had lost some guidance. "Suppress them!" Hashirama shouted to his clansmen, then his figure flashed, transforming into a green streak of light, heading straight for the core courtyard. He had to verify the situation. If Qin Shui was telling the truth, then the seriousness of the matter far exceeded that of an ordinary attack. Outside the core courtyard, Tobarama, hearing Qin Shui shout, instantly turned extremely pale. He was already suspicious of these strangers, and now he was even more convinced that they were colluding with the Uchiha, or even that it might be a trap set for his elder brother. "Spreading lies?" Tobarama shouted, his kunai pointing directly at the Jinbu team and Qin Shui and the others trapped by the water barrier. "Brother, don't be fooled. These people are of unknown origin. First they brought monsters, and now they're slandering the Uchiha. They definitely have ulterior motives. I subdue them, and then interrogate them carefully." At this moment, he didn't even continue targeting the evil Uchiha. He no longer held back, unleashing an even stronger burst of chakra, water release, water severing wave. A high-pressure water beam shot out like a sharp blade, slicing through the energy shield supported by Mountain. Crack! The energy shield shattered. Mountain coughed up blood and staggered backward. Qingnong rushed forward to support him, taking out a healing needle. Shadow attempted to force his way through the weak point of the water barrier with Qin Shui, but was intercepted by several Sinja ninjas. Their kunai formed a net, forcing him into perilous situations. Li Dun roared as he engaged a Sinja ninja in close combat, his powerful physique holding him off for the time being, though he had already sustained several wounds. Lin Yu calmly moved along the edge of the battlefield, using his A1456 optical camouflage uniform to minimize his presence. Furthermore, since he wasn't a target of the Sinja ninjas, he dodged group attacks while closely monitoring Hashirama's movements and the overall situation of the battlefield. Whether this impasse can be broken hinges on Hashirama. Just then, a stream of green light landed, and Hashirama Senju appeared outside the courtyard. He saw the Jinbu squad, battered and bruised, trapped by the water barrier, along with Qin Shui and the others. He also saw the murderous Tobarama and the numerous clansmen surrounding them. His brow furrowed. "Tobarama, stop!" Hashirama said in a deep voice. "Brother, are you still going to be so stubborn?" Tobarama roared, "These people." "I'm asking you," Hashirama interrupted Tobarama, his gaze sharp as he looked at Qin Shui, his tone grave. "You just said that the Uchiha controlled these hunters." Qin Shui gasped, pointing urgently at the three hunters on the battlefield outside, their movements sluggish due to the pollen of the flower tree world, their eyes occasionally flashing with the light of Sharingan patterns. "Lord Hashirama, look at their eyes. And their behavior patterns. They don't seem like pure wild beasts at all. These transgressing hunters are driven by malice, only instinctively hunting us outsiders. They could never attack specific targets in an organized manner like this, and they could never be tamed. The only explanation is that an external force has forcibly interfered with their will. And in this world, who else besides the Uchiha's Sharingan possesses this bizarre mental control ability?" This was Lin Yu's analysis to her the very first second she saw the hunters. Hashirama looked in the direction Qin Shui pointed. His senses were incredibly sharp. He immediately detected a fleeting trace of spiritual energy in the eyes of the three hunters, a trace of energy originating from the Sharingan. Though extremely faint and distorted, it was undeniable. Coupled with the hunters' unusually precise and coordinated attacks tonight, Hashirama's expression instantly darkened. He trusted Qin Shui's judgment, and he trusted his own senses. They assumed from the outcasts that the pursuers had attracted the attention of these outsiders trying to escape. "Tobarama, stop," Hashirama said, turning to his brother, his tone authoritative. "They're telling the truth. The Uchiha did indeed use these otherworldly monsters." "What?" Tobarama's pupils constricted. He had seen the traces, but his preconceived suspicions had blinded him to these details. Now, with Hashirama pointing it out, he immediately understood the gravity of the situation. The water barrier slowly dissipated. The four members of the Jinbu team breathed a sigh of relief, but remained wary of the surrounding Sinja ninja. Qin Shui collapsed to the ground, panting heavily, her face showing relief at surviving the ordeal. Li Dun leaned on his knee, blood gushing from his wounds, but his eyes remained fierce. Lin Yu silently walked to Qin Shui's side, helping her up, her gaze fixed on Hashirama and Tobarama. The crisis was temporarily averted, but a greater storm was likely just beginning. Hashirama glanced at the exhausted and wounded Qin Shui and the others, then at the 3 hunters on the battlefield outside, temporarily suppressed but still radiating an ominous aura. A complex emotion flickered in his eyes. He took a deep breath and said to Tobarama and the surrounding clansmen, "Heal their wounds first. As for these people," his gaze swept over the Jinbu squad, "they're here to rescue their comrades, not enemies. We discuss the specifics later." Chapter 391. He looked up towards the northeast, towards the Uchiha camp, his gaze sharper and heavier than ever before. "Uchiha Madara, what exactly do you want to do?" The chaos within the clan compound gradually subsided, but an even more oppressive atmosphere, like a dark cloud, hung over everyone's hearts. News of the Uchiha's attack using raging beasts spread like wildfire throughout the clan compound, igniting even greater indignation and vigilance among the Senju clan members. Linyu knew that this incident might change the situation of these outsiders, but it also completely drew them into the increasingly bizarre and dangerous vortex of the blood feud between the Senju and Uchiha. The golden light hidden in the dense forest seemed closer to him, yet also farther away. The battle within the clan compound had ended. After the 3 strongest hunters were temporarily suppressed by Hashirama's advent of the flower tree world, the remaining Senju elites, under Tobarama's command, quickly divided and sealed them. The process remained perilous, costing several ninjas their lives, but thankfully no one was killed. The dense pollen gradually dissipated, leaving only a devastated battlefield and a faint, lingering odor of something burnt. The Senju ninjas silently cleaned up the battlefield, carefully putting away the scroll sealing the hunter, their gazes towards the northeast filled with icy hostility. The conflict outside the core courtyard had also subsided. Under Hashirama's clear orders, although Tobarama's expression remained grim, the Senju ninjas sheathed their weapons. Blue Pouch swiftly treated the injuries of Mountain and Li Dun, her first aid skills, and the special medicines she brought impressed even the Senju medical ninjas, who were accustomed to life and death. Hashirama stood in the center of the courtyard, his imposing figure casting a long shadow in the moonlight. He didn't immediately inquire about the origins of the Jinbu squad. Instead, he walked to the 3 hunter scrolls, individually sealed and still struggling for breath. He crouched down, extending a hand covered in pale green chakra and gently pressing it against the scroll's surface. He closed his eyes, concentrating intently, carefully sensing the distorted, violent yet forcibly imprinted spiritual power within. After a long while, he opened his eyes, the last trace of doubt vanishing, leaving only a heavy confirmation. It is indeed the Uchiha's power. Though distorted and amplified, filled with the pollution of evil energy, its essence is unmistakable. Hashirama's voice was low, tinged with heartache. They really went this far. For power, for revenge, they didn't hesitate to dabble in forbidden things, manipulating these otherworldly monsters filled with destructive desires. This was the complete opposite of his dream of a peaceful world where his children could grow up safely, a world separated by countless miles. Tobarama walked to his side and said coldly, "Brother, do you understand now? The Uchiha clan has long since fallen into darkness. To talk about peace with them is like asking a tiger for its skin." His voice carried suppressed anger, not only towards the Uchiha, but also seemingly mixed with dissatisfaction with Hashirama's previous naivete. Hashirama did not refute, but silently stood up. He knew that after this incident, the clan's attitude towards the Uchiha would be even more resolute, and the resistance to his promotion of peace would be even greater. He turned, his gaze falling on Qin Shui, who had been temporarily settled on a stone bench in the courtyard, and Linyu, Li Dun, and the 4 members of the Jinbu squad who, although injured, remained vigilant. "You?" Hashirama began, his tone softening considerably. "When do you plan to leave?" "Lord Hashirama, we be leaving soon." Qin Shui's face was still pale, but her eyes had regained their composure. "They are the Jinbu squad sent by the Dragon Shield Bureau to rescue us." She briefly introduced Shan Yu and the others, still using the term overseas alien race, only emphasizing that the Dragon Shield Bureau was their clan's warrior organization. Hashirama nodded, not delving into the specific meaning of Dragon Shield Bureau. He was now more concerned with the details and purpose of the Uchiha's control over the monster. "What do you overseas alien races know about these beasts? How did the Uchiha manage to do it? How long can this control last? What is its range?" Hashirama's questions went straight to the heart of the matter. Qin Shui looked at Tianshu, as the technical expert was more qualified to speak on this matter. Tianshu pushed up his tactical goggles and calmly analyzed. "According to our database and preliminary scans of the energy structure of these hunters, their mental cores are extremely chaotic, naturally rejecting any ordered control from the outside world. Forced manipulation requires extremely powerful mental strength to violently suppress and distort them, and it requires continuous consumption. Judging from their sluggish movements and occasional loss of control tonight, the Uchiha's manipulation is not perfect. They likely use some kind of medium or paid a considerable price. He paused, then added, moreover, this forced manipulation carries a huge risk of backlash. Once the caster's mental state falters, or the monster is severely stimulated, it may break free of control and even turn against its master. Tobirama, listening nearby, noticed the flashing in his eyes, clearly having memorized this information. As the Senju clan's technology developers and tactical planners, this information was crucial to him. Hashirama's expression turned grave. So, this is likely just a probe by the Uchiha? Or a desperate gamble driven by hatred? Both possibilities cannot be ruled out, Tenshu replied. Just then, a Senju ninja strode over and whispered a few words to Hashirama and Tobirama. The report was from the sentries monitoring the Uchiha camp at the front lines. There seemed to be unusual chakra fluctuations and a brief commotion behind the Uchiha camp, but it quickly subsided, and the specifics could not be ascertained. Hashirama and Tobirama exchanged a glance, both seeing the gravity in each other's eyes. The Uchiha's experiments were likely still ongoing. I understand, Hashirama said to Qin Shui and the Jinbu team. You two rest here and heal your injuries. Regarding your situation and how to deal with this new Uchiha tactic, I need to discuss it with the clan elders. His attitude was noticeably more serious than before, even carrying a hint of cooperation. After all, Qin Shui and her team had provided crucial intelligence, and the Jinbu team's combat skills and unique equipment made them someone he couldn't underestimate. Hashirama and Tobirama, carrying the collected intelligence and sealing scrolls, hurriedly left for the council hall. The courtyard quieted down again, but the number of guards hadn't decreased, only the hostility in their eyes had lessened, replaced by scrutiny and curiosity. The four members of the Jinbu team sat together, exchanging hushed conversations. The mission is initially complete, but the situation is more complicated than expected, Mountain said in a deep voice. His internal injuries were severe, but he maintained the composure of a captain. Hashirama Senju is more benevolent than the data suggests, but also more stubborn, commented Shadow. That Tobirama Senju is extremely dangerous. His hostility towards us hasn't completely disappeared, Qingnong reminded him while injecting herself with a nutrient solution. Tianshu continued operating his tactical tablet, attempting to connect to external signals, but was still blocked by powerful barriers and unknown interference. Communication is still interrupted. We can't evacuate for now. We need to rely on the Senju clan's power, at least to find out the exact time and location of Konoha's founding. Qin Shui listened to their discussion, leaning wearily against the wall, and whispered to Lin Yu finally. We're safe for now. Chapter 392. After a night of turmoil, the Senju clan's territory dawned with a subtly tense atmosphere. The sunlight dispelled the chill of the night, but it couldn't dispel the heavy atmosphere and suspicion that hung over the clan's grounds. News of the Uchiha clan's monster-controlled attack had spread, and anger and vigilance permeated the hearts of every Senju clan member. Patrols became more frequent, and the light from the barrier seemed brighter than usual. Inside the core courtyard, the Jinbu team, after rest and treatment from Qingnong, had stabilized considerably. Mountain's injuries needed time to heal, but were no longer serious. Qin Shui and Li Dun's superficial wounds had also largely healed. Hashirama and Tobirama hadn't returned all night, clearly still holding an emergency meeting with the elders. The breakfast delivered was much more lavish than usual, even including some fruit, indicating a shift in the Senju clan's attitude. It seems we're safe for now, and might even have a chance to cooperate with them, Li Dun mumbled, munching on a rare piece of dried meat, his spirits noticeably improved. Qin Shui, however, wasn't so optimistic. Cooperation is based on shared interests. Once they think we've lost our value, or that we're hindering their interests, the situation might change again. Don't forget, Li Qingli is still in their hands, and Tobirama still harbors suspicions about us. Tianshu nodded in agreement. We must find clues about Konoha as soon as possible. Every day we stay in this instance increases the variables. The hunter's strength is increasing, and these ninjas' methods are becoming increasingly bizarre. Lin Yu quietly ate his food, listening most of the time. His attention was always partially fixed on that isolated golden dot on the radar map. After last night's fierce battle and internal turmoil, the defensive forces behind the clan's territory had indeed been further weakened. Especially in that dense forest area, which was already relatively remote, the intervals between patrols had become even longer. The stronger light spot guarding the golden dot seemed to have moved from its original position, perhaps reassigned to participate in surveillance or a meeting. The time seemed ripe. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Linyu thought to himself. Hashirama, Tobarama, and other high-ranking members were discussing strategies to deal with the Uchiha-controlled monsters and had no time for anything else. Qin Shui and the others were also focused on communicating with the Jinbu squad. Now was the perfect time for him to act alone. He quietly got up and whispered to Qin Shui, "I'm a little tired. I go inside and rest for a bit." Qin Shui, unsuspecting, nodded. Linyu entered the house and quickly activated the A1456 optical camouflage suit. His figure blurred for a moment, then seemed to melt into the air, his aura dropping to its lowest point. He silently scaled the back wall. The guards outside were mostly focused on the front yard and the northeast direction, where the conflict had just subsided, and no one noticed the almost imperceptible shadowy figure brushing against the wall's base and quickly disappearing into the distance. With the precise navigation and dynamic path marking of the Level 4 radar, Linyu traversed the vast Thousand Hands clan territory as if walking through an empty field. He skillfully avoided the sparse patrols, using blind spots in buildings and the shadows of trees to quickly approach the dense forest at the rear of the clan territory. The closer he got to that forest, the denser the natural energy in the air seemed to become, carrying a refreshing vitality. The trees here were much taller and more verdant than those on the outskirts, as if containing boundless life force. On the radar map, the golden dot was almost within reach. Finally, he passed through a dense thicket of bushes, and a clearing suddenly appeared before him. In the center of a small clearing surrounded by towering ancient trees, grew a peculiar tree. It wasn't tall, only about a meter high, its trunk a warm jade-like white, while its branches and leaves were a vibrant, lush green, as if carved from the finest jade. The entire tree radiated a soft, pure golden light, the very light source displayed on the radar. And hanging among those jade-like branches and leaves were 3 fruits. 2 of them were lighter in color and very shriveled. The one in the very center, however, was a deep, pure golden green, like solidified life essence, radiating a heart-pounding energy fluctuation. That was a gold-quality treasure. Linyu's heart raced slightly, but he forced himself to remain calm. The radar scanned the surroundings, confirming that apart from the intense energy field emanating from the tree itself, there were no other obvious guards or traps. Perhaps the Senju clan was extremely confident in the natural seclusion of this place, and the formidable defenses within their territory, believing no additional precautions were necessary. Without further hesitation, he moved with lightning speed, instantly appearing beneath the tree and carefully plucking the ripe, golden fruit. The fruit felt warm and smooth to the touch, as if a warm current flowed within it. The instant the fruit detached from the branch, there was no piercing alarm, but on the radar map in Linyu's mind, centered on this strange tree, it was as if an invisible pebble had been thrown, stirring up a violent ripple of energy. On the previously calm map of the clan's territory, dozens of red dots representing powerful ninjas almost simultaneously and violently moved in that direction. Especially near the central council hall of the clan's territory, a bright spot of light instantly erupted with astonishing speed fluctuations. Buzz! A barely perceptible but extremely sharp spatial fluctuation appeared not far behind Linyu. It was the Flying Thunder God technique. Tobarama had arrived. In the critical moment, Linyu didn't even have time to think. His survival instinct and his pre-prepared escape route instantly triggered, shrinking the earth to an inch. He uttered a low shout in his heart, and the spatial attribute energy within his body subtly stirred, not the chakra of this world, but the mysterious power originating from the shrinking the earth to an inch skill itself. His figure blurred in place, as if he had stepped into another dimension of space. Almost at the same instant his figure disappeared. A cold figure appeared like a ghost beside the strange tree, his silver hair flowing. It was Tobarama Senju. His eyes were sharp as a hawk's as he scanned the empty surroundings, sensing only a trace of lingering, strange spatial fluctuations that were not part of the chakra system, and the rich life force left behind by the stolen golden fruit. Chapter 393. Who goes there? Tobarama's face was terribly grim. He couldn't sense any trace of chakra. The other person seemed to have vanished into thin air. Search! Seal off the entire back mountain. He can't have gone far. He shouted sharply at the ninjas, who had followed closely behind. However, Linyu had already used his shrinking earth technique to appear dozens of meters away in the shadows of another densely vegetated area. Without pausing, using optical camouflage, he followed the safest path marked by radar, like a slippery fish, quickly moving away from that area in a few leaps. leaving the increasingly agitated search team far behind. The entire process happened in the blink of an eye, silently and without a trace. Aside from the energy ripples and Tobarama's instantaneous arrival, there was no other disturbance. Lin Yu's heart pounded steadily in his chest. He quickly stored the golden fruit, radiating immense life force, into his spatial backpack to prevent detection. The item information instantly flashed into his mind. Name: Yang Release Crystal Core Immature. Quality: Gold. Type: Natural Treasure. Effect: After consumption, there is a very high probability that it will guide the user to generate chakra, Yang attribute affinity, and greatly increase physical attributes and life recovery speed. There is a small probability of awakening special abilities related to life force, such as would release ninjutsu. Note: a crystal derived from the condensation of natural energy and life force, containing the purest Yang release power. What a treasure! It's a pity I can't wait for it to mature. If it matured, it should be of red quality. Lin Yu was excited, but this thing absolutely could not be consumed now. Once chakra fluctuations were generated within his body, it would be like a beacon in the darkness in front of the Sinja clan's keen-sense ninjas, instantly exposing him. He suppressed the urge to meditate and immediately examined the treasure, remaining stealthy as he retraced his steps at top speed. Thanks to the path planning of his level 4 radar, he perfectly avoided all the patrols that had been reinforced due to the disturbance, silently returning to the back wall of the core courtyard. Using his shrinking earth technique again, he leaped over the high wall and returned inside. Deactivating his optical camouflage, he let out a long sigh, as if he had merely undergone deep meditation. The faint commotion and searching sounds outside seemed completely irrelevant to him. He had successfully snatched the crucial treasure from the heart of the Sinja clan's forbidden territory, leaving no substantial trace. The only flaw might be the faint non-chakra spatial fluctuation Tobarama sensed, but that was enough to make him suspect these heavily guarded outsiders. But to catch a thief, you need to catch them red-handed, otherwise everyone will know that Tobarama doesn't like us outsiders. Lin Yu sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began to calm his slightly rapid breathing and agitated emotions. Outside, his secret operation had already stirred up a small, but significant disturbance. The unusual activity in the forbidden area behind the clan's territory was like a boulder thrown into a calm lake. Although it was quickly suppressed on the surface, the undercurrents were already surging. More ninjas were dispatched to conduct a thorough search of the dense forest area behind the territory, and the barrier team began to reinspect and reinforce the defensive barriers throughout the clan's territory. Inside the core courtyard, Qin Shui and the others also noticed the anomaly outside. The guards' expressions became even more serious, their exchanged glances filled with confusion and tension. Something seems to have happened outside again? Li Dun asked anxiously, his ears perked up. Tianshu operated the tactical tablet, his brow furrowed slightly. Thermal imaging detected frequent personnel movements in the rear area of the clan's territory. Qin Shui looked at Lin Yu, who had just come out of the house, and asked with concern, "Lin Yu, how was your rest? There seemed to be some commotion outside just now." Lin Yu remained calm and shook his head. "I was resting. I didn't pay much attention. Maybe they're adjusting their defenses." He casually changed the subject, his gaze sweeping over everyone. "How did your discussion go? Any new leads about Konoha?" Qin Shui sighed. "No. Hashirama and Tobarama are still in a meeting. We can't access core intelligence. The word Konoha seems to simply not exist in this era." Shan Yu pondered. "According to the mission prompt we received when entering the instance, on the day Konoha was founded, arrive at the designated evacuation point. This means Konoha. The establishment of Konoha is a crucial historical event that is bound to happen, and it's also key to our ability to leave. But how can we know when it will be established? Where will it be established?" Qingnong raised the most crucial question. "Are we just supposed to wait here forever? The hunters are getting stronger. We might not be so lucky next time." The previously silent Yuying suddenly spoke. "Perhaps we can take the initiative?" Everyone was taken aback and looked at him. Yuying continued. "Since the establishment of Konoha is a condition for evacuation, is it possible we could try to guide or suggest to Hashirama the idea of establishing such a village?" This bold idea plunged everyone into deep thought. Qin Shui's eyes lit up slightly. "You mean, we should directly suggest to Hashirama, under the guise of overseas tribes having witnessed the peaceful village model, suggest he unite with other clans to establish a common ninja village where children can stay away from war? And name it Konoha?" Tianshu quickly analyzed. "Logically feasible. Hashirama himself has a strong vision for peace. What he lacks might just be a concrete, feasible blueprint. Our proposal can provide him with ideas." If he accepts and begins to act, the system will likely determine that the Konoha establishment process has started, thus refreshing the extraction point. Li Dun was somewhat excited. That's right. Anyway, the mission only requires us to have an extraction point appear on the day Konoha is established. It doesn't say whether it's the original historical version or the version we promoted. Exploiting this bug might actually work. Lin Yu listened to everyone's discussion, and also felt that this plan was brilliant. This was indeed a way to break the deadlock. This approach would allow them to leverage the relatively relaxed relationship with Hashirama while proactively creating conditions for evacuation, rather than passively waiting. This method is worth trying. Lin Yu nodded in agreement. However, we need to be careful how we approach Hashirama. It shouldn't seem too abrupt. It's best to subtly hint at and guide him, incorporating his existing beliefs. That's right, Qin Shui chimed in. We need to find a suitable time and present this idea in a way he can accept. Ideally, it would be after the next Uchiha attack, when he once again feels the cruelty of war and the urgency of peace. That would likely be most effective. With the initial plan drafted, hope was rekindled in everyone's hearts. They began to carefully consider the wording and timing of their approach to Hashirama, attempting to put this bold bug-exploiting plan into practice. Lin Yu, on the other hand, planned to wait for the fighting to break out and then sneak into the Uchiha clan's territory to see if there were any valuable items. Qin Shui didn't need his protection at all. If she wanted to leave, she could already use an evacuation scroll. He, naturally, wanted to acquire as many treasures as possible. He glanced at the radar map. The commotion behind the clan's territory was gradually subsiding, but the tense atmosphere of the search hadn't completely dissipated. Tobarama's mood at this moment was probably quite terrible. Lin Yu felt little guilt. In this post-apocalyptic survival, resource competition was the norm. Moreover, in the original story, besides Hashirama, there wasn't a would-release ninja this powerful. This meant that the fruit hadn't created another would-release ninja in the Senju clan similar to Hashirama. Chapter 394. Just as undercurrents were swirling within the Senju clan's territory due to Lin Yu's clandestine actions, and Qin Shui and others were plotting how to guide history, a far more dangerous and insane experiment was underway deep within the Uchiha temporary camp, dozens of miles away. The cold, gloomy cave had been expanded, its floor and walls now etched with more complex and sinister sealing runes. The air was thick with the stench of blood and the aura of violent otherworldly energy. Several captured members of the Advent faction had been drained of their last bit of value and were discarded like rag dolls in a corner, lifeless. Uchiha Kaku and Uchiha Setsuna stood at the edge of the modified, massive ceiling array, their Sharingan bloodshot, clearly indicating immense depletion. At the center of the formation were no longer the elite Jonin-level hunters of before, but 5 terrifying beings, far larger and more twisted, their bodies wreathed in almost tangible dark red energy. Their claws were like curved scythes, bone spikes piercing their spines, and their scarlet eyes, besides a frenzied destructive desire, held an unstable obedience forcibly fused together by extreme pain and powerful ocular strength. The energy fluctuations they emitted had reached a completely new level. If Lin Yu were here, his rough assessment of the energy intensity using radar would shockingly reveal that the strength of these 5 hunters was already approaching the Kage-level concept he knew. Although this title didn't yet exist in this world, the suffocating sense of oppression was undeniable. Uchiha Madara stood with his arms crossed in the shadows of the cave entrance, coldly observing everything. Izuna's death, like the most potent poison, completely corroded his heart. His illusion of peace had long been shattered. Only absolute power could crush the Senju and vent the boundless hatred within him. These monsters from another world were the weapons he had chosen. Lord Madara, these 5 hunters are the limit of what we can currently control, Uchiha Setsuna reported breathlessly, his voice hoarse. Their cores are too violent. Even with the combined power of the 2 of us, supplemented by a dark sacrifice, we can only barely imprint basic attack commands. We cannot control them precisely, and the duration cannot be guaranteed. Uchiha Kagura added, his eyes flashing with fanaticism and exhaustion. Moreover, their backlash against the Sharingan's power is extremely strong. Prolonged control will likely damage the foundation of the Sharingan's power. The next deployment must be a one-hit kill, severely damaging the Senju's core. Madara's Manjikyu Sharingan slowly rotated in the shadows, emitting an eerie light. He could clearly sense the terrifying power contained within these 5 monsters, a power born purely for destruction. It's all right. Madara's voice was cold and devoid of emotion. They are beasts meant to tear apart the Senju defenses. Why bother with precise control? Next time, I will personally lead them to take Senju Butsuma's head. His gaze seemed to pierce through the stone wall, reaching the Sinja clan's territory. Hashirama, I will let you witness firsthand how everything you cherish crumbles before your very eyes. He paused, a deeper scheme flashing in his eyes. As for controlling more hunters, your Sharingan's power has its limits. And mine, I intend to use to control the Nine Tails. This thought spread like wildfire through his mind. Controlling the hunters was just the beginning. Controlling the Nine Tails was the ultimate power to truly overturn the balance and realize his revenge and ambition. Prepare, Madara commanded the two elders, withdrawing his gaze. Stabilize control over these 5 hunters as soon as possible. In the next attack, I will make the Sinja clan bleed rivers of blood. Inside the cave, dark red energy surged like boiling magma. The 5 Kage-level hunters let out deep, terrifying roars, their claws scraping against the ground with tremendous screeching. The Uchiha's hatred and the madness of the other world intertwined at this moment, creating an even darker and more desperate scene. And all of this remained unnoticed by the Sinja clan. Hashirama and Tobirama, within the clan's territory, were still racking their brains over how to deal with the increasingly powerful hunters, completely unaware that a storm far beyond their imagination was brewing within the Uchiha camp. The Sinja clan council meeting finally concluded. Hashirama and Tobirama emerged, their expressions weary yet resolute. The meeting's outcome was to further strengthen the clan's defenses, develop countermeasures against the strange mind control techniques, and dispatch more reconnaissance teams to closely monitor the Uchiha camp's every move. Inside the core courtyard, Qin Shui and the others, having learned of the meeting's end, knew their opportunity to offer their suggestions might be approaching. They needed to wait for a moment when Hashirama was relatively free, and whose mood, clouded by the war, might be more inclined towards seeking change. Lin Yu, during this time, remained unusually quiet. He carefully recalled the details of obtaining the crystal core. The peculiar tree and the pure yang release power contained within its fruit sparked a connection in him. This wasn't the legendary divine tree of the Naruto world, but its ability to condense natural energy and life force seemed to share a similar origin with the divine tree, albeit a different path. Perhaps it was a variant of some ancient plant, or a sacred object guarded by the Sinja clan for generations? These questions remained unanswered for the time being. He could sense that consuming this crystal core would not only greatly increase the probability of generating a chakra system, allowing him to enter a transcendent realm, but its accompanying stamina boost and life recovery effects might also resonate with his heart of God, pseudo, life praise, and immortal body, enabling him to successfully generate would release. If successful, it might allow him to enter the transcendent world. I must wait until I leave this instance before using it, Lin Yu resolved. During this time, he also kept an eye on the rumors circulating within the clan's territory. News about the theft from the forbidden area in the back mountain was strictly suppressed. Ordinary clan members were unaware of it. Tobirama had clearly intensified his internal investigations, especially his surveillance of them. If Hashirama hadn't intervened, he would have used Jinjutsu to interrogate these outsiders. Even if he had used Jinjutsu, he wouldn't have gotten any results. First, the others didn't know Lin Yu had taken it. Second, Lin Yu possessed the Clarity Pocket Watch, making him immune to mind control. Some previously overlooked corners were also thoroughly investigated by the ninjas. Lin Yu secretly rejoiced that he had acted decisively, and used the non-Hokage system technique shrinking the earth to an inch, otherwise it would have been difficult to evade Tobirama's senses. That day, Hashirama came to the courtyard alone. His weariness was hard to conceal, but seeing Qin Shui and the others' injuries improving, he managed a weak smile. Chapter 395. Are you all settling in well here? Hashirama's voice was still gentle, but it lacked its usual cheerfulness, and carried a hint of heaviness. Qin Shui knew this was a rare opportunity. She exchanged glances with Lin Yu, Shan Yu, and the others, deciding to lay the groundwork first. Lord Hashirama, thank you for your care, Qin Shui said respectfully. However, witnessing the shadow of war, and those manipulated monsters these past few days. We come from overseas, and although we lack great power, we have seen many different settlements. In some places, different races have put aside their ancestral feuds and built homes together. Although there are still conflicts, the children can at least grow up in a relatively peaceful environment. Her words deliberately catered to Hashirama's deepest desires. Hearing this, Hashirama's eyes flickered slightly, revealing an interested expression. Oh? Different settlements? Miss Qin Shui, could you elaborate? Qin Shui was delighted, knowing she had steered the conversation in the right direction. She began to draw upon the concepts of villages and towns in the real world, describing a community model that transcends family boundaries, collectively maintaining order and security. Lin Yu listened quietly, occasionally adding a word or two. Hashirama listened intently, his eyes gleaming with thoughtful consideration. He didn't immediately express his opinion, but clearly, Qin Shue's words had planted a seed in his heart. To build a village that transcends families. Hashirama murmured to himself, his gaze fixed on the distance, as if he saw a vague vision of hope. This conversation, though brief, was of great significance. It laid a solid foundation for the later formal proposal of the Konoha concept. After seeing Hashirama off, everyone in the courtyard felt a surge of excitement. The plan was progressing steadily. For the next few days, an eerie calm enveloped the border of the Land of Fire. The Uchiha camp was unusually quiet. Even small-scale harassment and reconnaissance had almost completely disappeared, like the calm before a storm. This unusual tranquility, however, made the Shinja clan's higher-ups even more uneasy, raising patrols and vigilance to the highest level. Within the Shinja clan territory, due to Hashirama's subtle change in attitude, the treatment of Linyu and the others in the core courtyard was further improved. Although their range of movement was still limited, the surveillance by guards had decreased considerably. Qin Shue and the Xuanwu team used this relatively peaceful time to continuously refine their proposal for Konoha to Hashirama. Tian Shu even attempted to use limited materials to draw a simple sketch of the village plan, including concepts such as public areas, training grounds, and fortifications, striving to make the proposal more concrete and feasible. "We need an opportunity," Captain Mountain calmly analyzed, "an opportunity that makes Hashirama realize that the old clan rivalry is ineffective against new threats. The Uchiha's next attack might be our chance." Linyu maintained a low profile for most of the time, but he didn't let his guard down. His radar remained constantly on, monitoring the area inside and outside the clan compound. The search efforts on the back mountain of the clan compound gradually weakened after several days, seemingly finding no valuable clues. Tobarama had no choice but to temporarily shelve the matter and focus his main efforts on dealing with the potential threat from the Uchiha. This gave him some peace of mind, meaning the risk of his theft of the Yang release core being exposed in the short term had decreased. During this time, he also secretly observed the young ninjas of the Shinja clan, attempting to glean the secrets of chakra and ninjutsu from their training, preparing for the power he might acquire in the future. He discovered that the use of chakra was far more refined than he had imagined, involving the perfect fusion of spiritual and physical energy. This made him even more eager for the effects of the Yang release crystal core. This fruit, containing pure life force, might lay a foundation for him far beyond that of ordinary people. One late night, Linyu was dozing in his room when, on the edge of the radar map, in the direction of the Uchiha camp, a very subtle yet exceptionally powerful energy-gathering fluctuation suddenly appeared. Several extremely bright red dots flickered in and out of existence, their energy intensity far exceeding that of the three controlled hunters from before. "They're here." Linyu's heart skipped a beat, and much stronger than last time. He remained calm and continued to observe. Those powerful energy fluctuations did not move immediately after gathering, as if waiting for something. The Uchiha's next attack was already imminent. This time, it was likely no longer a test, but a true, all-out attack aimed at destruction. The next day, Hashirama returned to the courtyard, his expression even more grave than before. The border reconnaissance team has reported back that there are signs of a large-scale summoning jutsu being activated at the Uchiha camp. Hashirama shared the intelligence directly, without concealing anything. Madara? He might be planning something big. Qin Shue and Linyu exchanged a glance, seeing the resolve in each other's eyes. The time had come. "Lord Hashirama," Qin Shue stepped forward, her tone sincere and firm. "Precisely because we face such a severe threat, perhaps it is time to break the old order and seek a new path. The idea we mentioned last time, uniting like-minded people to build a common home. We believe it's time to seriously consider it. Only a strong, unified village, capable of gathering the strength of all sides, can better cope with unknown threats like the Uchiha controlling monsters, and only then can the next generation avoid repeating the blood and fire we experienced." She took a deep breath and uttered the crucial name. "Perhaps we can call it Konoha." "Konoha?" Hashirama murmured, repeating the two words, his eyes gleaming with an unprecedented light. This name seemed to touch a deep resonance within his soul, perfectly aligning with his hazy dreams. He looked at Qin Shue, at Linyu and Shanyu beside him, their expressions earnest, and then at Madara Uchiha's increasingly obsessive and dangerous actions, at the blood his clansmen had shed in the war. An unprecedented resolve slowly coalesced within him. The storm was approaching, and the budding hope finally sprouted in the fertile soil of war. Hashirama left the courtyard, but the name Konoha seemed to possess a strange magic. taking root and growing ever stronger in his heart. He stood atop the highest watchtower of the clan's territory, overlooking his homeland awakening in the morning light. Children practiced basic physical skills in the open space, women prepared breakfast, and wisps of smoke rose from the chimneys. Behind this tranquility lay a wall built with the blood of countless clansmen, and the ever-growing threat of Uchiha Madara. To build a village where all children can grow up safely. Konoha, he repeated softly, his eyes gleaming with an unprecedented determination. Qin Shui and the other's suggestion was like a key, unlocking the long-sealed door to his ideals. He had considered ending the war, but the bonds of his clan and the inertia of their ancestral feud had prevented him from finding a viable breakthrough. Now, these foreign tribes had brought a seemingly distant yet concretely feasible blueprint. However, ideals are often grand, but reality is fraught with thorns. Chapter 396. When Hashirama cautiously proposed, for the first time at a high-level clan meeting, the possibility of discussing the possibility of jointly establishing a neutral settlement with other like-minded clans to reduce conflict and jointly deal with unknown threats was immediately met with strong opposition. Absurd. A white-haired elder slammed his cane down. Hashirama, you are the head of the Sinja clan. How could you conceive such a naive idea? Sharing land and resources with outsiders? Those who are not of our kind will surely have different hearts. Brother, this matter requires careful consideration. Tobarama's voice was calm and sharp. He looked at Hashirama with incomprehension and worry. The most important task at present is to deal with the threat of the Uchiha controlling monsters. This idea of joint settlement involves too many people, and could easily be used by the enemy to divide our clan. Moreover, he changed his tone, glancing meaningfully towards the direction of the core courtyard. The one who proposed this is despicable. They have only been here a short time, and there have already been disturbances in the clan's forbidden area. Now they have put forward such a thought that undermines morale. We must be wary. Hashirama opened his mouth, wanting to refute, but found that the elders, and most of the core members of the clan leaned towards Tobarama's view. The long war had deeply ingrained suspicion and conservatism into everyone's bones. For the first time, he felt so clearly the resistance to promoting the ideals of peace, coming not only from the Uchiha clan outside, but also from the clan's deep-rooted traditions and fears within. The meeting ended in discord. Hashirama stood alone outside the council chamber, gazing at the gloomy sky, filled with a sense of powerlessness. He knew Tobarama's suspicions were not unfounded. The theft in the forbidden area of the back mountain remained unsolved, and that non-chakra spatial fluctuation remained a mystery. But deep down, he didn't want to believe Qin Shui and her group were responsible. Or rather, he didn't want to extinguish this hard-won possibility of peace based on an unverified suspicion. Is it really true that only through war, by forcing the enemy to submit with greater force, can we achieve temporary peace? Hashirama clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white from the force. He thought of Uchiha Madara, his former rival who shared the same dream, but now walked a completely different path. Meanwhile, in the core courtyard, Qin Shui and the others also sensed the subtle change in the atmosphere. The supplies delivered were still plentiful, but the guard's eyes seemed to have become scrutinizing and distant again. Hashirama wasn't visiting as frequently as he had in the past few days. It seems our proposal has encountered considerable resistance within the Sinja clan, Qin Shui sighed, not surprised. Changing centuries-old feuds was no easy task. As expected, Tianshu pushed up his tactical goggles. Based on behavioral pattern analysis, Tobarama Sinja's vigilance has reached its highest level. He's likely connecting the theft of the forbidden area with our proposed Konoha plan, believing it to be a meticulously planned conspiracy. Li Dun scratched his head in frustration. Then what do we do? Haven't we backfired? Linyu leaned against the wall, calmly watching the Sinja ninja training outside the window, and slowly said, the seed has been planted, all that's left is to wait for the right opportunity. When the external pressure is great enough that the Sinja clan feels their current model is unsustainable, they will naturally reconsider this path. His radar constantly monitored the movements outside the clan's territory. The powerful energy fluctuations from the Uchiha camp hung like the sword of Damocles, refusing to fall. He believed that opportunity wasn't far off. Linyu is right, Captain Shan Yu said in a deep voice. What we need to do now is wait patiently, and prepare for the next attack. The Uchiha's silence often foreshadows an even fiercer storm. The atmosphere in the courtyard became heavy again. They were like people stranded on a deserted island before a storm, hoping the waves would bring a turning point, yet knowing full well the destructive power they held. We won't have to wait much longer, Linyu spoke again, drawing everyone's attention. He walked to the center of the courtyard, lowered his voice, making sure only Qin Shui and the others could hear. The Uchiha's next attack will be far stronger than the last one. It's not a test, it's aimed at destroying the Senju's core power. How do you know? Li Dun asked instinctively, then realized Lin Yu seemed to possess some kind of precognitive ability, and shut his mouth. Qin Shui and the members of the Xuanwu squad also looked at Lin Yu, their eyes filled with inquiry, but they all tacitly refrained from pressing for an explanation. Lin Yu didn't explain the source of the information, continuing, when the battle reaches its peak, the Senju clan will be preoccupied with their own survival, inevitably creating gaps in their internal surveillance. Furthermore, facing a life-or-death crisis, the resistance to Hashirama's Konoha plan will be minimized, as it seems to be the only hope to gather more power to fight the unknown threat. He paused, his gaze sweeping over everyone, before revealing a bold and deceptive plan. Then, we find an opportunity to approach Hashirama and confront him. Confront him? Qin Shui was slightly taken aback. Yes. Lin Yu's eyes were calm. We can tell him that the existence of us, these overseas alien races, and those monsters known as the Hunters, is not accidental. They are drawn by some kind of rule, specifically to eliminate us transgressors. The Uchiha merely exploited this. He deliberately blurred the concepts of the boundary hub system and the copy, replacing them with the more easily understood terms rules and transgressors. We can promise. Lin Yu's voice carried an undeniable certainty, as if stating a fact, that as long as Hashirama Senju successfully establishes that peaceful village called Konoha, transcending clans, and we transgressors can reach a specific return point on the day of its establishment, then we transgressors will completely leave this world. At that time, the Hunters, having lost their target, will no longer be used by the Uchiha, nor will they invade this world again. This statement was half true and half false. The true part was that their mission was indeed to reach the evacuation point on the day Konoha was established. The false part was that whether the Hunters would disappear as a result was completely unknown. But it was undoubtedly an extremely tempting offer. Exchanging a promise to establish a village for the permanent elimination of a terrible external threat. Qin Shui immediately understood Lin Yu's intention to exploit the information gap, packaging a possible coincidence as an inevitable cause and effect, thereby increasing the weight and urgency of their proposal. Tianshu's eyes flashed with data, and he whispered, the logical loop is feasible. Packaging our own evacuation conditions as the key to resolving the Hunter threat will greatly enhance the value of our proposal and Hashirama's determination to push this through. Shan Yu pondered for a moment, then nodded. Extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures. This approach might break the current deadlock. Chapter 397. As soon as Lin Yu finished speaking, a brief silence fell over the courtyard. Qin Shui, Li Dun, and the 4 members of the Xuanwu squad were quickly processing the sheer volume of information and the astonishing boldness contained within the plan. Tianshu broke the silence first, pushing up his tactical goggles, the lenses reflecting a cold light. Lin Yu, your plan is bold, and logically almost self-consistent. But it has a fatal flaw. All eyes were on him. Flaw? Qin Shui pressed. That's right. Tianshu's voice was calm and devoid of emotion. Let's assume the Senju clan believes your explanation. That establishing Konoha and allowing us to return is the only way to eliminate the threat of the transgressors. However, given Tobirama Senju's suspicious and ruthless nature, he's likely to deduce a simpler conclusion, one more in line with his style. He paused, then said, word by word, that is, since the transgressors are targeting us, the transgressors, then, wouldn't eliminating all the transgressors permanently solve the threat? These words were like a bucket of ice water, extinguishing the newly ignited hope in everyone. Li Dun's face paled. That's right. That white-haired demon is absolutely capable of such a thing. He already dislikes us, and now we're offering ourselves a reason to kill us and save the world. Shan Yu's brows furrowed tightly. This was indeed the greatest risk. Once the cards are laid bare, it's as if one's life is tied to the threat of the Hunters, placing it in the hands of the Thousand Hands clan. No, he dares not, and cannot. Lin Yu's voice remained calm, as if he had anticipated this. He met the questioning gazes of the crowd and continued, because he cannot guarantee that he can eliminate all the transgressors. What do you mean? Qin Shui pressed. Uchiha. Lin Yu uttered 3 words. Those Hunters, especially the 3 from last time, showed clear signs of manipulation in their actions. Qin Shui's earlier words to Hashirama pointed out that the Uchiha were controlling them. So how did the Uchiha do this? Where did they learn about the characteristics of these monsters, and even develop methods of control? Lin Yu's gaze swept over the crowd. The only explanation is that the Uchiha also have outsiders like us. And it's very likely that they are those who believe in chaos and actively seek to merge with the power of another world, the Adventists. This deduction sent a chill down the spines of the 4 members of the Xuanwu squad. As elites of the Dragon Shield Bureau, they were all too aware of the madness and destructiveness of the Adventists. Therefore, Lin Yu's logical loop perfectly closed at this moment. If Tobarama chooses to kill us, he can at most only resolve the threat within the Sinja clan's territory. The collusion between the Uchiha and the Adventists will still exist, and those monsters will continue to be used by them, being deployed to the battlefield. But we, Lin Yu's voice carried a hint of seduction, we offer a solution at the level of rules. We promise, as transgressors, that as long as Konoha is established and the rules are met, all of us outsiders stranded in this world will follow the guidance and leave. This is the only way to fundamentally eliminate all the hunter threat once and for all. He has to gamble that what we say is true. Because the risk of killing us is greater than the risk of believing us. The courtyard fell silent again, but this time, everyone's eyes were filled with shock and a hint of fanaticism. This plan had transformed a fatal flaw into a bargaining chip to force the other side to cooperate. What a brilliant scheme. Captain Mountain slowly exhaled, his gaze towards Lin Yu completely changed. This seemingly ordinary scavenger possessed a mind and courage far surpassing those of the elites he had ever encountered. Then it's settled, Qin Shui decided. We await the Uchiha's all-out attack. Until then, conserve our strength and prepare for the worst. In the following days, the atmosphere within the Sinja clan's territory grew increasingly strange. On one hand, Hashirama's seed of Konoha had been planted, his attitude towards Qin Shui and the others had noticeably softened, and the supplies had been upgraded. On the other hand, there was Tobarama's suspicion. The non-chakra spatial fluctuations and the coincidental timing made him fix his suspicious gaze on the core courtyard. With battle approaching, his surveillance of the area was secretly raised to an unprecedented level. Several extremely subtle chakra threads, like a spider web, spread around the courtyard, ensuring that no movement escaped Tobarama's senses. Lin Yu was fully aware of this, but he didn't care. He spent his days indoors, either meditating or polishing the non-existent weapon, behaving like a typical dazed prisoner. His entire attention was focused on the radar map in his mind. In the direction of the Uchiha camp, the 5 previously faint but incredibly powerful chakra reactions, far exceeding those of Jonin, finally stabilized completely after several days of silence. They were like 5 volcanoes about to erupt, brimming with destructive power. That day at dawn, the eerie calm that had lasted for days was shattered by a piercing shriek. A blood-red signal flare shot into the sky from the Sinja clan's frontline watchtower, exploding against the leaden sky like a blood-red eye announcing the end of the world. Enemy attack. All-out offensive. The shrill alarm bells blared throughout the entire Sinja clan territory. A Jonin responsible for border reconnaissance, covered in blood, used the body flicker technique to force his way back to the council hall. He didn't even have time to bandage the deep, bone-revealing claw marks on his chest, and roared hoarsely, "Clan head! Lord Tobarama! The Uchiha! The main force of the Uchiha has been mobilized. And those monsters! 10 times more terrifying than last time. The defenses will crumble at the slightest touch." The storm had finally arrived. The torrent of war swept across the entire eastern border of the Land of Fire in an instant. The Sinja clan's territory instantly shifted from the tranquility of dawn to the ferocity of war. Countless ninjas surged out like swarms of bees, rushing to their respective defensive posts. The earth trembled, and the air was thick with the smell of gunpowder and the killing intent. Lin Yu, Qin Shui, and the Xuanwu squad were escorted by several solemn-faced Sinja ninjas to a higher sanctuary behind the clan's territory. The view from here was expansive, overlooking a large portion of the main battlefield, yet it was heavily guarded. "Stay here, don't move." The leading ninja captain shouted this before hurrying to the front lines. This was the observation post Tobarama had chosen for these outsiders. He wanted them to witness the strength of the Sinja clan. Lin Yu walked to the edge of the observation post and gazed into the distance. Chapter 398. On the distant horizon, a dark, imposing mass of people surged forward like ink, the main force of the Uchiha clan. And at their forefront lay a sight that would instill despair in even the most elite ninja. On the battlefield, the brilliance of ninjutsu blazed like the most dazzling fireworks, yet it was a spectacle of death. The Sinja clan ninjas formed battle formations, their earth-release techniques erecting thick earthen walls, tens of meters high, attempting to halt the enemy's advance. Earth release, earth flow wall. Earth release, multiple earth flow wall. Hundreds of ninjas simultaneously cast their techniques, massive rock barriers rising from the ground, forming an unbroken defensive line, a truly magnificent sight. However, what awaited them was a sea of fire from the Uchiha clan, blotting out the sky. Fire release. Great fire annihilation. Fire release. Dragon flame song technique. The Uchiha ninjas also formed an array, unleashing not fireballs, but scorching waves of flame like a tsunami. The flames collided with the earthen wall, producing a deafening roar. Terrifying steam and scorched earth shot into the sky, the intense heat distorting the air. Countless Senju ninjas were instantly vaporized or engulfed. But this was just the appetizer. The true terror lay in the 5 Kage-level hunters, forcibly controlled by the Uchiha elders. They were like 5 demonic killing gods from hell, even larger than the 3 from before, their dark red aura almost tangible. They ignored most ninjutsu, their massive bodies rampaging, their claws easily tearing apart the Senju's prized earthen walls as easily as ripping paper. A Senju elite Jonin attempted to use water release to restrain him, but the newly formed giant water sphere was vaporized by the dark red flames erupting from the hunter's body before it even touched him. The hunter then unleashed an energy wave that obliterated the Jonin, leaving him with nothing but ashes. Monsters. These are monsters. Ninjutsu ineffective. Retreat. The Senju clan's defensive line, caught between regular ninja and these 5 terrifying beasts, was collapsing at an unprecedented rate. Damn it! What kind of monsters are these? Tobirama Senju appeared on the flank of the battlefield like a blue lightning bolt. His eyes were icy, his hands forming hand seals with lightning speed, no longer holding back. Water release. Hard vortex water blade. High-pressure water jets, condensed to a high degree, spun like a drill, viciously slicing into the relatively vulnerable joints of one of the hunters, finally leaving a deep, bone-revealing wound on its hard carapace. But the monster only roared once, black energy surging from the wound, countless buds of flesh writhing wildly, healing at a visible speed. This regenerative ability. Tobirama's heart sank to the bottom for the first time. This was no longer something that ninjutsu could easily handle. On the observation post, the entire Jinbu squad was deathly pale. My god. Li Dun's voice trembled. This thing is that strong now? The data on Tian Shu's tactical goggles flashed wildly, emitting a piercing alarm, unable to analyze. Kage level. Lin Yu muttered to himself. He knew that each of these 5 possessed the destructive power of a Kage level 1, and the regenerative ability of a super Kage level. Captain Mountain clenched his fists, his knuckles white. A monster of this scale. Can the Senju clan stop it? Qin Shui didn't speak, she just stared intently at the other end of the battlefield, at the vast river valley that would later be named Valley of the End. She knew that what determined the outcome of this war was never these ninjas or monsters. Instead, it was those 2 figures, like gods. While the Senju clan's defenses were crumbling in the lower-level battlefield, overwhelmed by 5 Kage-level hunters and elite Uchiha warriors, suffering heavy casualties, the true battle that would decide their fate unfolded atop the cliffs of the Valley of the End. At the center of all the light, in that vast valley, 2 godlike figures faced off. Madara! Do you truly intend to destroy everything for hatred? Hashirama Senju's voice boomed like a bell, resounding throughout the heavens and earth. He had activated Sage Mode, his face displaying a mysterious sage's mask, red marks beneath his eyes, and boundless natural energy surging from beneath his feet, causing all things to submit. He could feel his clansmen wailing and dying, and the grief in his heart transformed into boundless rage. Shut up. Hashirama. Madara Uchiha stood atop the opposite cliff, clad in dark red armor, his black hair wildly flowing. His crimson Manjikyu Sharingan spun wildly, reflecting the blood and fire below, his eyes filled with endless coldness and madness. From the moment Azuna died, our laughable dreams were worthless. Today, I will use this absolute power to crush your naivete, to crush everything of the Senju. Roar! A terrifying roar that could shake the very soul resounded. Behind Uchiha Madara, space distorted, and a crimson fox with 9 tails, its size blotting out the sky, appeared, the strongest-tailed beast in the world at present. The 9-tailed fox? Its enormous size, its 9 tails dancing like mountains, its destructive and tyrannical aura, the entire battlefield froze. That is... On the observation post, Qin Shui and the entire Xuanwu team held their breath. Although they didn't recognize the 9 tails, the primal fear sent chills down their spines. The 9 tails. Uchiha Madara has actually controlled the 9 tails. Lin Yu's pupils constricted sharply, his heart pounding. He knew the plot, but seeing it unfold before his eyes was still incredibly shocking. In the original story, Madara only used the Nine Tails for the first time during the battle at the Valley of the End, but now, to coordinate with the hunter's all-out attack, he had captured it prematurely. Madara leaped, landing steadily on the Nine Tails' head. His Manjikyu Sharingan power was pushed to its limit, colliding violently with the Nine Tails' will. Susanoo. Blue-purple chakra flames erupted from his body, condensing into a 100-meter-tall chakra war god. The complete Susanoo. But this was not the end. The majestic chakra war god spread its arms, as if donning armor for a god, completely enveloping the enormous nine-tailed fox. Armored Susanoo. Blue-purple Susanoo armor covered the crimson Nine-Tails' body, its hands wielding two massive chakra katanas. The fox's ferocity and Susanoo's coldness were perfectly fused. At this moment, the Nine-Tails, clad in Susanoo armor, resembled a world-destroying beast from ancient mythology. The mere pressure emanating from it plunged the entire battlefield into a brief, deathly silence. Even the 5 arrogant Kage-level hunters roared uneasily under this aura, their movements slowing. Madara, you actually... Hashirama stared at the terrifying creation fused with the Nine-Tails and Susanoo, his heavy expression finally transforming into overwhelming fighting spirit. He knew words were useless. Any schemes or tricks seemed pale and powerless before such absolute power. Since that's the case, I will use all my power to stop you. Hashirama no longer hesitated. He leaped off the cliff, landing in the center of the valley, his hands clasped tightly together, unleashing a torrent of sage chakra into the ground beneath his feet. Sage art would release, true several thousand hands. Chapter 399. The instant Hashirama Senju roared out his attack, the entire world seemed to freeze for a second. Then, the heavens and earth trembled. Rumble. The earth tore and bulged wildly, countless trees rising like raging pythons, rapidly coalescing behind Hashirama. In just a few breaths, a colossal wooden Buddha statue, several times larger than the Nine-Tails in its armor, rose from the ground. This wooden Buddha possessed a solemn and dignified appearance, but behind it were thousands of massive wooden arms, densely packed and blotting out the sky, each containing terrifying power capable of shattering mountains. The Buddha of the top. Hashirama stood atop the wooden Buddha, his expression solemn, like a deity descended to earth. Come on, Madara! Roar! The Nine-Tails in its armor roared, its 9 tails condensing into 9 high-density tailed beast balls, simultaneously mixing with Susanoo's chakra, transforming into a world-destroying armored-tailed beast ball, blasting towards the wooden Buddha. Sage art would release, true several thousand hands. Hashirama controlled the wooden Buddha, 1,000 giant hands simultaneously meeting the attack from behind. Bang 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 bang. Hundreds of giant wooden fists rained down like a storm, forcefully shattering the tailed beast ball, powerful enough to destroy a country, in midair. The terrifying explosion created a black spherical storm, the shockwaves sweeping in all directions. The cliffs on both sides of the valley crumbled like biscuits, the river overflowed, and the earth groaned. Lin Yu and the others on the observation post were thrown about by this godlike shockwave. If it weren't for the protective barrier around the post, they would have been torn to shreds. Is this still human power? Li Dun murmured to himself, utterly distraught. God. Shadow uttered a single word, his eyes filled with shock. Qin Shui and Mountain exchanged a glance, both seeing the horror in each other's eyes. This level of battle was completely beyond their comprehension. On the battlefield, the wooden Buddha and the mighty nine-tailed fox were locked in a fierce battle. Giant fist against katana, wooden dragon coiled around the tailed beast, each collision triggered a violent earthquake. The entire battlefield, due to the battle between these two gods, had been transformed into a scene of utter apocalypse. The ninjas below had long since ceased fighting, frantically fleeing away from the valley, fearing being caught in the aftershocks. The 5 Kage-level hunters were also affected, easily swatted away by the wooden Buddha's arms. Although they didn't die, they suffered serious injuries, their dark red aura significantly weakened. Tobirama Senju had already retreated to the defensive line, directing his clansmen to fully activate the defensive barrier to resist the world-destroying aftershocks. His gaze was fixed on the center of the battlefield, his heart filled with both pride in his brother's strength and dread for Madara Uchiha's mad power. Everyone's attention was drawn to this epic battle. No one noticed that in the shadows of the observation post, Lin Yu's eyes shone with unusual brightness. This was the perfect opportunity. He turned sharply to Qin Shui and the Xuanwu squad. The time has come. Qin Shui was taken aback. The time? You mean? That's right. Lin Yu spoke rapidly, judging from Hashirama and Madara's expressions. This battle won't end until one side is completely defeated. Whoever wins will be a Pyrrhic victory. When Hashirama, dragging his weary body, sees this ravaged homeland and the heavy casualties of his clan, that will be the moment when his heart is most vulnerable, when he most yearns for peace, and when he is most receptive to your Konoha plan. He looked at Qin Shui and Mountain. Your mission is to find Hashirama immediately after this battle, and tell him about the bet, the showdown plan, we agreed on. This is our only chance to leave this world. And what about you? Qin Shui keenly noticed Lin Yu's use of you. Lin Yu grinned, revealing a sly glint typical of a scavenger. Me? This fireworks display was so spectacular. Someone has to collect some prizes. Mountain pupils contracted. You're going to the Uchiha camp? Their main force, the monsters, and even Uchiha Madara himself are all here. Lin Yu dusted himself off. Their home base is safer than here now. How could I miss such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to cleanse their nest? Too dangerous. Qingnong couldn't help but exclaim, what if they have a backup plan? Fortune favors the bold. Lin Yu interrupted her, his eyes resolute. You guys handle Hashirama, and I handle making a fortune. He didn't give anyone a chance to persuade him further. He suddenly ducked, his at 1456 optical camouflage suit instantly activated, his figure twisting in the air before disappearing into the shadows of the observation post. Lin Yu. Qin Shui whispered, but only saw a barely perceptible ripple in the air. This guy. Li Dun stared in disbelief. He's a madman. Lin Yu ignored the exclamations behind him, and silently slipped out of the Shinja clan's protective barrier. He followed the direction the Uchiha had come from. He bypassed the main battleground, passing through the edge of the most chaotic battlefield, and stealthily made his way towards the now empty treasure vault. Lin Yu's stealth was even smoother than expected. The entire eastern border of the Land of Fire was completely absorbed by the battle between gods and Buddhas at the Valley of the End. Every few seconds, the earth trembled violently, the echoes of the wooden Buddha's giant fist colliding with Susanu's katana. Under this level of background noise, Lin Yu's stealth was like a fish in water. He took a long detour, avoiding all possible remaining sentries, and with the precise navigation of his level 4 radar, arrived at the Uchiha clan's camp half an hour later. As he expected, it was practically a ghost town. The symbolic guards at the camp entrance were already trembling with fear from the distant battle, completely unaware of the transparent figure silently slipping in. Lin Yu didn't stand on ceremony. He needed a set of identity documents. In a rest tent on the edge of the camp, he easily found an Uchiha patrol member who had been injured and unable to participate in the battle, and was fast asleep. Chapter 400. The tent was dimly lit, filled with a faint smell of medicine and blood. The wounded Uchiha ninja was breathing heavily, clearly seriously injured, and had fallen into a deep sleep. Lin Yu moved swiftly and silently, like a cheetah in the shadows. He approached the ninja, and carefully picked up a few stray strands of black hair from his shoulder. The moment he touched the biological tissue, he activated his Thousand Faces disguise ability. A subtle sensation, as if his skin was slightly wriggling, swept over his body. Lin Yu looked down, and found that his casual clothes had transformed into a simple, dark blue outfit common in Uchiha territory, identical in style to the sleeping ninja on the ground. His physique had also slightly adjusted, becoming more lean, and fit the appearance of an ordinary Uchiha youth. He walked to a bowl of water in the corner of the tent, and looked at his reflection in the water by the light. A completely unfamiliar face was reflected in the water, its features sharply defined, bearing the characteristic coldness of the Uchiha clan. Most striking were its eyes. A single tomo pattern, vividly red, appeared around the jet-black pupils. Of course, this was merely a simulated biological appearance created by Thousand Faces disguise, a mere shell, lacking any of the Sharingan's true perception, copying, or Jinjutsu abilities. It was simply a perfect decoration, used to pass ordinary identity checks. Time is limited, Lin Yu silently thought, no longer delaying. He lifted the tent flap, lowered his head, and naturally blended into the camp. The Uchiha camp was more livable than he had imagined. Although it was wartime, the camp's layout was militarized and meticulous. Rows of wooden or stone huts, built according to the terrain, stood side by side, with occasional small courtyards where clothes hung to dry. However, most houses were closed, creating an unusually quiet atmosphere. Clearly, the main force had gone to war, leaving behind mostly the elderly, women, children, and a small number of wounded soldiers and guards. His level 4 radar was fully activated, and the black and white map in his mind clearly outlined the camp's contours. The red dots representing signs of life had thinned considerably, mainly concentrated in a few areas, seemingly gathering points for guards and medical personnel. But what attracted his attention even more were the scattered dots on the map, emitting a soft purple glow, and in the center of a large complex of buildings, slightly north of the camp's center, a single, heart-pounding, terrifying red dot. Purple. Mostly ninjutsu scrolls or special materials. That red? Lin Yu's heart raced slightly. Judging by the energy level of this world, it's definitely not ordinary. He immediately marked that red dot as a top priority target. At the same time, he noticed that many of the purple glowing dots were located in areas without red dots, signs of life, meaning the houses were currently empty. A golden opportunity. Suppressing his excitement, he mimicked the actions of an ordinary patrolman, following the radar-marked path that avoided the main red dots, and made his way towards an inconspicuous wooden house, where the nearest purple glowing dot was located. However, just as he crossed a relatively empty training ground, a voice called out to him from behind. "Hey! Aoki! Weren't you supposed to be on the front lines with Elder Fire Corps and the others? Why are you back?" Lin Yu's body stiffened slightly, but he quickly recovered. He stopped and slowly turned around. The person who called out to him was a young Uchiha man, who looked to be in his early 20s, his face showing a mixture of doubt and concern. On the radar, the red dot representing this person was of average brightness, posing little threat. Lin Yu's mind raced, gleaning key information from the man's words. The ninja he was impersonating, named Aoki, should have been with the frontline troops. He couldn't speak. His voice might give him away. So, he quickly conjured an expression of pain and embarrassment, clutching his stomach with one hand, and making an extremely unseemly but universally understood gesture towards the makeshift outhouse in the corner of the training ground with the other. The Uchiha youth was taken aback at first, then revealed a knowing yet slightly disgusted expression. "TSK, you let me down at a crucial moment. Got an upset stomach? Hurry back. The camp is short-handed, the patrol team is short-staffed." He waved his hand, no longer doubting, and turned to walk in another direction. Lin Yu breathed a sigh of relief, secretly relieved. He didn't dare delay, and immediately strode towards the wooden house he had just locked onto. At the same time, he deliberately let the simulated single-tomo Sharingan be caught by the youth's peripheral vision as he turned. The youth indeed turned back for another look, confirming the red glint, and his last trace of doubt vanished. Possessing the Sharingan meant he was undoubtedly an Uchiha clan member, even if he was just a one-tomo bottom-of-the-barrel Uchiha. But at this time, appearing at the camp, what other explanation could there be but a delayed presence? Arriving smoothly at the wooden hut, Lin Yu found the door unlocked, secured with a simple wooden bolt. Looking around to make sure no one was watching, he quickly slipped inside. The interior was simply furnished: a bed, a wardrobe, and a low table. Scattered on the table were several shuriken and kunai, all ordinary white-quality items. The source of the purple light was an inconspicuous hidden compartment beneath the table. Lin Yu easily pried it open, revealing a scroll. He picked up the scroll, feeling the unique chakra fluctuations it contained. Item: Fire Release, Dragon Fire Technique Scroll. Quality: Purple. Type: Knowledge Scroll/Ninjutsu Inheritance. Effect: Records the training insights and essential techniques of a jonin of the Uchiha clan regarding the Fire Release, Dragon Fire Technique. After use, it greatly enhances the speed of understanding and mastering the Dragon Fire Technique, and has a certain chance of granting advanced applications of the technique. Note: this is the Uchiha clan's signature linear attack type Fire Release technique, which converts chakra into a straight line of flame, concentrating it at a single point for immense power. Not bad, a great start. Lin Yu immediately put the scroll into his spatial backpack. Although he himself might not actually practice it, the scroll itself, containing specific knowledge, was extremely valuable, whether for trading or as a reference. He didn't linger, immediately leaving the wooden house and darting like a ghost towards the next purple dot marked on the radar. The subsequent operation went far more smoothly than expected. With the Uchiha main force deployed, the camp's defenses were extremely weak. Lin Yu, relying on the perfect cover provided by Thousand Faces disguise and the precise navigation of the level 4 radar, entered as if into an undefended treasure trove. He moved swiftly and purposefully between the silent houses. In a house exuding a faint herbal scent, he found a purple item wrapped in oilcloth at the bottom of a locked medicine box. Item: Release Perception Enhancement Potion. Quality: Purple. Type: Consumable/Potion. Effect: After use, slightly increases sensitivity to spiritual energy, release, for a certain period of time, and slightly enhances resistance to genjutsu. Long-term use can slowly nourish the spirit. Note: a potion developed by the Uchiha clan to assist in activating or enhancing the Sharingan. A diluted version can be used for daily training. Lost after the Warring States period. In a room that appeared to be a dormitory for young clan members, he pulled a deep purple, cool-to-the-touch Magatama from under a pillow on a bed. Chapter 401. Item: Inferior Sharingan Nourishing Tomo. Quality: Purple. Type: Cultivation Auxiliary Item/Rare Item. Effect: When worn, it can slowly nourish the Sharingan, alleviating damage caused by overuse of ocular power. Its effect on high-level Sharingan is negligible. Note: A cultivation aid crafted by the Uchiha clan using special minerals. It is of low quality, and was mostly distributed by the clan to promising young members. Lost after the Warring States period. He even infiltrated a room that looked like a small archive, containing many scrolls. Unfortunately, most were white or green quality items recording clan history, rules, or basic training methods, of little value. However, he still found a valuable purple scroll among them. Item: Uchiha Style Essentials of Shuriken Throwing Techniques. Quality: Purple. Type: Knowledge Scroll/Taijutsu Inheritance. Effect: Records the techniques, power generation methods, and practical applications of the Uchiha clan's unique throwing weapons such as shuriken and kunai. After use, one can quickly master the essence of Uchiha-style throwing techniques. Note: The Uchiha clan is renowned throughout the ninja world for its exquisite shuriken techniques. This scroll summarizes their basic and advanced techniques. Lin Yu accepted all comers, sweeping these purple-quality items into his spatial backpack. His actions were efficient and cautious, always avoiding areas with red life dots and targeting empty houses. In a short time, his gains were considerable, acquiring 7 purple-quality items covering various aspects such as ninjutsu, potions, training aids, and skills. However, his primary target remained the alluring red glow emanating from the center of the camp. As he approached, the surrounding architecture became increasingly solemn and ancient. The number of patrolling Uchiha ninjas noticeably increased. While still not densely packed, the alert level was clearly higher. On the radar map, the location representing the red glow was surrounded by a large complex of traditional Japanese-style buildings, likely the Uchiha clan's ancestral temple or core council area. Lin Yu lay hidden in the shadows of a building, carefully observing what lay ahead. 2 Uchiha ninja guarded the main road leading to the ancestral temple. Their chakra signatures appeared as bright red dots on the radar, indicating they were at least Chunin level or higher. More importantly, he could vaguely sense that the ancestral temple complex itself seemed to be shrouded in an invisible, faint energy field, possibly some kind of protective barrier. A direct assault would be unwise. His disguise might fool ordinary ninjas, but it might not be able to deceive the possible barrier, or the highly perceptive experts, who might remain inside the ancestral temple. He needed to wait for an opportunity, or create chaos. Just as Lin Yu was concentrating on his strategy, a muffled, deafening roar echoed from the direction of the Senju and Uchiha battlefield in the distance, causing the earth to tremble slightly. It was a sound far greater than any previous clash, as if the heavens and earth were mourning. The remaining Uchiha clansmen in the camp all looked up in that direction, their faces filled with worry, fear, and a hint of fanaticism. Even the 2 ninjas guarding the ancestral temple couldn't help but glance over, their minds drawn to the final battle in the distance. Now! A glint flashed in Lin Yu's eyes. Without hesitation, his body seemed to merge with the wind. Taking advantage of the brief opening and the cover of shadow, he followed the side path marked by the radar, bypassing the frontal guards, and like a wisp of smoke, silently circled around to the rear of the ancestral temple complex. The side of the ancestral temple was enclosed by a towering wall, constructed of massive stone blocks, bearing the marks of time. The radar showed that the red dot was inside the wall, located somewhere behind the main hall of the ancestral temple. He found a blind spot, took a deep breath, and rushed in. The next moment, his figure blurred in place, as if pulled and twisted by an invisible force, instantly traversing a distance of more than 10 meters and the towering stone wall. Before he could even figure out what was happening, he was inside the ancestral temple grounds. Feeling solid ground beneath his feet, Lin Yu immediately crouched low, concealing himself behind a cluster of lush ornamental plants in the courtyard. He carefully surveyed his surroundings. This appeared to be a secluded courtyard within the ancestral temple complex, a tranquil setting with a white gravel path and several stone lanterns standing in the corners. Contrary to his expectations of heavy guard, the courtyard was completely deserted. Radar scans confirmed that, aside from a few brighter red dots in the direction of the main hall, there were no signs of life within the courtyard or its connected buildings. And the red dot he had been longing for was just a short distance ahead, inside a small, independent shrine-like structure that appeared to house some kind of artifact. The building's doors were tightly shut, but there was no lock on the door, only a symbolic talisman was affixed to it. The talisman bore the Uchiha clan's fan-shaped crest, faintly radiating chakra fluctuations, more of a symbol and warning than a powerful seal. Lin Yu's heart quickened. So close, the final obstacle seemed insignificant. He checked again to make sure no one was around, then darted out like a cat, instantly arriving before the small shrine. He reached out and gently peeled off the talisman. It dissolved into specks of light in his hand, without triggering any alarms. He pushed open the slightly heavy wooden door, and with a soft creak, the interior came into view. The shrine's interior was small and dimly lit, with only a few rays of light filtering through the high windows, illuminating the dust floating in the air. A faint, aged scent, a mixture of sandalwood and ancient wood, permeated the air. The interior furnishings were extremely simple, even sparse. Directly opposite the entrance was a black lacquered wooden shrine, before which rested a simple prayer cushion. Above the shrine, there was no statue of a deity, only an object lying horizontally. It was a weapon of ancient and peculiar design. It resembled a short sword, or perhaps a wakizashi with a longer blade. The scabbard was dark red, seemingly tanned from the leather of some creature, covered with mysterious, natural patterns resembling flames or eye pupils. It felt warm to the touch, yet carried a subtle, almost imperceptible coolness. The hilt was a deep black, wound with unknown dark threads, and set in the grip was a deep red gemstone, like congealed blood. The sword lacked any extravagant lighting effects, it simply lay quietly on the shrine, yet naturally became the focal point of the entire space. A restrained, weighty sense of history, as if it had accumulated countless years and stories, emanated from it. The energy fluctuations it emitted were not ostentatious, but profound and abyssal, the very source of the red dot on the radar. Lin Yu's gaze was instantly drawn to this sword. Chapter 402. He didn't even need to touch it to sense its extraordinary nature. This was no ordinary ninja tool. Its inherent power and depth far surpassed anything he had previously acquired, including the golden bloodletter's blade. He strode forward without hesitation, reaching for the dark red short sword. Just as his fingertips were about to touch the scabbard. Buzz! A faint, almost ethereal sword hum rang out. It wasn't an actual sound, but a tremor of the spirit. Lin Yu felt as if his spirit had been gently pricked by a needle. His heart of god, Pseudo, stirred slightly, a warm current flowing spontaneously, dispelling the subtle discomfort. It does indeed possess sentience, or rather, a self-protection mechanism? Lin Yu thought with a chill, but his movements didn't falter, and he grasped the short sword in his hand. It felt surprisingly heavy, far exceeding its apparent weight. The patterns on the scabbard seemed to come alive, writhing slightly in his palm, conveying a complex emotion that was both familiar and repulsive. He didn't have time to savor it. He immediately focused his attention on the item information that appeared in his mind. When the words entered his consciousness, even with Lin Yu's composure, his breath caught in his throat. Item: Tatsuka Blade, Imitation Sealing Blade. Quality: Red. Type: Legendary Ninja Tool/Spirit Weapon. Effect: 1 Edgeless Blade. This sword cannot inflict serious physical cutting damage in conventional ways. Its attacks focus more on the energy and spiritual levels. Effect: 2 Layered Sealing. Targets hit by this sword will have one of their abilities sealed layer by layer based on the number of hits. Each hit temporarily suppresses the ability's effect and usage frequency by 10%. Each hit can only target one ability. Multiple abilities can be sealed simultaneously on the same target. Effect 3 Susanoo Bearing. This sword can be used as a weapon for Susanoo summoned by specific eye techniques, such as the Manjikyu Sharingan, greatly enhancing the sealing and suppression capabilities of Susanoo. Effect requirements: possessing in-release aptitude or strong mental power. Uchiha Bloodline lowers the usage threshold. Note: a legendary spirit sword that seals away all evil. This is a replica. Although it lacks the original's all-annihilating power, it inherits its core sealing principle. Wherever the sword points, all laws wither. The Tatsuka sword, it's actually it. Lin Yu's heart surged with shock. He certainly recognized this legendary sword from the original Naruto series, the divine weapon wielded by Itachi Uchiha Susanoo, possessing the terrifying ability to seal anything it struck into a dreamlike Jinjutsu world. While this was a replica, its effects differed from the original, but its core concept of sealing remained. Moreover, this layer-by-layer sealing effect was incredibly powerful and ruthless, reaching a level of rule-based insidiousness. Imagine, in a battle against a formidable enemy, Without inflicting a fatal wound, just a few successful hits could gradually cripple their signature technique. This would be a strategic weapon of mass destruction against enemies who rely on specific powerful abilities. Then, one could wield a slasher in one hand and a Totsuka blade in the other. High damage and utterly disgusting. Red quality. Well deserved. Without hesitation, Lin Yu, with a thought, directly stored the dark red Totsuka blade into his spatial inventory. Holding a treasure of this caliber in one's hand is never safe. Only placing it in a secure, private storage space can bring peace of mind. The instant the Totsuka sword vanished, the entire small shrine seemed to tremble slightly, and a heavy, oppressive aura in the air dissipated considerably, as if it had lost its core. Lin Yu knew this was no place to linger. The Uchiha clan couldn't possibly be oblivious to the treasures within the ancestral temple. Although their main force was absent, the longer the situation dragged on, the greater the risk. He quickly scanned the empty shrine, confirming nothing was missing, then turned and, as silently as he had entered, quietly exited the small shrine, gently closing the wooden door behind him. Without the Totsuka blade, the talisman on the door seemed meaningless, and Lin Yu didn't bother to restore it. He retraced his steps, appearing outside the high wall on the side of the ancestral temple, returning to the relatively safe camp's residential area. The entire process was swift and efficient. From infiltration to successful departure, it took only a few minutes. Successfully acquiring the Totsuka blade, replica, a red quality treasure, greatly pleased Lin Yu, but he didn't let his guard down. With more than half of the 1,000 faces disguised duration remaining, there were still many corners of the Uchiha camp's treasure trove worth exploring. He adjusted his slightly rapid breathing, a result of excitement, and focused his attention again on the flashing purple dots on the radar map. The red objective had been achieved. These purple resources couldn't be overlooked either. Every little bit counted, especially considering they represented the Uchiha clan's accumulated wealth. Like a patient scavenger, guided by the radar, he continued to traverse the empty buildings. This time, his target was more specific. He specifically chose houses with complex internal structures indicated by radar, suggesting the storage of important items, or relatively secluded, inconspicuous corners. In what appeared to be the home of an Uchiha Chunin, he found a well-preserved scroll hidden in a secret compartment beneath the floorboards. Item: Fire Release, Phoenix Flower Cultivation Notes. Quality: Purple. Type: Knowledge Scroll/Ninjutsu Inheritance. Effect: Records cultivation insights and detailed explanations of the combined ninjutsu Phoenix Flower Claw Crimson, a technique combining fire release, Phoenix Flower and shuriken techniques. After use, one can quickly master the release techniques and practical variations of this combined ninjutsu. Note: a mid-range control and attack ninjutsu commonly used by the Uchiha clan, possessing both fire damage and physical strike capabilities. In a room exuding a faint scent of ink, resembling an archive, he bypassed some unimportant clan records and found a peculiarly textured purple jade stone in a locked drawer. Item: Een Release Chakra Conductive Metal, Small Piece. Quality: Purple. Type: Rare Material/Forging Material. Effect: a rare metal with excellent affinity and conductivity for Een Release Chakra, spiritual energy. It can be used to forge or enhance ninja tools, giving them enhanced genjutsu effects, mental impact, or sealing abilities. Note: a special mineral secretly collected by the Uchiha clan, produced in extremely limited quantities, often used to create exclusive ninja tools for the clan's elite. Lin Yu accepted all offers, taking in these purple resources containing knowledge, skills, and rare materials. The number of purple quality items in his spatial backpack began to steadily increase. While the individual value of these resources might not be comparable to the Totsuka blade, their total value was equally astonishing, enough to make any large power envious. Just as he put a piece of Een Release Chakra Conduction Metal into his backpack, preparing to head to his next target, a sudden change occurred. Buzz! An extremely powerful wave, carrying boundless rage and frenzied chakra, swept in like a tsunami from the direction of the battlefield. This wave was so powerful that the entire Uchiha camp seemed to tremble, and a heart-palpitating sense of oppression filled the air. Chapter 403. Lin Yu abruptly looked up in that direction. Although he couldn't see the specifics, the energy reaction at the edge of his radar, representing the battle zone, was extremely chaotic and terrifying, as if two suns were colliding and annihilating there. This chakra, is it Uchiha Madara, or Senju Hashirama? Or both? Lin Yu was shocked. Has the battle reached its climax? Almost simultaneously with this fluctuation, the few bright red dots representing the remaining forces within the Uchiha camp suddenly began to stir violently. Especially towards the ancestral temple, the two brightest red dots, suddenly erupted with chakra reactions and rushed towards the core area of the temple at an extremely fast speed. We've been discovered, Lin Yu instantly realized. The disappearance of the Totsuka sword replica might have been due to some hidden premonition, and the intense chakra fluctuations in the distance might have alerted the remaining powerful members, causing them to instinctively check the sacred temple grounds and discover the theft. He couldn't stay any longer. Lin Yu made a decisive decision, immediately abandoning the remaining purple dots. The harvest was already substantial enough. Greed knows no bounds. The most important thing now was a safe retreat. His thousand faces disguise lasted for more than 20 minutes, enough time for him to leave the camp. He immediately moved quickly towards the edge of the camp, away from the temple and the center. However, just as he crossed a relatively open area and was about to reach the woods on the outskirts of the camp, a cold voice, like a venomous snake, rang out behind him. Halt! Which squad are you from? Where are you trying to go at this hour? Lin Yu paused, then slowly turned around. A cold-faced, sharp-eyed Uchiha ninja blocked his path. This ninja appeared to be around 30 years old, radiating chakra fluctuations far exceeding those of ordinary patrol members. His red dot on the radar was extremely bright, indicating he was at least a chunin, perhaps even approaching the level of a special jonin. His eyes were unmistakably Tsutomu Sharingan. Clearly, the anomaly at the ancestral temple had alerted the higher-ranking personnel remaining at the camp, leading to increased patrols. The Uchiha Jonin's Tsutomu Sharingan slowly rotated, locking onto Lin Yu with scrutinizing and chilling killing intent. Strange activity in the ancestral temple. Your behavior is suspicious. Speak, who exactly are you? He raised his kunai, chakra gathering around him, ready to unleash a thunderous attack at any moment. Lin Yu felt a chill run down his spine, knowing that any explanation would be futile at this moment. The opponent was likely a jonin, possessing the Sharingan and exceptional insight. While his disguise might fool ordinary ninjas, at such close range, facing a fully alert jonin, his weaknesses could be exposed at any moment. He couldn't let him raise the alarm. He couldn't get bogged down in a prolonged fight. In a flash, Lin Yu moved. He showed no warning, not even intending to use divine descent. His actual strength of 46 points and agility of 33 points exploded at a speed far exceeding the reaction limits of an ordinary jonin. His figure slashed into the center of the Uchiha jonin like a ghost. Bloodletter's blade didn't appear. As there wasn't time to draw it, he chose the most direct method, unarmed combat. His right hand, fingers joined like a knife, the fingertips brimming with terrifying power, like a red-hot iron, aimed straight for the opponent's throat. The speed was so fast it tore through the air, emitting a barely audible whistling sound. The Uchiha Jonin's Tsutomu Sharingan clearly captured Lin Yu's movement trajectory. His pupils contracted sharply. The Sharingan's perception allowed him to see the trajectory of the attack. However, his body's reaction speed was completely unable to keep up with this terrifying speed that transcended the realm of conventional ninjutsu. Crack! A crisp sound of a neck bone breaking rang out. Lin Yu's fingers pierced the opponent's Adam's apple with unparalleled precision, the violent force instantly destroying his cervical spine and central nervous system. The Uchiha Jonin's face froze in shock and disbelief. His Tsutomu Sharingan instantly lost its luster, and his body collapsed limply to the ground as if his bones had been removed, lifeless. Solved? The thought had barely formed in Lin Yu's mind when he suddenly realized something was wrong. It was too easy. His opponent was, after all, a jonin with the double Tomo Sharingan. Even with his overwhelming elemental advantage, he shouldn't have been unable to mount any effective resistance or provide any warning. Moreover, the sound and feel of the corpse falling were somewhat unreal. Almost at the same moment his alarm bells rang, the corpse before him distorted like a reflection in water, then with a plop, dissolved into a puddle of water. A clone? When? Lin Yu's scalp tingled instantly. He realized he had fallen into the opponent's trap from the very beginning. If the clone possessed the strength of a chunin, then he must be a jonin. This jonin was extremely cautious. Upon noticing the anomaly at the shrine and finding Lin Yu's behavior suspicious, he didn't personally risk his life, but instead used a clone with partial physical form and chakra to probe. The true form must be hidden in the shadows, and has likely already seen through his extraordinary burst of speed. Where? Lin Yu's mental energy surged wildly, his level 4 radar instantly scanning everything within a 500-meter radius of himself. However, there were too many red dots around him. He couldn't pinpoint their location. Damn it! Without thinking, without even having time to see the opponent's true form, Lin Yu's survival instinct made the most correct choice. Whoosh! He slammed his feet off the ground, not fleeing in any direction, but soaring straight upwards. Divine Domain activated. Free flight without cost. This was his fastest and most unexpected method of movement so far. The instant his body lifted off the ground, a massive fireball carved deep furrows into the space where he had been standing, and the surrounding area within several meters, emitting a hissing, scorching sound. Fire release. Great fireball technique. If it had been a fraction of a second later, he might have burst into flames. Lin Yu, airborne, broke out in a cold sweat, and without hesitation, retrieved the old silver pocket watch from his spatial backpack. The awakening pocket watch. Click. He pressed the button on the pocket watch, just in case he entered a Sharingan Jinjutsu from the start. A cool, minty sensation instantly flooded his mind, spreading to his limbs. His mind became more focused and clear than ever before. His senses, like polished glass, became even more acute. Any external mental interference seemed utterly incompatible with his power. He stared intently at the figure slowly rising from the shadows of the eaves below. It was the true form of the Uchiha Jonin. The other's face was filled with extreme shock and solemnity, his pair of Tomo Sharingan eyes fixed on Lin Yu in the air, clearly unable to comprehend how the other could fly, and at such an unbelievable speed. Chapter 404. Flying ability. And that taijutsu just now, you're definitely not an ordinary spy or thief. What kind of monster are you? The Uchiha Jonin's voice was slightly hoarse, as he rapidly formed hand seals, clearly not intending to let Lin Yu escape. Lin Yu hovered in the air, looking down, his mind racing. His flying ability was exposed. Thousand Faces' disguised time was running out. The other experts in the camp were closing in, and the battle in the distant fighting area seemed to be nearing its end. He had to retreat immediately. A direct confrontation was not the best strategy. His opponent was an experienced Jonin with a Sharingan, and his Jinjutsu, Ninjutsu, and Taijutsu were all extremely difficult to deal with. Just as his opponent was about to complete his hand seals, and a powerful burst of fire-style chakra began to gather, an extremely bold, even absurd, thought flashed through Lin Yu's clear mind, enhanced by the Clarity Pocket Watch. Theft of causality? Could I steal his Sharingan? The idea was both insane and tempting. The Sharingan, one of the top-tier dojutsu bloodline limits in the Naruto world, possesses immeasurable value for its insight, copying, Jinjutsu, and various other overpowered abilities in later stages. Although it can only be used once per instance, this is a life-or-death situation. Success would grant him a powerful trump card. I gamble. Lin Yu's eyes sharpened, and he no longer hesitated. He stared at the rotating double Tomo Sharingan of the Uchiha Jonin below, silently chanting in his mind, activate. The theft of causality. Target, his Sharingan. The moment the command was given, an indescribable feeling, as if touching the very foundation of the world's rules, enveloped Lin Yu. Time seemed to thicken and slowed down at this moment. He couldn't see any dazzling light effects, nor hear any strange sounds, but in his perception, an invisible thread of causality, connecting him to the Sharingan of the Uchiha Jonin below, was forcibly captured and tightened. Theft of causality in progress. The difference in mental strength between the two sides is not significant. Success rate, 50%. The scales of fate began to tip. Below, the Uchiha Jonin had completed his hand seals, his chest bulging, and blazing fire-style chakra was about to erupt. Fire release, Great Dragon of Fire. Before the name of the technique could be fully uttered, a sudden change occurred. He suddenly felt a heart-wrenching pain in his eyes, as if a piece of his soul had been forcibly ripped out. It wasn't just physical pain, but a feeling of being stripped away from his bloodline, from the very essence of his soul. Aya! A shrill, inhuman scream erupted from the Uchiha Jonin's mouth. His condensed chakra instantly collapsed. He covered his eyes tightly with both hands, and crimson blood gushed from between his fingers like a torrent of tears. At the same time, Lin Yu, suspended in midair, felt his vision suddenly go black, not the kind of darkness that comes with losing consciousness, but rather as if he had been instantly blindfolded. But this darkness lasted for less than 1/100th of a second. The next moment, the world lit up again. But this time, the world he saw was completely different from before. The colors were more vibrant, the layers more distinct, and the subtle energy flows in the air, the trajectories of drifting dust particles, were all clearly discernible. The chaotic, violent chakra flow within the Uchiha Jonin below, which was backfiring on him, was presented in his eyes, as if through X-ray vision, appearing as a scorching, chaotic red. He could even see the varying degrees of chakra aura emanating from the other Uchiha ninjas approaching in the distance. Everything around him seemed to slow down in his perception, including the Uchiha Jonin's contorted and slowed movements due to excruciating pain, and the trails of dust kicked up by the running ninjas in the distance. This feeling of incredibly keen perception and dramatically enhanced dynamic vision. It was the Sharingan. Lin Yu subconsciously raised his hand to touch his eye socket. There was no foreign sensation, but a completely new and powerful visual ability had become one with him. With a thought, he tried to mobilize this power. Instantly, he felt his mental energy slightly depleted, and a faint red halo appeared at the edge of the world in his vision. The shape of his pupils also seemed to subtly change. Theft of causality. Successfully judged. He truly and forcibly stripped the ownership of the opponent's pair of Tomo Sharingan from the Uchiha Jonin and transferred it to himself. This can be stolen? Even with Lin Yu's resilient mind, he was utterly shocked by this absurd result. The domineering nature of theft of causality once again exceeded his imagination. This wasn't just stealing items. Even bloodline limits bound to bloodlines and souls could be forcibly taken as long as they were judged as items or abilities. Below, the Jonin who had lost his Sharingan lay collapsed on the ground, writhing in agony, his blood staining the ground beneath him. The backlash and trauma from the forced removal of his Sharingan were devastating. He had lost all fighting ability. Lin Yu suppressed his shock, knowing now was not the time to study the Sharingan closely. The commotion within the camp grew louder. At least 3 ninjas with chakra reflexes no weaker than the Jonin on the ground were rapidly approaching. One of them exuded a chilling and violent aura, likely the strongest remaining at the camp. He had to evacuate immediately. He glanced one last time at the chaotic Uchiha camp below, then, without lingering, spun in midair, pushing the speed of his god's domain to its limit. Like an invisible meteor, he sped off in the opposite direction from the Shinja clan's territory, a direction marked by radar, far from the main pursuit route, deep into the mountains. He had to take a long detour, avoiding potential tracking and interception, and then find an opportunity to reunite with Qin Shui and the others, or head directly to a possible escape route. Flying 100 meters in the air, the wind whipped at his face, but Lin Yu's mind gradually calmed. He flew at full speed, beginning to adapt to the stolen Sharingan. The perception of the two Tomo made him more acutely aware of his own chakra and the energy of his surroundings. The enhanced dynamic vision allowed him to clearly discern the fleeting trajectories of birds in the forest below, even at high speeds. It's a pity it's only a double Tomo technique. I can't use powerful Jinjutsu or copy ninjutsu. But as a basic insight enhancement, it's a qualitative leap, Lin Yu thought with satisfaction. This was undoubtedly the second greatest gain from this trip to the Uchiha camp, second only to obtaining the Totsuka blade replica. He looked back. The Uchiha camp had become a small dot in the distance. The terrifying energy fluctuations from the direction of the Valley of the End had gradually subsided, leaving only a sense of deathly stillness and embers after a great battle. Has the battle between Hashirama and Madara ended? What was the result? Lin Yu pondered. Have Qin Shui and the others successfully confronted Hashirama? He knew he had to ascertain the situation as soon as possible. Every moment he lingered in this instant's world increased the uncertainty. Those cross-border hunters wouldn't disappear just because the battle between the two powerful figures was over. He adjusted his direction and began to cautiously fly around the approximate location of the Thousand Hands clan's territory, as he remembered it. Chapter 405. With the navigation of the Level 4 radar and the enhanced perception of his Sharingan, Lin Yu flew in a high-altitude, meandering pattern for about half an hour before finally approaching the outer perimeter of the Shinja clan's territory again. The scene before him made him gasp. The once relatively intact Shinja clan territory was now a scene of utter devastation. Large swathes of buildings were reduced to ruins. The outer barrier of the clan's territory was dim and damaged in many places. The air was thick with a strange stench, a mixture of the heavy smell of blood, burnt flesh, and the lingering fresh scent of wood release. Everywhere, Shinja ninjas were busy rescuing the wounded and clearing the rubble. The atmosphere was heavy and oppressive. The battle had clearly spread here, and the attack by the 5 Kage-level hunters and the main Uchiha force had inflicted immense damage on the Shinja clan. Lin Yu lowered his altitude, using the trees and the lingering smoke as cover, and stealthily moved forward. He deactivated his Sharingan to conserve his mental energy, relying on radar to search for Qin Shui and the others. Soon, near the core area of the clan's territory, in the relatively intact courtyard where they had been previously housed, he detected several points of light. To his slight relief, Hashirama's massive chakra reaction, like a miniature sun, was also near that courtyard. He found a secluded corner to land, deactivated God's domain, reactivated optical camouflage suit, and silently approached the courtyard. The guards outside the courtyard were all wounded, their expressions filled with grief and indignation. Lin Yu didn't force his way in, but instead circled around to the side and rear of the courtyard, finding a blind spot, and waited patiently. After about 10 minutes, the courtyard gate opened, and Sinja Hashirama emerged, surrounded by a group of elders and Tobarama. Hashirama's face bore undisguised weariness and sorrow, yet his eyes held an unusual firmness, as if he had made a resolute decision. "Let's proceed as agreed," Hashirama said to Tobarama beside him, his voice slightly hoarse. "Contact the Sarutobi, Shimura, and other clans as soon as possible. The plan to establish Konoha must begin." Tobarama's expression remained cold, but when he looked at Hashirama, his eyes held less of his previous opposition and more of a complex and helpless expression. He nodded. "I understand, brother. I make arrangements immediately after I dealt with things here." With that, Tobarama hurriedly left with a team of ninjas, clearly to handle the aftermath and make contacts. Hashirama stood alone, gazing at his ravaged homeland, silent for a long time before finally letting out a long sigh and turning to walk towards the council hall. After Hashirama and the guards had left, Lin Yu, like a ghost, scaled the wall and returned to the courtyard. Lin Yu. Qin Shui was the first to spot him, calling out in surprise. Li Dun and the rest of the Xuanwu team immediately surrounded him, relieved to see he was unharmed. "It's so good you're all right." Qin Shui looked Lin Yu up and down, noticing his steady breathing and apparent lack of serious injury. "We basically got this sorted out. Hashirama has tentatively agreed to our bet, and decided to unite with other clans to officially launch the Konoha establishment plan. System notification. The evacuation point has been refreshed." Lin Yu's heart leaped, and he immediately looked at his system interface. Sure enough, a new notification appeared below the taskbar. The key historical event Konoha Establishment Alliance has been triggered. The final evacuation point has been refreshed. Location: the southern cliff outside the Sinja clan. Later, the location of the Konoha Hokage Rock. Evacuation point opening time: 71 hours 59 minutes. 58 seconds. Great. Li Dun excitedly pumped his fist. "Finally, we can leave this hellhole." Captain Mountain nodded, a relieved look on his usually composed face. "Mission accomplished. We can prepare to evacuate at any time." Lin Yu noticed that Li Qingli, the technical expert whose limbs had been broken by Tobarama, and who had been imprisoned by the enforcement team, was not in the corner of the courtyard. Qin Shui followed his gaze, her eyes darkening, and whispered, "Li Qingli. She didn't make it. The place where she was being held was affected by the battle." Lin Yu nodded silently. He was already used to the cruelty of the dungeon world. It was fortunate that most of them survived. "Without further ado, let's head to the evacuation point immediately," Lin Yu said decisively. "Although we have 3 days to stay, there's no guarantee that other unforeseen circumstances won't arise. Especially with the Uchiha." Everyone agreed. They packed quickly. There wasn't much to pack. Most of their equipment was on their person or in their spatial backpacks, and informed Hashirama of their intention to leave. The guards, clearly following Hashirama's orders, did not obstruct them, only sending 2 ninjas to escort them from a distance, in reality, to monitor them as they left the Sinja clan's territory. Along the way, all they saw were the scars of war. Shattered mountains and rivers, scorched earth, the still uncollected remains of monsters and ninja corpses, all silently testified to the brutality of the battle that had just taken place. Several hours later, they finally reached the southern cliff, the site of the earlier clash. The scene before them was even more breathtaking. The once magnificent valley landscape had been almost completely altered. Large sections of the cliffs on both sides had collapsed. The river had changed course, forming a vast lake. In the center of the lake, a massive, dilapidated wooden Buddha statue lay half submerged, the remains of Hashirama's true several thousand hands. On the opposite cliff, massive slash marks and charred remains were clearly the work of the Nine Tails in its armor. The battle between gods and Buddhas had changed the world. The system's final evacuation point was at the highest point of the southern cliff, where a circular pillar of light emitting a soft white glow stood silently. "That's it." Qin Shui pointed to the pillar, a look of complete relief finally appearing on her face. The group quickened their pace and climbed the cliff. Standing before the pillar of light, looking back, the setting sun, like blood, illuminated this land, scarred yet brimming with new hope. The Konoha that Hashirama Senja dreamed of would take root and sprout here. But the hatred between the 2 great ninja clans did not end there. "Let's go," Lin Yu said, stepping first into the pillar of light. Qin Shui, Li Dun, Shan Yu, Tian Shu, Qing Nong, and Yuing followed closely behind. A soft white light enveloped them, and a familiar feeling of weightlessness washed over them. When their vision cleared again, Lin Yu had been teleported to his familiar and safe personal space in the central hall of the realm hub. Beneath his feet was a floor radiating a soft glow, and the air was filled with ethereal aura unique to the realm hub. All the noise and danger of the outside world were shut out. He didn't immediately take stock of his enormous gains, but instead first felt a scanning power, more serious and profound than ever before, enveloping his entire body. Survivor Lin Yu detected returning from the Special Wilderness Instance Z2330 Naruto Sengoku Era. Identity verification in progress. Initiating deep identity and status verification. Chapter 406. Scanning vital signs. Confirmed no abnormal parasitism, mimetic contamination, or high-level mental imprint. Scanning soul fluctuations. Confirmed 99.97% match with registration records, stable fluctuations, no signs of possession or splitting. Analyzing residual energy. Detected weak residual malice from the world, dissipated, unknown high-level in-release energy reaction, recorded, preliminarily determined to be bloodline limit fusion, harmless, and a reaction from a different rule item, recorded, harmless. Final verification result, passed. Identity confirmed, stable status, no forbidden contamination. Welcome back, Survivor Lin Yu. Clearly, the Sharingan and the Totsuka blade, imitation, he brought back had triggered a stricter review by the World Hub system. Fortunately, they were ultimately deemed passable. The verification screen dissipated, and Lin Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief. He knew he was completely safe. Immediately following, the long-awaited system settlement notification appeared. Instance World. Z2330 Naruto Sengoku Era has been successfully evacuated. No personal evaluation for the open world instance. Experience bonus for successful evacuation of the open world instance, 10%. Calculating experience points based on the items you obtained in the instance. A list of items began to scroll rapidly. White quality resources X15 equals 15 experience points. Green quality resources X8 equals 80 experience points. Blue quality resources X11 equals 110 experience points. Purple quality resources X13 equals 1,300 experience points. Gold quality resources X1 equals 1,000 experience points. Red quality resources X1 equals 10,000 experience points. Your total base experience points are 15 plus 80 plus 110 plus 1300 plus 1000 plus 10,000 is equal to 12,505 points. Outdoor dungeon bonus calculation. 12,505 * 10% equals 1,251 experience points. Experience points after bonus. 12,505 plus 1,251 is equal to 13,756 points. Ding! Your lucky dice effect has been triggered. You gain an additional 40% experience point bonus. Experience point bonus calculation. 13,756 * 40% equals 5,502 experience points. Final experience points gained, 13,756 plus 5,502 is equal to 19,258 points. Ding! Your level has increased to LV.44. You have gained 1 free attribute point. Current experience points. 15366/4500. Ding! Your level has increased to LV.45. You have gained 1 free attribute point. Current experience points. 10866/4600. Ding! Your level has increased to LV.46. You have gained 1 free attribute point. Current experience points. 6266/4700. Ding! Your level has increased to LV.47. You have gained 1 free attribute point. Current experience points. 1566/4800 for consecutive golden flashes of upgrade light. Your level jumped directly from LV.43 to LV.47, leveled up 4 times. Gained 4 free attribute points. Lin Yu didn't hesitate, allocating them as usual. Strength +3, Agility +1. Name, Lin Yu. Level, LV.47, Experience 1566/4800. Strength, 38, +11, equals 49. Agility, 26, +8, equals 34. Stamina, 20, +6, equals 26. The numbers in parentheses represent the 30% bonus from Undying Body. Feeling the increased power within him, Lin Yu nodded in satisfaction. The gains from this Naruto dungeon far exceeded expectations. After completing the settlement, Lin Yu was about to organize his thoughts, when a flash of light appeared in his personal space, and a communication request came in. It was Qin Shui. After the connection was established, Qin Shue's image appeared. She looked much better than in the dungeon, a slight smile on her face. Lin Yu, you're back safely? How was the harvest? Not bad, Lin Yu replied in his usual nonchalant tone. Qin Shue was already used to this, and cut straight to the point. Regarding the mission in the K-77 area, the Sharp Sword Squad has finished handling the follow-up, and the entrance to the wilderness dungeon that was being used by the Adventists has been temporarily sealed. This time, we owe a great deal to the crucial intelligence you provided, and your indirect help in the Naruto dungeon. She paused, her tone becoming more formal. Given your outstanding performance in this special dungeon and the immense potential you demonstrated, the higher-ups at Dragon Shield have decided, after discussion, to formally extend an invitation to you to join the Godhood Project. The Godhood Project? Lin Yu raised an eyebrow. The name itself sounded extraordinary. That's right. Qin Shue nodded solemnly. This is a top-secret project jointly promoted by Dragon Shield and several of the world's top organizations. Its aim is to cultivate the ultimate power capable of truly confronting the Rift crisis and even exploring the truth of the Rift Hub. Every participant in the project is a top survivor with limitless potential and unwavering will. What are the conditions for joining? What are the benefits? Lin Yu asked directly. The hard requirement is reaching level 50 or higher and passing a series of rigorous assessments and tests, Qin Shue explained. As for the benefits, you will receive top-tier resources from the Dragon Shield Bureau and even the Alliance, including but not limited to information on rare red quality or higher items, access to special wilderness dungeons, and use of advanced training facilities. Of course, rights and obligations are equal, Qin Shue added. Joining the program also means you will need to assume corresponding responsibilities and participate in some of the highest danger missions. You can consider it. You don't need to reply immediately. Contact me anytime when you reach level 50 and are interested. I understand, Lin Yu nodded, keeping this information in mind. Also, Qin Shue seemed to remember something. The blueprints for the weapons of mass destruction and defensive fortifications you asked me to keep an eye on have yielded some results. Considering the zombie horde dungeons you might face next, the Bureau can specially approve a batch of heavy firepower equipment for you as an extra reward for this mission. It will be sent to your inbox later. Thank you. Lin Yu's heart skipped a beat. This was undoubtedly a timely help. The zombie horde dungeon needed these. You're welcome, it's what you deserve. Qin Shue smiled. Prepare well for the upcoming challenge. Zombie horde dungeons are quite dangerous. Keep in touch. The last invincible person ran out of ammunition and stamina in a zombie horde dungeon. Even his sword became dull. Don't worry, if I don't want to, the zombie horde surrounding me is like nothing. Ending the communication with Qin Shue, Lin Yu glanced at the time. He had spent 18 thrilling days in the Naruto dungeon, while only 9 days had passed in the real world. There were only 6 days left until the zombie horde attack special dungeon announced by Heart of God Pseudo, 15 days later. Time was running out. He needed to absorb the Yang-release crystal core and master chakra within these 6 days, familiarize himself with the newly acquired Sharingan and Totsuka blade, digest the massive gains from this dungeon, and transform the heavy weaponry and fortress blueprints provided by Dragon Shield into actual combat power. A horde of zombies. Lin Yu murmured to himself, his eyes showing no fear, but rather a burning fighting spirit and thirst for knowledge. Then let's see if your horde of zombies is endless, or if my methods are superior. He didn't delay any longer and immediately began to organize the vast gains from this Naruto trip, making thorough preparations for the even more brutal challenges to come. Chapter 407. Consciousness withdrew from the eternally unchanging, gentle halo and ethereal aura of the Realm Hub. Lin Yu opened his eyes, and the familiar ceiling came into view. He was back in his home in the real world. Outside the window was a bright city skyline. Compared to the bizarre and life-or-death scenes in the dungeon world, this ordinary tranquility seemed somewhat unreal. He didn't waste time on sentimentality, and immediately focused his mind on his body. One of the biggest gains from this Naruto Sengoku dungeon, the Yang-release crystal core obtained from the forbidden area of the Shinja clan, lay quietly in his spatial inventory. Taking out the crystal core, the pigeon egg-sized fruit emitted a warm, golden green light. A powerful life force instantly filled the entire room, even making the air seem fresher. Without hesitation, Lin Yu put this golden quality treasure into his mouth. The fruit melted instantly upon entering his mouth, transforming into a warm current that flowed into his throat, then, like a river bursting its banks, surged throughout his limbs and bones. This energy was gentle yet vast, unlike any he had absorbed before. It wasn't violent, but rather possessed a subtle, pervasive power, as if it wanted to unite with every cell in his body. A dramatic change was taking place within him. He could feel a completely new energy system being guided and generated. This energy wasn't stored in his dantian, but rather permeated every cell of his body, intimately connected to his life force. It emanated a pale blue glow, gentle and full of vitality. It was chakra. Or more precisely, yang release chakra naturally generated based on his immense life force. However, perhaps because the crystal core wasn't fully mature, or perhaps due to differences in the rules of the two worlds, the total amount of this newly generated chakra was not large. It flowed slowly through his meridians and cells like a stream, far from reaching the levels of the ninjas in the Naruto world. But its quality was extremely high, pure and full of vitality. At the same time, the extraordinary life force within him, originating from the life praise and immortal body of the heart of God, Pseudo, resonated strangely with this yang release chakra. An impulse stemming from his life instinct made him subconsciously form a simple hand seal. Although he hadn't learned any ninjutsu hand seals in this world, the scattered information he gained while absorbing the crystal core guided him. The next moment, he opened his palm, concentrating his mind. A faint, almost imperceptible green light flickered in his palm. Then, several thin, delicate strands of hair, tender green vines about an inch long, trembled and emerged from his palm, like newborn infants, fragile yet tenacious. Would release. Though so faint as to be almost negligible, this was undeniably genuine would release power. Lin Yu could sense that this tiny creation was entirely under his control, its existence and growth consuming his already scarce yang release chakra. Chakra reserves are a weakness, but the potential is limitless. Lin Yu's eyes gleamed as he looked at the few wisps of green in his palm that seemed poised to extinguish at any moment. This initial success with would release proved the perfect synergy between the yang release core and his own high life force. As long as he could increase his chakra reserves in the future, the power of would release would undoubtedly rise significantly. This added another, albeit immature, trump card to his arsenal for dealing with the upcoming zombie horde instance. He experimented with manipulating the vines, winding and twisting them, familiarizing himself with this newfound control over his power. Only when a slight fatigue set in did the vines in his palm slowly retract and disappear. Nearly half of his newly generated chakra was also depleted. It needs time to accumulate and practice, Lin Yu understood. He turned his attention to his personal terminal. Qin Shui's promised heavy firepower support list had been sent to him. Opening the list, the dazzling array of weapons left him slightly speechless. Individual rocket launchers, heavy machine guns, high explosive grenades, remote-controlled bombs, and even small fueler explosives. Dragon Shield's investment, this time was indeed substantial, clearly recognizing his potential in the Godhood project, and investing in him ahead of time. However, looking at this heavy firepower sufficient to arm a small squad, Lin Yu frowned slightly. His spatial backpack was only 1 cubic meter in size. With limited space, and after reserving room for the Bloodletter's blade, the Ten-Fist sword, replica, various potions, survival supplies, and any potential new loot, the amount available for heavy weapons was extremely limited. After much deliberation, he made his choice. He abandoned most of the space-consuming firearms, opting instead for a compact and reliable storm submachine gun with 5 magazines to handle close to medium-range emergencies. The remaining space was to be crammed with as many explosives as possible: plastic explosives, remote-controlled bombs, tripwire mines, high-explosive grenades. Especially powerful and relatively space-saving block explosives, which became his preferred choice. A horde of zombies. The key to this dungeon should be area of effect damage and crowd control. Lin Yu checked the neatly stacked explosives in his spatial backpack, thinking to himself, if firepower is lacking, explosives will do. Just then, a communication request rang. It was Qin Shui. Lin Yu, did you receive the items? They can provide you with a large quantity. Just choose and send them over. Qin Shui's voice came through. Yes, thanks. Lin Yu replied. Also, the Wang brothers, Wang Shan and Wang Shi, heard you were going to enter a special dungeon and contacted me, saying they wanted to repay a favor and asked if you needed any help. Qin Shui said, you know they're both medics, they work well together, and can be very useful in survival dungeons. Wang Shan, Wang Shi? 2 honest yet determined faces flashed through Lin Yu's mind. They did indeed owe him a favor, and their strength and character were trustworthy. In a regular dungeon, having 2 medic teammates would significantly increase the chances of survival. Lin Yu refused almost without hesitation. No need, please thank them for their kindness. Qin Shui on the other end of the call was silent for a moment, seemingly unsurprised. I guess you would choose the same. Okay, be careful. Also, my grandfather wants to see you, saying he wants to thank you for your help many times before, and would like to invite you to his home for a simple meal. The time is before you enter the dungeon, you see. Old Master Qin? Lin Yu's eyes flickered slightly. The pillar of the Qin family, Qin Shui's grandfather, not her high-ranking general father. This old man wants to see him? Okay, you decide the time and place, Lin Yu agreed. He had no reason to refuse, neither morally nor logically. Moreover, he vaguely sensed that this family dinner might not be just a simple expression of gratitude. Ending the call, Lin Yu continued to familiarize himself with his newly formed chakra and would release, while simultaneously organizing his thoughts. Chapter 408. The Qin family mansion wasn't located in the bustling city center, but rather in a secluded hillside estate with seemingly loose security, yet actually tight measures. The antique Chinese architecture blended perfectly with a modern security system, exuding an undeniable understated sophistication. When Lin Yu entered the banquet hall, led by Qin Shui, several people were already seated. At the head of the table sat a sprightly elderly man, with meticulously combed white hair, dressed in a loose-fitting tang suit. His eyes were gentle yet held a clear, insightful understanding of the world. This was Qin Weigua, the patriarch of the Qin family. Beside him sat a middle-aged man, with an imposing presence, his epaulets indicating his rank as a general. This was Qin Shui's father, Qin Yu. In addition, there were 3 young men slightly older than Qin Shui, bearing a resemblance to her in appearance. These were presumably her brothers. Grandpa, Dad, eldest brother, second brother, third brother, this is Lin Yu, Qin Shui introduced with a smile, her tone carrying a subtle hint of protectiveness. Grandpa Qin, General Qin, hello everyone, Lin Yu greeted politely, his demeanor composed. Qin Weigua smiled and nodded, his gaze lingering on Lin Yu for a moment, a fleeting hint of surprise and inquiry flashing across his face. Good, indeed, heroes emerge from among the young. Xiao Shui's repeated escapes from danger are largely thanks to your help, young friend. Please, have a seat. The banquet began, and the atmosphere was initially quite harmonious. Grandpa Qin asked Lin Yu about his experiences in the dungeon world. Lin Yu answered only the questions he could answer, omitting crucial secrets, responding appropriately. Qin Shui occasionally added to the conversation, praising Lin Yu's abilities highly. However, after a few rounds of drinks and dishes, Qin Shui's 3 elder brothers began to get restless. Brother Lin, it was Qin Shui's eldest brother, Qin Feng, who spoke, his tone carrying a condescending scrutiny. I heard you're going to challenge a special dungeon alone again. Truly commendable courage. I wonder what kind of profession you awakened, Brother Lin. Or perhaps a strength, agility, or stamina-based ability. It would be good to broaden our horizons. The question seemed polite, but was actually a provocation. Everyone present knew that, according to official records, Lin Yu was an ordinary person, who had never awakened a profession or ability. In this era where strength was paramount, this was practically a cardinal sin. Qin Shui's expression changed slightly, and she was about to speak when Lin Yu calmly replied, I had some survival experience by chance. I can't claim to have any professional abilities. Oh! His second brother, Qin Wan, interjected. He managed part of the family business, his words carrying the shrewdness and snobbery of a businessman. So you're just relying on luck and brains? I admire you. However, special dungeons are extremely dangerous. Without real strength, relying solely on luck is probably... Brother Lin, you should still assess your abilities. His contempt was undisguised. Third brother Qin Jun was even more direct. A battle maniac and a power awakener himself, he spoke in a rough tone. Exactly. Without even a profession, going in is just suicide. Little sister, you should advise your friend not to risk his life for some resources. Our Qin family isn't incapable of providing some help, but it has to have some value, right? The atmosphere became somewhat awkward. General Qin Yu frowned slightly, but didn't reprimand his sons. Old Master Qin continued to sip his tea leisurely, as if he hadn't heard. Qin Shui's face turned pale with anger, and she was about to retort when Lin Yu gently raised her hand to stop her. He looked at the 3 Qin brothers, his face still expressionless, but his eyes sharpened slightly. You're all right. Special dungeons are indeed dangerous. Survival depends on comprehensive abilities, not just a single profession or superpower. As for value... He paused, his gaze sweeping over the 3 men, before finally settling on old Master Qin. Take this time for example. Sister Shui was able to accurately assess the situation in the dungeon, providing crucial information at critical moments, influencing the dungeon's trajectory, and ultimately leading us to safety. This insight, decisiveness, and contribution to the overall situation are perhaps more valuable than a mere combat profession. After all, not all crises can be solved with brute force. His words didn't directly defend himself, but instead attributed the credit and value to Qin Shui, highlighting the importance of intelligence and strategic vision. He cleverly avoided the sensitive topic of his own strength, instead emphasizing Qin Shui's excellence. Qin Shui was stunned, not expecting Lin Yu to say such a thing. The three Qin brothers were also taken aback, unsure how to refute him. The previously silent old master Qin suddenly put down his teacup, letting out a soft sigh, his eyes filled with reminiscence. Well said. Foresight and careful planning. Xiao Shui's performance this time truly reminded me of her grandmother in her youth. Back then, she also made indelible contributions to our Qin family, and even to the Yan kingdom in many crucial instances, relying on her extraordinary courage and wisdom. A woman is no less capable than a man. The old man's tone was full of emotion and praise, his gaze towards Qin Shui filled with love and pride. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng, Qin Wan, and Qin Jun immediately fell silent, their expressions shifting. Grandpa actually compared Qin Shui to his late, highly respected grandmother? The implications of this were profound. General Qin Yu also gave Lin Yu a deep look, his gaze less scrutinizing and more complex. The atmosphere at the banquet became subtle. The three Qin brothers stopped deliberately making things difficult, but their attitude wasn't exactly warm either. Old Master Qin, however, was much kinder to Lin Yu, asking questions that didn't touch on his personal life. Lin Yu handled the questions with composure, and his occasional unique insights into the dungeon world drew flashes of admiration from Old Master Qin. At the end of the banquet, Old Master Qin personally escorted Lin Yu to the door, patting him on the shoulder. Young man, not bad. Live well, the road ahead is long. Come and keep this old man company often when you have time. Certainly, take care, Grandpa. Lin Yu bowed slightly. Leaving the Qin family manor, sitting in the car on the way back, Lin Yu gazed at the dazzling lights outside the window, his eyes deep and thoughtful. Old Master Qin's attitude, and his final remark that he looks a lot like the current #1 person in Yan Kingdom, made a certain suspicion in his mind clearer. Lin Tianxi. He murmured the name of the strongest person in Yan Kingdom, the one whose appearance was almost identical to his original father in his memories. What exactly was hidden behind this? His mother, on the other hand, seemed to be in a good mood lately, traveling and relaxing with some old friends, completely unaware of all this. He shook his head, temporarily suppressing these distracting thoughts. The most important thing right now was to deal with the impending zombie horde attack. Chapter 409. Time flew by amidst the intense preparations. Lin Yu spent most of his time in the training room. In the days following the consumption of the yang release fruit, his chakra reserves had gradually increased, especially on the third day after its use. However, they had stopped increasing now, the fruit's effects had worn off. At the same time, he further refined the use of the Bloodletter's blade and his Tutomo Sharingan. The Sharingan's perception and dynamic vision had also significantly improved his control and reflexes. When the pulsation from the heart of God, Pseudo, reached its peak, Lin Yu took a deep breath, his consciousness sinking into the World Hub system, selecting the special instance marked Zombie Horde Attack. Match successful. Teleportation is about to begin. Instance name: Zombie Horde Invasion Frost Valley. Type: Survival/Defense. Level: LV.40 to LV.50. Maximum number of participants: 300. Instance mission: Survive in Frost Valley for 7 days. A core belonging to your name exists within the valley. Destruction of the core results in death. 3 extraction points will randomly appear after 5 days. World Malice, Extreme Cold Storm. Every 6 hours, a super blizzard lasting 1 hour will descend upon the valley, reducing visibility to extremely low levels, drastically lowering temperatures, and significantly slowing movement speed. Hint: leaving the valley will make you a priority target for zombies. Hint: your personal core will be exposed after the 2nd day. Destruction of your personal core results in death. Teleportation countdown: 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. A chilling darkness enveloped them. Unlike any previous teleportation, the biting cold seemed capable of freezing their souls. When his vision returned, Lin Yu found himself standing in a vast, white expanse. A biting wind swept across the scene like knives, whipping up snow dust that stung his face. Looking around, he saw endless, snow-covered mountains. He was at the bottom of a huge, bowl-shaped valley. The sky was leaden gray, oppressively so. The temperature was terrifyingly low. His breath instantly turned to white mist, and he could even hear the faint sound of ice crystals condensing. Blizzard. Lin Yu immediately realized this was the interval between the extreme cold storm events mentioned in the dungeon's notification. Even the normal low temperatures were unbearable for ordinary survivors. He couldn't imagine how terrifying a blizzard would be. He immediately tried activating his level 4 survival radar. A black and white map unfolded in his mind, covering a 9-kilometer radius, encompassing a large portion of the valley and the surrounding mountains. On the map, white and green dots representing resources were sparsely distributed, mainly concentrated on what appeared to be ruins at the edge of the valley. Hundreds of red dots, representing signs of life, were visible, most of them moving, indicating that other survivors had just arrived and were adapting to the environment and searching for resources. His spatial backpack only contained regular clothing, clearly insufficient in this situation. A biting chill began to seep through his clothes and erode his body. In a flash, he mobilized the sparse, pale blue chakra within him. The chakra flowed through him, bringing a faint warmth, but it was far from enough. He thought of the weak would release technique. Let's try. Lin Yu concentrated, guiding his chakra to the surface of his body. This time, instead of generating vines in his palms, he attempted to mix his chakra with his life energy to form a thin, airtight layer of plant fiber insulation on his clothing. The process was somewhat clumsy, requiring extremely high control over his chakra. After several attempts, an almost invisible lining, woven from incredibly fine vine fibers, finally covered his entire body, inside and out. This biomass lining effectively isolated him from airflow. While it couldn't actively generate heat, it greatly reduced heat loss, and didn't hinder movement at all. It's done! Lin Yu breathed a sigh of relief. This emergency vine underwear, combined with his original winter clothing and superhuman physical attributes, was enough to allow him to move freely in the normal low temperatures. He looked up at the radar map. Beyond the valley, the area blurred at the edge of the map seemed to contain more buildings. That was likely a fallen city, presumably richer in resources. But the system notification also clearly stated that on the 7th day, zombies from all over the world would swarm towards this valley. Going out to search earlier might yield greater results, but it also carries the risk of encountering hordes of zombies, or being trapped outside by the blizzard. Most of the red dots had already begun moving towards the ruins with resource dots on the valley's edge, clearly intending to hold the ruins, gather supplies, and defend against the zombie horde. Some dots were more scattered, seemingly acting alone. Lin Yu didn't plan to make contact with the group immediately. He needed to find a suitable temporary base first. The radar scanned the bottom of the valley, and soon he spotted a small, inconspicuous cave near a mountain wall, emitting a faint white light. The glowing spots indicated the presence of the lowest grade supplies, possibly something left behind by previous inhabitants. He immediately set off, braving the wind and snow towards that direction. The snow in the valley was deep, sinking to his knees with every step, making movement extremely difficult. Fortunately, his chakra and vine underwear maintained his body temperature, otherwise, this short journey alone would have been arduous. Reaching the mountainside, he pushed aside the snow and withered vines, and sure enough, found a narrow opening, barely wide enough for one person to pass through. The radar indicated no signs of life inside. He crouched down and crawled inside. The cave wasn't deep, only about 10 meters, and contained some scattered, frozen-hardened burlap sacks. Upon opening them, he found white, low-grade supplies. Poor-quality coal. There were about 5 or 6 sacks. For a team needing prolonged warmth, it might be a drop in the ocean, but for Lin Yu, something was better than nothing. To his even greater surprise, deep within the cave, he discovered a narrow, downward-sloping fissure, barely wide enough for a person to crawl through. The radar showed that this fissure meandered outwards, leading directly to the outside of the valley. It was a hidden passage. There's always a way out, Lin Yu thought with certainty. With this escape route, his movements became much more agile. He immediately began to cleverly camouflage the cave entrance with nearby snow and rocks, leaving only a barely noticeable ventilation opening. Then, he used his limited wood-release ability to cultivate some tough vines on the cave walls, reinforcing the interior of the entrance, and making it less prone to collapse or breaching. Having done all this, the small cave became a relatively safe temporary shelter. He moved several bags of coal near the entrance for later use, not for himself, but just in case. Having secured the base, Lin Yu's gaze returned to the radar map. Outside the valley, in the urban area, more resource points were flashing. He decided to use his flight ability to scout the outer perimeter before the first blizzard arrived, gathering more valuable resources, especially any potential energy crystals or special materials. He walked to the inside of the disguised cave entrance and, with a thought, activated Divine Domain. An invisible force lifted him, silently propelling him into the sky, soaring over steep valley walls, and flying towards the distant, snow-covered, desolate ruins of a city. Chapter 410. Hundreds of meters in the air, the wind grew increasingly biting, but under the protection of the divine domain and the insulation of his vine underwear, Lin Yu felt little discomfort. He maintained sufficient altitude to avoid becoming a target for potential long-range attacks from the ground, while simultaneously maximizing the detection range of his level 4 radar, cautiously scanning the area below. Looking down, the once bustling city was now a snow-covered ruin. Skyscrapers resembled skeletons gnawed by giant beasts, shattered glass, crumbling walls, and thick icicles hanging down, reflecting a cold luster in the dim light. The streets were blocked by snow and abandoned vehicles, deathly silent except for the howling wind whistling through the holes in the ruins, like the wails of the dead. On the radar map, the dots representing resources were mainly concentrated in areas that appeared to be shopping malls, warehouses, hospitals, or special factories. White and green dots were predominant, with an occasional blue dot indicating the possible presence of higher-value items. Meanwhile, more red life dots began to appear in the city area. They were in small groups of 3 or 5, clearly survivor squads that had landed near the city, struggling to search the ruins and clashing with scattered wandering zombies. From above, the zombies moved slowly, their bodies covered in frost, but their movement in the snow seemed largely unaffected. They roared and chased after any source of heat. Lin Yu spotted a 4-person squad, seemingly a well-trained group with a clear division of labor. 2 were on guard with guns. 1 was using tools to break down the locked shutter door of a convenience store, and the other was clearing away several frost-covered zombies that were staggering out of a side alley. Gunfire pierced the silent city. Elsewhere, 2 squads clashed, seemingly over the entrance to an underground parking garage emitting a blue glow. Bullets flew, and shouts and screams could be faintly heard. Ultimately, the larger, better-equipped squad emerged victorious, driving their opponents away and triumphantly rushing into the garage. However, not long after, even more intense gunfire and terrified screams erupted from within the garage, suggesting a greater danger lurking inside. One of the blue glowing spots went out. These obvious resource points often come with risks. Lin Yu thought silently. He had no intention of intervening in any conflicts. His targets were relatively concealed locations, or places where the risk-reward ratio might be higher. He locked onto a solitary building on the city's edge, near a frozen river. It displayed a stable blue glow on the radar, with no obvious signs of red life nearby. The building itself resembled a small logistics hub or repair shop. He lowered his altitude and silently landed on the snow-covered roof. His Sharingan activated, the 2 tomos slowly rotating, making his vision below clearer, and the flow of energy became faintly visible. He carefully examined the area for a moment, confirming there were no traps or signs of life, before finding a broken skylight and crawling inside. The interior was dimly lit, the air thick with the cold smell of rust, machine oil, and dust. The blue light originated from a half-open tool cabinet in the corner. Inside, besides some rusty, ordinary tools, white, was a well-preserved metal box. Opening the metal box, he found a cold-weather combat suit, blue, with average stats but good low-temperature resistance. The items weren't very useful to Lin Yu, who possessed the wood-release lining, but he could keep them for trading. He also had a small box of military high-energy rations, white, and several standard energy batteries, blue. The haul was decent. He put away the useful items, and was about to leave when his ears twitched slightly. He caught the sound of gunfire coming from the street about 200 meters away. He didn't activate his radar at full power, but instead silently returned to the edge of the rooftop and looked towards the source of the gunfire. He saw a 5-man squad running frantically in this direction, followed by a dark mass of at least 40 or 50 zombies, and the path was littered with zombie corpses. Clearly, this squad had triggered a considerable zombie horde, fighting their way here. The squad retreated while firing, but the bullets had little effect on the slow-moving but thick-skinned zombies, only slightly slowing their progress. "Captain! We're running low on ammo. What do we do?" A woman's voice cried out, her voice trembling with tears. A man wielding a long knife, hacking at zombies in the front row, shouted, "Any more stamina potions?" "No more. Find a place to hold out. That factory up ahead. Quick!" The burly leader roared, his voice filled with despair. They had their eyes on the repair shop where Lin Yu was. Lin Yu frowned slightly. He didn't want trouble, but if these people led the horde of zombies in, they would inevitably damage the structure. This could serve as a backup safe haven, especially if they encountered a blizzard while gathering supplies, and couldn't return in time. He didn't want to kill anyone over something like this. Just as he was weighing his options, the squad had already reached the repair shop's main gate and began ramming the rusty iron door. The horde of corpses drew ever closer, their stench almost palpable on the wind. The rusted iron gate of the repair shop groaned under the squad's frantic pounding and gun but strikes, yet remained remarkably sturdy, proving difficult to breach. The horde of corpses behind them had closed to within 20 meters. Their hideous faces, rotting limbs, and foul-smelling roars were clearly audible, and despair enveloped the small team. "It's over." The female member of the team, her face deathly pale, watched the approaching horde, her hand gripping her gun trembling. Just as the captain was about to order a breakout, a final desperate struggle, a figure descended silently from the rooftop above them, landing lightly between the horde and the squad. The newcomer was Lin Yu. He was still wearing his ordinary winter coat, his face expressionless, not even drawing his conspicuous bloodletter's blade. "Hey! What are you doing? Come in here!" the squad leader shouted, both alarmed and anxious. He thought Lin Yu was trying to take advantage of their exhaustion and stab them in the back. He didn't believe Lin Yu was trying to help them. Such people were rare in the dungeon world. He also didn't think anyone at their level had the stamina to clear out all these zombies enchanted with frost, not even those with stamina awakening. But Lin Yu was different. His stamina recovered incredibly quickly. He could handle hundreds more zombies like this, as long as there weren't any strange or special zombies lurking in the horde. Lin Yu ignored him. Facing the surging horde, he slightly parted his feet, lowered his center of gravity, and instantly unleashed his terrifying 49 points of strength and 34 points of agility. He moved. No fancy moves, only the simplest, most direct, and most efficient killing techniques. He didn't use a weapon, of course, to conserve his knife's durability. Using it to kill zombies would be a waste. His figure moved like the wind, cutting into the horde of zombies. Thud. A precise chop to the neck of the foremost zombie. With a cracking sound, the zombie's head tilted at an unnatural angle, and it fell silently to the ground. Sidestep, elbow strike. Another zombie's chest caved in instantly, sending it flying backward, crashing into 2 or 3 behind it. Spinning, whip kick. Like a steel whip, it swept across, and the heads of 3 zombies exploded like ripe watermelons. Chapter 411. His movements were so fast they left after images, as he weaved through the horde of zombies. Each strike incapacitated a zombie. His Sharingan with 2 tomos slowly rotated, revealing the trajectory and weak points of each zombie's movements, allowing him to achieve maximum damage with minimal effort. He used no chakra, no would release, relying solely on pure taijutsu and the Sharingan's perception. The horde's numerical advantage seemed utterly laughable in the face of his absolute speed and power. The entire squad stared in stunned disbelief at the scene before them, forgetting to ram the iron gate, forgetting their fear. Is this even human? This simple yet brutal attack method is nothing short of a human-killing machine. Lin Yu's every movement was so precise and accurate, they only saw zombies fall like harvested wheat. In less than 50 seconds, 40 or 50 zombies had all turned into real corpses lying on the ground, their black blood staining the snow and filling the air with a pungent stench. Lin Yu stood in the center of the pile of corpses, his breathing steady, not a single drop of blood splattered on him. He slowly turned around, looking at the terrified squad. His gaze was calm, yet carried an invisible pressure. The squad leader swallowed hard, managing to speak with difficulty. "Thank you. Thank you for saving our lives. We are from the Northwind Squad. May I ask who you are?" Lin Yu didn't answer, but simply pointed to the still closed iron door behind them, then to the zombie corpses on the ground, and shook his head. The meaning was clear. Forget about the door. I cleared this area. You can leave now. The captain instantly understood his meaning, a hint of embarrassment and understanding flashing across his face. The other party was clearly a lone, powerful individual, unwilling to get too involved with them. Clearing out the threatening horde of corpses was already more than enough. Understood. Understood. We be going now. Thank you again. The captain quickly bowed, then gave his team a wink. The group carefully skirted the pile of corpses and quickly disappeared around the street corner, not daring to glance back at the repair shop's gate. They were afraid that even a second glance would result in all their supplies being taken away. Lin Yu watched them disappear before lightly leaping back onto the rooftop. He didn't care about revealing his strength. In this kind of place, a suitable deterrent could actually reduce trouble. What concerned him more was that during the battle, his Sharingan seemed to have caught a fleeting glint of light reflected from the lenses of a taller building in the distance. Someone was spying from above. Was it another lone expert, or a scout from some guild? He remained calm, noting the direction. Without lingering, he took to the air again, flying towards the next pre-selected supply depot. The city search had only just begun. He needed to acquire enough resources to support his subsequent plans before the first blizzard arrived. And the eyes lurking in the shadows made his next actions even more cautious. Flying above the city ruins, Lin Yu's vigilance was at its peak. Although his Sharingan wasn't continuously activated to conserve mental energy, the enhanced basic vision from the two Tomo allowed him to observe his environment with meticulous detail. His level 4 radar acted like invisible tentacles, constantly scanning everything below and around him. He noticed more lurking observers in the shadows of the ruins. Some were lone wolves like himself, using special abilities or equipment to conceal themselves, carefully searching for supplies and avoiding conflict as much as possible. Others were clearly scouts, moving swiftly, equipped with binoculars or some kind of detection instrument, obviously sent by larger teams to gather intelligence on the city's resources and potential threats. In what appeared to be an abandoned school playground, he witnessed a much larger conflict. Two groups, each exceeding 10 members, engaged in a fierce firefight over supplies that might exist beneath the playground. Supplies that appeared as purple dots on radar, possibly the school's emergency reserves or laboratories. Gunfire, explosions, roars, and screams filled the air. Even heavy machine guns and rocket launchers were used. Ultimately, one side emerged victorious at a heavy cost, rushing eagerly into the underground entrance. However, not long after, even more piercing screams and inhuman roars echoed from underground, and the purple dots abruptly went out. High risk, high reward. But also the possibility of losing everything. Lin Yu coldly surveyed the scene, his heart unmoved. This was the norm in apocalyptic scenarios: greed, conflict, and death. He didn't intend to get involved. His goal was clear: to find resource points that were useful to him, and whose acquisition risks were relatively controllable. He avoided areas of intense conflict, specifically seeking out relatively remote or structurally complex locations that wouldn't be easily looted by large teams. In a penthouse duplex in a high-rise apartment building, he used his flight ability to enter directly, avoiding the scattered zombies wandering the hallways. This place seemed to have once been a safe house for those preparing for the apocalypse. Although most of the food had long since rotted, he found a well-preserved multifunctional survival toolkit, blue, containing practical items such as water purification tablets, fire blankets, and signal flares. More importantly, he discovered a source energy core, purple, in a hidden safe. His search efficiency was extremely high. Relying on radar and his flight ability, he could often reach his targets directly, avoiding unnecessary combat. His haul was also quite substantial, finding several energy batteries, some medical kits, green, and a municipal engineering map, blue, detailing the structure of parts of the city. During this time, he also encountered several small groups of zombies, which he quickly dealt with using his hand-to-hand combat skills, and occasionally employing the Bloodletter's blade. The power cut effect was too wasteful against these ordinary zombies, but testing revealed it to be surprisingly effective against some suspected mutants with exceptionally tough skin. Time passed as he searched efficiently. Anticipating the first blizzard was approaching, Lin Yu decided to return to his temporary base in the valley. Loaded with his spoils, he soared into the sky, flying towards the valley. Just as he reached the edge of the valley, preparing to descend and search for the camouflaged cave entrance, 3 bright red dots appeared on the edge of his radar, rapidly approaching from his side and rear. At the same time, a sharp killing intent locked onto him. Finally unable to hold back, Lin Yu's eyes turned cold, and he abruptly turned around in midair. He saw 3 survivors dressed in identical white snow camouflage, each carrying what appeared to be short-range jet gliders, flanking him in a triangular formation. Chapter 412. What they held were not conventional firearms, but crossbows or javelins emitting a faint glow of energy, clearly special weapons. The leader, through goggles, had eyes as sharp as a hawk's. His voice, amplified by some kind of loudspeaker, came through. "Friend, not bad, huh? Our Ice Fawn Guild has taken a liking to your flying skills, and what you have. Hand over your spatial backpack obediently, and we might consider letting you die a quick death." The 3 members of the Ice Fawn Guild skillfully used their gliders to gain aerial advantage, blocking Lin Yu's path back to the valley. They had obviously been observing Lin Yu for some time, attracted by his demonstrated flying ability, mistaking it for some high-level equipment or skill, and the potential for a rich reward. Lin Yu hovered in the air, the wind ruffling his clothes, his expression remaining calm. He glanced at the 3 men. The radar showed their energy reactions were all quite strong, with the leader, who had spoken, showing the strongest energy reaction. Ice Fawn Guild? Never heard of it. Lin Yu spoke calmly, his voice not loud, yet clearly carried by the wind. If you want my things, come and take them yourself. You're asking for death. The leading squad leader's eyes flashed coldly. Without another word, he swung his hand sharply. Attack! Be careful not to damage his concealed flight gear. The other two members immediately raised their energy crossbow bolts. The bolts weren't physical arrows, but condensed beams of ice blue energy, carrying a chilling aura. They instantly locked onto Lin Yu and shot forth. With the aid of the weather, the ice blue energy beam gradually grew larger during its flight. Its speed was extremely fast, arriving almost in the blink of an eye. At the same time, the squad leader drew a short spear from his back, its tip flashing with lightning, clearly an enchanted weapon. Leaning forward, he adjusted his direction using the thrusters of his glider, charging towards Lin Yu like a predating eagle. His tactics were clear, range control followed by a close-quarters kill. Facing the two rapidly approaching frost energy arrows and the charging lightning spear captain, the two Tomo and Lin Yu's pupils spun faster. Under the Sharingan's powerful dynamic vision and perception, the trajectory of the energy arrows became clearly visible. He could even see the unstable points in the energy arrow's internal structure and the core of their condensed cold energy. He didn't choose to take the hit head-on, nor did he immediately use the high speed of God's domain to evade. He wanted to test his newly acquired ability and examine the true worth of these so-called guild elites. Just as the energy arrows were about to strike, Lin Yu's body twisted in an incredible, physics-defying minute way. Two energy arrows grazed his clothes, the icy chill causing frost to form on his vine-covered undergarment, yet they failed to harm him in the slightest. What? The two ranged attackers were astonished. Their energy arrows had an automatic tracking and fine-tuning function. How could they have been so easily dodged? At that moment, the squad leader's lightning spear, carrying the force of wind and thunder, was already aimed at Lin Yu. The spearhead flashed with lightning, emitting a crackling sound, enough to instantly paralyze a giant elephant. Lin Yu could even see the determined, sinister grin in his opponent's eyes. His right hand shot out with lightning speed, using wood release to create tiny vines to protect it. Then he precisely grabbed the shaft of the lightning spear. A terrifying force erupted instantly. Crack! The seemingly sturdy enchanted short spear was bent and deformed by his bare hands. The lighting at the spearhead dimmed abruptly, like a light bulb being extinguished. The squad leader's sinister smile froze instantly, replaced by horror. He felt an irresistible force surge from the spear shaft, his hand splitting open, his forward momentum abruptly halted, even causing him to stumble. You? He barely uttered a word before Lin Yu's left hand, fingers like a knife, pierced his throat with a shrill whistling sound. The speed far exceeded his reaction limits. The shadow of death instantly enveloped him. Captain! The two ranged team members were terrified, trying to help, but it was too late. Just as Lin Yu's fingers were about to touch his throat, a thought flashed through his mind, transforming his fingers into a palm, his thrust into a strike. Bang! A muffled thud echoed, as a hand imbued with terrifying power slammed into the squad leader's chest. The squad leader was struck as if by a speeding truck, spitting out a mouthful of blood mixed with fragments of internal organs. His body was thrown backward like a kite with a broken string, crashing into the rocky edge of the valley, with a deafening thud before slid limply to the ground, his fate unknown. The glider-like device on his back was twisted and deformed upon impact, completely destroyed. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. From the moment the attack was launched to the captain's instant death, only 2 or 3 seconds had passed. The remaining 2 Ice Fang members were utterly stunned, staring at Lin Yu, who hovered in the air as if he had done something insignificant, as if he were a demon god. Their prized teamwork and superior equipment were utterly useless against the overwhelming strength of their opponent. Lin Yu's icy gaze turned to them. The 2 men were terrified. They didn't dare linger, abruptly turning their hang gliders around, maximizing power, and fleeing for their lives towards the city without looking back, not even caring about their captain's fate. Lin Yu didn't pursue. The first blizzard was approaching. Besides, he had already achieved his goal of establishing his authority. Killing these 2 small fry was pointless. He landed slowly, walked to the squad leader embedded in the rock wall, and skillfully removed his valuable equipment and spatial backpack. Having done this, he didn't linger. He found the disguised cave entrance and silently slipped inside, completely isolating himself from the outside storm and carnage. The cave was still cold, but compared to the bloodshed outside, it was peaceful. Lin Yu tallied up his spoils from this trip, and was quite satisfied. He glanced at the system time. Only 5 hours had passed since he entered this zombie horde attack instance. The first blizzard seemed imminent. The weather outside changed drastically, with heavy snow accompanied by howling winds. The biting wind howled through the cracks in the cave entrance, its sound growing increasingly mournful. The piercing chill, like countless fine ice needles, pierced through the defenses Lin Yu had built with his meager wood-released chakra and winter clothing, causing him to shiver involuntarily. He huddled deep within the disguised cave, listening to the howling wind and snow outside, like the roar of 1,000 vengeful ghosts, creating a chilling spectacle. The camouflage at the cave entrance rattled in the gale, and occasionally, snow dust seeped in through the cracks, bringing with it gusts of icy air. Even with his superhuman physique, he felt insignificant before the power of nature. He had to ignite the inferior coal to create a faint stream of warmth in the cave, fighting against the pervasive cold. Chapter 413. The Extreme Cold Storm. Truly lives up to its name, Lin Yu murmured to himself. This was only a lull in the normal low temperatures. The terror of a real blizzard would be enough to quickly kill any exposed life. He was grateful he had found this base, and possessed the ability to fly, allowing for rapid travel. Otherwise, this first blizzard alone would have been enough to eliminate a large number of unprepared or unlucky survivors. Time slowly passed amidst the howling wind and snow. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity, the wind outside gradually subsided, and the suffocating oppression slowly faded. Lin Yu carefully parted the camouflage at the cave entrance and peered out. What came into view was a deathly, pure white world. The valley seemed to have been thickened, the snow reaching waist deep. The faint outlines of ruins that were previously visible were now almost completely buried. The sky remained leaden gray, oppressively suffocating, but at least the deadly blizzard had stopped. The temperature remained extremely low, breath freezing instantly, but compared to the extreme cold of the storm, it was considered mild. The valley was utterly silent, as if all life had been completely wiped out by the recent storm. On Lin Yu's level 4 radar, the red dots representing signs of life were mostly concentrated in relatively sheltered areas within the valley, clearly having found their own hiding places. Amidst this deathly silence, a faint buzzing sound, accompanied by electrical static, approached from afar. Lin Yu looked up and saw 3 small drones painted with different markings struggling through the frigid air, flying into the central area of the valley from different directions. They were clearly specially modified to function normally in such low temperatures. Then, a male voice, amplified by a megaphone, echoed through the silent valley via the drone's loudspeaker. "Attention all survivors in Frost Valley. Attention all survivors." The voice paused, seemingly giving people time to react. "I am Stone Shield, the leader of the Iron Wall Guild. After discussions among Shadow, Icefang, and several other major teams, we have decided to formally establish the Valley Watch Alliance at this moment." Another female voice, cold as an ice blade, followed. "I am Ghost Blade of the Shadow Guild. I'm sure everyone understands our predicament. The extraction point won't appear until the 5th day. With the current blizzard and zombie horde, fighting alone is certain death. Only through unity can we have a chance of survival." A third voice rang out, carrying a barely perceptible hint of arrogance. "I am Icefang. The Ice Claws. The Alliance aims to integrate all forces to jointly defend the valley entrance, build a solid defensive line, and resist the zombie horde. We urge all survivors within the valley to join the Alliance's unified defense system." Stone Shield's voice dominated again. "The Alliance is not forcing anyone, but for everyone's survival. However, we have stated beforehand that those who refuse to join the Alliance, or who refuse to fulfill their defensive obligations after joining, attempting to reap the benefits without contributing, will be considered enemies of the Alliance. Before the zombie horde arrives, we will prioritize cleanup." The word cleanup, carrying undisguised killing intent, sent a chill down the spines of everyone who heard the broadcast. Ghost Blade added, "The Alliance will uniformly allocate defense tasks and areas based on individual abilities. All search supplies must also be handed over according to regulations, and uniformly allocated to ensure the construction of fortifications and everyone's basic survival needs. Contribution will directly affect priority during the final evacuation." Ice Claw concluded, "Now, all survivors willing to join the Alliance, please assemble and register at the ruins in the center of the valley before the next blizzard arrives. Again, assemble and register at the Vanguard Camp ruins in the center of the valley. Those who fail to arrive by the deadline will be considered to have automatically forfeited the Alliance's protection, and will bear the consequences themselves." After the broadcast ended, the drone continued to hover in the air, like the eyes of a supervisor, scanning the white-covered valley below. Lin Yu leaned against the cold cave wall, a faint sneer playing on his lips. "Alliance? Protection?" he muttered to himself. It sounded so grand, but it was nothing more than large guilds using this opportunity to consolidate their power, establish authority, and recruit scattered survivors as cannon fodder in labor. The so-called unified allocation of resources was nothing more than blatant plunder, using contribution points and priority evacuation to paint a rosy picture, forcing lower-level players to risk their lives for them. He was fully aware of this, and utterly disapproving. With his strength, even without relying on this so-called alliance, surviving alone in the valley for several days wouldn't be difficult. In fact, his flying ability would make searching for supplies far less risky for him than for others. However, he also knew that openly confronting the entire alliance under the current circumstances was unwise. The alliance controlled public opinion and possessed rudimentary organizational capabilities. Once identified as an enemy, he would face continuous harassment and attacks from within the human survivor ranks, far more troublesome than facing zombies alone. I'd play along for now, Lin Yu decided. He didn't know what item was needed for the fusion of the Heart of God. He needed this alliance as cover, and he also needed to understand their deployments and movements. As for the so-called contribution points and resource contributions, he had plenty of ways to deal with that. He activated his radar, focusing in on the ruins in the center of the valley. Soon, numerous red dots began to converge from all directions on the radar map, like streams flowing into a lake. Several dots stood out, brighter and larger, their energy levels clearly far exceeding that of ordinary people. These were likely the main leaders of those guilds, such as Stone Shield, Ghost Blade, and Ice Claw. Let's go see what this so-called alliance is really made of. Lin Yu straightened his clothes. He took a deep breath of the cold air, pushed aside the camouflage at the cave entrance, and his figure blended into the snow-covered, turbulent valley. The ruins in the center of the valley were actually a relatively open flat area backed by a rock wall. There might have been some simple buildings there before, but now they were all covered by snow and ice, leaving only broken walls and ruins. At this moment, however, it seemed unusually lively. Dozens of survivors had gathered here, clearly divided into groups. The largest, best equipped, and most imposing group was naturally the members of the three major guilds. They wore uniform snow combat suits, presumably having looted some armory beforehand. Some were on guard, others maintaining order, their sharp eyes exuding competence and a sense of superiority. Members of the Iron Wall Guild were mostly burly, carrying shields or heavy weapons, giving off an aura of unwavering stability. Members of the Shadow Guild were agile and silent, their eyes sharp as eagles. Members of the Ice Fawn Guild emanated a chilling aura. Many were surrounded by faint fluctuations of ice energy, their gazes scrutinizing and tinged with disdain. Besides these three core groups, there were many survivors, like Lin Yu, who had arrived sporadically. Chapter 414. Their attire varied, their faces showing weariness, wariness, confusion, or even a hint of ingratiation. Some conversed in hushed tones, others observed silently. The atmosphere was complex. The registration area was located in a relatively sheltered spot beneath the cliff face, managed by one representative from each of the three major guilds. Lin Yu joined a short queue, observing silently. The registration process was simple, mainly recording names or code names, ranks, and whether a profession or ability had been awakened. The person in charge of registration was indifferent, strictly adhering to procedure. Name? Yu Lin. Lin Yu gave a pseudonym. Level? LV.41. Occupation? Ability? None. Hearing none, the Iron Wall Guild member in charge of registration glanced at Lin Yu, his eyes expressionless. He casually scribbled on a roster, his tone flat. Go over there. Reserve Squad 7, report for duty. He pointed to the coldest, almost completely exposed area on the edge of the camp, where a dozen or so people stood sparsely, all looking somewhat despondent. Lin Yu walked over calmly. He had expected this outcome. A level 41 ordinary person with no occupation and no ability was no different from cannon fodder in the eyes of those arrogant guild elites. Just getting a position was considered good. As he reached the area, he immediately felt several gazes directed at him. Some were curious, some indifferent, and some subtly repulsive. This squad, including him, consisted of only 4 people. A man who looked to be in his 50s, with a weathered face but eyes still sharp as an eagle, leaned against the rock wall. He wore a thick military overcoat salvaged from an abandoned military base, maintaining a cautious demeanor even in this environment. Lin Yu's radar showed his energy response was weak, but extremely concentrated and stable. Codename Old Ma. A thin, somewhat timid young man, with worn-out glasses was nervously wringing his hands, his eyes darting around. He carried a bulging backpack stuffed with various odds and ends, his hands still stained with grease. Codename A2. The last one was a pale young woman wrapped in an ill-fitting, heavy cotton coat, occasionally coughing softly. She looked frail, as if a gust of wind could knock her over, but her occasionally raised eyes were as deep as an ancient well, carrying a calmness incongruous with her appearance. Lin Yu's radar paused slightly when it scanned her. Her energy response was equally weak, but there was an inexplicable strangeness to it, as if it were deliberately suppressed or concealed by something, the fluctuations extremely subtle. These were his temporary teammates. The Reserve 7th Squad, jokingly referred to by others as the old, weak, sick, and disabled. Old Ma merely glanced at Lin Yu and nodded, acknowledging the situation. A2 seemed somewhat nervous, stammering. Why you? Hello, my name is A2. I used to be a repairman. Lin Yu nodded slightly. You Lin. My name is Yi. You can call me Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi finished speaking, glanced indifferently at Lin Yu, then lowered her head, letting out a suppressed cough, her shoulders trembling slightly. Members from the other squads around them occasionally cast mocking or pitying glances, whispering amongst themselves. Look, Team 7, the old, the weak, the sick, and the disabled are all here. An old guy, a sickly one, a coward, and now this guy without a profession, TSK, they'd probably be the first one to die when the zombie horde comes. The Alliance put them all together just to use them as expendable resources. These words clearly reached the four people's ears. Old Ma remained expressionless, as if he hadn't heard. A2 lowered his head in shame. Xiao Yi continued coughing, his expression unreadable. Lin Yu, on the other hand, remained calm, as if the discussions had nothing to do with him. He stood silently at the edge of the team, feeling the biting cold wind, but calmly analyzing the situation in his mind. Old Ma seemed like an experienced survivor. A2 might have some skill, but was cowardly, and Xiao Yi exuded an oddity. This team was interesting. Just as he was observing, a patrol of people wearing Ice Fawn Guild uniforms passed by. The leader's gaze swept over the 7th Squad with undisguised contempt, but when his eyes passed over Lin Yu, he paused slightly, his brow furrowing imperceptibly, as if recalling something. Lin Yu recognized him. He was one of the squad leader's lieutenants whom Lin Yu had instantly killed during their aerial ambush, fleeing with lightning speed. The man stared at Lin Yu for a few seconds, seemingly finding him vaguely familiar, but Lin Yu, now concealing his aura and dressed plainly among a group of old, weak, and disabled, was difficult to reconcile with the demonic figure from before. He finally shook his head, puzzled, and followed the group away. Lin Yu sneered inwardly, but remained outwardly calm. Trouble always seems to arrive uninvited. However, he was now Yu Lin, an ordinary, unclassified LV.41 survivor. After a brief registration and assembly, the Alliance's efficiency was surprisingly high. Under the command of Stone Shield, Ghost Blade, Ice Claw, and others, the massive construction of defensive fortifications quickly commenced. At the valley entrance was a relatively narrow passage, flanked by steep, icy rock walls. This was chosen as the main defensive position. Hundreds of survivors busied themselves like worker ants. Awakened forces and combat soldiers wielded tools, felling the surviving, frozen, withered trees in the valley, or using found steel, abandoned vehicles, and ice and snow to construct the first line of defenses and obstacles. Technical experts, along with others, laid tripwires and traps, attempting to make improvised mines from the limited amount of explosives found. Scouts launched drones or climbed to higher ground to map the valley and confirm if there were other entrances. The entire construction site was a hive of activity, yet clearly hierarchical. Teams with professional skills or special abilities were responsible for relatively safe and technical tasks, such as command and dispatch, construction of core fortifications, and placement of important traps. Meanwhile, reserve or unskilled teams, like the 7th Squad, were assigned the most arduous and dangerous physical labor. Reserve 7th Squad. Come here! A burly man in Iron Wall Guild uniform, known as the Overseer, shouted. You're responsible for carrying all the felled timber over there to the valley entrance. Also, roll these discarded tires over there, fill them with snow, and pile them behind the barricade wall. Hurry up. The next blizzard won't wait for you. Old Ma didn't say a word, hoisted a log that required 2 people to hug, and walked steadily towards the front line. His seemingly aged body contained considerable strength and endurance. A2 looked at the heavy timber and the tires covered in filth and snow, his face turning pale, but he still gritted his teeth and tried to lift a smaller log, appearing to struggle greatly. He had no profession, and his main stat allocation was agility. His strength wasn't much higher than the average person's. Xiao Yi coughed as she walked to a pile of relatively light miscellaneous items, and silently began to move them. Her movements were slow but steady, and each cough caused her slender body to tremble slightly. Chapter 415. Lin Yu, on the other hand, seemed much more relaxed. He casually hoisted 2 or 3 logs that old Ma would have to lift with all his might, as if they were nothing, moving nimbly between the warehouse area and the front lines. He could even easily roll heavy discarded tires to their designated positions with one hand. His performance drew a surprised glance from the foreman. TSK, kid, not bad strength, huh? Main attribute boosted to strength? Lin Yu smiled, offering no reply, and continued working. He deliberately controlled his performance, appearing significantly stronger than the average person, yet not exceeding the range of a LV.41 unemployed individual with main attribute boosted to strength. When setting up the outermost simple traps, old Ma displayed his rich experience. He directed A2 and Lin Yu on how to use the limited materials to create more lethal and concealed tripwires, spike pits, and even slippery areas on the ice. His techniques were skillful and precise, as if he had done it countless times before. A2's eyes lit up as he watched old Ma's actions, and he couldn't help but whisper, "Uncle Ma, can you teach me when we get out?" Old Ma glanced at him and simply said, "We talk about it when we get out. For now, just observe and learn." He could tell that A2 was a survivor who focused on agility, probably a pick-up-and-run player. A2 nodded understandingly, watching even more intently, even trying to improve the tripwire trigger mechanism using some wire and parts he found, making it more sensitive. "Hey! You with glasses? What are you fiddling with? Follow the standards. Can you afford to pay for the damaged materials?" The foreman's shout immediately interrupted A2's attempts. He shrank back in fright, quickly regaining his composure, a hint of disappointment flashing in his eyes. Lin Yu observed all of this. Old Ma was indeed a seasoned veteran. A2 was clever, but lacked confidence and opportunity. Xiao Yi. She always seemed to be silently observing everything, her overly calm eyes a stark contrast to her frail appearance. Meanwhile, the Ice Fong Guild's patrol passed by again. The deputy, who had some suspicions about Lin Yu, deliberately slowed his pace, staring at Lin Yu's working figure for a long while. Lin Yu pretended not to notice, continuing to diligently move the wood, even forcing sweat onto his forehead, a slight stimulation of his pores with chakra. The deputy watched for a long time, but ultimately found nothing amiss, and could only leave with doubt. He whispered to the person next to him, "I feel like this kid looks familiar, but I can't remember where I've seen him before. Maybe it's just my imagination, just a stronger cannon fodder." Lin Yu sneered inwardly. Cannon fodder? Who knows who will be whose cannon fodder by then? As the prelude to the second blizzard began, the winds picked up noticeably, and the sky grew even more gloomy. The Alliance issued an order to retreat to their respective shelters for rest and regrouping. Construction of the fortifications was temporarily completed. A rudimentary ice and snow barrier stood at the valley entrance. The 7th Squad had also completed their first day as the Foundation, everyone exhausted except for Lin Yu, whose breathing remained steady. The blizzard once again enveloped the valley, forcibly pausing all the noise and labor. The survivors retreated to their temporary shelters, either found or assigned, listening to the familiar wails and howls outside. Lin Yu returned to his cave, reinforced the camouflage at the entrance, and lit a small campfire using low-quality coal and rotten wood he had found. The orange flames flickered, providing limited warmth and light, dispelling some of the chill within the cave. He gnawed on his own hard, high-energy rations while organizing his thoughts. The Alliance's framework was up, and fortifications were being constructed, but the real core issue, resource allocation, remained unclear. Sure enough, as the second blizzard was about to end, and the winds weakened, the drone's broadcast echoed through the valley once more. This time, it was mainly Sure Dun's steady voice. "Fellow members of the Alliance, this is Sure Dun. After preliminary statistics and discussions, the Alliance hereby announces the provisional regulations for the requisition and distribution of resources." Everyone pricked up their ears. This concerned everyone's vital interests. Article 1. To ensure the overall defensive capabilities of the Alliance and the basic survival needs of all members, effective immediately, all teams or individuals must hand over 70% of the supplies they obtain after searching for resources to the Alliance's Supply Management Office. Upon hearing this, despite having anticipated it, many scattered survivors couldn't help but let out low murmurs and discussions. 70%. This was blatant robbery. Stone Shield's voice remained calm, as if oblivious to the noise. Article 2. The supplies handed over will be converted into contribution points based on their quality and value, and recorded. Contribution points will serve as an important basis for the subsequent allocation of food, water, medicine, ammunition, and even defensive positions. Article 3, and the most important one, Stone Shield emphasized. When the final extraction point opens, the priority order for entering will be strictly determined by the contribution point ranking. Those with higher contribution points will enter first. Those with too low a contribution points, or who refuse to hand over supplies, will not have their extraction rights guaranteed by the Alliance. The cold voice of the Ghost Blade added, "Don't say you weren't warned. Anyone attempting to hoard supplies or evade taxation will be immediately expelled from the Alliance. All contribution points will be reset to 0, and they will be treated as a traitor." Ice Claw concluded with a hint of arrogance. The Alliance provides shelter and organizes defenses, naturally requiring concentrated resources. If you want to survive, if you want priority evacuation, show your skills and loyalty, and contribute to the Alliance. The broadcast ended, and an eerie silence fell over the valley. Except for the area where the core members of the 3 major guilds were located, a suppressed anger and helplessness permeated the other scattered survivors' shelters. 70%. Why don't they just rob us? Contribution points? That sounds nice, but in the end, isn't it them who calls the shots? Priority evacuation rights. They got us by the throat. Sigh, what can we do? If we don't join the Alliance, we be eliminated now. If we join, we be skinned alive. Lin Yu, in the cave, listened to the faint complaints, his face expressionless, but his heart was cold. Just as expected. Under the guise of collective survival, they actually plunder resources. The so-called contribution points and priority evacuation rights are merely carrots dangling in front of the donkey, driving these cannon fodder to risk their lives searching for supplies, with the majority ultimately ending up in the pockets of a few high-ranking guild members. As for whether they will honor their promises during the final evacuation, that depends on the conscience of the guild leaders. Chapter 416. In this post-apocalyptic environment, conscience is often the least valuable thing. He had little interest in ordinary white, green, or even blue supplies. What he needed were special items that could enhance his strength, energy crystals, or rare treasures like Young Escape crystal cores. He naturally wouldn't hand over these. Trying to take 70% from me? Lin Yu's lips curled into a cold smile. I'm afraid you don't have the appetite. He checked his spatial backpack. Besides the Bloodletter's blade, Tin-Fist sword, imitation, important potions, some energy batteries, source energy crystal cores, and other key items, he had reserved some space for a considerable number of specially collected white-quality junk tools, a small amount of green-quality ordinary parts, and some seemingly plentiful but low-value inferior coal and military rations. These were for dealing with the requisition. As for the explosives he brought in, he had put them all in the cave when he went to collect supplies. Wanting the horse to run, but not feeding it, and even draining 70% of its blood. This alliance really has a clever plan. However, he needs this identity as cover right now. At least until the zombie horde fully erupts, or until a better opportunity arises, he doesn't intend to immediately break ties. I play along for now. Lin Yu closed his eyes. Strength is the fundamental way to deal with any unforeseen circumstances. After the second blizzard completely subsided, the Alliance's orders were immediately issued. Each squad, according to their assigned areas, went out to search for supplies. The first large-scale requisition operation began. The Reserve 7th Squad was assigned to a relatively narrow fan-shaped area near the outer edge of the valley entrance. This place is closest to the main defensive fortifications, and theoretically, it's also the most vulnerable to the first wave of zombie attacks. Moreover, it's near the main road, so it's likely already been roughly searched by previous personnel. There's little loot, but the risks are considerable. This is clearly sending us to our deaths. A2 looked at the area marked on the map, his face growing even paler. Old Ma silently inspected his rifle and the sharpened military dagger, his expression unreadable. Xiao Yu remained wrapped tightly in her cotton coat, coughing softly, seemingly indifferent to where they were going. Lin Yu, however, remained calm. Let's go, at least let's familiarize ourselves with the environment. The 4-person team left the relatively safe Alliance core area, trudging through waist-deep snow towards the newly built, still quite rudimentary, snow barrier at the valley entrance. After verifying their identities and missions, the Alliance members on duty opened the makeshift gate constructed of rough wood and barbed wire. Stepping out of the barrier felt like entering another world. The valley was deathly silent, yet tinged with a hint of man-made noise. Outside, however, lay utter desolation, brimming with endless danger. The biting wind whipped up snowflakes, stinging against faces. Abandoned vehicles half buried in snow and ice, the ruins of collapsed buildings, like the skeletons of monstrous beasts, were scattered throughout the landscape. Stay alert, watch your step and cover, Old Ma commanded in a deep voice, automatically assuming the role of temporary commander. He carried his rifle, leading the way, his sharp eyes scanning the surroundings. A2, clutching an old, low-quality white pistol he received from the Alliance, followed behind Old Ma. Xiao Yi walked in the middle, her pace still slow, but strangely, she didn't seem to struggle as much as she appeared in the deep snow. Lin Yu brought up the rear, seemingly walking casually, but his level 4 radar was already fully activated. The terrain, resource points, and scattered red dots of life signals within a 9-kilometer radius, mostly marked with zombie symbols, were clearly reflected in his mind. Their mission area was a cluster of dilapidated shops and houses along the road. Most doors and windows were frozen shut or blocked by snow, leaving the interiors dark. Prioritize searching buildings that appear intact. Conserve your energy, and don't make too much noise, Old Ma whispered. They found a small convenience store with relatively intact doors and windows. Old Ma gestured for A2 to try picking the lock. Although nervous, A2's technique was surprisingly skilled, and he quickly and silently opened the lock. The store was a mess, shelves were overturned, and most of the goods had been looted or corroded by time. They searched carefully and ultimately found only a few frozen bottles of mineral water, white, and some expired energy bars, white, with damaged packaging, but the main body of the energy bars still appeared edible. According to the Alliance's regulations, 70% of these items needed to be handed over. Just as they were about to leave the convenience store, a crunching sound of snow being trampled underfoot and a low growl suddenly came from the street corner. Zombies! Prepare for battle. Old Ma shouted, quickly setting up his rifle from behind the doorway. 5 zombies, covered in thick frost and moving stiffly, but not too slowly, staggered out from the street corner. Their murky eyes immediately locked onto the living people at the convenience store entrance, and they roared as they charged. Ah! A2 screamed in fright, nearly dropping his pistol. Xiao Yi quickly retreated, hiding behind the counter. Old Ma calmly aimed, and with a sharp bang, the gun struck the head of the leading zombie precisely. The bullet ripped open its skull, but it only staggered, not immediately collapsing. The frost seemed to have hardened its skull. The other 4 zombies were already closing in. Old Ma didn't have time to fire a second shot. He immediately raised his bayonet, ready for close combat. A2, with his eyes closed, fired a shot haphazardly. The bullet flew off somewhere unknown. Just then Lin Yu moved. He seemingly coincidentally appeared from the side, holding a thick, solid metal table leg he had found in the shop. He slipped, narrowly avoiding a zombie's attack, while the metal table leg, whipping around in a gust of wind, swept horizontally. Bang! A muffled thud, the zombie's knee was struck precisely, instantly deforming, its entire body losing balance and collapsing to the ground. Lin Yu moved swiftly, her body like a fish, weaving through the attacks of the other 3 zombies. Her metal table legs, whether pointing or sweeping, precisely struck the zombies' joints and necks, vulnerable points. While not immediately fatal, these blows effectively restricted their movement, causing them to stagger and miss their attacks. Old Ma seized the opportunity, stepping forward to deliver a precise blow with his bayonet, eliminating the zombie that Lin Yu had tripped and restrained. A2 finally came to his senses, seeing a zombie turn towards him by Lin Yu's accidental shoulder bump. He mustered his courage, firing several shots at close range, finally shattering the zombie's head. The battle ended in a dozen seconds. All 5 frost zombies were now real corpses. Chapter 417. Old Ma, panting heavily, looked at Lin Yu with a mixture of surprise and admiration. Kid, not bad. Quick reflexes and plenty of strength. Lin Yu wiped away non-existent sweat and smiled. After going through 40 or 50 low-level dungeons, I mainly focused on strength. A little more strength and quicker reflexes, that's all. Good luck too. A2, still shaken, looked at Lin Yu with gratitude. Brother Lin, thank you so much. Xiao Yi also emerged from behind the counter, her pale face still expressionless, but she gave Lin Yu a deep look. Lin Yu's heart remained calm. Just now, he had deliberately controlled his strength and speed, displaying only a level slightly stronger than an ordinary strength awakener, and creating many elements of coincidence and luck, concealing his true strength very well. After this little incident, the team continued their search. While searching what appeared to be an abandoned garage, A2, with his keen sense of mechanics, discovered a hidden compartment beneath the floorboards, a small armory. Inside were over a dozen reasonably well-maintained standard-issue assault rifles, blue, and a considerable amount of ammunition. We're rich. A2's face flushed with excitement. Blue-quality firearms could definitely be exchanged for a lot of contribution points in the Alliance. Old Ma was also quite satisfied, meaning their squad would have a decent start to the game. Only Lin Yu showed little interest in the weapons. His radar attention was focused on the extremely faint, fleeting sense of something unusual that occasionally flashed in a certain direction during the search. It felt like an active, hidden energy source. But every time he tried to sense it more closely, the sensation vanished, as if it were just an illusion. This valley, or this city, seems to hold other secrets. Lin Yu mused to himself. He noted down the approximate directions of the unusual fluctuations. Finally, the 7th squad returned to the Alliance base with the supplies they had gathered, mainly the batch of blue rifles, and a small amount of white miscellaneous items. As per regulations, they turned in 70% of the rifles and supplies, earning their first contribution points, recorded on a simple electronic sign. Watching the slightly surprised expressions on the faces of the guild members at the supplies management office as they tallied the supplies, A2 seemed somewhat excited, Old Ma remained calm, and Xiao Yi remained silent. Lin Yu stood silently at the end of the group, watching the sky gradually darken in the distance, knowing that the third blizzard was approaching. The first expedition to requisition supplies was over. This old, weak, sick, and disabled squad had barely completed the mission and even gained some unexpected spoils. The third blizzard arrived as expected, dragging the valley back into a cage of ice and howling winds. The 7th squad was crammed into a makeshift cave, assigned to them by the Alliance, located at the very edge of the fortress. A biting wind constantly seeped in through the cracks, bringing a chilling cold. They were kept warm only by a small tin bucket burning cheap coal. Conditions were extremely harsh. The contribution rankings, though only collected once and initially announced via drone broadcast, showed that the 7th Reserve Squad was unsurprisingly at the bottom. Even though they had handed in the batch of blue rifles, their basic skills were too poor, and their numbers were too small, resulting in a pitifully low average contribution point. The atmosphere in the cave was heavy. A2 looked at the meager numbers on the electronic display and sighed. We risked our lives to find the guns. We handed them in most of them, and this is still the result. Old Ma silently wiped his rifle, the firelight illuminating his bronze face, revealing no emotion. Coming back alive is a bonus. Xiao Yi huddled in the corner furthest from the fire pit, wrapped tightly in his cotton coat, his violent cough sounding faint against the backdrop of howling wind and snow. Lin Yu leaned against the edge of the cave, eyes closed, seemingly oblivious to the cold and oppressive atmosphere outside. But his radar remained on low power, vigilantly monitoring the surrounding activity. Meanwhile, in the Alliance command post located in the center of the valley, comprised of several relatively intact large caves, Iceclaw, the temporary leader of the Icefang Guild, listened to his deputy's report. Lord Iceclaw, it's practically confirmed. The second-in-command's voice was filled with suppressed anger and certainty. That guy named Yulin is the one who wiped out our squad in midair and stole our captain's equipment. Although he's concealed his aura and changed his appearance, his build, profile, and especially his eyes, I can't mistake him. Iceclaw sat on a chair covered in animal hide, his fingers lightly tapping the armrest. He looked to be in his 30s, with a cold, stern face, and eyes, like a wolf on an icy plain, radiating a faint chill. Yulin, LV.41 no class? He scoffed. Well hidden. To be able to wipe out our squad in an instant, he must be at least LV.45 and possess powerful skills or equipment. Should we? The second-in-command made a throat-slitting gesture. Iceclaw waved his hand, a sinister glint in his eyes. No rush. The Alliance is newly formed, and Stone Shield and Ghost Blade are keeping an eye on things. It's not worth making a move within the Alliance for a suspected target. Besides, he can instantly kill one of your squad leaders. His strength shouldn't be underestimated. A forced encirclement would also result in significant losses for us. He paused, a cruel smile curving his lips. The zombie horde is coming soon. Chaos is inevitable. Let him hold the line, wear down his stamina and resources. Or, take advantage of the chaos. We can help the zombies, keeping him trapped in the horde forever. We can get revenge, seize his valuables, and avoid attracting attention, a win-win situation. His deputy's eyes lit up. Brilliant, sir! Send men to keep a close eye on him, but don't alert him, Iceclaw ordered. Also, investigate this Yulin's background. Find out where he came from, this hidden expert, and why he disguised himself as an ordinary person to infiltrate. Yes, sir. The deputy obeyed and left. Iceclaw stared coldly at the howling snow outside the cave. A lone wolf dares to challenge the might of Icefang? This frosty valley is your burial ground. Besides the Icefang Guild, in another corner of the camp, a man sitting alone in a sheltered spot, polishing a uniquely shaped sniper rifle, also looked up. He wore an inconspicuous gray snow combat uniform, his face bearing the marks of hardship, but his eyes were as sharp as a hawk's. His codename was Ruiyun, a lone scout who survived through exceptional observation and sniping skills. He had previously glimpsed Lin Yu's aerial battle with the Ice Fawn Guild from a high point in the city, and the fleeting glimpse of Lin Yu instantly killing a squad leader. Although the distance was far and the view unclear, Lin Yu's unique movements and the terrifying power he unleashed in an instant had left a deep impression on him. Chapter 418. At this moment, he peered through the cracks in the cave, gazing at the 7th Squad simple cave from afar, his brow furrowed slightly. That person named Yu Lin always gave him a familiar yet dangerous feeling. He subconsciously touched his personal terminal, pulling up an encrypted bounty poster circulating only within a specific circle. Bounty target: Lin Yu, student of Class 1, Ordinary Class, Tsinghua University. Bounty content: encounter this person in any instance world and successfully kill him. Bounty rewards: 1. Successfully kill him once, consuming his resurrection attempts, 200,000 credits. 2. Successfully exhaust all his resurrection attempts and completely eliminate him, an additional 500,000 credits. The photo on the bounty poster was somewhat blurry, but that aura, especially those calm, almost indifferent eyes. Ruiyun compared the figure of the aerial demon god in his memory with the seemingly ordinary Yu Lin in the camp now, and the doubts in his heart grew stronger. Could it be Yu Lin Yu? Ruiyun murmured to himself, a glint of shrewdness in his eyes. 200,000 credits were no small sum for him. He holstered his sniper rifle, his figure blending into the shadows, and began to more discreetly observe the movements of the 7th Squad. Old Ma seemed to have sensed something as well. While arranging the night watch, he silently adjusted his position closer to the cave entrance, allowing him to observe both the Ice Fawn Guild's patrol route and Ruiyun's location. The veteran's instincts told him that their squad seemed to be being watched with ill intent. Lin Yu's eyes remained closed, but the lingering gazes outside the cave, and the more concealed yet scrutinizing gaze in the distance, were clearly reflected in his perception. Ice Fawn, and that sniper. He sneered inwardly, looks like this team of old, weak, and disabled is more lively than I imagined. The storm roared outside the cave, but the undercurrents in people's hearts surged silently. The blizzard passed, and the valley briefly returned to calm. But beneath this calm, the oppressive atmosphere grew even heavier. The Alliance issued orders for rest and internal construction, such as reinforcing shelters and clearing snow. Lin Yu, like the other ordinary team members, participated in these mundane tasks. He moved blocks of ice, compacted snow walls, his movements neither too fast nor too slow, his strength perfectly controlled, completing the task without standing out. But his eyes, hidden beneath his lowered eyelids, and the constantly operating radar in his mind, were like the most sophisticated radar, capturing everything around him. Those few gazes from the Ice Fawn Guild, like leeches, constantly followed him, seemingly imperceptibly. They were cautious, maintaining their distance, mostly observing Lin Yu through the perspectives of other team members or by using the reflections of their tools, trying to find weaknesses in his defenses. Lin Yu was fully aware of this. He would occasionally accidentally slip and stumble while carrying heavy objects, or express worry about his low contribution level when talking to his teammates. On one occasion, he even deliberately showed a hint of impatience with the cold environment when approaching the Ice Fawn members, muttering a complaint under his breath, "This damn weather." He acted like a genuine survivor trapped at the bottom of society, struggling for survival, playing every detail flawlessly. However, the gaze from the lone sniper Ruiyun was even more elusive. He rarely appeared directly in Lin Yu's sight, usually hiding behind the crowd or in the shadows of a high vantage point. His observation was more patient, more covert, carrying the calm of a hunter scrutinizing its prey. During a supply hauling operation, Lin Yu seemed to inadvertently look up, his gaze piercing through the bustling crowd, meeting Ruiyun's eyes as she leaned against a rock wall in the distance, seemingly resting. For a fleeting moment, their eyes met. Lin Yu's gaze was calm, carrying a hint of ordinary weariness and bewilderment. Ruiyun's gaze, however, was sharp as a knife, as if trying to pierce through Lin Yu's disguise, reaching the depths of his soul. The eye contact lasted less than half a second. Lin Yu, seemingly intimidated by the sharpness in Ruiyun's eyes, awkwardly looked away and lowered his head to continue working. But in that brief exchange, both caught the information the other was trying to convey or conceal. Lin Yu sensed the undisguised probing, scrutiny, and even a hint of confirmation in the other's gaze. He was almost certain that this sniper had connected him to certain information. Meanwhile, Rui Yun, in the depths of Lin Yu's seemingly flustered gaze, caught a fleeting glimpse of profound calmness, starkly different from his composed exterior. That was definitely not the look of an ordinary LV.41 survivor. This stark contrast almost confirmed his suspicions. It really was you. Lin Yu, Rui Yun thought to himself, a barely perceptible smile playing on his lips. 200,000 credits, and the opportunity to connect with the Zhao family were worth the risk. But he also knew that anyone on a bounty list was no ordinary person. He needed patience. He needed to wait for the perfect opportunity to strike decisively. Old Ma observed all these subtle interactions. He walked discreetly to Lin Yu's side, pretending to help reinforce the snow wall, and whispered, "Kid, be careful. Some people are looking at us strangely." Lin Yu glanced at Old Ma. The older man's experience and intuition surprised him. He nodded, also whispering, "Understood, Uncle Ma. We be careful." A2 seemed to sense the tense atmosphere as well, moving closer to Old Ma and Lin Yu while working, appearing somewhat nervous. Xiao Yi remained silent, but Lin Yu noticed that when Rui Yun's gaze swept over her, her cough would involuntarily pause slightly, though it quickly resumed. The subtle change didn't escape Lin Yu's notice. This frail woman seemed far more sensitive than she appeared. The observers were like venomous snakes in the shadows, while Lin Yu was in the open, playing the role of a harmless lamb. He knew the Ice Fawn Guild was waiting for the chaos of the zombie horde, and the sniper, Rui Yun, was waiting for him to slip up. Want to be the hunter? Lin Yu felt nothing, even a hint of anticipation. Then let's see who the real prey is. He was waiting for the zombie horde to arrive, waiting for the moment chaos would descend. Perhaps, only in that extreme pressure and carnage could he more quickly trigger the Heart of God connection to the next puzzle piece. Chapter 419. Night fell earlier and more despairingly in Frost Valley than expected. With the end of the brief period of calm, the leaden clouds in the sky seemed to collapse, pressing down extremely low. The gale roared through the valley like 1,000 invisible beasts, whipping up the snow from the ground, mixing it with the ice crystals cascading from the sky, forming a white curtain of death. Visibility instantly dropped to less than 2 meters. In the 7th Squad shelter, located on the edge of the fortress. In that makeshift cave that was even somewhat drafty, the temperature was plummeting at an alarming rate. The cheap coal in the tin bucket crackled and popped, the orange-red flames flickering in the howling wind, as if they might be extinguished at any moment. This meager warmth was utterly insufficient to combat the extreme cold that could crack steel. Seal the opening tighter. Old Ma wrapped his coat tighter around himself, his voice trembling slightly, but his tone remained steady. He held a scrap of sheet metal he picked up from somewhere, struggling to prop it against the crack in the opening. A2, don't just stand there, weigh it down with a rock. Coming. A2 shivered as he picked up a cold rock from a corner, his hands so frozen they almost fell on his own foot. Lin Yu silently walked over, seemingly casually extending a hand to steadily support the heavy rock, weighing several dozen kilograms, then gently wedged it between the sheet metal and the rock wall. Thanks, brother Yulin. A2 sniffed his red, frozen nose, exhaling a puff of white breath. Save your energy. Lin Yu patted the dust off his hands and retreated to the fire bucket. In the corner, Shuya was curled up in a ball, covered with 2 layers of tattered cotton quilts. Her face appeared almost transparently pale in the firelight, and a fine layer of frost even formed on her long eyelashes. Cough. Suppressed coughs came from under the quilts, each one sounding as if she were coughing up her lungs. Lin Yu glanced at her, a thought flickering in his mind. In his level 4 radar vision, the red dot representing Xia, though small, exhibited an extremely unstable tremor at its edges when she coughed, like a forcibly compressed spring. This woman's physical condition was indeed very poor, but definitely not ordinary frailty. Here. Old Ma pulled a hard biscuit warmed by his body heat from his pocket, broke it in half, and handed it to ATU, then placed the other half on the stone in front of Shuya. Eat something to keep warm. In this damn weather, without energy you die. Uncle Ma, you yourself. ATU hesitated. My old bones can hold up. Old Ma waved his hand, taking out his gleaming military dagger and carefully polishing it by the firelight. Besides, tonight might not be peaceful. Inside the cave, the smoke from burning cheap coal mixed with the musty smell swirled in the cramped space. The 4 members of the 7th Reserve Squad sat around a tin bucket, each in silence. The howling wind outside had lasted for nearly 20 minutes, a sign that the 4th blizzard was about to end. The extreme cold storm descended every 6 hours, lasting about 30 minutes. And now, a day had passed since the dungeon opened. Lin Yu leaned against the cold rock wall, his eyes slightly closed, as if resting, but his consciousness was completely immersed in the level 4 radar map in his mind. At the edge of the stark black and white 3D map, the scattered icons representing zombies were now converging at a chilling speed. If the zombies before were like scattered grains of sand, now they were coalescing into a red mudslide. Hundreds, thousands, no, tens of thousands. The densely packed icons clogged and piled up at the pass outside the valley entrance, then surged into the valley like a burst dam. A zombie horde, Linyu thought to himself. Moreover, among these ordinary zombie icons, he noticed some red dots that were noticeably larger. Those were mutants, or rather, elite-level zombies. He opened his eyes, glanced at old Ma, who was wiping his rifle, and calmly whispered, "Uncle Ma, the wind seems to have changed. And the ground vibrations are strange." Old Ma was startled and immediately lay prone on the ground, his ear pressed against the cold earth. A few seconds later, he jerked his head up, his face changing drastically. Footsteps. Lots. A huge horde. The zombie horde is coming. Almost the instant his words fell, a piercing alarm ripped through the recently subsided snowstorm from the direction of the Alliance command post in the center of the valley. Whoosh, whoosh. This was followed by the urgent roar of a drone broadcast. Level 1 combat alert. Level 1 combat alert. The zombie horde has reached the valley entrance. All combat squads, immediately take up positions. Reserve squads, stand by, ready to move ammunition and repair fortifications. Boom. 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 Before anyone could react, violent explosions and intense gunfire erupted from the direction of the valley entrance. The battle broke out instantly. A2 turned deathly pale, his hand trembling as he gripped the wrench. Here it comes. Can we really hold out? Xiao Yi pulled her cotton coat tighter, coughed twice, and stared at the firelight outside the cave entrance, which illuminated half the sky red. Her eyes remained eerily calm. Let's go check it out, Old Ma said through gritted teeth, gun in hand. Even though we're reserves, if things fall ahead, we die too. Seeing the expectant expressions on A2 and Xiao Yi's faces, Old Ma continued, this isn't some solo scavenging dungeon. We have to hold out until the evacuation point appears on the 5th day. Let's go outside and check the situation first. The four reached the cave entrance and looked towards the defensive line at the valley entrance. The newly erected ice and snow barrier was now filled with elite members from the 3 major guilds. Various skill lights intertwined in the night. At the forefront were survivors with defensive skills or energy shields, holding their ground tightly at the gaps in the defenses. Behind them, countless tongues of fire spewed forth. That was a metallic storm of machine guns and assault rifles. Beyond the defensive line, a dark mass stretched out. By the light of the flares, one could clearly see countless zombies, their bodies covered in frost, their skin a bluish purple, howling as they trampled over the corpses of their comrades, tirelessly charging towards the defensive line. They felt no pain, no fear, only the most primal craving for flesh and blood. This is a zombie horde. Linyu narrowed his eyes, his Sharingan, with its 2 tomo, subtly shifting in the darkness. This should be considered the first zombie horde in the instance. Chapter 420. Although their numbers were vast, most were low-level, ordinary zombies. Occasionally, a few tall, incredibly strong giant zombies were mixed in, lifting huge blocks of ice or abandoned vehicles to smash into the defensive line, but they were quickly killed by the Alliance's concentrated fire. Should we go up? A2 looked at the fierce battlefield, both fearful and somewhat at a loss. No need. Old Ma shook his head, his tone complicated. Those people in the Alliance are shrewd. This first wave of zombies may look scary, but they're just small fry. They're using this opportunity to train their troops, hone their teamwork, and also demonstrate their strength to intimidate us lone wolves. The real battle is yet to come. Then we cannon fodder will have to be sent up. Linyu nodded, Old Ma understood perfectly. The current battle was completely under the Alliance's control. The 3 major guilds had excellent firepower, especially their large-caliber heavy machine guns, which were extremely effective against this dense zombie horde. But that wasn't his focus. He was observing the zombies. The fusion of the Heart of God, pseudo, requires the next puzzle piece, but the only clue is the simple 4 words zombie horde attack, Linyu thought to himself. If it's just simple survival, it's too easy. This puzzle piece will most likely drop from some kind of special monster. His gaze locked onto the outer perimeter of the defensive line, at the occasional, extremely fast black shadows that flashed by. On the radar, although those special zombies were also labeled as zombies, the differences were clearly visible, both in the size of the red dots and in their actual appearance. A mutant, or rather, a leader-level zombie, Lin, you guessed. Perhaps I need to personally kill a sufficiently powerful mutant, or find some source in the core area of the zombie horde to trigger the quest clues. Simply watching others fight monsters here obviously wouldn't yield the Heart of God fragments. But rushing out now was clearly unwise. Firstly, it would expose his strength, attracting the attention of the Alliance and that sniper, Ruiyun. Secondly, the mutants appearing now didn't seem to be high enough in level to drop the crucial items. I need to find an opportunity to act alone, Lin Yu decided silently. The battle lasted for a full 2 hours. It wasn't until the early hours of the morning that the first wave of zombies finally retreated. Thousands of zombie corpses lay piled up outside the defensive line, their black blood staining the pristine snow a nauseating dark purple. While the Alliance also suffered casualties, most were minor injuries. Only a few unlucky ones were seriously injured by debris thrown by the giant zombies. Cheers erupted along the defensive line. But Lin Yu could sense a hint of weariness and fear for the future in those cheers. This was only the first day, the first wave. There were still 4 more days before the evacuation point appeared. Moreover, as the zombie horde receded, a subtle shift occurred within the Alliance. Although the battle was won, the right to clean up the battlefield was completely monopolized by the 3 major guilds. The faintly glowing crystal cores dug from the mutated zombies were packed into the guild's crates. Meanwhile, reserves like the 7th Squad, waiting in the rear, weren't even allowed near the battlefield and could only watch helplessly. Go back to sleep. Old Ma sighed, patting A2 on the shoulder. Tonight's over. Next. It'd probably be our turn. Dawn broke, though it was still a leaden gray. The drone's broadcast sounded on time, announcing the second large-scale search mission, focusing on collecting ammunition, medical supplies, and materials for reinforcing fortifications. However, this time, the mission allocation clearly bore the mark of contribution. The teams with the highest contribution rankings were assigned to relatively safer areas with potentially richer resources, such as warehouses or small outposts on the edge of the Alliance-controlled area that hadn't been thoroughly looted. While teams like the 7th Squad, ranked at the bottom, were once again assigned to the most dangerous frontline area. The area outside the valley entrance, the one just trampled by the zombie horde, right next to the main road. This is practically sending us to our deaths. A2 stared at the almost completely exposed area on the map, his voice trembling with tears. There was just a battle there. It's bound to attract even more zombies, and the terrain is so open, there's nowhere to hide. Old Ma silently looked at the map, his wrinkles seeming to deepen. He pointed to a small pumping station near a frozen river on the map. Set up a temporary safe point here. The structure is relatively sturdy, we might find something there, and it can serve as a temporary shelter. No one objected. Under the Alliance's blatantly unfair distribution system, complaining was useless. They could only rely on themselves to find a way to survive. The 4-man team stepped out of the fortress gate again, the pungent stench of blood and decay assaulting their senses, making them want to vomit. The snow-covered ground was littered with bullet holes, blood, and the mangled remains of zombies, a scene of utter devastation. A few scattered zombies wandered aimlessly across the snow, turning around with a howl at the sound of movement. Get through quickly, don't linger. Old Ma barked, charging forward with his rifle, his precise shots taking down several ordinary zombies blocking his path. Lin Yu followed closely behind, wielding a simple machete he received from the Alliance, cleanly and efficiently dispatching any stragglers that swarmed from the flank. He maintained control over his strength and speed, behaving like an experienced and skilled power-type survivor. A2 and Xiao Yi trailed in the middle, A2 glancing back nervously from time to time. Following the route Old Ma had planned, they moved quickly towards the water pump station. Along the way, they dealt with several more small groups of scattered zombies, managing to avoid any serious harm. The water pump station was half hidden in the snow, its iron gate ajar, revealing complete darkness inside. Old Ma signaled for alert. Lin Yu had already spotted the zombies behind the iron gate on the radar. However, he couldn't inform the others beforehand, so he simply stepped forward and gently pushed open the iron gate. Squeak! The piercing metallic scraping sound was exceptionally clear in the silent environment. The instant the door was pushed open, several pale white figures, like ghosts, burst forth from inside the pumping station and from beneath the snowdrifts beside it. Their speed far surpassed that of ordinary zombies. Their skin was a sickly ice blue, covered with a thin layer of ice crystals. Their knuckles were abnormally large, and their fingertips were sharp as claws. Watch out! Mutants! Old Ma's pupils contracted, and he roared, his rifle instantly firing. Bang! 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 The bullets struck these ice zombies, producing muffled thuds like hitting a hard object, sending ice shards flying, but failing to immediately bring them down. Their defense was astonishing. At the same time, the snow beneath their feet suddenly collapsed, and another ice zombie emerged from beneath the snow, heading straight for Xiao Yi in the middle of the group. A2 instinctively raised his pistol, but his hand was too stiff, and he missed. Chapter 421. Bang! The gunshot pierced the vast snowfield, but missed its target. A2 gripped his trembling old pistol, his face deathly pale. The shot had not only missed the terrifying ice zombie emerging from the snow, but had instead created a crater less than 10 centimeters from Lin Yu's thigh. I didn't mean to. My hands are frozen. A2 cried out, his voice trembling, shrinking back as if his bones had been removed. However, no one had time to blame him. The ice zombie that burst from the snow was incredibly fast. Unlike the sluggish zombies wandering outside, this thing was covered in a thick layer of dark blue ice, as if wearing a natural heavy armor. Its withered yet ridiculously powerful claws, carrying a foul, icy chill, reached straight for Xiao Yi, who seemed the weakest in the group. Too close. Less than 2 meters. Xiao Yi seemed completely terrified. Her usually lifeless eyes widened, and she even forgot to scream. Her foot slipped, and she fell backward in a very awkward manner. Watch out! Old Ma roared, but he had been guarding directly in front of her, and there wasn't time to turn his gun. Sizzle! Sharp claws tore through the air, even ripping through the surface of Xiao Yi's thick cotton coat, sending cotton fibers flying. Just when everyone thought this frail woman was about to be disemboweled, her falling posture underwent an extremely slight twist, almost defying the laws of physics. Her waist bent to the side, as if boneless, narrowly avoiding a blow that could have crushed her skull. She landed heavily on the snow, letting out a painful groan. But this seemingly lucky fall saved her from certain death. In that instant, Lin Yu moved. He didn't use any flashy skills, nor did he display any teleportation-like speed. As a non-professional focused on strength, he reacted in a way most befitting his role. He didn't directly collide with the spiked ice corpse, but instead grabbed a broken, wrist-thick, rusty water pipe from the pump station entrance. Ha! Lin Yu roared, unleashing all his brute force. The steel pipe in his hand whistled through the air, not aimed at the ice corpse's hard head, but precisely at its ankle joint, where it had just landed and hadn't yet regained its footing. That was the weakest point of the ice armor. Crack! A teeth-grinding cracking sound followed, the sound of ice shattering mixed with dislocated bones. Lin Yu's attack used a clever technique. The once ferocious ice corpse was thrown off balance by the steel pipe, its body flying sideways, like a bowling ball, crashing heavily into a half-buried, abandoned transformer in the snow. Old Ma! Legs! Shot the legs! Lin Yu shouted, feigning overexertion and staggering a couple of steps, his steel pipe trembling slightly. Old Ma, a seasoned veteran, knew the opportunity was fleeting. He didn't need a second warning. Rat-a-tat-tat. The rifle spat fire. This time, he didn't try for a headshot, but instead fired rapidly at the knees of the ice corpse struggling to its feet. Ordinary bullets might ricochet off the ice armor of the ice corpse, but they would still be lethal enough to break the fractured joints that had lost their ice protection. The ice corpse let out a monstrous roar. Its legs were completely broken, and it could only frantically paw at the snow with its claws, unable to launch another deadly attack. Huff, huff. Old Ma panted heavily, changing to a new magazine, his eyes scanning the surroundings with a grave expression. Is everyone all right? That scared me to death. A2 crawled out of the snowdrift, his pistol falling to the ground, trembling like a leaf. Lin Yu walked over and helped Xiao Yi, who was lying on the ground, to her feet. Can you walk? He asked softly, looking into Xiao Yi's overly calm eyes. Xiao Yi coughed twice, clutching her torn cotton coat, which revealed a patch of pale, bloodless skin, but thankfully she wasn't injured. And nothing, cough cough, thank you. Her voice was barely a whisper, as if that last move had exhausted all her strength. Lin Yu gave her a deep look, saying nothing more. Just that instant, he had seen it clearly with the dynamic vision of his Sharingan. That wasn't just a slip and fall, it was an extremely skillful fallback maneuver, something only a rigorously trained fighter or agility-type ability user could execute. In that instant, her muscle reaction speed definitely exceeded the limits of a survivor of this level. This woman was very cunning. Roar! Before everyone could catch their breath, even more intense roars came from the direction of the main road in the distance. In Lin Yu's radar field of vision, dozens of red zombie markers were rapidly moving towards them, clearly attracted by the gunfire and A2's scream. Moreover, several larger red dots were mixed in, indicating the presence of giant zombies or even more ice zombies. Damn it! The gunfire has attracted a large force. Old Ma's expression changed as he looked back at the path, where shadowy figures were already appearing. We can't go back. The main road is blocked. A2 cried out in terror, we're going to die here. Shut up. Old Ma hissed, his gaze sweeping towards the pumping station behind them. Inside. This pumping station is a reinforced concrete structure. As long as we hold the gate, it's a natural fortress. Let's go inside and hide until the horde disperses, then we figure something out. But what if there's something even more terrifying inside? A2 asked, trembling. Staying outside is just feeding the zombies. Going in offers a sliver of hope. Hurry! Old Ma didn't waste any more words, kicking open the half-closed iron door and rushing inside. Lin Yu had no objections. The fifth blizzard was imminent. Staying in the open was tantamount to suicide. He supported the weak Xiao Yi, following closely behind Lao Ma, while A2 scrambled to the back. Just as they rushed through the pump station gate, several incredibly fast ice zombies pounced on the entrance. Close the gate. You Lin. Help. Lao Ma threw down his gun, desperately holding the heavy, rusty iron gate shut. Lin Yu stepped forward, his arm muscles bulging. Squeak. Accompanied by the sound of metal scraping against metal, the gate slowly slammed shut under the impact of the ice zombies. Bang! With a deafening crash, darkness descended. The last ray of light was cut off, leaving only the chilling scratching and pounding sounds from outside. They were safe for now. Or rather, they had locked themselves in an even more dangerous cage. Lin Yu stood in the darkness, his level 4 radar silently activated, scanning the massive building. His pupils contracted slightly. Deep underground in this pumping station, an absurdly large red dot of light lay dormant, like a beating heart. Chapter 422. As the heavy iron gate closed, the pumping station fell into a deathly silence of darkness, with only the rapid breathing of the 4 men echoing in the empty space. Click. Old Ma switched on the tactical flashlight under his rifle, a pale beam piercing the darkness and illuminating the dust floating in the air. This was a huge transfer hall, with a ceiling at least 10 meters high, filled with thick, rusty metal pipes crisscrossing like the veins of a giant beast. A thick layer of dust and dried-out machine oil covered the floor, and the air was filled with a musty, damp, and cold smell of rust. A2, come help hold the door shut, you Lin, and I will find something to seal it. Old Ma's voice echoed in the empty hall. A2 ran over, trembling, and braced his back against the door, feeling the vibrations from each impact. His face turned green with fear. Uncle Ma, will they break it down? This door used to be blast-proof. As long as they don't use explosives, those rotten bastards won't be able to get in anytime soon, Old Ma said, directing Lin Yu to move some discarded metal shelves and heavy motor casings. Lin Yu silently carried the heavy objects. He didn't appear too relaxed, but instead pretended to struggle, dragging a motor weighing several hundred pounds, firmly wedging it against the bolt. A few minutes later, the door was completely blocked. The impacts outside were still muffled, but the sense of impending doom had lessened considerably. For now, it's safe. Old Ma wiped the cold sweat from his brow, plopped down on the ground, took a few gulps of water from his pocket, and handed it to Lin Yu. Lin Yu took the water bottle, took a sip, but his gaze remained fixed on his surroundings. In his radar view, the pumping station structure was extremely complex. This was only the surface level. There were at least 2 more underground levels. The dense network of pipes resembled a 3-dimensional maze. What alarmed him most was the enormous red dot located at the deepest point of the second underground level. The red dot didn't move despite the activity above. It was as still as a stone, but its massive size constantly reminded Lin Yu of its presence. We're trapped, Lin Yu said calmly, handing the water bottle to Xiao Yi, who was coughing violently beside him. Judging from the sound, there are more and more zombies outside, and the extreme cold storm is coming. Everyone's expression changed upon hearing this. A2 glanced at his watch, then buried his face in his hands in despair. Less than 10 minutes. If we were outside, we'd be frozen solid. But here, it's freezing cold here too. Although the pumping station blocked the wind, its long-abandoned state and deep underground location meant the internal temperature was extremely low, with a thick layer of frost covering the metal pipes. Once the blizzard hit, the temperature would plummet even further. We need to find a relatively enclosed place where we can start a fire. Old Ma stood up, shining his flashlight around. It's too spacious here, the heat dissipates too quickly. Over there. That room looks like a control room or duty room. It should be relatively small. He was referring to a semi-suspended glass room in the corner of the hall, accessible by an iron staircase. Let's go there. The four men carefully climbed the rusty iron stairs, which creaked painfully, as if they might break at any moment. Entering the control room, they found it to be about 20 square meters, surrounded by thick, blast-proof glass, most of which was already cracked. Inside were a few tables, and some damaged control panels. Although rudimentary, it was at least a relatively enclosed space. Close the door windows. Find something over there to block the gaps in the windows. Old Ma quickly assigned tasks. Just as they settled in, that familiar, chilling howling sound suddenly came from outside. Whoosh! Even through the thick walls of the pump station, the howling wind, like the wailing of 1,000 ghosts, could be heard. The first extreme cold storm had arrived. Almost instantly, the temperature inside the control room began to plummet. The white breath they exhaled instantly turned into visible icy mist, and eerie frost flowers quickly formed on the glass windows. So cold, so cold. A2 huddled in a ball, the sound of his teeth chattering clearly audible in the silent room. Xiao Yi was in even worse shape. Her face was bluish-purple, and her breathing was rapid. Don't sleep. Get moving. Rub your hands. Stomp your feet. Old Ma shouted, trying to rouse everyone's will to live. He pulled out a small iron box containing the last bit of low-quality coal. We need to start a fire, but the ventilation here is poor, so it can't burn for too long, or we get carbon monoxide poisoning. Just then A2, who had been huddled in the corner, suddenly pointed to something in the corner that looked like it was in a large iron cabinet and said, that looks like an old-fashioned oil heater? Everyone looked and, sure enough, found a dusty piece of equipment in the pile of junk. Useless, it's probably broken by now. Old Ma shook his head. I'm a repairman, let me try. A2 crawled over, trembling, and pulled a screwdriver and a wrench from his always bulging backpack. Lin Yu leaned against the door, seemingly resting with his eyes closed, but in reality, his Sharingan with 2 Tomo had already quietly activated. Through the slits in his eyelids, he stared intently at A2's hands. In this extremely cold environment, where his fingers were almost stiff, his movements as he unscrewed the screws were fluid and effortless, without any unnecessary tremors. When he checked the oil lines and ignition system, his gaze was focused and calm, completely unlike the panicked and helpless state he had shown earlier. Less than 5 minutes had passed. Sizzle. Boom. With a soft popping sound, the seemingly broken heater actually emitted a blue flame, which then turned orange-red. A warm current, accompanied by a slightly unpleasant smell of cooking oil, began to fill the room. It's working. It's working. A2 rubbed his hands excitedly, a simple and surprised smile spreading across his face, as if the calm mechanic from before had been an illusion. Good lad. You got some skills. Old Ma patted A2's shoulder with delight, and quickly beckoned Xiao Yi closer to the heater. Lin Yu looked at A2's face, which looked slightly embarrassed by the praise, but felt a chill in her heart. While repairing it, A2 had subconsciously pulled a small bottle from his backpack side pocket and poured it into the fuel tank, a movement so quick that even Old Ma hadn't noticed. It was a high-concentration accelerant, or some kind of special fuel. Cough. Cough. The heating had come up a little more, but Xiao Yi was coughing even more violently. With her back to everyone, she trembled as she pulled an unlabeled glass tube from her pocket and drank it down. In that instant, an extremely faint, yet distinctly clear, scent wafted over to Lin Yu, whose senses were acutely acute. It was a mixture of blood and a strong chemical reagent. Definitely not some medicine for a cold or asthma. Lin Yu sneered inwardly. Good heavens. A technically skilled individual feigning madness, a mysterious gene warrior on drugs, and himself, a cheat code disguised as an ordinary person. This so-called old, weak, sick, and disabled team, apart from Old Ma, the truly honest man, was entirely composed of villains. Chapter 423. In the control room, the old oil-fired heater that A2 had miraculously repaired was now whirring under its strain, the orange flames flickering violently, casting shifting light on the four faces. The metal drum was scorching hot, but the radiant heat seemed to be swallowed up by the pervasive chill in the air the moment it left the drum. The white breath they exhaled condensed into fine ice crystals less than half a meter from their mouths and noses, falling in a soft rustling sound. It's no use. The oil's almost gone. This thing's so cheap, it won't burn for long. A2 rubbed his almost frozen hands, leaning close to the heater, his teeth chattering. His glasses were fogged up, his voice carrying genuine anxiety and a barely perceptible element of performance. Old Ma wrapped his worn-out military overcoat tighter, collar turned up to ward off the icy wind seeping in through the cracks in the doors and windows. He glanced at the increasingly weak flame of the heater, then swept his gaze across the relatively enclosed but still empty and cold control room, and said in a deep voice, "We can't stay here much longer. The heat dissipates too quickly. Once the fuel runs out, we won't last another hour." His gaze fell upon the pitch-black main pumping station building below, and the unknown darkness beyond. These large pumping stations usually have their power core, backup generators, or heating systems underground. "We must go down, find energy, or at least find a more enclosed, better insulated space." Lin Yu leaned against the door, his hands in his pockets, seemingly resting with his eyes closed. In reality, his consciousness was highly focused on the Level 4 radar interface in his mind. A stark black and white 3D map clearly depicted their environment. Their control room resembled an isolated island suspended in midair. Below lay a vast, empty main factory hall, with massive water pipes crisscrossing like giant pythons, covered by thick, ominous, dark blue ice. The radar showed several tiny red dots scattered in the corners of the hall, marking ordinary ice corpses. They seemed to be in a low-power dormant state, unresponsive to any activity above. "There are definitely zombies down there, and they won't be weak." Lin Yu opened her eyes, her voice calm and devoid of emotion. Old Ma nodded gravely. "We have to go down. Staying here is suicide." Xiao Yi huddled in the corner furthest from the heater, her thick cotton coat covering her entire body, revealing only half of her pale face and an overly calm pair of eyes. She coughed softly, each cough causing her thin shoulders to tremble slightly, as if they might fall apart at any moment. I have no objection," A2 timidly echoed, but Lin Yu noticed that his gaze kept drifting towards the iron staircase leading from the control room to the factory below, and further away, towards the unusually heavy-looking airtight door leading to a deeper level. A flicker of inquiry and greed gleamed in his eyes, incongruous with his timid exterior. "Search the first floor first, see if there are any maps or useful supplies. Be careful, try not to disturb those things in the corners." Old Ma, as the most experienced survivor, naturally took on the leadership role. He picked up his rifle, checked the ammunition, and led the way out of the control room. The four men descended the creaking iron staircase to the main factory hall. The metal grills beneath their feet were icy cold, and the air was thick with the smells of rust, machine oil, and a stale, decaying chill reminiscent of a morgue. Huge water pump units stood silently, like cold steel tombstones, covered in thick frost and eerie, bluish ice crystals. They carefully avoided areas marked by frozen corpses on the radar, and began rummaging through scattered desks, filing cabinets, and piles of repair tools. Most of the items were either rotten or frozen solid, crumbling at the slightest touch. Lin Yu's objective was clear. Guided by the radar, he headed straight for an office located on one side of the hall, containing a purple supply item. The door was ajar. He gently pushed it open, and an even stronger stench of decay hit him. The office was relatively clean, but also covered in dust and frost. A figure in an engineer's uniform, stiffened and covered in a thin layer of ice, slumped in a chair behind a desk, head bowed, as if merely asleep from the cold. Before him lay a thick, leather-bound logbook. Lin Yu stepped forward and carefully took the logbook from the engineer's stiff arms. The writing on the cover was somewhat blurred, but still legible. Maintenance and anomaly log for water supply hub in Area 7. This was the purple resource displayed on his radar. He brushed away the ice from the cover and quickly began to flip through it. The first half of the logbook was relatively normal, recording routine maintenance, water level data, equipment inspections, and other trivial matters. But as he went further, the handwriting became increasingly illegible, and the contents became increasingly alarming. October 3rd, communications were completely cut off. Outside news was completely cut off, with only intermittent emergency broadcasts mentioning large-scale riots and uncontrollable violence. This is far more than just a riot. October 7th, we heard crashing sounds. They're outside. Those things. The security team didn't return. We sealed off all entrances. October 11th, the temperature began to plummet without warning. The gauges showed the outside temperature was already below minus 50 degrees Celsius and was still dropping. This is illogical. It's as if a hole has been torn in the sky, and the cold comes from the universe itself. October 19th, a terrible change occurred. Those wandering infected. They're adapting to the cold. No, they're assimilating. Their skin is keratinizing, covered in solid ice. Bullets hitting it are like hitting a rock. They become the embodiment of the cold. October 26th, food and fuel are running low. Attempts to start the emergency generator, but the power system seems to be experiencing some kind of interference? Abnormal readings from deep underground sensors, a low-frequency fluctuation never seen before, originating right beneath our feet. The last page, the handwriting distorted and almost illegible, filled with despair. November 11th, they came, from the pipes, from the vents, we have nowhere to escape. The underground heart, it's beating, it's awakened. Did it bring the cold, or did the cold give birth to it? The surveillance is completely black, we've been abandoned. The log ends abruptly. Linyu closes the log, a chill spreading from her fingertips to her heart. This log confirms his radar perception and reveals a deeper horror in this world. Not just zombies and extreme cold, but also a terrifying, unknown entity originating from underground that may be controlling everything. Chapter 424. Just as he was about to put the diary into his spatial backpack, Old Ma gave a faint warning. He glanced around discreetly. He saw that A2 wasn't searching for supplies or keeping watch like Old Ma and Xiao Yi. Instead, he had somehow slipped away to the heavy, airtight door leading to the second basement level. His back was to the others, and he was rapidly and discreetly tapping the buttons on the electronic lock, as if testing something. At the same time, Linyu felt a gaze on his back. He turned his head slightly, and saw Xiao Yi leaning against the wall. She had stopped coughing, and her calm, still eyes were quietly watching him and the diary in his hand through her disheveled hair. Her gaze was too calm, so calm that it seemed out of place in this desperate situation. Did you find anything? Old Ma's voice came from the side. He had finished searching another area and was approaching. Linyu handed him the logbook, stating succinctly, the situation is worse than we thought. What's below might be more than just things. Old Ma quickly flipped through the logbook, his face growing increasingly grim, finally settling into a heavy sigh. At that moment, the heater's flame finally struggled to go out completely. The chill in the air was no longer a feeling, but a tangible oppression, squeezing his chest, making each breath difficult and painful. The inhaled cold air felt like countless icy needles piercing his trachea and lungs. I can't stay any longer. A2's voice trembled with tears, his arms wrapped around himself, his body shaking like a leaf in the autumn wind. I freeze to death. Old Ma's face was ashen. He glanced at the desperate entry at the end of the logbook in his hand, then looked down into the bottomless darkness below. Finally, he gritted his teeth. Go! We have no choice but to go down. The power core and possible backup energy are underground. Staying here means certain death. Going down might offer a glimmer of hope. His gaze swept over Linyu and Xiao Yi. Linyu nodded in agreement. Xiao Yi remained silent, only pulling her cotton coat tighter and nodding slightly. Following Linyu's guidance, they avoided the several dormant red dots of ice corpses in the hall and found the entrance to the second basement level. It wasn't the airtight door requiring authorization, but a more concealed, narrow passage for maintenance personnel. He didn't want to use his fishing key to open these doors. Revealing too much wasn't good. The entrance to the passage was a half-open, rusty iron gate, behind which stretched a cold, bottomless metal staircase, seemingly leading to the underworld. I go first, you Lin will cover the rear, A2 and Xiao Yi in the middle. Keep quiet, watch your step and your surroundings. Old Ma lowered his voice, the beam of his tactical flashlight piercing the darkness below, and stepped onto the stairs first. The stairs were steep and slippery, covered with a thin layer of ice, making a slight crunching sound underfoot, which sounded particularly jarring in the deathly silence. On both sides were thick pipes covered with a thick layer of eerie blue ice. Strange clicking or gurgling sounds emanated from some of the pipes, as if something was moving inside, or the pipes themselves were groaning in the extreme cold. After confirming there were zombies ahead, Linyu went to the front. His Sharingan quietly activated in the darkness, the two tomos slowly rotating, taking in every detail of his surroundings. The shimmering ice crystals on the stairs, the eerie blue moss faintly visible through the cracks in the pipes, the slowly drifting ice dust in the air. All became clear in his vision. The passageway descended about 3 or 4 stories, finally reaching a relatively spacious metal platform. This seemed to be a maintenance transfer station, connecting several pipes in different directions. In the center of the platform, several strangely shaped zombies blocked their path. These zombies were more bloated than ordinary ice zombies, nearly 2 meters tall, with translucent, eerie blue skin, as if directly composed of ice. Through that translucent ice shell, one could vaguely see a viscous, icy blue liquid slowly flowing within them, like imprisoned polar currents. Their limbs were thick and strong, their joints covered with thick, sharp ice shards, making a crackling friction sound as they moved. A new breed of zombie. Watch out! Old Ma shouted, immediately raising his gun and aiming. His extensive combat experience told him that this monster, which looked so different, was definitely not to be trifled with. The Frostburster seemed to be awakened by the flashlight beam and the presence of living people. Their cloudy, icy eyes turned towards the four of them, emitting a hoarse sound from their throats, like the hiss of wind cutting through ice cracks as they staggered towards them. Shoot the head. Old Ma habitually gave the order, pulling the trigger at the same time. Bang! The bullet accurately struck the chest of the lead Frostburster. The expected head explosion did not occur. The bullet struck its icy chest armor with a dull thud, leaving only a white dent and several cracks, sending ice shards flying. However, this attack seemed to have stirred up a hornet's nest. The Frostburster that was hit stiffened abruptly, then its translucent chest visibly expanded rapidly, like an inflated balloon. The icy blue liquid flowing within it instantly became violent, emitting a blinding light. Not good. Retreat. Lin Yu's Sharingan caught the instantly gathering, extremely unstable ice attribute energy, and he warned sharply. But it was too late. Boom! A muffled sound, not deafening, but chilling, erupted. The Frostburster's chest exploded completely. There was no flying blood and flesh. Instead, a surging, thick, milky white ice mist erupted. This ice mist, carrying an absolute low temperature, swept rapidly towards the four members of the team in a fan shape. Wherever the ice mist passed, the metal railings were instantly covered with a thick layer of ice as hard as diamonds, and the moisture in the air was instantly frozen, forming countless tiny ice crystals. This icy mist was not only extremely cold, but it also seemed to possess a powerful freezing and slowing effect. Old Ma was the first to be hit. He was closest to the explosion point, and although he instinctively retreated after hearing Lin Yu's warning, the icy mist was spreading too quickly, and the deathly white mist was about to engulf him. Given the terrifyingly low temperature exhibited by this mist, once enveloped, one would instantly freeze into an ice sculpture and then shatter under the impact. At the critical moment, Lin Yu, standing to Old Ma's side and slightly behind, moved. He had no time to consider the consequences of revealing his strength. The instinct for survival and a sense of responsibility towards his temporary teammate drove him to act. Watch out. Chapter 425. He let out a short, low shout, his body lunging forward, seemingly slamming his shoulder into Old Ma. The impact was skillfully executed, swift yet controlled, precisely sending Old Ma's burly body staggering to the side, landing right in a narrow, sunken corner between two thick pipes. As he knocked Old Ma away, Lin Yu, facing the deadly ice mist that was already upon him, frantically swung his left hand forward to block. But concealed by his sleeve, within his palm, a faint, pale blue yang release chakra mixed with his own immense life force, condensing and weaving at an unprecedented speed. A dense mesh structure, woven from countless tiny wood fibers, instantly formed in front of his palm. This wasn't a wood-release ninjutsu, but a purely defensive structure he simulated using chakra control, designed to absorb and disperse the impact. The icy mist slammed into the invisible wooden fiber mesh. The extreme cold instantly froze the mesh, making it stiff and brittle. Then, the impact of the icy mist arrived. Crack! The fiber mesh shattered, turning into countless ice crystals invisible to the naked eye. But this brief, almost negligible resistance bought Lin Yu precious time to absorb the force and react. Using that slight recoil, his body, like a willow catkin blown by a gale, tumbled backward in a seemingly disheveled and perilous posture. Sizzle! The edge of the icy mist grazed his back. He could even feel the faint sound of his coat fabric freezing and hardening instantly. A bone-chilling cold pierced through his clothes, sending a tingling, stinging pain through his back. Bang! Lin Yu's back slammed heavily against the metal pipe behind him, the impact causing his blood to surge. He knelt on one knee, panting heavily, his left hand covering his mouth and nose as if he were inhaling icy mist and enduring excruciating pain. His face was pale. But in reality, his yang release chakra and the regenerative power of life praise easily dispelled the chill that had invaded his body. Old Ma, who had been thrown into a corner, stared in shock at the spot where he had just stood, now covered in a thick layer of ice, his inner shirt instantly soaked with cold sweat. His gaze towards Lin Yu was filled with disbelief, shock, and lingering fear. You Lin. You? On the other side, A2 had let out an exaggerated scream the instant the explosion occurred, scrambling and crawling behind a metal box, trembling. Xiaoya reacted even faster, sliding almost flat on the ground to the side and backward, narrowly avoiding the main area covered by the icy mist. However, some of her clothing was still brushed against by the mist, and instantly froze. The self-destructing first breaker had turned into shards of ice shimmering with blue light scattered across the ground. The other two, with heavy steps, smashed through the lingering, not yet completely dissipated icy mist, continuing to approach the team. The middle of the passage was temporarily blocked by the extremely cold icy mist area, the air still thick with deadly chill. A brief, deathly silence fell over the passage, broken only by the slowly falling, not yet completely subsided ice crystal dust, and the heavy footsteps of the two surviving frostbreakers shattering the ice. The biting cold felt like invisible shackles, binding everyone's limbs and bones. Old Ma struggled to crawl out of the corner of the pipe shaft, his back aching from the cold metal, but compared to the near-freezing pain he just endured, this was nothing. He looked at Lin Yu, still kneeling on one knee, gasping for breath while covering his mouth and nose, his eyes filled with complex emotions, a mixture of relief at surviving, deep doubt, and a barely perceptible scrutiny. "You Lin." Old Ma's voice was hoarse. He walked to Lin Yu's side, wanting to reach out and help him up, but hesitated. "Just now. Thank you. If it weren't for you." He paused, unable to attribute that lightning-fast, perfectly precise collision and block to mere luck or strength. It required astonishing reaction speed, precise timing, and courage far beyond that of ordinary people. Lin Yu waved his hand, still keeping his head down, his voice sounding somewhat weak, and nothing. "Uncle Ma. Just reacted a little too quickly." He continued to maintain the pretense of discomfort from inhaling the icy fog. The stiffening coat on his back felt restrictive, but he didn't pay it any mind. "EW, that scared me to death." A2 poked his head out from behind the metal box, his face deathly pale, patting his chest, looking utterly shaken. "What? What the hell is this thing? It explodes? That's terrifying." His performance was still impeccable, perfectly capturing the fear of a small person facing the threat of death. Xiao Yi slowly stood up from the ground, her movements seemingly even weaker than before. She leaned against the cold wall, patting the stiffened hem of her clothes with her hand, making a soft pat-pat sound. Her coughing started again, but then, amidst the coughing, she suddenly raised her head. The disheveled hair that had been obscuring her forehead and cheeks was casually brushed aside with the back of her hand, revealing her entire face. Her face was still pale, lacking color, but the seemingly innate weakness and numbness from before had vanished, replaced by a cold, sharp, and clear-headed clarity, like a drawn dagger. Her coughing stopped abruptly. Her gaze, like two icicles, lingered on Lin Yu for a moment, as if piercing through his feigned pain, then slowly shifted to the still fearful A2, finally sweeping over the solemn-faced old Ma. "Have you finished acting?" Her voice was clear and cold, devoid of any weakness or shortness of breath. In the silent and cold passage, every word struck the eardrums of everyone present. Old Ma was stunned, his brows furrowing. "Xiao Yi." A2's performance also froze instantly, the exaggerated expression of fear on his face solidified, appearing somewhat comical. Xiao Yi ignored Lao Ma, a barely perceptible, mocking smile playing on her lips as she fixed her gaze on Lin Yu. "You Lin? Ha! That move just now, the angle at which you knocked Lao Ma away, the force, and the instantaneous muscle activation in your arm when you blocked. That's not something a level 40 unprofessional character with a primary strength attribute could pull off. Your control over your body far surpasses that level." Lin Yu slowly raised his head, meeting Xiao Yi's gaze. The pain on his face gradually faded, returning to his usual calm. He neither admitted nor denied it. Xiao Yi looked at A2 again, her mockery deepening. "And you, a Tuesday. From the moment you entered this pumping station, how much of your attention was focused on vigilance and survival? Your interest in that electronic lock far outweighed your fear of the zombies. The tools in your backpack aren't what you expect from an ordinary repairman. The way you disassembled the heater was frighteningly steady. That's not the demeanor of someone terrified." A2's facial muscles twitched, he subconsciously adjusted his glasses, his eyes flickering as he tried to explain. I just... Chapter 426. "Just what?" Xiuya interrupted him, her tone aggressive. "Just looking for an opportunity to monopolize what's below. Or, do you have another goal?" Her gaze swept meaningfully over Lin Yu again. Old Ma's expression shifted as he listened to Xiuya's words. He wasn't without suspicion, but in this apocalypse, who didn't have secrets? Mutual distrust was the norm, but being directly exposed like this was a first. He gripped his rifle tightly, warily watching the three suddenly unfamiliar teammates before him. Xiuya, perhaps to bolster her words or demonstrate her sincerity and cooperation, slowly raised her right hand. Under everyone's gaze, her once pale hand visibly darkened, turning an unhealthy, livid grayish blue. Her nails also grew longer, becoming black and sharp, emitting a faint, cold aura mixed with the stench of decay and some kind of chemical reagent. This aura was different from the pure stillness of zombies. It carried a more active, twisted, eerie feeling. I'm not like those walking corpses outside. Xiaoya's voice was icy. But I need to survive. What lies below could be an opportunity, or it could be a graveyard for everyone. In a place like this, continuing to wear masks and scheme against each other will only result in being picked off one by one, or freezing to death together. Her gaze swept over Linyu and Atu. Let's cooperate for now. Clear out the trouble at hand and get down there. After that, we each rely on our own abilities. How about it? Silence fell again in the passage, broken only by the approaching footsteps of the two frost bursts and the guttural sounds emanating from their throats, a constant reminder of the impending danger. The timidity on A2's face finally vanished completely. He adjusted his glasses, his eyes behind the lenses gleaming with shrewdness, a calculating light weighing the pros and cons, which ultimately dissolved into a dry laugh. Heh heh. Heh heh. Looks like none of you are exactly benevolent people. Cooperation? Sure. A mutually beneficial arrangement. He glanced at Linyu, a flicker of greed and apprehension deep within his eyes. Linyu slowly straightened up, brushing non-existent dust from his knees. The stiffened coat on his back made a slight crackling sound with his movement. He glanced at Xiaoya's mutated claws, then at A2, and finally at the two approaching monsters ahead. Take care of them first. His voice was calm and even, neither admitting that Yulin was an alias nor responding to the specific terms of the cooperation, but the meaning behind his words was clear. A temporary, fragile alliance, forged amidst mutual ulterior motives, was hastily formed in this chilling passage of death. The fragile alliance had barely been established when the two frostbreakers closed to within 10 meters. Their bulky bodies moved slowly, but each step was heavy and resolute, radiating a deadly chill. Through their translucent, ice-blue bodies, viscous energy flowed slowly, as if ready to explode again at any moment. Don't fight them head-on. They explode? Old Ma shouted urgently, still shaken by the terrifying moment just moments before. Attack the joints. Or the junction of the head and body. That might be their weak point. Linyu said in a deep voice, his Sharingan locked onto the two monsters, rapidly analyzing the energy flow in their body structures. He could see that the ice attribute energy within them was mainly concentrated in the core of their torsos, while the energy in their limbs and necks was relatively thin, and their ice armor seemed even thinner. I tried to interfere with them. At this moment, A2 no longer pretended to be timid, speaking rapidly while quickly removing his backpack and pulling out a palm-sized black device with an antenna and several small, button-like discs. This is a low-frequency sound wave generator, and also miniature electromagnetic pulse patches. They won't be very effective against high-level monsters, but they should be able to interfere with their perception and coordination. As he spoke, he skillfully attached the metal button-like patches to a nearby metal pipe, then quickly pressed them a few times on the black device. Buzz? A low, almost inaudible, yet incredibly irritating buzzing sound instantly spread. The two approaching frostbreakers visibly faltered, their icy eyes seeming to lose focus, swaying erratically from side to side, and their advance slowed. Worked. Old Ma's eyes lit up. Now! Xiaoyi shouted, her figure suddenly moving. No longer the frail, staggering figure she had been before, she moved with ghostly speed. Her feet slammed off the cold metal ground, her body almost skimming the surface, leaving a trail of afterimages, her target the lower body of the frostbreaker on the left, her right hand, a bluish-gray claw with sharp, black nails, lashed out with a fierce, menacing wind, aiming for the back of the monster's knee. That was the relatively weak joint of the ice armor. Crack! A shattering sound rang out. Xiaoya's claws, as if slicing through tofu, had shattered the hard ice armor, embedding themselves deeply within. A dark blue, viscous liquid, like frozen blood, seeped from the tear. A good opportunity. Old Ma, a seasoned veteran, would never miss such a chance. He steadily raised his rifle, abandoning the less powerful sweeping fire, and switching to precise bursts. Bang! 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 3 bullets, like precise scalpels, all struck the exposed area of the neck where Linyu had struck, where the ice armor had already cracked. The bullets pierced the area, splashing more dark blue liquid. The frostbreaker roared even more frantically, its body trembling violently, the icy blue energy within it flickering erratically, seemingly on the verge of self-destruction. Interrupted. Linyu shouted, lunging forward while his right hand feigned a swipe to his waist. He gripped the bloodletter's blade and, with even greater speed, struck the monster's other knee joint. Xiao Yi, sensing his movement, didn't hesitate after tearing open the monster's left knee. In an instant, figures darted through the passage, attacks erupting frequently. Xiao Yi and A2, now exposed, seemed to be deliberately displaying their abilities. Chapter 427. Lin Yu's precise throwing and swift positioning, Xiao Yi's eerie and powerful claw attacks, A2's technical interference, and Lao Ma's steady and deadly marksmanship formed a bizarre synergy. The frost burst on the right, which had been heavily targeted, finally succumbed after suffering repeated neck wounds and a sharp spot on its knee by Lin Yu. Its energy core seemed to be destroyed. It flickered a few times before completely dimming. Its massive body crashed to the ground like a collapsing mountain, transforming into a gradually lifeless ice sculpture without exploding. The monster on the left, whose knee and throat had been severely injured by Xiao Yi, struggled a few times, but Lao Ma seized the opportunity and shot it through the eye socket, rendering it completely still. The battle ended in a dozen seconds. The passage returned to deathly silence, save for the slightly rapid breathing of the four people, the lingering chill in the air, and the faint, strange scent emanating from Xiao Yi's claws. Old Ma stared at the two lifeless ice sculptures on the ground, then at his three teammates beside him, his feelings a complex mix of emotions. His previous teams had always been fairly well coordinated, but none had ever possessed this. This eerie feeling that everyone seemed to be holding back, yet capable of unleashing astonishing combat power at crucial moments. Lin Yu silently walked over, seemingly casually examining the monster's corpse, but in reality, he was using his Sharingan to observe the pattern of its dissipating energy. Xiao Yi slowly retracted her claws, the bluish-gray color and sharp nails receding like a tide, returning to their pale, slender state, though a faint trace of coldness seemed to linger at her fingertips. She leaned against the wall, coughing softly again, as if the thunderous attack had exhausted her strength. A2 quickly retracted his jamming device, his face regaining its harmless, slightly fearful expression. He patted his chest. That was too dangerous. Thankfully, everyone's all right. The brief cooperation had ended, but the crisis of trust among the four hadn't dissipated. Instead, it had deepened due to the glimpses of vulnerability each had revealed. They exchanged glances, their eyes filled with wariness, calculation, and a shared yearning for the unknown existence beneath. With the threat of the frost burster eliminated, the passage was temporarily safe. But the pervasive chill emanating from the depths of the earth seemed to intensify. Every breath felt like swallowing ice shards, a subtle stinging sensation in their lungs. "Keep going," Old Ma broke the silence, his voice trembling slightly from the cold, but his tone remained firm. "We must find a heat source or a safer place as soon as possible." This time, without Lin Yu's guidance, everyone's goal was clear: the heavy, airtight door leading to a deeper, seemingly more technologically advanced area. That was not only a possible path to survival, but also carried the hidden agendas of everyone. The four moved forward along the inspection platform, and soon arrived at the airtight door. The door was cast from a thick alloy, its surface covered with a uniform layer of white frost. In the center was a multifunctional electronic lock panel. The screen was black, with only a single red indicator light flashing faintly and rhythmically beside it, like a cold eye watching intruders. On the wall beside the door was a rusted metal plaque, engraved with Level 2 Access Area Power Core and Deep Circulation System Unauthorized Entry Strictly Prohibited. "This door looks hard to open." Old Ma stepped forward and tried pushing it, but the door wouldn't budge. He then inspected the door lock panel. Besides the numeric keypad, there was a fingerprint scanner and a card slot, a complex structure. A password or an access card is required. All eyes turned to A2. Lin Yu, of course, wouldn't pull out his old, all-purpose fishing key. A2 adjusted his glasses, a mixture of nervousness and excitement on his face. He rubbed his red, frozen hands and stepped forward. I try. This old-fashioned industrial-grade access control system, theoretically, should have backdoors or vulnerabilities. He took off his ever-present, bulging backpack, placed it on the ground, and skillfully opened it. Inside wasn't the food or tools one might expect, but rather various small, sophisticated instruments neatly categorized, neatly wound data cables, adapters for different interfaces, and some electronic components wrapped in waterproof paper, their purpose unclear. He first used a handheld scanner to scan around the door lock panel, seemingly probing the internal circuitry and energy flow. The screen displayed complex circuit diagrams and faint energy signals. The encryption protocol is... A2 muttered under his breath, his eyes focused, his previous timidity and panic completely gone, replaced by a fervent confidence and fascination with the world of technology. He selected a specially made data cable, connecting one end to one of his palm-sized decoders, and carefully threading the other end into a highly concealed maintenance interface beneath the electronic lock panel. This kind of system usually has a hard-coded maintenance password, or it can bypass authorization verification by exploiting a buffer overflow. A2's fingers danced rapidly across the decoder's touch screen, lines of code flowing like a waterfall. A smug smile occasionally appeared on his lips. Clearly, progress was going smoothly. Linyu stood a little further away, seemingly guarding the passage behind, but in reality, his Sharingan was subtly activated, clearly capturing A2's every move, including every subtle change in his facial expression. Radar constantly monitored the surrounding environment, especially the space behind that door. Xiaoyi leaned against the opposite wall, hands in her coat pockets, eyes downcast, seemingly indifferent to A2's actions. But Linyu could sense that her body was subtly tense, like a cheetah poised to strike, ready to deliver a fatal blow at any moment. Old Ma gripped his rifle tightly, vigilantly watching the passageway ahead and behind, especially the direction they had come from, worried that the commotion from the earlier fight might attract more trouble. Time ticked by, and the temperature inside the passage seemed to continue its slow decline. Fine beads of sweat appeared on A2's forehead, a testament to his intense concentration and the complexity of the operation. Suddenly, the decoder beeped softly, the code on the screen stopped scrolling, and the interface switched to green, displaying permission acquisition. "It's done!" A2 exclaimed excitedly, almost jumping for joy. At the same time, the red indicator light beside the airtight door instantly turned a stable green. A low humming sound came from inside the door, the sound of the latch and hydraulic system unlocking. Click. Hiss. Chapter 428. With a sound of compressed gas being released, the heavy alloy airtight door slowly and steadily opened a crack inward. A smell even colder and more stale than inside the passage, mixed with an indescribable odor, like charged ozone, rushed out from the crack. The door was open, however, the instant the door opened, A2's movements were lightning fast. Almost at the same time the green indicator light lit up, he quickly pressed a few buttons on his personal terminal, backing up and encrypting the temporary access key obtained by the decoder. After doing all this, he casually unplugged the data cable, put the decoder back into his backpack, and his face once again wore that slightly ingratiating and lucky smile. It's open. Lucky me, just happened to find a loophole to exploit. He explained to Lao Ma and Linyu, his eyes involuntarily glancing towards the deep, dark door. Linyu took in A2's little actions, a cold smile playing on his lips. This technical expert was clearly up to no good. His backup permissions were obviously for the purpose of gaining sole control of the door in a critical moment, whether to monopolize what lay below or to trap the enemy. Although old Ma didn't understand the technical details, A2's sudden unusual movements and gaze still made him wary. He took a deep breath of the cold, strangely smelly air, steadied his rifle, and said in a low voice, "The door's open. Be alert. Who knows what's waiting for us inside?" The space behind the door was pitch black. The beams of tactical flashlights, when thrust into it, seemed to be swallowed by the darkness, illuminating only a small area near the entrance. The ground no longer seemed to be metal grating, but some kind of non-slip composite material, covered with a strange, almost living, eerie blue moss that was slowly wriggling and growing. The airtight door swung open, revealing a corridor even wider and more oppressive than the upper maintenance passageway. The walls, ceiling, and even the floor of the corridor were covered with a thick layer of pale blue moss, like a velvety carpet. This was the motionless red dot he had been seeing on the radar. The moss wasn't still, it undulated slowly, like breathing, its surface shimmering with a faint phosphorescence, casting an eerie blue halo over the surroundings. The air temperature plummeted, as if he had plunged into the deepest part of an ice cave. It was a profound chill that penetrated clothing and reached the very marrow. Compared to this, the cold in the passageway before was practically warm. Moreover, the stench in the air was even more intense, mixed with the strange, moldy, metallic smell emanating from the moss, making one want to vomit. What the hell is this? A2 instinctively took a half step back, his face showing disgust and wariness. Old Ma carefully shone his flashlight on the nearest patch of moss. The individual mosses were incredibly tiny, densely clustered together, forming a carpet-like structure. Under the light, one could see deeper blue specks of light slowly flowing within them. "Don't touch them," Linyu warned. His Sharingan clearly detected the highly condensed and unstable ice attribute energy contained within the moss. Its structural pattern was somewhat similar to the energy within the frost bursts, only more passive and concealed. As if to confirm his words, Old Ma's gun barrel inadvertently moved slightly closer to the moss on the wall. Just centimeters from the moss suddenly contracted, like a startled hedgehog. Then, with a soft poof, countless fine, bluish-green ice crystals, like an enraged swarm of bees, shot out from the moss's surface, covering a small fan-shaped area. "Watch out!" Old Ma reacted swiftly, pulling his arm back. The ice crystals struck the cold metal door frame and the ground, making a soft clink-clang sound, instantly freezing into a thin layer of ice. One could imagine that if they landed on flesh and blood, they would immediately cause severe frostbite and paralysis. They react to heat and nearby objects. Xiaoye's voice was grave. She clearly also recognized the danger of the moss. "Looks like we can't stay close to the wall." Old Ma, still shaken, carried the rifle further away from the wall. A2 stared at the corridor covered in deadly moss, his eyes darting around. He forced a sincere expression and pointed to the middle, saying, "Go down the middle. Look, the moss on this path seems thinner and lighter in color, probably less active. Let's go quickly, try not to linger, it should be fine." The path he pointed to did indeed appear to have a thinner moss cover. You could even see the color of the ground underneath. Compared to the thick blue carpet of other areas, it looked as if it had been regularly cleaned by something. Lin Yu's radar scanned the path. Deep within the thick moss on either side of the path, red dots were slightly moving and vaguely pointing upwards. Something was wrong. Lin Yu's inner alarm bells rang slightly. A2's helpful suggestion of a safe path was suspicious. But he didn't immediately expose him. He wanted to see what tricks A2 was up to, and also used this opportunity to further assess Xiaoye's attitude and strength. "Let's go in the middle, hurry up." Old Ma didn't suspect anything, or rather, in the current situation, he had no better choice. He took a deep breath, and took the lead on the seemingly safe path. Lin Yu and Xiaoye exchanged a glance, both seeing a hint of wariness in each other's eyes. Xiaoye nodded almost imperceptibly, indicating that she understood. The two followed Old Ma, one after the other. A2 deliberately lagged behind, a sly smile of smug satisfaction on his face. His right hand stealthily reached into his pocket, grasping the personal terminal that had backed up access control permissions, while his left hand reached for a button in his backpack. The four of them quickly moved forward along the safe path in the middle of the corridor. The moss underfoot was indeed thin and soft, giving it a strange feel. The thick, dark blue moss on the walls seemed to writhe slightly, exuding a chilling malice. Just as Lin Yu and Xiaoye reached the middle of the corridor, and Lao Ma was about to reach another door at the end, ATU, lagging behind, a fierce glint in his eyes, suddenly pressed a button on his personal terminal in his pocket. At the same time, the remote control hidden in his backpack in his left hand was also triggered. Buzz! A low vibration came from above the corridor. Directly above the path, the areas on the ceiling that had been covered in thick moss, appearing to be ordinary light fixtures or ventilation vents, were suddenly shaken open by some force. Chapter 429. Several bowl-sized, eerie blue crystalline nozzles, hidden beneath, were revealed. Puff! 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 Giving no time to react, the crystalline nozzles suddenly spewed out large amounts of thick, shimmering blue mist-like spores. These spores didn't spread in a fan shape like the previous ice mist. Instead, they seemed alive, primarily enveloping Lin Yu and Xiaoye, who were walking in the middle. The spore mist was extremely dense, instantly engulfing the two figures. "Watch out!" Old Ma heard the noise and turned around, only to see a churning blue spore mist containing terrifying freezing energy, and cried out in alarm. Taking advantage of the chaos caused by the spore mist eruption, A2, a triumphant grin on his face, retreated like a cat, raising his personal terminal to try and close the airtight door they had entered through, trapping Lin Yu and Xiaoye completely in the moss-covered, deadly spore-filled corridor. "Ha ha ha. Lin Yu. Your bounty, I accept." A2 finally dropped all pretense, laughing maniacally. However, his laughter abruptly ceased, because from the dense blue spore mist, impenetrable even by flashlight beams, did not come the screams or sounds of instant freezing he had anticipated. Instead, a chilling, violent aura, like a beast dormant for millennia, slowly awakened. The triumphant grin on A2's face, before it could fully bloom, froze instantly, as if sealed in ice. The scene he had envisioned, Lin Yu and Xiaoye being devoured by the deadly spores, instantly frozen to death, or screaming in agony, did not occur. The dense, impenetrable spore mist, shimmering with an ominous blue light, churned and contracted violently, as if a living thing were brewing within, as if some unspeakable upheaval was brewing within. There were no screams, no cracking sounds of ice crystals forming, only a suffocating, eerie silence. Then, an indescribable aura emanated from the center of the spore mist. It wasn't simply cold, it was a deeper, more ancient, chilling pressure, a mixture of death and tenacious vitality, like a ferocious beast slumbering beneath millennia-old ice, now opening its scarlet eyes. Ugh! A non-human roar, filled with pain and violence, shattered the silence. This sound was completely unlike Shuya's previous weak female voice. It was more like the roar of a ferocious beast. The churning spore mist was forcibly torn apart from within by a tremendous force. A figure staggered out of the mist. It was Shuya. But now, she was completely different from her previous sickly and pale appearance. Her body seemed to have grown slightly taller. Her once-fitting cotton clothes were stretched, taut by her suddenly swollen muscles, making a tearing sound, as if she couldn't bear the weight. Her exposed skin was no longer the sickly paleness or the bluish gray of when she used her claws, but covered with a dense layer of dark blue scales that shimmered with a cold, metallic light. Her hands had completely transformed into claws covered with the same scales, their sharp, hook-like points radiating a chilling light. What was most unsettling was her face. Her cheekbones were prominent, her muzzle protruded slightly, her teeth became sharp and long, and her eyes turned into vertical pupils like those of a reptile, burning with the flames of rage and pain. She was enveloped in a strange aura, a mixture of putridity and icy coldness, now several times stronger, forming an almost tangible pressure. The blue spores drifting in the air, upon approaching within a certain range of her body, seemed to encounter their nemesis, losing their activity and turning into ordinary ice crystal dust that drifted down. However, her state was clearly extremely unstable. Beneath her dark blue scales, icy blue energy seemed to be surging wildly, violently clashing with her body. She let out a painful roar, her claws tearing frantically at the surrounding air, as if battling something within her. Her reason seemed to be being devoured by bestiality. Monster! Monster! A2 was terrified by this sudden change, instinctively screaming and retreating, almost dropping his personal terminal. Almost simultaneously with Xiaoye's transformation, the spore mist where Lin Yu was also stirred. Unlike Xiaoye, he didn't force his way through the spore mist, but instead adopted a different method. The instant the spores erupted, Lin Yu's Sharingan detected the intense active energy and freezing aura contained within them. He immediately deduced that simple physical defense or evasive maneuvers would be ineffective. These spores seemed capable of actively attaching and penetrating. In a flash, he made a bold decision, to use this as a pretext to see if there was anyone else behind this too. He took a deep breath, then held it. The meager yet pure yang release chakra within him surged wildly at an unprecedented speed, mixing with his own immense life force, no longer confined to the surface of his body, but rapidly spreading outwards. Layers of plant vines instantly unfurled around him, covering a small area, just about half a meter around his body. This was the wood release, wood ingot wall. At the same time, the fibrous structure of his vine underwear became even looser and more porous, as if it had lost its vitality. The next moment, a thick mist of blue spores completely engulfed him. To outsiders, after Lin Yu was engulfed by the spores, his movements instantly became stiff and sluggish. He let out a suppressed groan. As if in extreme pain, his body trembled violently, and then with a thud, he collapsed to his knees, clutching his throat tightly with both hands. His head drooped low, and his entire body was covered in a rapidly solidifying layer of blue-white frost, as if he would be frozen into an ice sculpture at any moment. It had worked. Seeing Lin Yu's miserable state, A2, after recovering from his initial shock, was overjoyed. Although Xiaoye's transformation was unexpected, as long as his main target, Lin Yu, was affected, his plan was more than half successful. He ignored Xiaoye, who was screaming and tearing at himself in agony, and didn't even care that he had already rushed to the end of the corridor. Old Ma, who had been staring in disbelief at the sudden turn of events, suddenly felt a fierce glint in his eyes, as his fingers flew across his personal terminal. He was about to immediately close the airtight door he had used to enter, trapping these two troublemakers inside. However, just as his fingertips were about to touch the lock command, another change occurred. Lin Yu, who seemed to have been infected by the spores, and was on the verge of freezing to death, suddenly raised his head. The frost covering his face was instantly shattered into powder by an invisible force. His exposed eyes were as calm as an ancient, icy pool, and within his deep pupils, a pair of tomos slowly rotated, coldly locking onto A2. There was no trace of pain or stiffness left. What? A2's pupils contracted sharply, his mind went blank, completely unable to comprehend what was happening before his eyes. Chapter 430. In that instant, Xiaoye, who had been roaring in agony, seemed to be stimulated by Lin Yu's sudden outburst of energy, or rather, the violent power within her finally found an outlet. Her reptilian vertical pupils abruptly turned towards the two, filled with pure, all-consuming killing intent. Roar! She let out a deafening roar, her feet covered in dark cyan scales slamming into the ground, instantly cracking the hard earth. Her body transformed into a dark cyan lightning bolt, no longer attacking Lin Yu, but instead charging towards A2, who was still trying to operate the terminal, with a ferocious momentum capable of tearing everything apart. Her speed exceeded the limits of what the naked eye could perceive. A2 only felt a gust of evil wind rush towards him, the shadow of death like ice water poured over his head, instantly engulfing him. He had no time to make any move. Effective dodges or defensive maneuvers were futile. He could only watch helplessly as the scaly, gleaming claw rapidly enlarged before his eyes. The dark cyan claw, accompanied by a piercing shriek that tore through the air, aimed directly at A2's face. The terrifying power contained within it was enough to shred even alloy like paper. A2 was terrified. His survival instinct overwhelmed everything. He no longer cared about locking the airtight door. His right hand, gripping his personal terminal, instinctively blocked forward, while his left hand swiftly pulled a short stick, about half a meter long, crackling with unstable electricity, from the side pocket of his backpack. High-voltage shock barrel, blue quality. ZZZZT. A blinding blue arc of electricity erupted from the tip of the shock bar, stabbing fiercely toward Xiao Ye's mutated abdomen. However, Xiao Ye's current state was extremely strange. The defensive power of those dark cyan scales far exceeded expectations. The high-voltage arc struck the scales, only sending up a trail of tiny sparks and crackling sounds, failing to cause any effective paralysis or damage. Instead, it seemed to further enrage her. Swoosh! The claws sliced through without resistance. Ah! A2 let out a piercing scream. His right arm, used for blocking, from elbow to shoulder, was severed cleanly by Xiao Ye's claws, like a hot knife through butter. The severed arm, clutching his personal terminal and spraying a puff of warm blood, spun and crashed into the moss on the nearby wall, instantly covered and frozen by the spray of ice crystal needles. The intense pain nearly made A2 faint, but being an experienced bounty hunter, he endured the agony, using the impact of the severed arm to roll wildly backward, while his left hand flailing wildly with his stun baton, trying to stop Xiao Ye's further pursuit. Xiao Ye's claw strike crippled A2's arm, seemingly releasing some of her frenzied killing intent, but the madness in her vertical pupils remained undiminished. She growled, seemingly fixated on A2 as her provocateur, and pounced on all fours like a wild beast. Faster and more ferocious. Just then, Lin Yu, who had been kneeling, moved. He slid out from the edge of the still lingering spore mist like a ghost, his movements fluid and swift, showing no sign of being frozen. He didn't even glance at the crazed A2 and Xiao Yi. His gaze was fixed on the severed arm lying against the wall, covered in ice crystals, and the personal terminal clutched tightly in its hand. His goal remained clear, to control the situation and seize the key item. However, although A2 was severely injured, he hadn't completely lost his fighting ability. As he frantically retreated to dodge Xia's attacks, he caught a glimpse of Lin Yu's movements out of the corner of his eye, and his heart pounded with shock and rage. Trying to get away with this? Dream on! A2 roared, his intact left hand swiftly pulling a fist-sized, silver-white metal ball from his backpack and slamming it into the ground in front of Lin Yu. A 1889 shock bomb modified, blue quality. Boom! A deafening roar, far exceeding that of an ordinary grenade, erupted in the narrow corridor. The terrifying sound wave and shockwaves spread wildly in all directions, like a tangible tsunami. Xiuya, who was attacking, was hit hard. The sudden, massive sound wave and shockwave jolted her, causing her to freeze in place. She let out a painful roar, her scaly head shaking violently, her attack thwarted. Old Ma, at the end of the corridor, also felt his eardrums ringing, his blood churning, and he nearly lost his footing. The moment A2 pulled out the metal sphere, Lin Yu's Sharingan detected the highly compressed, unstable energy within it. His forward momentum abruptly halted. He slammed his feet into the ground, his body flying backward as if weightless, while simultaneously protecting his head with his hands. The shockwave, carrying shattered moss and ice crystals, slammed into his arms and torso with a dull thud. However, his internal strength was immense, and his lower body extremely stable. He was only pushed backward a few meters before regaining his footing, unharmed. However, the purpose of this specially designed stun grenade had been achieved, successfully hindering Lin Yu's attempt to seize the terminal, and further stimulating Xiao Yi, who was already in a berserk state. Roar! Xiao Yi completely lost her last shred of reason, only pure destructive desire remained in her vertical pupils. She no longer differentiated her targets, rather, the one closest to her, ATU, who had just created a huge commotion, became her sole target. Abandoning all technique, she pounced on ATU like a mad tiger, his movements slowed by his severed arm and the stun grenade. Claws, bites, she attacked in the most primal, savage way. ATU was terrified, futilely waving his stun gun with his still functioning left hand while desperately trying to escape, attempting to create distance. He was filled with regret. If he had known these two were both monstrous, he would never have chosen to attack in this confined space. Yu Lin. Help me. Save me. I know I was wrong. I don't want the reward. Everything below is yours. ATU desperately pleaded towards Lin Yu, desperately trying to divert the trouble or find a way to survive, while clinging to the attacks that nearly disemboweled him. Lin Yu coldly watched this dog-eat-dog scene unfold, showing no intention of intervening. He didn't know he was wrong, he knew he was about to die. He slowly moved, adjusting his position, his gaze still locked on the severed arm and the terminal, while the radar closely monitored the situation behind the door at the end of the corridor and the status of the huge red dot deep underground. Old Ma looked at the completely out-of-control scene, his face extremely grim. He picked up his rifle, wanting to help, but unsure who to help, or rather, who to shoot. Xiao Yi was clearly incapable of distinguishing friend from foe. A2 had only himself to blame, and Lin Yu. He realized he couldn't see through this young man at all. Yu Lin. What do we do now? Old Ma could only place his hopes on the seemingly calmest Lin Yu. Chapter 431. Lin Yu didn't answer. His Sharingan suddenly caught a glimpse of a desperate, ruthless glint in ATU's eyes, as he was forced into a corner of the corridor by Shuya, his back about to slam into the thick moss. ATU's undamaged left hand abruptly ripped open his shirt, revealing a palm-sized, flat device flashing a rapid red light against his chest. A 1889 portable high-energy explosive, purple quality. Let's die together. ATU's face contorted, letting out a desperate and frantic roar, his finger slamming onto the detonation button. He actually wanted to detonate the explosives on his body, dragging everyone down with him. ATU's action of pressing the detonation button on his chest was as clear as slow motion under the Sharingan's dynamic vision. Lin Yu's pupils contracted slightly. He hadn't expected ATU to. This decisive and ruthless act, after losing an arm and being severely injured, driven to the brink of despair, he chose self-destruction without hesitation. In this narrow corridor, once the high-energy explosives detonated, the resulting shockwave and shrapnel would be enough to engulf everyone. Even with his physical prowess, he would be unlikely to escape. He absolutely cannot be allowed to detonate. In a flash, Lin Yu made his move. Shrinking the earth to an inch, his figure blurred instantly, and in the next instant, he appeared beside A2 like a ghost. The 50-meter limit seemed more than enough at this moment. This wasn't speed, but a near-space jumping displacement. A2 only felt a blur before his eyes, and Lin Yu was already inches away. His finger, which was pressing the detonation button, hadn't even fully landed yet. What? A2 was horrified. He couldn't comprehend how Lin Yu had done it. Lin Yu's position was extremely cunning, perfectly positioned between A2 and the frantically attacking Xiao Yi. He didn't hesitate for a moment. Crack! A crisp sound of bone breaking rang out. A2's left wrist bent at an unnatural angle, the excruciating pain causing him to let out a piercing scream. His movement towards the detonation button froze, his hand contorted. Almost simultaneously, the crazed Xiao Yi pounced. Her scaly claws, carrying destructive power, viciously clawed towards Lin Yu's back, who was standing between them. In her chaotic perception, anything that stood between her and her prey became a target. Lin Yu seemed to be behind her. With a swift movement, just as it shattered A2's wrist, Xiao Ye's body twisted eerily to the side as if boneless. Xiao Ye's claws, accompanied by a gust of wind, grazed A2's ribs and viciously gripped his back. Precisely A2's chest, stiffened by the excruciating pain in his wrist. Thud. The claws pierced A2's flesh without resistance, emerging from his back. Warm blood and fragments of shattered internal organs dripped from the dark blue claw tips. A2's body stiffened abruptly, his eyes widening in extreme pain, disbelief, and a hint of relief. He opened his mouth, as if to say something, but only mouthfuls of blood and fragments of internal organs gushed out. The red glowing detonator was also completely destroyed by this claw, its red light dimming. Xiao Ye's claws abruptly retracted, bringing with them a large clump of flesh and blood. A2's corpse slumped limply to the ground, blood rapidly spreading and freezing on the cold earth. After killing ATU, the rage in Xiuya's vertical pupils seemed to subside slightly, but it was still full of danger and instability. She jerked her head, her scaly face contorted, blood-stained claws raised, and her cold, vertical pupils fixed on Lin Yu, who was inches away. A threatening growl escaped her throat. Lin Yu slowly turned around, meeting her gaze. His expression was calm, his Sharingan eyes slowly rotating, his inner power silently gathering. He didn't want to fight this strangely behaving Xiao Yi to the death, but if she insisted on attacking, he wouldn't hold back. Just then, the tightly closed door at the end of the corridor, seemingly requiring higher authority, suddenly slid open a crack with a soft hiss. A more intense, purer chill surged out from behind the door like a tidal wave. This chill seemed to stimulate Xiao Yi. Her body trembled violently, the dark blue scales covering her began to flicker erratically, and she emitted a painful hiss, as if the two forces within her were clashing even more violently. She stopped looking at Lin Yu, and abruptly turned to the open door. On all fours, as if drawn by a powerful force, she roared and charged inside. Lin Yu's gaze sharpened. Without hesitation, he flashed forward and followed closely behind. Seeing this, Old Ma gritted his teeth and, rifle in hand, followed. Behind the door was a massive, spacious circular space, as wide as a stadium. This seemed to be the true heart of the entire pumping station. The power room and main water circulation center. At the center of the space was a huge circular cooling pool, over 50 meters in diameter. The water in the pool wasn't completely frozen, instead, it was a viscous, dark blue, like mercury, with a visible white mist rising from its surface. Around the pool were countless enormous metal pipes, inscribed with runes that had long since faded and become indistinct. Like the gnarled roots of a giant tree, they plunged deep into the unknown darkness at the bottom of the pool, or like a network of blood vessels, connecting the entire pumping station and pumping waves of deadly cold to every part of it. The most striking feature wasn't the eerie pool itself, but rather a colossal figure standing not far from the entrance. It was a gigantic corpse, 3.5 meters tall, entirely composed of a deep blue, crystalline, millennia-old ice mass. It possessed a roughly humanoid outline, but the details were rough and primal, as if sculpted by the whims of nature, brimming with savagery and power. Its body wasn't entirely solid. Through the deep ice, one could vaguely see swirling, nebulous vortexes of compressed, icy blue energy emanating a chilling aura. Its arms were exceptionally long and thick. When they hung down, the icy fingertips almost touched the ground. These weren't hands, but two constantly growing, shattering, and reforming aggregates of sharp ice shards, like two giant ice hammers ready to devour their prey. The moment Lin Yu and his companions burst in, the leader-level ice corpse's head, devoid of facial features, and consisting only of two deep icy caverns, seemed to be drawn towards them by invisible threads. A chilling aura, 100 times stronger than that of the frost burster, condensed and almost tangible, crashed down like an invisible iceberg, making even the blood feel thick and heavy. Old Ma, merely touching this chill, felt as if his heart were being gripped by a giant, icy hand. His breathing stopped, his blood flow plummeted, and his thoughts became sluggish. He groaned, almost collapsing to his knees, only managing to hold on thanks to his tenacious willpower and the basic resistance granted by his physical attributes. Chapter 432. Lin Yu's pupils also contracted slightly. This was definitely a true leader-level being, perhaps even touching the threshold of an even higher level. The power within his body instinctively accelerated, activating the passive effects of undying body and life's blessing to their fullest extent, resisting this terrifying chill. At the same time, his radar quickly scanned the entire core hall, confirming that apart from this huge red dot, there was nothing else. This reassured him somewhat. It seemed the key lay with the guard himself. In the arena, the balance of power was first broken by Xiuya, whose state was the most unstable. Upon entering this space, and sensing the vast and pure ice attribute energy of the ice skeleton guardian, as well as the ancient chill emanating from the cooling pool, a chill seemingly of the same origin, her own rage seemed to be fatally drawn in. The pain and chaos in her reptilian vertical pupils were overwhelmed by a pure, almost instinctive greed. Roar! She let out a roar that was no longer one of pain, but one filled with desire and predatory lust. Her body, covered in dark blue scales, lowered slightly, her muscles tense, like a cheetah poised to pounce, her target the ice skeleton guardian radiating the most intense ice attribute energy. In her chaotic perception, devouring this powerful energy source might quell the conflict within her, and even make her stronger. The ice skeleton guardian's icy gaze instantly locked onto Xiuya, whose aura was the most violent, and whose provocation was the most intense. Its massive body moved not clumsily, but with a heavy and unstoppable sense of oppression, Like the movement of a glacier, it took heavy steps, causing the ground to tremble slightly and condense into new layers of ice, launching the first attack on Xiuya. The battle erupted instantly. Xiuya landed on all fours, stomping her foot hard on the ground. Her dark blue figure transformed into a bolt of lightning, not charging in a straight line, but circling around to the side of the ice skeleton guardian in a strange arc, her claws aimed straight for its relatively slender knee joint. The ice skeleton guardian reacted extremely quickly, its thick ice crystal arm, accompanied by a fierce wind, sweeping out like a battering ram to block Xiuya's attack route. Clang! Claws and ice arms collided fiercely again. The ear-piercing impact mingled with flying ice shards. Xiuya's strength was ultimately inferior, and she was once again thrown backward, but this time she was prepared. She nimbly adjusted her posture in midair, landing several meters away. Her claws carved deep marks into the ground, and her dark blue scales swirled with cold air, yet she was not injured like before. The Ice Guardian, having repelled Xiuya with its attack, didn't pause. Its other massive arm rose, clenching in midair. Crack! 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 Dozens of meter-long, incredibly sharp, dark blue icicles instantly coalesced before it, like arrows fired from an invisible crossbow, whistling through the air as they rained down on Xiuya, who had just landed, like a hailstorm. Xiuya's pupils constricted. The dark blue figure flashed and dodged rapidly within the icicle storm, its claws flashing to block and shatter the icicles aimed at her vitals. However, many icicles still grazed her body, and several even embedded themselves deeply in the ground around her, instantly freezing a patch of icy thorns. Her space to dodge was rapidly compressed. Her situation was extremely precarious. Lin Yu watched the scene with icy eyes, his mind racing. Xiao Yi alone had no chance of defeating this ice skeleton guardian with its own slowing aura. And if Xiao Yi were to perish, the pressure of facing this monster alone would increase exponentially. Old Ma was almost negligible. He had to intervene. But how? A direct confrontation was unwise. His gaze swept quickly across the entire hall, his Sharingan tracking the ice skeleton guardian's energy flow and any potential points of interest in the surrounding environment. The thick pipes, the eerie pool of water, and his gaze finally settled on the ice skeleton guardian's core chest area, constantly flowing with energy, and its arms, resembling aggregates of ice crystals, seemingly responsible for energy output and shaping. Perhaps that was the weakness. Old Ma. Distracted. Attack its arm joint. Lin Yu shouted in a deep voice, his body darting out like a cheetah. He didn't charge directly at the ice bone guardian, but instead, using the thick pipes as cover, he quickly maneuvered along the edge of the hall, aiming directly at the ice bone guardian's flank and rear. Hearing Lin Yu's command, Old Ma, enduring his discomfort, raised his rifle, took a deep breath of the icy air, and aimed intently at the joint between the ice bone guardian's constantly waving, condensing ice shards, and its right arm. The ice layer there seemed slightly thinner. Rat-a-tat-tat. Rat-a-tat-tat. He pulled the trigger, firing precise bursts. The bullets struck the ice armor, leaving only white dots and ice shards, unable to penetrate the defenses, but the impact and sound of consecutive hits in the same area clearly had a disruptive effect. The speed at which the ice guardian condensed ice shards seemed to pause slightly. It was this instantaneous interference. Xiao Yi, struggling to withstand the ice storm, felt a sudden relief. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, she let out a sharp screech, no longer passively dodging, but instead lunging forward. Her dark cyan figure moved like a ghost, gliding along the ground, her claws no longer targeting the knee joint, but instead viciously grabbing at the ankle of the Ice Guardian's supporting leg. At this moment, Lin Yu had also circled around to the Ice Guardian's side and rear. His eyes swirled rapidly with his twin Tomo, locked onto an area below the Ice Guardian's shoulder blade on its back, where the energy flow seemed slightly stagnant. He clenched his right fist, his entire body, like a fully drawn bow, and with a sudden burst of power, his body shot out like an arrow, his fist striking the predicted weak point, Lin Yu's advance. Silent yet swift as lightning. He concealed his aura to the extreme, and only when the fist's force was almost upon the Ice Guardian, did it suddenly sense the deadly threat from behind. Its massive body couldn't turn around in time, and could only instantly gather most of its energy to its back, attempting to withstand the attack. At the same time, its right arm, which was gathering ice shards to attack Xiao Yi, inevitably slowed down. Boom! Lin Yu's punch, imbued with all his strength, struck the Ice Guardian's back where the energy was slightly stagnant, like a meteor impact. A violent burst of power erupted instantly. The hard, dark blue ice armor emitted a grating, teeth-grinding cracking sound as it shattered under the strain. Centered on the fist, spiderweb-like cracks instantly spread a foot in diameter. Ice shards shot outwards, like an explosion. Roar! Chapter 433. The Ice Corpse Guardian let out its most painful and furious roar since the start of the war. Its massive body staggered forward, the point on its back where it had been struck clearly denting its ice armor, and the icy blue energy flowing within became chaotic and dimmed. Lin Yu's long-prepared, targeted attack had obviously inflicted considerable damage. However, the vitality of a leader-level monster far exceeded expectations. He had been careless. Perhaps if he had used the Bloodletter's blade, this ice corpse would already be dead. Despite this severe blow, the Ice Bone Guardian didn't collapse. Instead, it was enraged beyond measure. It forcibly steadied itself, its right arm, which had been momentarily slowed, ignoring Xiao Yi and swinging backward at an unnatural angle. The sharp icicles at the end of its arm, like an out-of-control spiked club, carrying the chilling power to freeze everything and the force to shatter mountains, slammed into Lin Yu, who hadn't had time to retreat. This attack, fueled by rage, was incredibly fast and covered a vast area. Lin Yu had just unleashed a full-force attack. His old strength was exhausted, and new strength hadn't yet been generated. He was about to be struck by this terrifying icy giant arm. With the power contained within it, even with his physique, he would definitely be either dead or crippled. At this critical moment, Xiao Yi, who had seized the opportunity to attack the Ice Bone Guardian's ankle earlier, although her claw only shattered the surface ice and failed to inflict decisive damage, successfully diverted some of the Ice Bone Guardian's lower body attention. At this moment, seeing Lin Yu in danger, a fleeting hesitation flashed in her vertical pupils, quickly replaced by a purer, more intense desire for the Ice Bone Guardian energy source. She needed Lin Yu, this powerful ally, to share the burden and hunt down this prey together. Roar! She let out a piercing shriek, no longer attacking the ankle, but instead launching her entire body skyward like a cannonball. The bluish-gray light on her dark cyan claws suddenly intensified, as if a layer of cold flame were burning. She poured all her strength, including a portion of the unstable energy within her, into this single strike, aiming directly at the exposed, unprotected armpit area of the Ice Skeleton Guardian caused by its swinging attack on Lin Yu. A diversionary tactic. Xiao Ye's claws, like red-hot knives piercing ice, tore through the energy shield there even more easily than Lin Yu's fist, deeply embedding themselves in the Ice Skeleton Guardian's armpit. Dark blue, liquid ice-like energy blood instantly spurted out. Ack! The Ice Skeleton Guardian let out a far more agonizing howl than when its back was injured. The armpit seemed. This was a crucial juncture in its energy flow. Xiuya's attack, imbued with special power, had clearly caused more severe internal damage than Lin Yu's previous punch. The power and speed of its massive icy arm, swinging towards Lin Yu, were suddenly reduced. An opportunity! A glint flashed in Lin Yu's eyes. His Sharingan precisely captured this fleeting opening. He took a deep breath, his internal power erupting once more. He stomped his feet on the ground, not dodging backward, but sliding like a fish along the underside of the weakened icy arm. The icy blades grazed his scalp, the resulting frost covering his hair, but he had narrowly escaped this fatal blow. A narrow escape. Lin Yu landed, without pausing, once again creating distance between himself and the Ice Guardian. His chest heaved slightly, and fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, instantly freezing into ice crystals. After landing a successful attack, Xiuya immediately used the momentum to leap backward, landing some distance away, panting heavily. The claw that had attacked under her armpit was now covered with a thick layer of eerie blue ice crystals, which were spreading rapidly, as if the Ice Bone Guardian's blood possessed a strong freezing property. She growled, mobilizing the strange power within her to fight back, her dark blue scales flickering. The Ice Bone Guardian had suffered repeated injuries, especially the one under its armpit, which severely hampered its movement. Its massive body turned noticeably slower, and its arm swings were no longer as sharp as before. The cracks on its back and the wound under its armpit, from which blue energy blood continuously seeped, indicated that its condition was declining. But it still did not fall. Its leader-level dignity and its immense energy sustained it. Its icy gaze swept back and forth between Xiuya and Lin Yu, filled with violence and hatred. It ceased its large-scale offensive and instead adopted a defensive stance, its body radiating an intense chill, seemingly brewing something, or perhaps healing its injuries? The atmosphere in the hall grew even more tense. Their brief alliance had yielded results, but it had also drained both sides of considerable physical and mental energy. Xiao Ye's condition was unstable, Lin Yu needed to catch his breath, and the Ice Skeleton Guardian, though wounded, was not dead. The three parties were once again locked in a stalemate, but this time, the balance was more delicate. Lin Yu and Xiao Yi both knew that without completely eliminating this guardian, no one could approach the alluring cooling pool, let alone explore its secrets. The ice skeleton guardian, on the other hand, viewed them as intruders who had to be eliminated. The chilling standoff lasted less than 10 seconds before being broken by the ice skeleton guardian. It seemed to realize that delay was detrimental. The constantly draining energy and worsening injuries were weakening its core. Its icy gaze first locked onto Xiao Yi, whose condition was relatively worse, and who was struggling to dispel the frozen flesh from her arm. Clearly, it considered this little bug, which had damaged a critical point, a greater threat, and had to be eliminated first. Buzz! A deep buzzing sound emanated from the ice skeleton guardian, and the eerie blue light on its massive body suddenly became blinding. The temperature in the hall plummeted again. Even the surfaces of the thick metal pipes instantly froze into thick, armor-like layers of ice. It didn't move, but instead slammed its massive icy arms into the ground. Crack! 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 A chilling sound of shattering echoed like a tidal wave. Centered on the ice skeleton guardian, the hard concrete floor cracked inch by inch like fragile glass. Countless thick flashing ice spikes, gleaming with a chilling blue light, spread like a wildly growing forest of thorns toward Xia at an alarming speed, thrusting forward. Their reach was so vast that they almost completely covered her possible escape route. This was the ice skeleton guardian's area of effect killing move. Clearly, it was willing to pay any price to eliminate a threat first. Xia's pupils reflected the rapidly spreading deathly ice spikes. Sensing a deadly threat, she let out a sharp screech, the unstable power within her fully activated by the impending death. Beneath the dark blue scales, a bluish-gray light flickered violently like breathing. She no longer tried to dispel the freeze on her arms, but instead forcefully channeled that cold, alien power into her legs. Chapter 434. Bang! A shallow crater exploded beneath her feet, and her figure transformed into a nearly blurry streak of dark blue light, not moving backward, but rather charging forward into the spreading forest of ice spikes with an extremely eerie, serpentine trajectory. She weaved through the gaps in the ice spikes, each step a precarious gait, landing precariously on the incompletely raised sections or sides of the spikes, her movements incredibly dangerous, as if dancing on a knife's edge. However, the ice spikes spread too quickly and over too wide a range. Even with her current burst of speed, she couldn't completely avoid them. Sizzle! A suddenly protruding ice spike grazed her side, tearing a gash in her tough scales, and the dark red blood that had just seeped out was instantly frozen. More ice spikes closed in behind her, sealing off her escape route. She was trapped in the rapidly closing ice spike forest, her situation extremely critical. At this critical moment, Lin Yu moved. He had been waiting for an opportunity, waiting for the ice skeleton guardian to focus its attention on one direction, revealing an opening. And now, that was the time. The ice skeleton guardian had unleashed such a wide-range spell. Its energy must have been severely depleted, and its body was in a relatively static casting state, especially its arms, pierced into the ground, and the core area of its chest, where energy fluctuations were abnormally violent due to the spell. Lin Yu's figure flashed out from behind a thick pipe, like a ghost. He held nothing back, pushing his speed to the limit, like a falcon flying close to the ground. Pouncing straight at the ice skeleton guardian's back, his target was still the spot he had previously punched, cracking it. At the same time, he shouted at Old Ma, who was blocked by ice spikes. Old Ma! Shoot it in the eye! Disrupt it! Old Ma, now desperate, knew this was a crucial moment. He endured his almost frozen body, raised his rifle, aimed at the eye socket of the ice-bone guardian, which was constantly flashing with a ghostly blue light, and pulled the trigger. Bang! 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 The bullet struck the hard edge of the ice cave, scattering strings of ice shards. Although it couldn't cause any real damage, the continuous impact and sound clearly interfered with the ice-bone guardian's perception and energy concentration. Its massive body swayed slightly. At this moment, Lin Yu had once again charged to the back of the ice skeleton guardian. This time, he didn't use his fists. His right hand swept to his waist, and the bloodletter's blade, its hideous dark red blade, instantly appeared. A bloodthirsty and violent aura spread out, contrasting sharply with the extreme cold surrounding them. Power slash. Lin Yu roared inwardly, actively activating the greatsword's special effect. He felt a surge of heat flow from his arm into the blade, and on the dark red blade, a barely perceptible layer of blood-red light, seemingly capable of tearing through space, flashed by. He gripped the sword with both hands, concentrating all his strength, and the extreme armor-piercing effect of power cut at the tip of the blade, and thrust it fiercely into the already cracked weak point of the back. Thud. This time, it wasn't the muffled sound of ice shards flying, but a heart-stopping tearing sound like a red-hot iron rod piercing through ice and snow. The terrifying sharpness of the bloodletter's blade, combined with the armor-piercing effect of power cut, pierced through the already damaged ice armor almost without resistance, deeply penetrating the energy core of the Ice-Bone Guardian. Roar! The Ice-Bone Guardian let out an unprecedented, earth-shattering roar, filled with pain and despair. Its arms, embedded in the ground, jerked out, attempting to turn and attack Linyu, but its movements became incredibly stiff and slow. The wounds inflicted by the bloodletter's blade did not gush forth large amounts of energy blood. Instead, the flow seemed to be suppressed by some force. Furthermore, a strange bleeding effect began to take effect, continuously eroding its energy source and preventing its repair. The blinding, eerie blue light surrounding it seemed. The light flickered violently, like a faulty light bulb. The sprawling forest of ice spikes instantly ceased its growth, even showing signs of collapse. Trapped in the center of the ice spikes, Shiya felt a sudden relief from the pressure. Seizing this opportunity, she let out a cathartic roar, her claws lashing out wildly, shattering the unstable ice spikes around her, carving a path through the death trap. The Ice Skeleton Guardian was severely wounded, falling into an unprecedented state of weakness. The Ice Skeleton Guardian's massive body trembled violently, like a candle flickering in the wind. At the wound on its back pierced by the bloodletter's blade, dark red energy clashed and annihilated with ghostly blue ice energy, emitting a hissing, teeth-grinding sound. The tear-wound effect was relentlessly stripping it of its life force, destroying the energy structure upon which it depended for survival. Within its icy, cavernous eye sockets, the light rapidly dimmed. Its attempts to gather energy to fight back or repair its wounds were thwarted by the eerie bleeding effect and the internal energy conflict. Its arm movements became weak and feeble, even maintaining its stance proved exceptionally difficult. After landing a successful strike, Linyu immediately retreated, cautiously observing the Ice-Bone Guardian's condition. He knew that a cornered beast would fight to the death, especially a leader like this. Its final counterattack was often the most terrifying. He gripped the bloodletter's blade tightly, his Sharingan locked onto his opponent, guarding against any possible movement. Xiaoyi burst out of the collapsing ice spike forest, looking rather disheveled. Her wound on her side was frozen, and her claws were covered in thick ice crystals, but the frenzied fighting spirit in her vertical pupils remained undiminished. She also sensed the Ice-Bone Guardian's weakness, a perception born of instinct. She growled, not immediately advancing, but instead circling the sluggish guardian, searching for an opportunity for a final blow. Old Ma also stopped firing, nervously watching the giant slowly crumbling like a mountain in the arena, his palms sweating profusely as he gripped his gun. Roar! The Ice Skeleton Guardian let out a low, resentful wail. Its body, constructed of solid ice, began to crack extensively, like a spiderweb, from the wound pierced by the bloodletter's blade. The cracks spread rapidly throughout its body, as if they possessed a life of their own. A ghostly blue light uncontrollably emanated from the cracks, illuminating its massive form, like a blue sphere about to explode. Its internal energy had completely spiraled out of control, heading towards final disintegration. It's going to self-destruct. Retreat! Linyu shouted a sharp warning, simultaneously retreating rapidly behind the pipes at the edge of the hall. Xiaoyi also sensed the extremely unstable, destructive energy fluctuations, and retreated without hesitation. Old Ma scrambled to hide in the distance. Just as the three of them found cover and concealed themselves. Boom! A deafening roar suddenly erupted. The Ice Skeleton Guardian's massive body exploded, like a bomb detonated from within. Chapter 435. No blood and flesh flew everywhere, only countless fragments of eerie blue ice crystals, imbued with terrifying energy, rained down in all directions. Each fragment carried extreme low temperature and impact force, causing the surrounding metal pipes to clang and leave deep dense and thick layers of ice. The entire core hall shook violently, with ice shards and dust constantly falling from the dome, as if it might collapse at any moment. The core area of the explosion was shrouded in a dense, liquid-like cloud of eerie blue energy, filled with destructive ice-based turbulence. Any life that stepped into it would likely be instantly frozen and torn apart. The power of this self-destruction far exceeded that of the previous frost bursner. The violent tremors and energy storm lasted for nearly half a minute before gradually subsiding. The hall was a scene of utter chaos, littered with shattered ice crystals and twisted pipes. The water in the cooling pool seemed to have been stimulated, churning violently before slowly returning to its viscous, writhing state. Lin Yu, Xiao Yi, and Lao Ma cautiously peeked out from behind cover. Where the ice skeleton guardian had stood was now only a charred, shallow crater riddled with radial cracks and scattered fragments of pale blue ice crystals, their luster fading. The terrifying pressure had vanished without a trace. It was dead. Just as the three breathed a sigh of relief, another change occurred. The pale blue energy cloud, not yet completely dissipated from the explosion's core, suddenly began to rapidly contract and condense inward, as if drawn by some unseen force. The speed was incredibly fast, as if time had reversed. In just 2 or 3 seconds, all the dissipated energy cloud was compressed into a fist-sized, incredibly deep, pale blue point of light, like a black hole absorbing the surrounding light. Immediately afterward, the azure light collapsed inward, as if undergoing some kind of qualitative change, then erupted with an incomparably pure and dazzling golden light. A crystal, roughly the size of a pigeon egg, perfectly round, radiating a warm and sacred gold, with a liquid-like luster flowing slowly across its surface, floated in midair. It no longer emitted a bone-chilling cold, but a pure, vast, gentle energy fluctuation containing a certain power of rules. Completely different from the cold, malevolent aura of the ice bone guardian and the cooling pool. Frozen heart, gold quality. It didn't originally exist in the cooling pool, but rather was a crystallization of law formed from the energy core of the powerful ice-type leader, the ice bone guardian, combined with some kind of rule, undergoing extreme compression and qualitative change at the moment of its death. Several fragments had already fused together. The heart of God, Pseudo, emitted an unprecedented, intense surge of desire, almost bursting forth from his body. A clear sense guided him like a lighthouse. It was it. Almost at the same moment the golden light shone. Another dark cyan figure, like a moth drawn to a flame, shot towards the suspended golden crystal with undisguised greed and madness. It was Xuya. She was faster. And closer. The instant the frozen heart solidified, her desire for that pure energy overwhelmed everything. She even temporarily suppressed the internal conflict and injuries. She wanted to seize this crystal. A cold glint flashed in Lin Yu's eyes. How could he allow anyone else to touch the golden item he had painstakingly obtained by defeating the boss? Mine! He shouted, instantly activating his Domain of God flight ability, which he hadn't used until now. Defying gravity, his figure shot forward like an arrow, arriving before Xuya could react, and snatched the warm, golden crystal in his hand. The crystal felt smooth and warm to the touch, pulsating as if alive, resonating strongly with his heart of God. Roar! Xuya missed its target, landing a short distance away, letting out a furious and resentful roar at Lin Yu, its vertical pupils filled with a frenzied killing intent at having its food taken away. Its dark blue scales rippled violently, and its unstable aura became dangerous once more. Having just ended a deadly battle with a leader, a new round of struggle seemed imminent. Lin Yu, holding the frozen heart, coldly watched Xuya, whose condition was clearly off and extremely dangerous, and the bewildered old Ma beside her. The atmosphere in the hall became tense once more. The golden frozen heart emanated a warm yet vast energy fluctuation in Lin Yu's palm, resonating with the heart of God, Pseudo, deep within his soul, sending shivers of yearning to merge. However, he had no time for anything else. All his attention was focused on the pair of vertical pupils before him, filled with madness, greed, and violence. Xiaoya's state was extremely unstable. Her dark blue scales, due to extreme rage, slightly opened, releasing wisps of cold, putrid, alien aura from the gaps. The wound on her side, lacerated by ice spikes, had stopped bleeding, but the edges were an unhealthy bluish-purple, as if ice crystals had condensed within. The eerie blue ice covering those claws hadn't melted. Instead, in the conflict with her own power, it spread to her forearms, causing her movements to stiffen slightly, but this did nothing to diminish the danger she exuded. "Give me!" she hissed from deep in her throat, the sound less like a plea and more like the growl of a wild beast guarding its prey. Her body lowered slightly, muscles tense, as if she were about to pounce without hesitation. Old Ma watched in terror, gripping his rifle tightly, unsure of where to aim. Lin Yu's terrifying strength, especially his elusive movements and the fatal blow that severely injured the guard, made him realize that this Yu Lin was no ordinary person, and Xiaoya's current state was like that of a humanoid beast. Lin Yu looked at Xiao Yi, his eyes calm and unwavering. Using divine demon descent would easily crush Xiao Yi, who was currently in a weakened state, and clearly had lost most of her rationality. But doing so would only deplete his precious trump card, and potentially destroy this temporary teammate, offering little practical benefit. He was, after all, a human, not a murderous maniac. Moreover, he could sense that the mutation within Xia's body, though violent and dangerous, possessed a considerable level of inherent power. If he could guide or utilize it. In a flash, Lin Yu made his decision. He didn't retract the frozen heart, instead, he gripped it even tighter, allowing its golden light to shine even more clearly into Xuya's yearning vertical pupils. He took a step forward, not as a retreat, but with an undeniable sense of pressure. Want it? Lin Yu's voice was icy, as chilling as the depths of the hall. You can. But not by force, but by exchange. Chapter 436. Xiaoya's low growl paused slightly, a fleeting hint of confusion flashing in her vertical pupils, but her overwhelming possessiveness remained. Beat me, and it's yours. Lin Yu's words were simple and direct, carrying a naked provocation. He knew that reasoning with Xiaoyi, who was currently driven by bestial instincts, was useless. Only primal power could establish a foundation for communication. Before he finished speaking, Xiaoyi was indeed thoroughly enraged. She let out a piercing shriek, unable to restrain herself any longer. Her icy claws, accompanied by a shrill sound that tore through the air, propelled her forward like a runaway train towards Lin Yu. Her speed was still astonishing, but her movements lacked their previous agility, becoming more brute and vulnerable. Lin Yu's eyes sharpened. Instead of retreating, he advanced. He didn't use the bloodletter's blade, that weapon was too lethal, and a mishandling could kill Xiaoyi. He simply sheathed his long sword, clenched his fists, and his Sharingan precisely tracked Xuya's flawed attack trajectory. He sidestepped, dodging the claws aimed straight at his face. He stepped forward, cutting into Xuya's wide-open center as he charged forward. His right fist, like a cannonball, whistled through the air like tearing fabric, slammed into Xuya's abdomen. A relatively soft area without scales. Bang! A dull thud. Xuya's forward momentum came to an abrupt halt, his entire body arching like a shrimp, a look of pain instantly spreading across his dark blue face, and he spat out a small mouthful of dark red blood mixed with icy shards. Lin Yu's punch was controlled in its force, intended to severely injure and intimidate, not to kill. The excruciating pain seemed to spur Xuya's remaining reason. She let out a roar, a mixture of agony and rage, and her other claw swept recklessly towards Lin Yu's neck. Lin Yu had anticipated this, and raised his left arm to block. Clang! His arm collided with the ice-covered claw, producing a metallic clang. Lin Yu felt a slight numbness in his arm, secretly alarmed by the defensive power of the scales and ice. But his strength was even greater. As he blocked, his right knee struck like a hammer, slamming into Xuya's exposed jawline as she bent over. Xuya frantically leaned back to dodge, her movements sluggish due to the intense pain in her abdomen and the frozen feeling in her arm. Lin Yu pressed his advantage relentlessly, clinging to her like a persistent, invasive disease. Fists, feet, elbows, knees, every part of his body became a ferocious weapon, his attacks like a storm, yet precisely controlled to inflict damage without killing. Using the perception of his Sharingan, he specifically targeted Xuya's joints, her unprotected waist and abdomen, and her frozen arms. Bang! Crack! Thud! Dull impacts, and the sounds of bones dislocating rang out continuously. Xuya was forced back, her dark blue scales cracking everywhere, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Her ferocious aura, like a flame doused with cold water, rapidly weakened. She attempted to retaliate, but under the overwhelming power, speed, and skill, her attacks appeared futile and clumsy. Finally, Lin Yu delivered a precise chop to her right shoulder joint, which was frozen and least mobile. Crack! A clear sound of bone breaking rang out. Xiaoyi let out a shrill scream as her right arm slumped limply to the ground, unable to lift again. She staggered backward until her back slammed heavily against a cold pipe, barely managing to stop. She knelt on one knee, supporting herself with her still functioning left hand, breathing heavily. Dark red blood and shards of ice dripped from her mouth and nose, congealing into a small, eerie patch of icy blood on the ground before her. She looked up at Lin Yu, who was slowly recovering, his breathing still steady. The madness and greed in his vertical pupils receded like a tide, replaced by a deep pain, humiliation, and an indescribable fear and bewilderment. Lin Yu walked up to her, looking down at her. His voice remained calm, yet carried an undeniable power. Now, can you listen to me? Xiaoya's throat moved, and finally, she uttered a very weak, hoarse sound. Yes. This thing is very important to me. Lin Yu weighed the frozen heart in his hand. I can't give it to you. Xiaoya's eyes instantly dimmed, filled with despair. But Lin Yu changed the subject. There might be more than just this one golden item in this dungeon. We can cooperate. If we find other golden quality items suitable for you later, I give them to you first, as payment for your help this time, and A deposit for future cooperation. He didn't make any empty promises, but offered a practical and tempting condition. Golden items have a fatal attraction for any survivor. Xiao Yi suddenly raised her head, a glint of disbelief flashing in her vertical pupils, then replaced by deep suspicion. Why? She asked hoarsely. You could have killed me. I'm not some kind of serial killer, Lin Yu stated bluntly. You're quite strong, though your condition is a bit off. Besides, what good would killing you do me? One more corpse? Or one more potential enemy lurking in the shadows? His frankness lessened the suspicion in Xiao Yi's eyes somewhat. In the apocalypse, pure goodwill was almost non-existent. Rather, this kind of naked cooperation based on self-interest seemed all the more real. She remained silent for a moment, feeling the violent power within her, temporarily suppressed by defeat and severe injuries, and the pain and coldness that clung to her like a bone-deep wound, originating from the depths of her genes. She needed an opportunity, a chance that might solve her problem, or at least a chance powerful enough to suppress it. The golden item might be that glimmer of hope. Okay, she finally managed to utter a single word. Her voice was still hoarse, but the madness within had subsided. Just then, a faint, mournful howl, like the wailing of 1,000 ghosts, seemed to pierce through layers of concrete and steel structures, descending from the distant sky. Lin Yu and Old Ma's expressions changed simultaneously. The extreme cold storm had struck again, and judging from the penetrating power of this sound, its intensity was likely far greater than any before. They were deep underground, yet they could hear such a clear howl. The situation on the surface was unimaginable. They had to find a safer refuge immediately. Although the ice skeleton guardian had been dealt with, this core hall was still vast and frigid, certainly not a place to linger. The howling of the extreme cold storm, like a prelude to death, faintly penetrated the thick structure, adding to the already chilling atmosphere of the core hall. They had to act immediately. Lin Yu's radar was fully activated, scanning the circular hall, searching for possible exits or hidden spaces. Chapter 437. Go over there. Lin Yu pointed in that direction and took the lead. He didn't help Xiao Yi, but deliberately slowed his pace slightly. Xiao Yi struggled to her feet, her left arm hanging limply at her sides. The frozen right arm and the fractured shoulder bone caused her excruciating pain with every movement. She gritted her teeth, her dark blue scales trembling slightly from the pain, but a fierce glint shone in her vertical pupils as she silently followed. Old Ma cautiously brought up the rear, gun at the ready. Around the still slowly writhing, ominous dark blue cooling pool, they arrived at the opposite wall. It looked no different from the rest of the place, covered in a thick layer of ice and those eerie, ghostly blue moss. Lin Yu's Sharingan carefully scanned the wall, quickly spotting an area with extremely fine cracks at the edges, shaped like a hidden elevator door or maintenance passageway. He tried pushing it with his hand, but it wouldn't budge. A2 is dead, this door. Old Ma frowned. They were now helpless with this kind of technically demanding task. Xiao Yi, panting, stepped forward. With her still functioning left hand, her fingers, covered in scales and still sharp at the tips, carefully felt along the edge of the door crack. Her fingertips touched an extremely tiny indentation, almost fused to the ice. It's a mechanical pressure lock, she said hoarsely, her voice broken by pain. It requires specific pressure and a specific sequence to press the internal mechanism. She closed her eyes, seemingly recalling something, and with a peculiar angle and force, pressed and rotated her left hand at several different points around the indentation, varying the pressure. Click, clunk. A few barely audible mechanical sounds came from within the wall. Then, the hidden door slowly slid open, revealing a deeper, darker passage that sloped downwards. A strange odor, a mixture of musty dust, disinfectant, and some kind of biological reagent, wafted from the passage. This passage wasn't a neatly constructed man-made structure. It seemed to have been carved from natural rock strata, the walls rough and covered in chisel marks. The steps were steep, covered with a thin layer of grayish-white frost, starkly different from the eerie blue moss outside. Without hesitation, the three quickly entered the passage. Lin Yu turned back one last time, using an iron bar she had found to wed the closing door, leaving a gap for emergencies, before following. The passage descended for about 20 or 30 meters. The temperature seemed even lower than in the core hall above, but the soul-crushing chill had lessened. At the end of the passage stood a heavy, high-tech, silver-white metal door. There were no markings on it, only a dim red indicator light. Beside the door was an identification panel, but it was clearly out of power and malfunctioning. This time, before Lin Yu could think of a solution, Xiao Yi stepped forward again. She seemed familiar with this high-tech access control system. With her left hand, she pressed hard on an inconspicuous cover on the side of the identification panel. The cover popped open, revealing a manual emergency valve behind it. She took a deep breath, enduring the sharp pain in her right shoulder, and channeled all her strength into her left hand, beginning the laborious task of turning the rusted valve. Creak, creak! A sickening metallic scraping sound echoed in the silent corridor. After circling a dozen times, with a hissing sound of deflation, the heavy, silver-white metal door finally slid open slowly to one side. The scene behind the door startled the three of them. It was a fairly large laboratory. A pale white emergency light, seemingly powered by a backup, barely illuminated the interior. Rows of neatly arranged lab benches were covered in a thick layer of dust, but various glassware, microscopes, centrifuges, and other research equipment were still faintly visible. One wall was a huge low-temperature refrigerator, its doors tightly closed, its surface covered in frost. On the other side was a row of cylindrical, transparent culture tanks, resembling coffins, most of them empty, or containing only dried, unidentifiable black residue. The smell of disinfectant and biological reagents in the air was even stronger. In the center of the laboratory was a relatively independent operating area, separated by transparent bulletproof glass. On the control panel, some documents were scattered, along with a device that looked like the main control console. Everything here was completely out of place in the core area of the water pump station outside, a place filled with primal, savage frost power. What is this place for? Old Mom muttered to himself, cautiously scanning his surroundings, his rifle muzzle shifting slightly. Lin Yu's radar swept across the entire laboratory, detecting no signs of life, but under the central control panel, and in a safe in the corner, he detected faint energy reactions, seemingly a power source that hadn't completely failed, and some kind of preserved item. Xiaoye's gaze, however, was fixed on a massive cryogenic freezer on one side of the wall. Her breathing quickened involuntarily, a complex light flickering in her vertical pupils, a mixture of longing, fear, and a faint glimmer of hope. The air in the laboratory was stagnant and cold, carrying the scent of age and a faint, unsettling odor of chemicals. Emergency lights cast a pale, eerie glow, casting the three shadows long and short, like flickering ghosts. Lin Yu walked first to the central control area. The bulletproof glass door wasn't locked, he gently pushed it open and went inside. Most of the documents scattered on the control panel were yellowed and brittle, crumbling at the slightest touch. But below the main screen on the control panel was a protective cover for a physical switch, labeled Emergency Data Backup Unit. He tried pressing the switch. Beep! A soft electronic tone sounded, and the protective cover slowly slid open, revealing a palm-sized black metal cube with a faint green indicator light. An independently powered solid-state drive. Lin Yu took it out and plugged it into a relatively intact portable reading terminal, similar to a ruggedized tablet, next to him. The terminal screen lit up, and after a brief read, it contained only one encrypted document, the file name being Deep Cold Adaptability. Project Final Phase Record, Top Secret. He entered several common default password combinations, all of which resulted in errors. Just as he was about to give up, Xiaoye appeared beside him. Her gaze swept over the screen, she hesitated for a moment, then extended her left hand and quickly and accurately typed a long and complex string of mixed characters, including letters, numbers, and symbols, onto the virtual keyboard. Verification successful. The document was successfully unlocked. Chapter 438. Lin Yu glanced at Xiaoye, asked no further questions, and quickly began browsing the document. The log entry appeared to be dated after the global catastrophe and climate change, but before the water pumping station was completely frozen. This was a highly classified military research project aimed at studying how to enable humans to survive in a rapidly deteriorating, frozen environment, and even utilize the environment. The project has entered its final stage. Based on reverse engineering of the name given to the virus causing zombification in the primal virus log, we attempted to combine gene fragments from extremely cold-resistant organisms with selected human embryonic stem cells. The test subjects exhibited astonishing low-temperature resistance, their metabolic rate could be reduced to near-dormant state, and cell activity could be maintained even at -70 degrees Celsius, but side effects began to appear. The test subjects showed uncontrollable bestial tendencies, significantly increased aggression, and extremely poor mental stability. We named it the Deep Freeze Bloodline. Theoretically, individuals implanted with the Deep Freeze Bloodline would be able to ignore the extreme cold and even manipulate the power of frost to a certain extent, but this power comes with enormous risks, with a 97% probability of genetic collapse. Disaster struck. For unknown reasons, All the deep freeze bloodline test subjects in the culture tanks went berserk. They breached containment. They attracted, or rather, activated something underground. The entire site went out of control. We failed. Deep freeze bloodline. This is not a way out, but a shortcut to a deeper hell. All data is sealed, and the final purification process is initiated. May those who follow not repeat our mistakes. The log ends here. Lin Yu put down the terminal, his brow furrowed. This laboratory was actually conducting such a dangerous genetic modification experiment. The so-called deep cold bloodline sounded powerful, but the side effects were horrifying. This seemed to explain some characteristics of the ice corpses outside, but they were clearly not successful creations, but rather the uncontrolled product of a failed experiment. He looked at Xiao Yi, and noticed that her face was unusually pale, appearing even more eerie against the dark blue scales. Her body was trembling slightly, not from the cold, but more like some kind of emotional agitation. You? Lin Yu was about to ask. Just then, old Ma's low shout came from outside the laboratory. You Lin. Come quick. There's something in this cabinet. Lin Yu and Xiao Yi walked out of the operating area and came to the low-temperature refrigerator where old Ma was. The refrigerator seemed to still have a faint trace of power left, and the temperature display on the door showed -85 degrees Celsius. Through the frost-covered glass door, several rows of metal shelves could be seen neatly arranged inside. Most of the shelves were empty, but in the corner of the innermost shelf, there were 3 sealed glass tubes, about the thickness of a finger, shimmering with a faint blue light. Labels were affixed to the tubes, but the writing was obscured by the frost. There seems to be an energy reaction inside. Old Ma pointed to the 3 test tubes. The moment Xiao Yi saw the 3 test tubes, her breath caught in her throat. She practically lunged at the refrigerator, frantically wiping the frost off the glass door with her left hand, trying to decipher the labels. Lin Yu's heart skipped a beat. He seemed to understand something. He didn't stop her, but instead walked to the side of the refrigerator and found the manually operated valve. He spun the refrigerator hard, and a low, whirring sound came from the motor inside. The seal on the door finally deflated, and the door slowly opened a crack. A rush of white, even colder than the laboratory interior, escaped. Xiao Yi eagerly pulled open the door, ignoring the biting cold, and reached out with her trembling left hand to retrieve the 3 test tubes. She carefully wiped away the frost from the tubes and read the label. Gene Stabilizer Experimental Number S07. Below the label was a line of smaller print, for suppressing initial rejection reactions in the deep cold bloodline only. Effects are unstable and unknown risks exist. Xiao Yi held the 3 cold test tubes as if they were a lifeline, yet also as if they were poison. Her body trembled even more violently, and she slowly slid to the floor, leaning against the cold refrigerator. She looked up at Lin Yu and Lao Ma, her face displaying an expression more painful than tears, a mixture of anguish and self-mockery. This is a must-do dungeon, one I need to reach level 40 to participate in. Her voice was hoarse and weary, carrying a deep sense of powerlessness. In my level 20 dungeon, to survive, to gain power, I injected myself with something like that. They call it Ultimate Warrior Gene Enhancement Fluid. And that level 20 dungeon was the prerequisite for this one, the early stages of this dungeon's winter. She raised her left hand, covered in dark blue scales with sharp fingertips, then looked at her frozen, limp right arm. The result? I became this inhuman, ghostly state. My strength has indeed increased, my speed has increased. But I sometimes lose control. I go berserk, wanting to tear apart anything living. It feels like 2 blocks of ice are grinding against each other inside my body, both cold and painful. I need to constantly absorb energy, especially ice-type energy, to feel a little better. Her words were broken and fragmented, filled with pain and regret. When I saw that huge thing, felt its energy, I couldn't control myself. When I saw that golden thing, I'm so sorry. She lowered her head, her dark blue hair falling down, obscuring her expression. Lin Yu and Old Ma listened in silence. They finally understood the source of Xiao Yi's strange state and violent behavior. It wasn't a product of this frozen instance, but the price of dangerous genetic experiments from another world. A hint of sympathy flashed in Old Ma's eyes, but more so wariness. Lin Yu looked at the gene stabilizer in her hand, then at her miserable appearance, and understood. This stabilizer might temporarily alleviate her pain, but it was by no means a cure. Moreover, judging from the label, this thing itself was fraught with risk. Do you want to use this stabilizer? Lin Yu asked calmly. Xiao Yi gripped the test tube tightly, her knuckles white from the force, struggle and fear intertwined in her eyes. Using it might alleviate the pain, or it might bring about even worse mutations. Not using it could mean the next loss of control is imminent, or it might even reduce the user to a monster driven solely by killing. The laboratory fell into a deathly silence, broken only by the faint howling of the frigid storm outside, like a mournful melody playing in the background for this desperate predicament. Chapter 439. In the cold laboratory, Xiuya clutched the 3 vials of gene stabilizer tightly, as if holding the dice that would decide her fate. Her body trembled slightly from the intense inner struggle and pervasive pain, her dark blue scales gleaming coldly under the pale emergency lights. Use? The label clearly stated, unstable effects, unknown risks. She was already suffering terribly from the unstable genetic modification. Injecting her with this experimental stabilizer, who knew what would happen? It might temporarily quell the internal conflict, or it might trigger more violent, uncontrollable mutations, or even lead to genetic collapse, turning her into a pile of rotting flesh. Don't use it? Another loss of control was almost foreseeable. The cold, violent power within her was like a time bomb. Although temporarily suppressed by the stimulation of the frozen heart and the drain of the battle, its root cause remained, and it could erupt again at any moment. At that point, having lost her mind, she would either attack Lin Yu and Lao Ma in a frenzy and be killed, or rush out and perish in the icy horde of zombies, or the extreme environment outside. It was a dead end, a dilemma where choosing either path seemed to lead to an abyss. Lao Ma watched Xiaoyi struggle in agony, opened his mouth as if to say something, but swallowed his words. He wasn't a doctor, nor did he understand genetic engineering. Any rash advice could have disastrous consequences. He could only grip his rifle tightly, remaining silently vigilant, leaving the decision to the person in question and the seemingly more decisive Lin Yu. Lin Yu waited quietly, neither urging her nor offering any advice. He understood the fear of facing the unknown. In the apocalypse, every decision could be a matter of life and death, especially when it involved one's very being. Time ticked by, the atmosphere in the laboratory becoming increasingly oppressive. The howling of the frigid storm outside seemed to grow clearer, a stark reminder of the passage of time and the perilous nature of the environment. Finally, Xiuya slowly raised her head. Her vertical pupils, though still filled with pain and exhaustion, gradually gave way to a resolute determination. She looked at Lin Yu and spoke hoarsely, "I want to try." Her voice was soft, yet carried an undeniable force. If I lose control later, or if something worse happens." She paused, her gaze sweeping over Lin Yu and Lao Ma. "You don't need to hesitate." She didn't finish her sentence, but the meaning was clear. If she became a greater threat, they should act. Lin Yu looked at her intently and nodded. "Okay." Lao Ma also nodded solemnly. Having received responses from both of them, Xiuya no longer hesitated. She picked up a vial of gene stabilizer, unscrewed the protective cap, revealing a sharp injection needle inside. She took a deep breath and, aiming at the only relatively normal area of skin on her left arm, free of scales, plunged the needle in. The icy blue liquid was slowly injected into her vein. After the injection, Xiuya pulled out the needle, tossed the empty vial aside, her body tensed abruptly, and she leaned back against the refrigerator, closing her eyes as if awaiting her fate. Lin Yu and Lao Ma held their breath, watching her every move with heightened vigilance. At first, nothing seemed amiss. Xiaoyi merely frowned, as if enduring some kind of pain. But a few minutes later, the changes began. The dark blue scales on her body began to undulate violently at a visible speed, as if countless tiny insects were wriggling beneath. The color of the scales also became unstable, sometimes deepening to almost black, sometimes fading to reveal the pale, bluish skin beneath. Her mutated facial muscles began to contort, and suppressed whimpers, like those of a wounded wild beast, emanated from her throat. The most obvious change was her frozen right arm. The eerie blue ice covering it began to melt and evaporate rapidly, revealing cracked, frostbitten, dark blue scales and skin beneath. But at the same time, an even denser, colder chill emanated from her body, seemingly lowering the laboratory temperature even further. Her body convulsed violently, as if enduring immense pain, her hands unconsciously scratching the ground, leaving deep marks. She won't," Old Ma whispered nervously, raising his rifle. Lin Yu raised a hand to stop him, his Sharingan locked onto Xiaoyi, observing the changes in the energy within her. In his vision, the two conflicting forces within Xiaoyi were, one was her own mutated energy, deathly still and cold. The other was energy from the external ice-based environment, more violent. After the stabilizer was injected, it didn't immediately subside. Instead, it reacted even more violently and chaotically, like a chemical reagent with a catalyst. Strangely, this chaos seemed to be confined to a certain area, not immediately leading to complete collapse. The stabilizer, as if forming a fragile film, temporarily enveloped the core of the conflict. Though teetering on the brink, it was indeed delaying the final explosion. This process lasted for nearly 10 minutes. Xiuya's convulsions gradually subsided, the undulations of the scales on her body slowed, and their color stabilized at a slightly lighter dark blue-green. The cold, violent aura she exuded, while still present, was significantly weakened, no longer as aggressive as before. She slowly opened her eyes. The vertical pupils were still there, but the madness and chaos within them had largely faded, replaced by a deep weariness and a long-lost clarity. For now, it's under control. Her voice was extremely weak, as if the past 10 minutes had exhausted all her strength. She tried to move her right arm. Although it was still painful and weak, at least it was no longer frozen by the ice, and she could make some minor movements. Linyu could sense that the energy conflict within her body hadn't been completely resolved, only forcibly postponed. This stabilizer was only treating the symptoms, not the root cause, and judging from her condition, one dose probably wouldn't last long. It's good that it's effective, Linyu said calmly, without pointing it out. Take a break. The storm continues, we're safe for now, but we can't stay here indefinitely. Chapter 440. Although the laboratory was relatively secluded, it wasn't an ideal long-term refuge. The frigid environment itself was constantly draining their energy and stamina, and no one knew what other dangers might lurk. Xiaoyi nodded, leaned against the refrigerator, closed her eyes, and tried to regulate her breathing, attempting to recover some strength as quickly as possible. She carefully put away the remaining 2 stabilizers. Old Ma also breathed a sigh of relief, put down his rifle, found a relatively clean corner to sit down, took out high-energy rations, and shared them with Linyu and Xiaoyi. In this isolated underground laboratory, filled with the marks of failed research, the 3 gained a brief, precious respite. Outside was a devastating extreme cold storm. Beside them were teammates in unknown condition and unknown dangers. The road ahead remained uncertain. But at least, they were alive, and had temporarily formed a fragile alliance. Under the stark white emergency lights, the 3 silently shared their hard, high-energy rations. The cold food required vigorous chewing to swallow, and the warmth it provided was far from enough to dispel the bone-chilling cold. The temperature inside the laboratory seemed even lower than before. Even their breath created a thick white mist. After taking the stabilizer, Xiuya's condition was temporarily stable, but her complexion remained grim. Her dark blue scales had lost some of their luster, appearing somewhat dull. She leaned against the refrigerator, closing her eyes to regulate her breathing, trying to recover. However, her slightly furrowed brows showed that the internal conflict had not completely subsided, it was merely forcibly suppressed, like a dormant volcano. Old Ma, meanwhile, hurriedly checked the rifle and the dwindling ammunition, his face filled with worry. Although the sound of the storm outside was blocked out by layers of barriers, its muffled wailing still served as a constant reminder of their dire situation. Linyu, however, did not rest. He stood up and began to carefully examine the laboratory again. But apart from the way they had come, the laboratory seemed to have no other exit. Was this the end? Moreover, he had a vague feeling that the secrets of this pumping station went far beyond this. The something underground mentioned in the log, and the disaster ultimately brought about by the Deep Cold Bloodline project, likely had their origins deeper. His gaze swept carefully across the laboratory walls, his Sharingan scrutinizing every detail. Finally, on the back wall near the empty culture tank area, he noticed something unusual. The wall there was a slightly different color from the surroundings, and the dust coverage was uneven. There was an extremely fine crack at the edge, almost blending into the wall, shaped like a cleverly disguised hidden door or elevator entrance. There were no handles or switches at the crack. He stepped forward and tapped on the wall. The sound was slightly hollow. There's a hidden door here, Linyu said in a deep voice. Old Ma and Xiaoyi were immediately drawn to the sound. Can you open it? Old Ma asked Xiaoyi. Yes, the long pain made me forget there was a hidden door here. Linyu tried pushing and prying, but to no avail. The hidden door seemed to require a specific method to open. Xiaoyi struggled over and carefully examined the wall. Her gaze lingered for a moment on a few inconspicuous, seemingly naturally formed stone patterns on the wall. She stretched out her left hand, trying to press those points in a specific order, and with a certain amount of force. The first time, there was no reaction. She frowned, seemingly recalling something, adjusted the order in force, and tried again. When she pressed the third point, buzz! A very low, deep vibration, as if from the depths of the earth, faintly came from within. Immediately afterwards, a slight click of gears turning came from inside the wall. The wall slowly caved inward, then slid open to one side, revealing a narrow, dark passage, barely wide enough for one person to pass through, exuding an even more ancient and chilling aura. An indescribable, earthy smell and an extremely faint yet incredibly pure chill, as if from the very source of life, surged from the depths of the passage. This chill, mingled with the icy corpse outside. The coldness of the cooling pool was completely different from its eeriness. It was purer, more ancient, and more attractive. Especially to Lin Yu and Xiao Yi. Lin Yu's heart of God stirred again, more intensely than when she sensed the frozen heart. It was as if something below was calling to it, and Xiao Yi, upon feeling this chill, trembled slightly. The mutated energy that had just been suppressed by the stabilizer seemed to be stirring again. Her gaze into the depths of the passage was filled with an uncontrollable longing and a trace of instinctive fear. Where did this passage lead? To a greater opportunity, or to a deeper hell? A difficult choice lay before the three of them. Should they stay in this relatively safe, but resource-scarce laboratory, wait for the storm to pass, and then try to return to the perilous valley? Or should they risk venturing into this unknown, alluring yet dangerous deep passage? The air inside the laboratory seemed to freeze. The entrance to the passage resembled a gaping maw, dark, deep, and radiating an ancient, chilling aura. That pure and primal coldness was completely different from the raging blizzard on the ground, the decay of the ice corpses, or even the refined power of the ice skeleton guardians. It was closer to something. The origin. The laboratory's pale emergency lights could only illuminate less than 2 meters from the entrance. Beyond that was pure darkness, where even the light seemed frozen and swallowed by the chill. Lin Yu, Xiao Yi, and Lao Ma stood silently before the entrance. The weight of the decision pressed heavily on each of their hearts. Old Ma stared into the darkness, his Adam's apple bobbing, breaking the silence first. Down here. We don't know how deep it is, where it leads. Our supplies are running low, and we're exhausted. The storm is still raging outside, but at least we're familiar with the structure above. His voice was filled with realistic considerations and fear of the unknown. As an experienced veteran, he knew all too well how dangerous it was to recklessly enter a completely unknown environment in dire straits. Xiao Yi's state was completely different. She leaned slightly forward, her vertical pupils, now partially clear, fixed intently on the depths of darkness, her nostrils flaring slightly, as if trying to detect the alluring yet dangerous scent in the air. The mutated energy within her, temporarily suppressed by the stabilizer, now stirred restlessly like a shark smelling blood. That pure chill was, for her, both a deadly poison and a potentially life-saving elixir, even a source of power. Her right hand fingers twitched unconsciously. There's something down there, maybe a gene source, she said hoarsely, her voice filled with an almost instinctive longing. It's very strong. It might be useful to me. She didn't say it would be useful to everyone, only to her. This honesty was almost cruel, but it also revealed her attitude. She wanted to go down. Chapter 441. Lin Yu could clearly feel the heart of God, Pseudo, trembling and pulsating at an unprecedented frequency, conveying an intense, almost frantic desire. Even more so than when facing the frozen heart. Below, there was something even more craving for the heart of God, Pseudo, than the frozen heart. He turned his head to look at Xiao Yi. She was staring intently into the darkness, her vertical pupils contracted, her cheeks covered in dark blue scales twitching slightly, her nostrils flaring rapidly, as if trying to catch some information in the air that was imperceptible to ordinary people. Her intact left hand, its fingers unconsciously flexing and extending, the fingertips rubbing against the scales, making a soft rustling sound. There's definitely something good down there. Lin Yu glanced at the radar. The huge, silent red dot was deep inside, even larger than the ice skeleton guardian, yet strangely still, as if asleep. Very strong, but it seems inactive. It might be the true source of the chill in this lab, and even the entire pumping station. He looked at Xiao Yi. You sense that thing most strongly, right? Xiao Yi nodded with difficulty, her vertical pupils flashing between clarity and confusion. It is calling me. It's cold, but it feels good. Like a person about to freeze to death seeing a fire. She pressed her still functioning left hand to her chest, where a faint, icy blue light seemed to emanate from the scales. My blood is burning, yet it feels like it's freezing. I have to go down. If I don't, I go crazy. Her words sent a chill down old Ma's spine. Not going would lead to madness, going might mean an even faster death. It was a dilemma, but Xiao Yi had clearly made her decision. Lin Yu withdrew his gaze, not responding immediately. He turned to old Ma. The veteran's face was etched with resistance to the unknown and anxiety about reality, But his grip on the gun was steady, and his eyes, after initial hesitation, gradually settled into a resigned resolve. Yulin, what do you say? Old Ma's voice was relatively calm. Up. Once the storm passes, our old, weak, and disabled team will just be cannon fodder for the Alliance, and 70% of our supplies will be swept away. He forced a smile, a barely perceptible curve. I don't want to be treated like livestock anymore. Even if it's dangerous down there, at least it's the path we chose. He paused, looking at Linyu. I can see you're no ordinary guy. Following you, maybe we can fight for survival, or even get some real good stuff. I already staked my life on this, so one more trip won't make a difference. Linyu nodded. Old Ma was a sensible man, he said enough. 10-minute rest, Linyu commanded curtly. Check equipment, treat wounds, replenish energy. He didn't explain why they needed to go down, nor was it necessary. Xiao Ye's intuition, his own gut feeling, and the only unknown possibility of a turning point in this desperate situation were all reasons. He walked to the side, his back to the two, seemingly organizing his backpack, but actually concentrating his mind, sinking his thoughts into his brain. On his retina, the familiar yet unfamiliar black and white three-dimensional radar map reappeared. Range, 9 kilometers. This was the limit of his level 4 radar's detection radius. At this moment, they were underground. The radar map, centered on the laboratory, penetrated through layers of structure, vaguely revealing the outline of the pumping station above, and even parts of the valley terrain. Numerous red dots representing zombies moved slowly like wriggling maggots under the cover of the blizzard, including some enormous, clearly more powerful individuals. The downward extension of the radar image revealed a strange void. It wasn't that nothing was displayed, but rather a vast, seemingly endless expanse of darkness, as if painted with thick ink. Deep within this region, near the very edge of the radar's detection range, a red dot hovered silently. The red dot was small. Even smaller than the ice skeleton guardian from before. But it was solid and stable, like an ancient, unchanging crimson star in the abyss. There were no markers, no indications of energy activity, only the pure red representing existence and threat. Scattered around the red dot on the radar image were several smaller red dots, few in number, like satellites surrounding the central entity. There were no white, green, blue, or purple dots representing resources. The radar's detection of non-biological resources seemed to be ineffective here, or the resources below were not conventional resources, as defined by the radar. No resource markers. Only biological reactions. Linyu pondered, either the radar's detection type was limited, or the treasure below was itself some kind of special life form, or closely bound to a life form. He turned off the radar, to conserve his mental energy. The information was limited, but sufficient. 10 minutes passed quickly. Xiao Yi injected herself, with a second dose of gene stabilizer. The drug's effects seemed to be decreasing. This time, her body's reaction was more intense than the first time. Her scales rippled for nearly 5 minutes before slowly calming down, and her breathing barely maintained a relatively stable, dangerous edge. She carefully put away the last stabilizer. It was her last line of defense. Let's go! Linyu led the way towards the dark entrance to the passage. No grand pronouncements, no hesitation. The decision was made, and there was only moving forward. The moment he stepped into the passage, the intense chill intensified. It was as if he had jumped from early winter into the dead of winter. The air became thick and sticky, each breath felt like swallowing icy blades, a sharp, piercing pain shooting through his lungs. Underfoot were rough, carved stone steps covered in grayish-white frost, exceptionally slippery. Linyu activated his divine domain flight ability, but didn't fully leave the ground. He merely made his body lighter to better maintain his balance. He took out a powerful flashlight from his spatial backpack. The beam pierced the darkness, but only illuminated less than 10 meters ahead. Beyond that, it was swallowed by the dense, light-absorbing chill. Xiao Yi followed closely behind him. Her dark blue scales seemed to offer a degree of resistance in this environment. Though her movements were slowed by her injuries, her steps remained steady. She no longer needed light. Her vertical pupils gleamed with a faint, adaptive glow in the darkness. Old Ma brought up the rear, his tactical flashlight beam warily scanning the rough rock walls on either side and any potential threats overhead. He treaded carefully on the slippery steps, each step cautious, his rifle always ready to fire. The passage wasn't straight downwards, but rather spiraled and extended. Unnatural marks gradually began to appear on the rock walls. Not chisel marks, but rather strange patterns as if instantly eroded and frozen by extreme cold, like the veins of naturally growing ice crystals, or perhaps some kind of abstract writing or symbol. Chapter 442. The deeper they went, the denser and more complex the patterns became. A faint, metallic scent, tinged with a slightly sweet, metallic odor, began to fill the air, unlike the chemical smell of the laboratory or the rotting smell of the frozen corpses above. After walking for about 5 minutes, the slope of the spiral passage gradually decreased, and a more open platform appeared ahead. Sweeping the flashlight beam across, clearer traces of human carving appeared on the rock wall on one side of the platform. It was a rectangular metal plate, about 1 meter square, embedded in the rock wall, its surface covered with a thick layer of white frost, but faintly visible were etched characters and patterns. Lin Yu gestured for the two to stop, then stepped forward and used his gloved hand to wipe away the frost from the center of the metal plate. What was revealed was a blurry text, not modern common language, but a distorted, angular ancient script, but below it were rudimentary diagrams and markings resembling experimental numbers. This is... Shuya leaned closer, her vertical pupils carefully examining the text and patterns. Her expression turned somewhat strange. Deep Cold Adapter 7th Cultivation Sequence Observation Log, Fragment, and Energy Infusion Threshold Diagram. Her voice was uncertain. Clearly, she didn't fully understand the text either, only able to deduce based on the diagram and a few familiar words. Lin Yu looked at the diagram. It was a simple humanoid outline, with several main energy flow paths drawn inside. Complex symbols and numbers were marked at some joints and internal organs. At the heart of the humanoid outline, it was highlighted, next to a distorted symbol, and a line of small text, Primordial Ice Core, implantation success rate below %, strong rejection observed, energy dissipation causing environmental anomalies. Primordial Ice Core? Lin Yu's heart skipped a beat. The primordial virus mentioned in the log, and this primordial ice core, seemed to point to something more primordial, the cause of the disaster. The heart of God in his chest throbbed even more intensely. It seems the lab above is just the tip of the iceberg, Lin Yu murmured. The true core of the Deep Cold Bloodline project, or even the earlier source of the disaster, might be further down. This primordial ice core might be the key. Old Ma frowned, looking at the complex diagrams and text. These things sound ominous. Whoever created this thing has probably suffered retribution. Xiaoya's gaze was fixed on the symbol at the heart location, her body trembling uncontrollably again. The mutated energy within her showed signs of activity once more. That symbol seemed to have a special attraction for her, or rather, a resonance. Continue. Lin Yu stopped studying the metal plate. The information was limited and ancient. He needed to find something more fundamental. Beyond the platform, the passage widened, even branching off into other paths. Without hesitation, guided by the increasingly clear sense of direction from the heart of God, Lin Yu chose the path where the chill was more concentrated and pure. Deep within the branching path, unsettling sights began to appear. Occasionally, transparent cylindrical observation windows embedded in the rock walls appeared along the sides of the passage. Most were broken, or filled with murky ice. But behind a few still intact observation windows, Lin Yu and his companions saw a scene frozen in time. The remains of incubation tanks. Some were empty, containing only broken glass and frozen nutrient solution. But some contained something sealed inside. Twisted, inhuman forms. Some still vaguely resembled human figures, but their limbs were grotesque, their skin a bluish-black or eerie blue, covered in ice crystals or keratin, their faces contorted, mouths agape, as if screaming silently. Others were completely devoid of human form, like monsters crudely pieced together from various biological organs, with extra limbs, bone spurs, or arthropod-like shells. They were all frozen in their final moments, eternal ice sealing their pain and madness. Experimental subjects. Shuya's voice trembled slightly as she looked at the sealed, deformed beings, as if recalling her encounters in the previous instance. She subconsciously touched the scales on her arm. Old Ma gasped, his face turning pale. What the hell are these things? Lin Yu watched in silence. These failed creations silently spoke of the project's madness and cost. The further they went, the more observation windows appeared, and the more distorted the experimental subjects inside became. The air grew colder, and the sweet, metallic odor became more pronounced. Ahead in the passage, faint, cracking sounds, like ice breaking and reforming, and the sticky slurring of something wet dragging across the ground could be heard. Lin Yu raised his hand, signaling to stop. The flashlight beam shone forward. About 20 meters ahead, the passage ended, connecting to the entrance to a much larger underground space. At the entrance, several things slowly grew from the ground. These were forms rapidly formed from the dark blue moss covering the ground and walls, coalescing and solidifying. They had no fixed form, flowing like semi-solid blue gel, constantly twisting and changing, sometimes extending tentacle-like protrusions, sometimes coalescing into blurry, spiky outlines. Their cores shimmered with a faint, deep blue light, emanating a cold and chaotic life force. They were neither zombies nor elemental creatures in the conventional sense. On the radar, several small red dots appeared there, slowly moving towards them. Some kind of moss aggregate. Linyu murmured his judgment. These were likely environmental symbiotes mutated by the long-term influence of the primordial ice core, or something similar deep within, possessing rudimentary aggressiveness. They moved slowly, but blocked the way, and as they moved, the temperature within the passage continued to drop, new, sharper ice crystals beginning to condense on the ground and walls. Prepare for battle. Linyu drew the Bloodletter's blade, its dark red blade standing out starkly against the eerie blue environment. Xiao Yi, you're not in good shape. Try to protect yourself and find an opportunity to attack the core. Lao Ma, harassed from a distance, aimed for the glowing center. Xiao Yi growled, the scales on his left arm slightly opening, and his claws extended. Although his right arm was still weak, the bestiality in his eyes was rekindled. Lao Ma quickly found cover and set up his rifle. Chapter 443. The pale blue, gelatinous form slowly and steadily crawled forward, leaving trails of ice crystals and a chilling aura in their wake. They had no eyes, no mouths, but their constantly shifting outlines and the blue light shimmering at their cores exuded a pure, repulsive, and destructive desire for warm life. 3 of them, blocking the entrance to a wider space. Linyu didn't wait for them to fully approach. He pushed off with his feet, his divine domain slightly lifting him, and his body shot out like an arrow, far exceeding the speed of these slow-moving aggregates. His target was the one on the left. In the instant he drew near, his Sharingan clearly captured the trajectory of the energy flow within the gelatinous form. The deep blue light at its core throbbed like a heart, extending countless fine energy veins throughout its body, especially concentrated at some of the simulated sharp protrusions. Power cutting not activated, first contact, primarily a probing. The crimson greatsword, whistling through the air, slashed towards a newly formed, icicle-like protrusion on the left side of the aggregate. The blade cut into the gelatinous substance, with a strange sensation, unlike flesh or pure ice, but more like an extremely viscous, resilient gel. The resistance was considerable, but the Bloodletter's blade sharpness still held, severing the icicle protrusion cleanly at the base. No blood spurted from the break, only a large gush of viscous, chilling, deep blue semi-fluid gushed out, freezing rapidly on the ground while emitting a sizzling sound, as if possessing a strong corrosive quality. The aggregate's shape twisted violently, the severed part quickly melted and fused with the other parts, attempting to reshape itself. However, the blue light at its core flickered noticeably, becoming slightly dimmer. The physical attack was effective, but the damage seemed to be dispersed by the flowing, gelatinous substance, failing to directly strike the core. At the same time, the other 2 aggregates reacted. They no longer mimicked specific attack organs, but instead stretched and thinned their bodies abruptly, like 2 enormous, deep blue, semi-transparent films, flanking Linyu from the left and right. The edges of the films gleamed with a cold light, clearly exceptionally sharp, and carried an extremely strong freezing aura. They attempted to restrict Linyu's movement space in this way, enveloping and freezing him. Bang! 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 Old Ma's gunshot rang out at the opportune moment. He aimed at the core light spot of the middle aggregate, which was relatively easy to hit after it had thinned out. The bullet struck the gelatinous film, making dull thuds. The penetrating power was greatly weakened, but the impact still caused the film to fluctuate violently, the core light spot to flicker wildly, and the flanking speed to slow down. Xiao Yi also moved. Instead of charging forward, she crouched low, flanking from the side like a cheetah. Her target was the root where the aggregate connected to the rock wall on her right. There, the gelatinous substance seemed thicker, and the energy channels more concentrated. On her intact left claw, the muscles beneath the dark blue scales bulged, her 5 fingers pressed together, the sharp claws gleaming with a dark light, carrying a penetrating force as she fiercely plunged into the connection. Swoosh! This time, the sensation of the claw piercing through the gelatinous substance was even clearer. Shuya's special power seemed to have some restraint over this icy gelatinous substance. Her claws sank deep, then ripped outwards with a sudden burst of power. A large swathe of viscous gel was forcibly torn off, making a sound like rags being ripped. The aggregate emitted a silent, sharp, mental shriek, its entire form violently contracting and trembling, its core light flickering wildly. Linyu seized the opportunity presented by the distraction on either side, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. Power cut, activated. The barely perceptible layer of crimson light reappeared on the dark red blade. He no longer focused on severing the tentacles, but instead lowered his stance, cutting through the center of the tentacle damaged by the gunshot. The greatsword slid beneath the sluggish polymer membrane, then swung upwards with a fierce upward slash, aiming directly at the approximate location of its core light point. This time, the cutting sound was completely different. It was like a hot knife cutting into solidified butter. The armor-piercing effect of power cut completely ignored most of the gelatinous body's toughness and defense. The blade pierced through the thick gelatinous layer without resistance, accurately striking the deep blue core. Pop! A soft sound, like a bubble bursting. The core light point instantly exploded, turning into countless tiny blue light fragments. The polymer's movements froze completely, then its entire massive gelatinous body collapsed instantly, as if it had lost its support, melting into a pool of rapidly losing its activity, turning grayish-brown viscous liquid, spreading across the ground, and then being frozen by the extreme cold into a large, unsightly patch of ice. One strike, one kill. Lin Yu didn't stop, drawing his sword and turning back, lunging towards the polymer on his left that had just reformed with several sharp protrusions. Old Ma's bullets also rained down, disrupting its movements. After successfully severely damaging the right side aggregate, Xiao Yi didn't linger and immediately retreated. Although injured, the aggregate hadn't completely lost its mobility. The torn parts writhed slowly, attempting to repair themselves, while its remaining gelatinous tentacles lashed wildly at its surroundings, scattering ice crystals. The pace of the battle suddenly quickened. Lin Yu, like a tiger among sheep, used the bloodletter's blade enhanced by power cut, making it a deadly nemesis to these gelatinous aggregates. He no longer pursued flashy moves, each strike was simple and direct, aimed straight at the core. Combined with the Sharingan's dynamic vision and energy perception, he always found the most suitable angle of attack. Old Ma's marksmanship also proved effective against these relatively fixed targets. Although the damage was limited, the continuous harassment and precise shots to the core area created numerous opportunities for Lin Yu. Xiao Yi, meanwhile, roamed the perimeter, using her speed and the penetrating power of her claws to specifically attack the aggregate's connections and energy network nodes, disrupting their structure and mobility. In less than 3 minutes, the remaining 2 aggregates were also pierced through the core by Lin Yu, turning into 2 pools of frozen waste. The entrance to the passage returned to calm, with only 3 scattered patches of ice on the ground as evidence of the brief but intense battle that had just taken place. Lin Yu, slightly out of breath, sheathed his sword and stood still. Power slash had consumed a considerable amount of stamina, and continuous use had taken a toll on his body. He assessed his strength and estimated he could sustain 2 or 3 more full-force strikes. Xiao Yi retreated to his side, her left arm's claws slowly retracting beneath the scales. She breathed rapidly, fine beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. The battle had clearly aggravated her injuries and the unstable energy within her. Old Ma emerged from behind cover, quickly changing his magazine, his expression grave. These things are difficult to deal with. Bullets are ineffective. Luckily, I had your sword. Lin Yu nodded, his gaze fixed on the even wider entrance at the end of the passage. With the guards dealt with, the path ahead seemed clear. Chapter 444. It's more spacious inside, and I reckon there will be quite a few enemies, Lin Yu said in a low voice. Proceed cautiously. The 3 adjusted their breathing and stepped into the cave entrance. The view suddenly opened up before them. This was a massive natural cave, far larger than the core hall of the pumping station above. The dome hung high, with countless cascading icicles like inverted swords, reflecting a hazy, cold light under the flashlight beams. The ground was rugged and uneven, covered with huge ice stalagmites, ice pillars, and frozen rocks. The air was bone-chillingly cold, inhaling it felt like it would freeze one's respiratory tract. Most striking was the area slightly to the right of the cave center, where a huge, deep crater, like one formed by a meteorite impact, was over 100 meters in diameter, and its bottom was unknown. The crater's edge was irregularly fractured radially, covered with a thick layer of ice, a darker, ghostly blue than the surrounding area. A more refined, ancient chill, like a tangible white current, continuously surged from the deep pit, rising upwards and causing the icicles above the cave to grow and thicken. That deep pit was the source of the chill, and also the direction from which the heart of God sensed it most intensely. Scattered around the pit, and in various corners of the cave, were some even stranger things. These were aggregates, like magnified versions of ice core moss, half buried in the ice or attached to the rock walls. But they were much larger, and their forms were more like living things. Some resembled creeping, multi-legged ice worms, slowly wriggling. Others looked like giant ice bats clinging to the rock walls, their sharply edged wing membranes slightly opening and closing. Still others were simply spherical aggregates constantly rotating, spraying out tiny ice crystals. They shimmered with a brighter, deeper blue or eerie purple light, radiating energy fluctuations far more powerful than those of the aggregates in the passage. The small red dots on the radar corresponded to them. Besides, scattered throughout the cave were the remains of broken, frozen experimental facilities. Toppled metal supports, half-buried instrument casings, shattered transparent observation windows, indicating that this place had once been part of that massive research project, perhaps even a more central area. This place is like a frozen monster's lair, Old Ma murmured, his voice echoing faintly in the empty cave. Xiao Yi stared intently at the enormous pit, her body trembling even more violently, her vertical pupils filled with an indescribable mixture of longing and fear. There. It's down there. So close. So close. She murmured, almost uncontrollably moving forward. Lin Yu grabbed her shoulder, his touch cold and hard. Calm down. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable authority. Take a good look at your surroundings. He pointed to the clearly more powerful aggregate monsters scattered throughout the cave, then to the edge of the pit. Going straight in is like being sitting ducks. These monsters don't seem to attack proactively, but if we get too close to the pit or make too much noise, we'd be attacked by a swarm. Xiao Yi swallowed hard, forcing herself to look away from the monsters, a sliver of reason returning to her eyes. What do we do? Go around them? Old Ma asked. The cave was large, and the monsters weren't evenly distributed, suggesting there was room to maneuver. Lin Yu observed the cave's terrain. The rugged terrain, dotted with ice pillars and stalagmites, provided ample natural cover. The sensory mechanisms of the aggregate monsters were unclear, but they were mostly sensitive to heat, vibrations, or life energy. A direct assault was unwise. A more stealthy, maneuverable approach was preferable. His gaze fell on the rock wall to the left of the cave. There, the ice was thinner, and traces of man-made pathways or maintenance tunnels were faintly visible. Although most had collapsed or were frozen, it seemed possible to circle along the rock wall, avoiding most of the monsters on the ground, and gradually approach the pit. Go that way, Lin Yu pointed to the left rock wall. Stick close to the wall, using the terrain for cover. Move quietly, try not to make a sound, and conceal your presence. He moved first to the left, his steps light and almost silent. Xiao Yi and Lao Ma followed closely behind, mimicking his movements, carefully navigating among the ice pillars and rocks. The cave was eerily quiet, save for the low murmur of the icy currents gushing from the deepest pits, and the occasional crisp sound of icicles breaking and falling. This silence was all the more unsettling, like the calm before a storm. They successfully avoided the first agglomeration of ice bats clinging to an icicle. The monster seemed to be in a semi-dormant state, its wing membranes occasionally trembling slightly, unaware of their approach. But just as they rounded a huge frozen rock and prepared to step onto the broken rock-face walkway, a sudden change occurred. Below the walkway, a seemingly flat patch of ice suddenly bulged upwards without warning and cracked. A giant ice maggot-like agglomeration, lurking beneath the ice, burst forth. It was over a meter in diameter, its length immeasurable, its body covered in ring-shaped, constantly opening and closing sharp ice crystal mouthparts. Its head had no eyes, only a constantly rotating, drill-like, eerie blue core. It seemed extremely sensitive to vibrations. Startled by the three's footsteps, it broke through the ice, its massive body spraying ice shards, and opened its repulsive ring-shaped mouthparts, lunging to bite at Lin Yu, who was at the front. It was incredibly fast. The instant the ice leech aggregate broke through the ice, Lin Yu's Sharingan had already captured the rapidly gathering energy beneath the ice surface, and its suddenly erupting silhouette. Too fast. Too close. Almost impossible to avoid. Because of his Sharingan, he could clearly see the ice leech's detailed movements, but his body couldn't react in time. The ring-shaped mandibles were densely packed with spiraling, razor-sharp teeth, like ice crystal files, which spun and bit down, carrying a chilling aura and a foul, sucking force. A hair's breadth. Lin Yu didn't attempt to retreat or dodge. The ice leech's attack range covered all his conventional evasive angles, shrinking the earth to an inch. The thought flashed through his mind, and his figure blurred and vanished from his spot. The ice leech's massive jaws, filled with icy teeth, slammed shut on the spot where he had just stood, gnawing a large crater in the ice, sending ice shards flying. The next instant, Lin Yu appeared beside an ice pillar about 5 meters to the side and rear of the ice leech. Hiss! The ice leech's bite missed, emitting a sharp hiss like a high-pressure gas leak. Its eyeless head abruptly turned towards Lin Yu's location, its massive body twisting with extraordinary agility, its ring-shaped mandibles opening again, preparing for a second attack. Chapter 445. Just then, Old Ma and Xiaoya's attacks arrived. Bang bang bang. Old Ma almost instinctively pulled the trigger. The bullet struck the ice leech's body, which was covered in a thick ice crystal shell, making a clanging sound and scattering sparks and ice shards. Although they couldn't break through its defenses, they successfully drew some of the ice leech's attention, causing its massive body to pause slightly. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Xiaya pounced from the side. Instead of attacking the ice leech's hard body, she targeted the relatively weak abdomen area where the ice met the rock wall. Dark blue light suddenly condensed on her left claw, carrying a penetrating tearing force as she slashed down. Sizzle! This time, her claws successfully tore through the relatively soft gelatinous layer of the ice leech's abdomen. Dark blue, viscous fluid spurted out, carrying even stronger corrosive and freezing properties. Having landed a blow, Xiaya immediately used the momentum to roll backward, avoiding the spurting fluid and the ice leech's potential sweeping attack. The ice leech, in pain, let out an even more furious hiss, its massive body twisting violently, its thick tail sweeping toward Xiaya like a giant whip. Lin Yu steadied herself, her eyes flashing coldly. This ice leech had extremely strong defense, immense strength, and was quite fast. It was a troublesome opponent. He couldn't linger, making too much noise would attract all the monsters in the cave. He had to finish this quickly. He took a deep breath, his inner power surging, and activated power slash again. The dark red bloodletter's blade hummed. The ice leech's attention was diverted by Xiaya and Lao Ma. It was now turning its head towards the direction Xiaya was rolling, attempting to pounce again. Now! Lin Yu pushed off with his feet, his body shooting out like a cannonball, his target the ice leech's constantly spinning, azure drill, its core. That was where the energy was most concentrated, likely its weak point. The ice leech seemed to sense the deathly threat from its side and rear, its twisting body suddenly stiffening as it tried to defend, but it was too late. Lin Yu's speed, enhanced by divine domain and his own attributes, was lightning fast. The great sword, carrying a blood-red light of power cut that could tear everything apart, pierced with perfect precision into the center of the spinning azure drill. Clang! First came the ear-piercing sound of metal clashing, the tip of the sword. The high-density rotating ice crystal core rubbed violently together. Then, the armor-piercing effect of power cut erupted, forcefully breaking through the rotating defense, the blade piercing deep into the core. Boom! The azure drill abruptly stopped spinning, a powerful blue light erupting from its core before exploding. Countless sharp ice crystal fragments mixed with viscous blue fluid shot out in all directions. The ice leech's massive body, as if its spine had been removed, instantly went limp, convulsing violently. Its ring-shaped mouthparts opened and closed weakly, emitting a few short, final hiss before ceasing to move. Its body rapidly lost its luster, freezing into a gigantic ice sculpture. The battle lasted less than 10 seconds from start to finish, but the commotion was considerable. Lin Yu quickly withdrew his sword and retreated, cautiously surveying his surroundings. Inside the cave, some previously sleeping or slowly moving aggregate monsters seemed to have been startled by the explosions and energy fluctuations. In the distance, several ice bat aggregates unfolded their wing membranes and turned their heads this way. On the ground, several spherical aggregates spun faster, their surfaces covered with ice spikes. Further away, heavy crawling sounds could be heard. Quick! Get on the plank road! Lin Yu shouted, taking the lead and rushing towards the broken rock wall plank road. Xiao Yi and Lao Ma understood the urgency of the situation and followed closely behind. The plank road, a hybrid of metal and concrete, was embedded in the rock face. It was heavily rusted and covered with a thick layer of ice. Many sections were broken and collapsed, making it barely passable. The three had just stepped onto the plank road when a whooshing sound came from behind. Several arm-thick, incredibly sharp, dark blue ice spears shot from the direction of the nearest spherical aggregate, embedding themselves firmly in the spot where they had just stood, sending ice shards exploding. Run! Don't stop! Lin Yu shouted, simultaneously advancing rapidly along the plank road. His Sharingan constantly scanned the stability of the path ahead, avoiding sections that were clearly unsupported or cracked. Xiao Yi endured the excruciating pain in her right shoulder and the turbulent energy within her body, using both hands and feet, even occasionally digging her left claw into the ice or rock crevices for leverage, closely following behind Lin Yu. Lao Ma gritted his teeth, slung his rifle over his back, and clung to the cold railings or protruding rock faces, struggling to keep up. The walkway wound its way up and then down, generally following the edge of the cave towards the central pit. Below lay a cave floor tens of meters high, covered with sharp icicles. A fall would be certain death. The pursuit from behind hadn't stopped. Ice spears and icicles rained down, clanging against the walkway, some even piercing the decaying railings. Even more troublesome were the flying ice bat aggregates that began vibrating their wing membranes, gliding close to the cave ceiling and walls. While not extremely fast, their high vantage point posed a significant threat. "This won't do. We'd be caught and used as target practice," Old Ma said anxiously, glancing back at the approaching ice bats. Lin Yu realized this as well. The narrow walkway was unfavorable for dodging aerial attacks. His gaze quickly swept ahead. About 50 meters ahead, the walkway connected to a relatively spacious metal observation platform protruding from the rock wall. Part of the platform had collapsed, but the main structure remained, with a half-broken metal roof that could temporarily shield against attacks from above. "Get to the platform ahead. Use the cover to counterattack," Lin Yu decided. The three of them charged towards the observation platform with all their might. The moment he stepped onto the platform, the two fastest ice bat aggregates swooped down. Their wingspans exceeded 4 meters, their edges sharp as knives, and their dive was accompanied by a piercing whistling sound as they hurtled through the air, heading straight for Old Ma at the back. Old Ma was terrified. He tried to raise his gun to fire, but the platform was narrow, and the ice bats were too fast. He had no time to aim. Just then, Lin Yu suddenly turned around, and dark red runes on his sword suddenly lit up. He instantly struck the ice bat. The ice bat's dive abruptly halted, the sharp, cold light gathering at the edges of its wing membranes, and the icy mist it was about to exhale vanished instantly. As if extinguished by an invisible hand, it let out a confused shriek, its dive trajectory veered off course, its speed greatly reduced, and it crashed straight into the platform's metal railing. Boom! The ice bat writhed against the railing, disoriented, and tumbled across the platform. Another ice bat was caught off guard by Shuya, who leaped from the side and slammed her left claw into the base of its wing membrane. A dark cyan force tore through the gelatinous substance, and the ice bat screamed, losing its balance and plummeting downwards into the cave below, crashing into the ice stalagmites with a dull cracking sound. The first wave of aerial attacks had been temporarily repelled, but more ice bats and ground aggregates were approaching. The observation platform was not a place to linger. Lin Yu quickly scanned the platform. On the inner rock wall of the platform, there was a heavily rusted, sealed iron door with a rotary valve handle on it. Chapter 446. Beside the door was a blurry sign that read Deep Observation Station 3. Behind the door, there might be a path, or it might be a dead end. But for now, there seemed to be no better option. The walkway not far ahead had completely broken off, making it impassable. Staying here to fight off the ever-increasing number of monsters would only lead to exhaustion sooner or later. "Open the door." Lin Yu decisively pointed to the iron door. Old Ma immediately stepped forward, using all his strength to twist the rusted valve handle. Xiao Yi also stepped forward to help, using her left claw to grip the edge of the valve handle, and together they turned it. Crunch! Crunch! A teeth-grinding metallic scraping sound rang out as the valve handle slowly turned. "Hurry! They're coming again!" Lin Yu stood guard at the edge of the platform, swinging the bloodletter's blade to shatter 2 incoming ice spears, while simultaneously keeping watch for the ice bat swooping down again. More aggregated monsters converged from all parts of the cave. Spherical aggregates sprayed ice shards like a barrage of bullets, ice bats hovered in the air, and multi-legged ice crab-like aggregates crawled up the rock walls, just as an ice bat swooped down again, and Lin Yu prepared to intercept it. Click! The sound of a door latch coming loose came from behind. "It's open!" Old Ma roared. Without hesitation, Lin Yu forced back the ice bats with a backhand strike and shouted, "Go in!" The three quickly retreated inside. Old Ma and Xiao Yi were the last to enter, using all their strength to push the heavy iron door back up and tighten the handle. Bang! 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 The dull thuds of monsters slamming against the iron door immediately echoed from outside, along with the clanging of ice shards and spears striking the door. But the iron door was unusually thick and heavy, seemingly mixed with some kind of special alloy. Although rusted, it remained sturdy, temporarily blocking the attacks from outside. The interior was pitch black, save for a faint, eerie blue light seeping in from the cracks in the doorway. The air was even colder, thick with the smell of dust and rusting metal, and a faint, formaldehyde-like odor yet far more pungent. Lin Yu switched on his flashlight, the beam illuminating the interior. This appeared to be a small observation post or outpost. The space was small, about 40 or 50 square meters. One side was a wall covered with instrument panels, mostly broken and cluttered with control consoles. The other side had a huge observation window made of multi-layered reinforced glass, but it was currently covered by a thick, opaque, eerie blue layer of ice, obscuring everything. In the center of the room, several overturned metal tables and chairs lay scattered. In a corner, there were several objects resembling filing cabinets. Most striking was what was placed at the far end of the room, against the wall where things were placed. They were 3 humanoid figures frozen within massive, transparent ice pillars. They wore old-fashioned, heavy, cold-weather research uniforms, maintaining their postures from life. 2 sat leaning against the wall, heads bowed, seemingly dead. The third stood before a device resembling a communication instrument, one hand reaching for the control panel, body slightly leaning forward, as if trying to send a message in their final moments. Their expressions were frozen in the ice, faintly revealing terror, despair, and a deep weariness. The icy confinement of time made it all seem as if it had happened just yesterday. The sounds of impact and icicles striking the iron gate outside gradually thinned and faded into the distance. The aggregated monsters, seemingly realizing they couldn't easily breach the sturdy iron gate, or perhaps drawn by the stronger primordial fluctuations from the deep pit, slowly retreated. A deathly silence returned to the observation station, broken only by the heavy breathing of the 3 researchers and the echoing, labored beating of their hearts in the cold. The flashlight beam moved slowly through the frozen chamber, sweeping across shattered instrument panels, overturned tables and chairs, and filing cabinets covered in thick frost, finally settling on the 3 bodies of researchers eternally frozen in icicles. The chill came not only from the environment, but also from the silent despair conveyed by this solidified scene of death. Lin Yu's gaze swept over the 2 bodies sitting against the wall, finally settling on the figure standing before the communication equipment. The man's hand reached for the control panel, his fingertips almost touching a red button. The blurry label next to it seemed to read emergency defense. He ultimately didn't press it. Lin Yu stepped forward, carefully brushing away some of the frost from the icicle, making the man's face and the nameplate on his chest clearer. The nameplate read, Deputy Chief Researcher, Project Associate Researcher, Chen Qiming. Below the name was a series of numbers. Chen Qiming remained slightly leaning forward, his face frozen in a complex expression. A deep-seated fear, a desperate struggle, a deathbed realization, and a profound weariness and emptiness, as if he had witnessed some ultimate truth. His eyes weren't completely closed. Through the ice, a lingering trace of horror could be seen deep within his pupils. At his feet, a hardcover notebook and a frozen pen lay frozen in the ice. Lin Yu carefully broke through the thin ice surrounding the notebook and retrieved it. The notebook's cover, made of a special low-temperature resistant material, was still intact. He opened it. The pages inside had also undergone special treatment. Although the writing was somewhat blurred by the ice and the passage of time, most of it was still legible. This isn't an experimental record, it's more like a personal log. Day 73. The energy fluctuations in the deep pit exceeded the threshold again, and all external monitoring equipment malfunctioned. It has awakened, or rather, becomes more active. Our communication with the main laboratory has been completely severed. Backup energy can last for another 72 hours. Day 74. Attempted to activate the deep drilling robotic arm to collect samples from the vicinity of the primordial ice core. The robotic arm lost signal after penetrating 300 meters into the pit. The last image transmitted back, indescribable. It wasn't an ice core at all, it was more like a living, beating heart, composed of pure cold. All observational data pointed to one conclusion. We weren't studying a mineral or energy source, but rather disturbing a sleeping, ancient being. Day 75. Environmental anomalies accelerated. The station's temperature control system began to fail, and low temperatures permeated. The remains of those failed experiments, the deep cold bloodline experimental subjects, and the ice core moss growing in the environment, began to aggregate and show signs of activation. They seemed to be affected by it. The call of God. Engineer Wang disappeared during a routine inspection of the external sensors, leaving only a trail of messy footprints leading towards the deep pit. The 76th day. Only me, Lao Zhao, and Xiao Li remain. We decided to activate the final contingency plan, destroy all sensitive data, attempt to send a final warning message to the ground, and then wait. Or commit suicide. We cannot allow any data about it, about the truth of the primordial ice core, to leak out. This is not a power that humanity should possess. It's a shortcut to extinction. The log ends abruptly here. The last few pages are covered in scribbles and trembling handwriting, suggesting the recorder was on the verge of collapse under extreme mental pressure.